Chapter 631 Win 2 games in a row. Ice Ring Technique? Gushi looked at the spells that fell on the battlefield and knew that Yongdo was anxious. It seems that in order to get rid of the fate of not being able to use 3 magic spells on the battlefield, he really used a trick this time. The altar used for the Ice Ring Technique can directly be borrowed from the Ice Storm altar, and humans can also use those from the Ice Storm. Even when those skeleton mages were preparing for the Ice Storm, he had already calculated everything, and now he was just taking out some things to use in order to release an ice ring in the shortest time, even if it's just a wave of ice rings. As a result, the ice ring was put down. But the effect of the ice ring seems a bit amazing. All the flying troops hit by the ice ring were frozen on the spot. The ice ring's attack range expanded, which Yudo had thought of. But the effect of the ice ring became like this, which Yudo never expected. He looked at his affected companions and didn't know what to say. But Gushi didn't blame Yongdo for it. Gushi's usual magic would not consider whether there were any of his own people around the enemy. This is the case with the serial corpse explosion he just learned. All living beings are equal under the explosion. Even the black dragon is the same. The explosion can also damage the black dragon. This loss was nothing. Gushi just lamented that Yongdo was a little hasty in doing things, which was completely unlike Yongdo's previous reaction. As the ice ring was released, Yongdo did not stop. He immediately changed the venue, and used the altar that he had prepared before to release the mana extraction. This time he planned to experiment with one last ritual magic. But at this moment, Robbie from the Bone-Cutting Battalion actually killed the hero of the flying unit, and at the same time easily killed several bones-feathered serpents around him that were not flying, which was a good response to this headwind. The battalion made up the final blow. This also eliminated Yudo's goal. The battle with the Cyborg Battalion further away was almost over. The Black Spear Battalion and the 2 new armies attacked together, but their strength exceeded the Cyborg Battalion by a lot. Not to mention that the Cyborg Battalion itself was a chaotic fighting force. They happened to be restrained by Kaga. In the chaos, the undead of the Cyborg Battalion hurt themselves more. But they finally had a serious battle. At least they fought head-on with Gushi's 3 troops and lost the last of their own strength. In this battle, the enemies of the Cyborg Battalion also showed their powerful side. When their troops were destroyed, the Black Spear Battalion lost a quarter of its men, and Kaga's men lost a third of their ranks. As for the undead brought by Daigu, half of them were killed in the battle because they were the lowest level. It can be said that Gushi basically did not take any advantage this time. After all the enemies were killed, Gushi immediately issued the order. Kaga, reorganize the remaining troops. All the troops under Diegu will be integrated into your team, and Diegu will be handed over to you. Arroyo and Robbie led the team back to restore their combat strength. Notify the city, and mobilize all new troops to prevent the enemy from taking the opportunity to make a sneak attack. I'll handle the battlefield. Spiritualism. After giving all the clear orders, the Spirit Summoner was released directly. Under the influence of the Spirit Summoner Tower, it was released towards the 2 battlefields in front. When Gushi released the Spiritualism, Yongdo's eyes lit up behind him. That's it. If only I had a mobile altar that I could place on the battlefield. In fact, the large-scale use of spiritualism in the Soul-Calling Tower is the motivation for Yudo to study ritual magic. He also wanted to be like Gushi, using up all of his tens of thousands of magic powers in an instant, and then summon tens of thousands of undead from the ground. It's just that the current Yongdo hasn't reached that level yet. At least his magic power is very different from Gushi's. Now he can only study various ritual magics bit by bit, preparing to take his own step. Gushi had no idea what was happening behind him. At this time, he shook his head in disappointment. This time the situation of the soul summoning did not satisfy him. The 2 enemy undead heroes who died in battle did not recruit any heroes. At the same time, because Gushi could summon soul soldiers, he could only choose among skeleton soldiers, zombies and ghosts. Gushi couldn't make the skeleton soldiers give birth to flesh and blood, nor could he turn them into flying troops. So in the end, what Gushi got this time were mainly ghosts and skeletons. The skeleton soldiers are also normal skeleton soldiers. At most they have weapons in their hands, which is completely different from the previous situation of Cyborg. It can be said that the idea of summoning souls to replenish troops has failed halfway. But fortunately, Gushi's talent is there. Double Death can add an undead army to the city of Eladovi. This undead army can often successfully replicate most of the situations of the previous fighting army. Gushi felt that Double Death was the most correct path Princess Anna had chosen for herself. Only in this way, he will have more and more opportunities to play. At this moment, Under Gushi's order, 2 new troops walked out from the Steel City Gate. Just as Gushi thought. These 2 troops were replicas of the Cyborg Battalion and the Headwind Battalion. From the soldiers' condition to the heroes, everything is exactly the same. The only difference is that they don't have the corresponding weapons in their hands. After coming out, Gushi got corresponding information about the 2 heroes. One of these 2 heroes is a steel-like skeleton. He holds 2 short axes in his hands and is not riding a mount. The other one is a skeleton archer riding on a bone griffin and holding a bow and arrow. You can tell from their appearance which army they are transformed from. Iron Guard Dudley level 7. Summon. Undead Hero Experience 0/5500. Attack 8. Defense 3. Life 65. Mana 10. Talent. Cyborg allows his skeleton soldiers to absorb steel or other metal-enhanced attributes. Skills: Jump Slash, Whirlwind Slash. Beheading. Leader can command 90 soldiers plus 7 boss troops at the same time. Flying Guard Mito, level 7. Summon Creature. Undead Hero Experience 0/6500. Attack 7. Defense 4. Health 45. Mana 30. Talent: Son of the Wind. Every level up, the movement speed of the troops under him increases by 1. Skills: Forced March. Speed up. Pathfinding. Leader can command 94 soldiers plus 7 leaders troops at the same time. Based on the situation of these 2 heroes, Gushi almost understood their previous positions. The one named Mito is a transportation hero. Surprise attacks are not his specialty. He should be responsible for transporting things dug out of the mines. Dudley, on the other hand, is an assault soldier and should be able to fight head-on. I wonder if this hero was as reckless as Kaguya during his lifetime. Chapter 632: Occupying the Mineral Lode. This time, when 2 new heroes appeared, Gushi did not handle them the same way he did with Kaga and Diegu before. In Gushi's opinion, after the experiment is successful, there will be no difference between the enemy's heroes and his own heroes. There will be quite a lot of heroes after Gushi. These heroes can't just give them their troops casually like they did before. Gushi needs to test the strength and personality of these heroes. Putting a hero in an inappropriate position at random is a waste of these heroes. Just like Demi. What if there is another hero whose ambition is as high as the sky and whose life is as thin as paper? Demi's side was fine. She was Gushi's first hero, and she had leader-level potential. Why should these heroes ask Gushi to give them another chance? In order to prevent Gushi from treating these heroes as cannon fodder, Gushi thought he should make arrangements for them in advance. Dudley, your situation is interesting. Do you need iron or metal or to strengthen your skeleton soldiers? Any metal will do. Gushi's first consideration was the heroes of the original Cyborg Battalion. Then what if they are integrated into the metal and then brought out? How long can they maintain their metallic state? About 3 months. Dudley understood what Gushi wanted to do as soon as he heard Gushi's question. This is to let him serve as an instructor for intensive training of skeleton soldiers. This will strengthen the combat effectiveness of all skeleton soldiers. He has been prepared for this for a long time, and is not opposed to accepting this job. At this time, Gushi asked again, I have a formula for corpse gold paint in my hand. When you get there, go and see if there is any connection between this formula and your method. If so, you can go to the cult church, responsible for transforming skeleton soldiers. My requirements are not high. I need the skeleton soldiers to be strengthened once to ensure that the enhanced effects of the strengthened skeleton soldiers will not disappear. Dudley thought for a while and made his request. I need to see the formula before I can say it. And if the formula can really be completed, I can't work in the cult church. I need a special skeleton strengthened building. Okay. I have a few architects under me. If you have any requirements, I can find a suitable building to make arrangements. After arranging Dudley, Gushi turned to look at Mito. Your combat effectiveness is not enough. It would be a waste to let you lead the flying troops. In my eyes, it is better for you to be responsible for transportation. Mito did not confront Gushi, but he also did not respond. He just said, Sir, if that happens, my flying force will be wasted. It can't be wasted. I don't have many others. And there is a lot of open space. These flying troops can stay anywhere. Of course, if you think the flying troops you led before are strong, forget it and look over there. Gushi pointed to the sky. 30 black dragons had not yet fallen. Faced with such a force, no one dared to say that their flying troops were very strong. Mito looked at the black dragon in the sky and quickly lowered his head. He understood that the flying troops he led were all temporarily put together by the Steel Skeleton Guild. The reason is actually to use the ultra-high maneuverability of the flying troops to ensure that everything nearby is under their surveillance. As for long-range sneak attacks and beheading operations, that was all his own idea. Mito's combat effectiveness is actually average. And the flying troops, because they focus on flight, are generally not very powerful in combat effectiveness. After all, not everyone is like Gu Shi, who can carry 30 black dragons as flying troops in one breath. But then again, if someone had 30 black dragons, he wouldn't need a hero like Mito to command the flying troops. It can be said that Mito himself knows that his status is not above the flying force. His role is either as a scout for exploring roads, or as a transport team for transportation. He couldn't do the job of carrying out decapitation operations behind the flying troops. Seeing that Gu Shi had already arranged his whereabouts, Mito quickly lowered his head, agreeing with Gu Shi's view. At this time, the latest news came from Kaga. The Scalebreaker mine has been taken. After hearing the news, Gu Shi did not communicate with the two heroes. He waved his hand and ordered the two heroes to retreat with their troops back to the city of Aridov. Then Gu Shi put away the city gate and the soul-calling tower, and quickly headed towards the broken scale mine with the main force of his troops. 30 black dragons and 34 red dragons had no intention of going back immediately. Although they are not used to the atmosphere on the Huangquan Road, the dragon has always been fearless. They didn't care where they were. In the eyes of the dragon, there was only fighting. Gu Shi had placed all these black dragons with Aladovita before, although it played a certain role. For the black dragons, they were actually somewhat dissatisfied. Now that they have been released to vent their anger for a while, the black dragons are reluctant to go back. Gu Shi didn't want to think about reducing the morale of his black dragon, thinking that there was nothing that could hurt the black dragon on the road to H.L. So he simply took the black dragon with him, and let the black dragon participate in the battle. The black dragon also knew that he did not have to return to Aladovi City for the time being and live a life of captivity. Their morale increased greatly. If they were not familiar with the area, they would even have to fly hundreds of miles to express their excitement. Gu Shi just took a look at the situation of the black dragons and didn't care about them anymore. As long as these black dragons could fly back, he led his men quickly to the broken scale mine. It was discovered that this was a downward-facing mine, with a battle flag hanging above the mine. The battle flag was painted with 3 stacked skulls, which was the symbol of the first pioneering group of the Steel Skull Guild. Outside the mine cave are a large number of mine carts, and some zombie miners are standing beside the mine carts. About 300 meters away from the mine, there is a large amount of ore piled up. When he saw these ores, Gu Shi finally understood why the mine in front of him was called Broken Scale Ore. On the surface of this ore are layers of scales. After picking up this broken scale ore, Gu Shi got the information about this kind of ore. Crushed scale ore, green, a special ore produced by long-term soaking in the blood of snakes. It can be used to strengthen the hardness of building surfaces and resist attacks and damage to buildings by siege weapons. After looking at the information about the broken scale ore, Gu Shi made a judgment in his mind. Useful, but not very useful. But no matter what, these ores cannot be wasted. Gu Shi immediately ordered Kajia put up the battle flag of the soul gathering place to confirm the soul gathering place's occupation of this place. Come here and transport all these ores back to the city. Go. These ores are ours now. Chapter 633, Unexpected Uses of Grey Elite. Following Gu Shi's order, the undead men under him took action. Gu Shi also took the opportunity to open the main city gate and let the undead transport the scale or back to Aladovi City. When the main city gate was released, Luna also floated out. Grown-ups. Luna, why did you come out? Has New Aladovi City been dealt with? The meeting hall has been built, and the city has been sorted out. Now that I have some free time, I will come over and take a look. Luna explained to Gu Shi the situation in New Aladovi City. At the beginning, what Gu Shi and Luna discussed was to dismantle the New Yaladovi City area first, and redivide the New Yaladovi City, and then consider the construction issue after everything was arranged. Several of Gu Shi's architects were involved in these matters. There is only a first draft out now, and the detailed draft has not been finalized yet. However, one thing is already clear. The style here will be significantly different from the style in the old city of Aladovi. After all, most of the houses here have been demolished, and the new Aladovi City is completely a blank sheet of paper. Of course, Gu Shi can decorate it however he wants. At this time, Luna said to Gu Shi, "By the way, sir, do you still have the fighting spirit of those champions you sent in before?" "Ah, yes. What's the matter?" Those gray champion fighting spirits can't have any effect on undead troops, such as skeleton soldiers. At most, they can only be used by corpse flies, white bone locusts, and evil bone locusts. Why are white bone locusts produced in large quantities over there? Gu Shi's original plan was to hand over these gray champion fighting spirits to the bone locust. A white bone locust swallows up a portion of the championship fighting spirit. 1,000 bone locusts form a swarm. In this way, these championship fighting spirits that cannot be integrated will be combined in another way. According to Gu Shi's estimation, as long as each group of bone locusts devours the gray champion fighting spirit, it will be equivalent to a normal blue quality champion fighting spirit. It's just that the number of bone locusts under Gu Shi's command is not large, although they can devour everything to replenish the consumed insects. As long as the number of white bone locusts in the swarm reaches 1,000, their devouring and replenishing will stop. Gu Shi only had more than 100 swarms of white bone locusts and evil bone locusts in his hands. The amount of gray championship fighting spirit he got was quite large, so there was no reason to use it up all at once. When Gu Shi was still wondering about this situation, Luna explained to Gu Shi, "No, I have left enough of the championship fighting spirit needed by the locusts." But an architect discovered a situation. This championship fighting spirit can be broken into pieces and blended into the soil. With this, planting soil to pave the ground may not have much effect in a small area. But if a 10-mile-long avenue can be paved, then the championship fighting spirit will reach purple quality and even affect the entire city. Gu Shi was stunned for a moment when he heard it. And then he understood whose idea it was. The architect who used tiger skin to decorate the tiger skin square is an expert in playing with materials. From the very beginning, we studied how to use materials to enhance the quality of the building. Only he can do such tricks. That's no problem. There are too many such things in the soul gathering place. I have an idea. If this can be paved into a champion avenue, can it be used to build city walls or arrow towers? After listening to Gu Shi's idea, Luna nodded seriously. I will consider this. If it doesn't work, there are other materials. The materials sent back this time are too much. That person has been studying these materials. I believe these materials will play an important role in our city of Aladovi. Gu Shi nodded when he heard it, and thought to himself, fortunately, I don't look down on gray materials like other players. Otherwise, I would have really missed such an opportunity. While Gu Shi was communicating with Luna, all the crushed scale, or stored here, had been transported away. Seeing that the ore in the mine had been emptied, Gu Shi ordered the troops to set up camp and rest. The focus of Gu Shi's adjustment this time was naturally on Kajia. As for the Black Spear camp, Gu Shi arranged some of the skeleton soldiers that had just been transformed into them to supplement the strength. There was nothing that could be done about the fact that these skeleton soldiers were only level 4. Gu Shi also had no way to directly change the level of the skeleton soldiers. Arroyo had no objection to this either. Arroyo is also a discerning person. He knows his position very well. And he also understands that Gu Shi's support for him cannot last forever. The bone-cutting camp also needs to participate in the battle. Now that he had replenished his troops, he quickly made adjustments in order to familiarize the newly joined skeleton soldiers with his tactics. But Kaga was different. After Gu Shi confirmed his subordinates, Kaga had no time to pay attention to his soldiers. He directly dragged Diego aside and discussed Diego's future direction. Kajia is quite convincing about Diego's growth direction. He himself took the route of charge plus defensive counterattack. The reason why he took this route was because he had no choice. Now there is such a person as Diego. That was different. Kajia didn't know how many times he thought about the route he regretted not taking. I also thought about how he should have developed to handle things better if he had chosen a different route. At the same time, Kajia also understood where the biggest problem in his team was. This can actually be seen from the fact that he added a vampire touch later. His troops were weak, and although their defense was sufficient, they could not withstand the enemy's full attack. If too many soldiers die, it will be useless even if he can defend and counterattack. Therefore, replenishing blood has become his first choice ability now. But replenishing blood also requires skills. At that time, Kajia did not choose a different route in advance. Looking back now, the situation did not allow him to take this route again. Calling Diego aside, Kaga directly set a direction for Diego. Blood Cow. This is the next route Daigu will take. The only way to increase the total amount of life is to at least not let your soldiers be killed as soon as they go into battle. In this way, their Thorn Aura and Vampire Touch will be useful. Diego also understood this. And he also knew that this was his only choice. Following Kaga's route was not a good thing for him. Even if he can reach the level of Kajia's attributes, So what? Kaga will not give up his position as the main hero. And Gushi would not open another army to Daigu. If he didn't want to become cannon fodder, cooperating with Kajia to find and fix the leaks was the last possibility. Chapter 634 in front of the Demon Cave. After resting on the spot for 3 hours, the Soul Gathering Ground received the news and sent people to take over the scale-crushing mine. The person who came to take over took over everything here naturally, without asking at all why there was no broken scale stone outside the mine. After completing the handover, Gushi quickly led the troops away. As for the matter behind the broken scale mine, I just stopped caring about it. There were no more side missions next, and Gushi's journey was quite smooth. Soon they arrived outside this time's target, the Devil's Cave. After arriving here, Gushi knew why the Soul Gathering site regarded this place as an important mission. There are already a large number of monster camps about 50 miles outside the Demon Cave. These monsters stood tall, more than 2 meters tall, and were as yellow as big trees. Their bodies are chubby, but their arms are full of muscles. Some even have finely ground bones embedded in their skin as decoration. Under the bone spurs, their faces became hideous, twisted and deformed, with 1 to 3 sharp horns growing on their heads, like goat's horns, sharp and hard. They were wearing clothes made of animal skins, which were rough and hard, and they were holding weapons such as double forks or broadswords in their hands. Their bloodthirsty aura made people tremble with fear. In front of them was a corpse that had been cut into large and small pieces of meat. It seems that just as the Soul Gathering site said, these guys feed on eaten spirits. As soon as Gushi showed up with his troops, before they even got close to their camp, these monsters stood up with weapons in hand. Bone. If you have bones, eat them. It's meat. If you dare to come here, you are seeking death. What these monsters did next made Gushi stunned. When the monster stood up, Gushi immediately began to set up his battlefield. This time, Gushi's battlefield was naturally based on the plan he had used when breaking the Scale Mine Cave. The 3 city gates are lined up in a row. The Soul Summoning Tower is placed between the Steel City Gate and the Garrison City Gate, and Yondo is located in front of the main city gate. Several heroes and troops were deployed in front of several city gates. But Gushi still took Princess Anna to stand on the Soul Calling Tower. But Gushi never expected that he had already made arrangements and those monsters hadn't charged over yet. Looking more closely, Gushi discovered that when the monster got up, it actually dismantled the tent at the first moment, and put on the tent and the iron pot with soup inside like equipment. This situation left Gushi quite speechless. What is going on with them? Are they fighting or moving? However, these monsters did not think there was anything wrong with their behavior. After they folded and processed the tent, it looked like a layer of leather armor with patches of various colors, which they put on layer by layer. And the cauldrons they used to cook things turned into helmets or goggles. It can be said that in just one move, their defense power more than tripled. After completing the equipment, these monsters began to rush towards Gushi's location. Seeing this situation, Gushi quickly considered how to deal with it. This kind of troops is obviously the kind of troops with super strong defense and obviously strong vitality. This kind of enemy is difficult to fight. Yondo. Try mana extraction. Their movement speed is slow. After mana extraction, you don't need to use the slow spell. Just use the blood loss curse. Although he didn't know what Gushi was thinking, Yondo was still quite obedient. Whether he can continue his research in ritual magic depends on Gushi's arrangements. At this time, Gushi was not idle either. He waved his hand and summoned the dead witches. And 10 necromancers appeared under the Soul Calling Tower. Princess Anna asked all the red dragons to retreat to Aladovi City. Princess Anna glanced at the excited red and black dragons in the sky and understood Gushi's thoughts. Under her order, all the red dragons retreated along the main city gate. The black dragon is still hovering in the sky. When the red dragon returned to his position, Yudo had also completed the ritual of mana extraction. This time the ceremony was completed quite well, and the range fell directly to the opposite camp. As long as they were within this range, all the enemy's mana was drained away. But the mana extraction effect this time was not very good. Bits and pieces of mana flew toward the altar where the ceremony was being performed. Gushi estimated that he might not have gotten even 100 points of mana this time. It seems that this kind of monster is a being without any magical power. It seems that one should not have any expectations for such a big monster. Gushi waved his hand again while thinking about it. Another summoning of dead wizards was launched, and 10 necromancers were summoned. At this time, Yondo also noticed Gushi's actions, and he looked in Gushi's direction curiously. Everyone follow my rhythm and prepare to use Death Ripple. After listening to Gushi's words, the necromancers all raised their short staffs and recited the spell along with Gushi. When releasing the Death Ripple, Gushi clearly felt that his Death Ripple this time was incomparable to Yongdo's ritual magic. The attack range of the Death Ripple can reach up to more than 100 meters outside the Steel City Gate. It's not like Yudo, who can directly ignore the entire battlefield and cast spells thousands of meters away. There was nothing Gushi could do about it. At this time, Gushi already had an idea in his mind. How about he also study some ritual magic? After all, my level of ritual magic is quite high, and he has an advantage over Yudo, because his subordinates, who serve in ritual magic, do not need to use incomplete skeleton wizards, but can directly use necromancers. The abilities of these necromancers are much stronger than those of skeleton mages. The most important thing is that this kind of ritual can be said to be able to apply one method to all methods. As long as Gushi masters the Death Ripple, he can successfully master the ritual magic of other spells. I believe it won't be long before Gushi can also use necromancy in a big battle. Now, Gushi just keeps this idea in his mind. Now he is more concerned about how he can release the Death Ripples. Because of the first experiment, the scope of the Death Ripple was not large, and it did not hurt the monsters that had not yet rushed to the city gate. So Gushi was not sure whether the Death Ripple would have any effect on these monsters. He thought for a while, and ordered decisively. The necromancer moves forward and goes to the Steel City Gate. Follow my rhythm, and use the Death Ripple again. Under Gushi's command, the necromancers moved forward quickly. And Gushi also took this opportunity to prepare for the Death Ripple again. The effect this time was very good, because of the necromancer's transfer. This wave of Death Ripples pushed out about 700 meters outside the Iron City Gate. Chapter 635, The Tough Yaksha. When the Death Ripples hit the enemy, Yudo behind him just completed the Blood Loss curse. The two waves of magic happened to fall on the monster rushing at the front. When the impact of the Death Ripple passed by, the monster spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. As for the ritual magic of the Blood Loss curse, it was not as perfect as Yudo imagined. The curse fell on the monster, but it did not draw out mana like mana was drawn out. Instead, he cut several bleeding wounds on the monster's body. Gushi naturally saw this situation. Gushi also had a certain understanding of the vitality of enemy monsters. It's okay under such a magic attack. It seems that this battle is not that easy to fight. Arroyo stepped forward to test. While Gushi was thinking about how to deal with the situation, he ordered his men to take action. As soon as Arroyo heard Gushi's order, he immediately led his troops to rush out. Then Gushi turned around and ordered, Necromancer, use the skeleton priest spell with me. Gushi understood that the spell might not be able to deal with the guy in front of him. And now he wanted to see what this guy was afraid of. Sending troops head-on is the wisest choice at the moment. As soon as the skeleton priest appeared, Isabella, who had been following Gushi, began to control the bloody clouds to follow the Black Gun Battalion to ensure that the Black Gun Battalion would not lose much in the battle. As he rushed forward with the Black Spear Battalion, Arroyo knew that this battle was the time to test the quality of the Black Spear Battalion. Gushi must have two troops that can fight head-on. Judging from the enemy's scattered impact movements, the Black Spear Battalion is most suitable for the battle at hand. Arroyo rushed forward with his men, and immediately faced the first monster head-on. This monster was the most unlucky one, because he organized his equipment the fastest. He rushed to the front. As a result, the curse of blood loss and the ripples of death fell on him. If it weren't for his thick skin and blood, he might have died. Now facing the charging Black Spear Battalion army, this monster was also a little scared. He yelled, turned around and ran towards the way he came. This was the first time Gushi saw an enemy running away. This situation made Gushi think of something. When he accepted the mission, the guy who sent the mission had said something. It's not that they don't want to deal with these monsters in the demon cave. It's just that when these monsters see the army coming, they will run away. Gushi initially thought that these guys would choose to move in because they saw the strength of the army. I didn't expect it to be such an escape. Gushi was speechless for a while. How should he deal with the current situation? Although the Black Spear Battalion charged more fiercely, they followed a steady and step-by-step attack style. Chasing forward with the men is not the Black Gun Battalion's attack method. What should I do? Send someone to chase him? Gushi turned his eyes to Kajia, who was aside. In the end, he shook his head. Kaga was not suitable for the battle at hand. Kaga's defensive counterattack tactics may directly turn the situation into a fight for life between the two sides. Judging from the lives of Kaga's undead troops, they are no match for the monsters. The result of the duel is likely to be a massive loss of Kaga's troops. So Gu Shi decisively ordered, Yongdo, the blood loss curse is useless. Use the slow spell. And don't let them get away. At the same time, Gu Shi also asked the 20 necromancers he summoned to move forward. I am going to use the necromancer to act as a relay and send my spells to a position ahead. But Gu Shi never expected that when the necromancer walked about 200 meters away, he would be unwilling to go any further. Gu Shi tried several times and found that 200 meters was the limit of the necromancer. Beyond this range, even if they still have time to exist, they will directly return to the place where they were summoned. In other words, Gu Shi's idea of using the necromancer to act as a mana relay was considered bankrupt. Fortunately, something went smoothly that made Gu Shi feel better. The monster that had just escaped turned around and ran back after meeting its companions. Not only did he come back by himself, he also ran back with his companions. Seeing this situation, Gu Shi quickly turned around and ordered, Yongdo, keep an eye on me. Don't let them escape anymore. Send out the bone-cutting battalion together. Kajia, stay at the front of the steel city gate. After giving the order, Gu Shi borrowed the help of the necromancer standing 200 meters away and began to use necromancy spells on the monsters. This time it was the skeleton priest who took action. After all, the skeleton priest was used to strengthen the combat effectiveness of Gu Shi's undead troops. It has not existed for a long time. The skeleton priest, who was just used, has now disappeared. After the enemy appeared again, Gu Shi naturally had to replenish the combat power of the undead troops. At the same time, he pointed to the sky, and the Black Dragon was also ready for battle. If the Black Spear Battalion and the Bone Cutting Battalion were unable to fight the monsters in front of them, then the Black Dragon would be dispatched. Fortunately, at the moment when the enemy came into contact with the Black Gun Battalion, Yongdo's slowing spell arrived. As the slowness spell falls, the movements and actions of these monsters freeze instantly. All their movements became visibly slower. The soldiers of the Black Gun Battalion can even selectively attack various enemy positions, like choosing to stab the spear into the enemy's eyes or mouth. As for the weapons in the hands of these monsters, they are of no use at all. Even if they saw the spears coming towards them, they would not be able to dodge, because it takes them a long time to turn around now. However, at this time, these monsters showed quite strong defensive capabilities. The tents they wear are not put on just to look good, and the iron pots on their heads are not worn for convenience. They are all for defensive purposes. When the spear pierced their eyes, they actually withstood the attack of the spear. They were still thinking of cutting forward with the double forks or big knives in their hands. When Arroyo saw this situation, she yelled, "Push!" The soldiers of the Black Spear Battalion immediately pushed their spears forward, pushed their bodies downwards, and began to push the monster back. At the same time, their downward-lying bodies also gave the Black Spear Battalion soldiers behind them an opportunity to attack. The long spears in these soldiers' hands stabbed at the monsters one by one. When the 15th spear pierced the monster, the news that the first monster was killed came out. Skeleton Lancer, summon, kills Bone-Eating Nightshade, level 7. You gain 1 experience point. Black Lancer gains 1 experience point. And the summon gains 96 experience points. At this moment, Gu Shi's death ripples hit, covering all the Yiksha near the city gate. Chapter 636 Yiksha attacks. The defense is so high. Gu Shi, who was standing on the soul summoning tower, was naturally watching the battle ahead. At this time, he already understood that these guys called Yeshas in front of him were difficult to deal with. If a piercing attack falls on them, it will cause damage, but the damage will be greatly reduced. It takes at least 30 spearmen to attack 3 times non-stop to kill a Yiksha. As for the effect of the death ripple, it is there, but the blood loss is obviously not much. At least this wave of Yeshas withstood the attack of the death ripples, and no one fell down. Judging from the current situation, this time the enemy may have to use the most basic abilities of the undead. Sea of Skeletons. Yongdo, hold these guys back, and don't let them escape. Skeleton shooters are ready. All other troops move forward and surround these guys. After making a judgment in his mind, Gu Shi quickly issued the order. At this time, Yongdo immediately started the ritual of slowing down, ensuring Gu Shi's control over the battlefield. At the same time, news came from Yudo's side. "Sir, I need to participate in the killing." Gu Shi was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered that Yongdo's demon sacrifice camp was established by borrowing battle flags, and they had a requirement to sacrifice 300 people in each battle. Either kill the enemy or sacrifice your own people. Yongdo's men are all skeleton mages. These are quite precious troops. Yongdo would not think of sacrificing his own people. Therefore, targeting the enemy's head has become the most correct choice at hand. You have fought a battle before. How are sacrifices calculated? After hearing the news from Yongdo, Gu Shi fell silent for a moment. Now he needed to figure out how the sacrifice was calculated. Do you have to kill the enemy yourself? Or do you just need to hit someone? There is a difference here. I need to hit the enemy. I passed this level last time because of Ice Storm and Ice Ring. But this time my Blood Loss Curse only hit one enemy. If I keep using slowness, I'm worried that I will need to sacrifice troops over here. I understand. Wait until the slowness technique stabilizes, and then use Ice Storm again. But you have to find a way to deal with this matter. I can't give you this opportunity every time we fight. Yongdo also understood the current situation. When Gu Shi said this, he immediately responded, "Don't worry. Sir, there is a problem with the Blood Loss Curse. It has given me ideas. I will prepare everything." Okay. If you really have no choice, we can sacrifice the skeleton soldiers. But then you will need to separate a small formation to store these skeleton soldiers for sacrifice. Gu Shi didn't expect such a situation at first. It seems that there are still many troubles in Yongdo's demon sacrifice camp. As for the issue of sacrifices like this, if every brave fight does not hurt the enemy at the beginning of the battle, I am afraid that 300 soldiers will be lost every time. Even if his demon sacrifice camp had more manpower, it would not be able to withstand such consumption. This time he could arrange for Yongdo to use Ice Storm. But next time it wouldn't be so convenient. Yongdo must solve this problem himself. Otherwise, Gu Shi would not joke about his precious skeleton mage. After resolving this matter, Gu Shi turned his attention back to the battle ahead. After launching the offensive of the Sea of Undead, the situation finally tilted in Gu Shi's direction. Because of the slowness spell, the enemy's movements became very slow. But it was different for Gu Shi's troops. Their movements were still the same as before. When the enemy turned around, they might have chopped down 4 or 5 times. In order to ensure that the enemy could be killed in a short time, the undead under Gu Shi rushed forward together. At first, they attacked in confusion. But later the undead leaders discovered a different situation. So each undead leader brought his own men to specifically target a Yiksha. After killing one, immediately attack the next one. In this way, they killed the enemies much faster. At the same time, Robbie also took this opportunity to lead the soldiers of the bone-cutting battalion to slash and slash, each blow being a full blow. For Robbie, he has never fought such a rich fight. The enemies didn't even have a chance to defend themselves, let alone fight back. Their movements were as slow as wooden stakes. Normally, they have to wait until the enemy has no ability to fight back and their life is almost at the bottom line before they can use beheading. It's different now. The soldiers from the bone-cutting battalion can kill them with one move. If it is not killed, then replace it with the next one. Anyway, there will always be a successful kill. Because of this attack method, the bone-cutting battalion moves forward significantly faster than other undead leaders. Seeing that Yasha was about to be chopped to pieces, Yongdo behind him became a little anxious. These Yashas are the hope of his troops, so they can't just let them go. So Yongdo quickly took the selected skeleton mages to prepare the ice wind magic. But at this moment, Gu Shi suddenly saw something different happening in the distance. A new Yiksha troop rushed over. The number of this Yiksha troop was about 300. But what surprised Gu Shi was that there was a leader-level figure in this Yiksha troop. The man's skin was blue-green all over, with a lot of tattoos on his body, and he was holding a 2-meter-long thick-back knife in his hand. Like other Yikshas, he is covered with his own tint. It's just that his tint is obviously much thicker, and there are a lot of animal bones on the tint that serve as supports or decorations. Now these animal bones have become part of the tent leather armor. Seen from a distance, he looks like a moving hill. When Gu Shi saw this situation, he thought of the several leaders and chiefs who must be killed as mentioned in the task list. Could it be that the one in front of me is one of them? Thinking of this, Gu Shi said decisively, "Yongdo, use the slowness technique." As soon as Gu Shi finished speaking, a large number of ice picks and snowflakes fell from the sky. The ice storm that Yongdo had prepared long ago fell into the rushing Yiksha group. Looking at the scope of the ice storm, Yongdo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once they're all hit, the next thing will be much easier. At least this time, the sacrifice was considered a success. Yasha, who rushed over, did not expect that he would encounter an ice storm before he rushed to the battlefield. The attack power of this ice pick is not strong for them, but it hinders their progress. The ice cones and storms hit them directly in the face, making it difficult for them to see the surrounding situation. Gushi watched these yakas stumbling forward from a distance, and his heart moved. Necromancer. Use the tendrils of the dead with me. Chapter 637 Painted Skin Yaksha. Gushi, the tendril of the dead, has already been practiced to a level that is not weak. And with the help of 20 necromancers, he can push the tendril of the dead to a relatively far position. Those Yashas were covering their faces with their hands because of the ice storm, and they didn't pay attention to their steps at all. The undead tendrils were already wrapped around their feet before they could react. At this point, everything is already too late. These Yakshas were dragged to the ground on the spot. The Yaksha who was following behind was also tripped and fell to the ground on the spot. After a while, these Yakshas all rolled on the ground due to a chain reaction. How could Gushi miss such a good opportunity? Yongdo. Use the slowness technique. Yongdo couldn't see the battle situation in front from the back, but he could judge the current situation from Gushi's tone. Gushi was already a little anxious when he spoke. Yongdo didn't think much, turned around and began to prepare the ritual of the slowness technique. At this time, those Yakshas who were knocked down had already started to get up from the ground. Gushi didn't want such a good situation to be ruined, so he decisively led the necromancer to use the tendrils of the dead in that direction. Gushi's request was very simple: destroy the opponent's chance to get up. We can't let the enemy get up easily like this. So the tendrils of the dead wrapped around them layer by layer, delaying the time for these Yakshas to get up. After dragging Yasha down again, Yudo finally had time to complete the ritual of the slowness technique. This time the slowness technique fell on these Yakshas, who had just rushed over, because they all fell to the ground. The situation was even more embarrassing than those Yashas who rushed over before. The previous Yashas were at least standing and could swing their weapons. Although they couldn't hit anyone, they died with dignity. But the situation of the Yashas in front of them was different. They all fell to the ground, without weapons or anything in their hands. In their condition, it might be difficult to turn over and see who killed them before being hacked to death. If you want to fight back, it is just a dream. At this time, all the undead troops under Gu Shi took the initiative to attack. Even Kaga and Dai Gu, who had been behind, rushed forward with their men, hoping to take this opportunity to earn some kills and experience. For a moment, all Gu Shi's troops pressed forward. This situation made Gu Shi feel that something was wrong. He thought about it and urgently mobilized a group of troops from Aladovi City. This time the team transferred out by Gu Shi was the ghost team. After entering Huanquan Road, they did not appear again. After all, Bai Wuchang's attire, coupled with the seemingly tens of thousands of people, made them look quite conspicuous. It would be okay if he just met ordinary enemies, but if he met people from the underworld, Gu Shi would have to explain where Bai Wuchang came from, which was not cost-effective. So Gu Shi simply didn't use them, and he didn't even release them when cleaning the battlefield. But this time, the situation was different. Gu Shi felt a little uneasy. After thinking about it for a while, he called the ghost team out of Aladovi City. They were not allowed to take off first, but were allowed to stay between several city gates. At the same time, the newly appeared troops in the city were also called out. The new troops that appeared this time were transformed from the double deaths of the Yashas, who were hacked to death through the talent of Gu Shi. Creatures like Yaksha are not undead, so their transformation process is based on the effect of the Death Edict. If there are undead arms, they will be transformed according to the undead arms. If there are no corresponding undead arms, then they will be transformed in other directions according to the characteristics of the creatures. The size and level of these Yakshas naturally translate into zombies. It's just that they didn't transform into the electric zombies that Gu Shi got last time, but instead transformed into the maze devourers that Gu Shi usually brought with him as a defensive force. This is relatively easy to understand. After all, the Labyrinth Devourer is a serious soldier under Gu Shi, and it is the route for zombies to advance. Unlike electric zombies, there is currently no way to train electric zombies. Under Gu Shi's order, these unorganized Labyrinth Devourers also walked out of Aladovi City, walked to the Soul Evocation Tower, and automatically formed a defense system. Seeing this situation, Gu Shi finally felt relieved. At the same time, Gu Shi looked around. When he didn't find anything wrong, Gu Shi turned to Yongdo behind him and said, "Yongdo, increase the control effect of the slowness technique. Don't just focus on the battlefield. Clean up around us as well." Although Yongdo didn't understand what Gu Shi said, he still did it. Anyway, the ritual of the slowness technique has been completed, and now there is still time to control. As for Gu Shi's side and their current location, They are all within the control range of the slowness technique. It doesn't matter if you have the remaining energy to move the slowness spell over. So Yongdo moved the slowness technique to a nearby location according to Gu Shi's request. Originally, Yudo thought it was just a routine inspection. But after moving through the slowness technique, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Somewhere, a group of zombie-like undead were unnaturally affected by the slowness spell. Yongdo discovered this situation, and Gu Shi naturally noticed it as well. At this time, Gu Shi finally understood why he felt a little uneasy. It turns out that someone actually got into his team. Gu Shi had encountered this method before. At that time, Gu Shi had just entered Aradovi and had not yet occupied Aradovi city. The number of troops under his command is quite limited. He can see clearly if there is one more or one less. So he immediately broke the situation. This time the situation is different. The number of soldiers under Gu Shi's command is increasing. He also had no way of knowing all of his subordinates, which gave people the opportunity to blend in with some enemies who wanted to sneak in. The situation is different now. In the case of cognitive problems, there will be no problems with spells. If the slow spell determines that the other party is an enemy, then they are the enemy. Gu Shi ordered decisively, "Kill!" Under Gu Shi's command, the undead that had just emerged rushed towards the enemies affected by the slowness spell. Because the incident happened suddenly, those guys couldn't react at all, and several of them were chopped to death on the spot. Maze Devourer, summon, kills Painted Yasha, level 7. You get 1 experience point, and the summons gets 223 experience points. Painted Yikshaw? Only then did Gu Shi realize that it was this kind of guy who could sneak into his team. Although he didn't know some of the other party's situation, he could tell from the word painted skin what their abilities were. At the same time, Gu Shi also saw that the combat effectiveness of this kind of sneaking enemy was not very strong. At least they were not like the bone-gnawing Yeshas fighting outside, who had thick skin and thick blood. Set the death ripples and kill them. After clearing the area, attack the guys outside. Chapter 638 Cleaning the Battlefield. Several heroes who were fighting outside were also shocked by what happened behind them, although they did not see with their own eyes what was happening behind them. If they could get Gu Shi to roar out and clear the area, it would mean that the problems behind them were quite big. At this time, they lowered their heads and realized that this was indeed their own problem. They rushed out to attack Yasha, who was trying to break in. But they never considered the safety of the rear. So each of them became timid. Some wanted to fight out, and some wanted to come back. Looking at the actions of his heroes, Gu Shi, who had just released the death ripple, couldn't help but shake his head. A bunch of brainless guys. That's because when you released them, you didn't clearly define their scope of authority. You gave them too much freedom. The more it is at this time, the more you, as the commander, need to control it. It's your fault for sending all your troops out. Princess Anna was pointing from the side. There is no better classroom than live instruction. Gu Shi also knew what Princess Anna meant. Now the situation is still within a controllable range. Just enough for Gu Shi to practice. It doesn't matter where he went wrong. With Princess Anna's on-site command and guidance. Just don't make such mistakes next time. Opportunities like this don't come around often. It's better to suffer a little loss now than to go to a big battlefield and be tricked to death for no apparent reason. Gu Shi reacted decisively, but he did not call back the undead troops who had already reached the front. Instead, they began to mobilize new troops. Mobilize the evil bone locust swarm to patrol between the 3 city gates. At the same time, Gu Shi glanced at the black dragon in the sky and said, "Kill all the Ikshas and give you 10 more minutes. If I can't kill them all, I will release the black dragon." Under Gu Shi's order, more than 100 swarms of evil bone locusts flew out. Unlike the previous evil bone locusts, it was obvious that these evil bone locusts had eaten the great quality champion fighting spirit. Affected, they all became significantly smaller in size, and at the same time, the black bones on the surface of their skin shone with a bright black oil. They looked a bit like some of the fierce and aggressive species of crickets, and even the bones on the top of some of their heads had turned black and purple. As soon as they appeared, they circled around Gu Shi's battlefield, and even pounced on the painted skin Yasha, who had not yet escaped. It can be seen that after devouring the champion's fighting spirit, these evil bone locusts are more aggressive and have a clear sense of the enemy's hostility. After releasing the evil bone locusts, Gu Shi's thoughts began to unfold. At this time, Gu Shi noticed that the arrangement in front of him was not a good thing. Although when the enemy comes, they need to hit the city gate that Gu Shi put down layer by layer. But now that Gu Shi thinks about it, Is this really necessary? Why did he throw the city gate on the battlefield? It is convenient to mobilize the troops still in the city, and use the height of the city gate to carry out long-range strikes. When he was alone in the undead natural disaster circle, Gu Shi wanted to keep the enemy out of his city gate. But now the 3 city gates are arranged in 3 rows. Are they afraid that the enemy cannot break through their own city gates? When did he have this idea? Gu Shi propped up his chin with his hand. It didn't seem like it took long. After all, Gu Shi had never encountered a battle of this intensity before. The last time all 3 gates were released together was when Almika was at the Mystic Academy. Thinking of this, Gu Shi moved his hand. The 3 city gates were quickly moved and arranged into an inverted triangle. Yongdo at the rear had to move forward a little, and place the altar of ritual magic a little behind the soul-calling tower. At the same time, Gu Shi rearranged the troops still in the rear. Not only did it fill up the position at the back to ensure the safety of the rear, it also made it possible for Gu Shi to mobilize troops from the 3 city gates at any time to support all positions on the battlefield. As for the situation on the battlefield ahead, the battle is now over. The Yakshas who fell to the ground when they rushed over were even worse than the first wave. These Yakshas were hacked to death in the process of getting up. The one with cyan skin was also one of the 5 targets to hit whenever they could meet him this time. The Skeleton Lancer, summon, kills the bone-eating Yasha green skin bone bolt, level 10. Boss template. You get 1 experience point. The Black Spear Battalion gets 1 experience point. And the summons that participated in the kill get 296 experience points. After killing him, Gu Shi obtained 500 reputation and a blue suit. In order to prove that he had successfully killed him, Gu Shi simply did not summon his soul, but had his head cut off. As for his corpse, Gu Shi was naturally disposed of by other undead. Anyway, in the end, even his bones were decomposed. Also killed together with the green-skinned bone bolt was a level 10 boss named Qian Yinhua. He was the leader of the painted skin Yaksha who sneaked in. He sneaked in with his men and wanted to assassinate Gu Shi. It was just his bad luck that he was discovered by Gu Shi and was delayed. After a wave of attacks, he was taken away immediately, giving Gu Shi 500 reputation and a blue outfit for free. After killing all the enemies, Gu Shi ordered his men to retreat to a position between the 3 city gates to rest, while he summoned the souls on the spot and personally dealt with the battlefield in front of him. Those necromancers who had been recruited by Gu Shi but were of no use finally had some effect at this time. With their cooperation, Gu Shi's soul summoning was quite successful. Except for the 2 bosses. All other corpses turned into new undead. The quality of these Yakshas was pretty good. When they were suppressed by the slowness technique, they still took a while to fall down. It can be seen that they are the type with thick skin and long blood. This kind of corpse is the most suitable to be transformed into a zombie. Didn't you see that when they experienced the double death effect, all of them appeared as maze devourers? From this, we can see what these Yakshas are best suited to do. So this time during the summoning, all the corpses in front of me were turned into zombies. As for weapons, there were no corresponding weapons for the time being. So Gu Shi simply sent all these zombies to Aladovi City and asked them to change their clothes there. At the same time, Gu Shi also called several heroes over to replenish their troops and review the battle this time. This kind of review method was also taught by Princess Anna. Only by reviewing the battle will you know where you went wrong. And the same problem will not occur next time you encounter the same situation. Chapter 639 Preparations Before the War. As Gu Shi reviewed the situation, various materials from the battlefield were also transported back. Because the zombies did not use Yaksha's various weapons and equipment this time, their weapons and equipment were sent back as soon as possible. Among these things, the tents that Yasha used as leather armor naturally attracted Gu Shi's attention the most. Gu Shi saw with his own eyes that these Yakshas turned these tents into their own leather armor. Not only was it very close to the body, but it also did not affect the Yaksha's movement. When something like this was delivered, Gu Shi came over to take a look out of curiosity. Mobile tent, white a tent that can be spliced with leather armor. It has a certain degree of defense and also shows the wisdom of the Yakshas. After dismantling this tent, part of the skin, wooden frame and other materials can be obtained. The dismantler can also master some architectural knowledge and have a chance to obtain architectural design drawings. Gu Shi blinked, and it was understandable that it could be disassembled and broken down into various materials. However, during the dismantling process, one can learn architectural knowledge, which surprised Gu Shi. Could it be that there is something else different here? After investigating the situation in front of him, Gu Shi simply called several architects from Aladovi City and asked them to come over and dismantle what was in front of him. As for the demon cave right in front of him, Gushi was not in a hurry to take action. The battle just now made Gushi realize that these Yikshaws were not so easy to deal with. Their defense is very strong. Their vitality is also very high. And most importantly, they are not stupid. They will run away if they are seriously injured. Moreover, Gushi had already seen through the two types of Yikshaw in front of him, bone-eating and painted skin. There are quite a few varieties of these Yikshaws, and each cannot be dealt with in the same way. Therefore, if we rush in headfirst now, we will run into all kinds of trouble. If you want to attack the demon cave, you can't just rush in on impulse, but you have to proceed step by step and eliminate the Yikshaws bit by bit. After thinking carefully, Gushi quickly made a decision to move his current battlefield forward a certain distance. It didn't need to be too much. Just about 4 or 5 kilometers forward. That location happened to be less than 100 meters away from where the Yushas had camped just now. This location happened to be more than 1,000 meters away from the demon cave. If he was fierce, he could throw the death ripples onto the wall of the demon cave. Gushi had considered this distance. He knew his situation well. If it were anyone else, the battle plan would definitely be to clear out the enemies outside first, and then attack the city. Of course, it is more likely that when they were clearing the enemies outside, the enemies just ran away and they couldn't hit anything. But no matter what, they will not rush directly to face the wall of the demon cave, because that would put them in a circle. But it was different for Gushi. What Gushi wanted was for the enemy to take the initiative. The distance of more than 1,000 meters was calculated by Gushi. This position happened to be out of reach from the wall of the demon cave, but where Gushi could be seen. In this position, Gushi was like a nail stuck outside the devil's cave. The Yikshaws in the demon cave must be feeling quite uneasy, and they will eventually mobilize their troops to deal with Gushi. There is another clever thing about the location chosen by Gushi. That is, his location is relatively far away from the gate of the demon cave. If the people in the demon cave want to come out to attack Gushi, they must either fly out from the city wall or take a detour. Anyway, it is impossible to directly press the army. As for Gushi, he was not worried about himself. After eliminating the Yikshaws on the periphery, Gushi had plenty of ways to get through. Whether it was directly pushing the city gate against the city wall or throwing it down, Gushi would always have a way to enter the city. After considering everything, Gushi did not lay out a super detailed plan like before. Nor did he just give the hero an order without paying any attention to anything like he did in the battle just now. Gushi has now grasped the degree of command. In the eyes of Princess Anna, Gushi is slowly growing into a qualified general. While thinking about all this, Gushi was not idle, and the gargoyles immediately flew out as a scout unit. They need to explore Yikshaw's methods. At least Gushi needs to be aware of what his enemies have. At the same time, various weapons and equipment need to be prepared. The undead that have just been summoned, as well as the undead troops that appeared in the city of Aridov through Double Death, all need to be equipped, because they were in a hurry. They had not finished changing their clothes. It's different now. The blacksmith shop is working at full capacity, and coupled with the inventory of the barracks arsenal, all the undead can be equipped with the most suitable weapons and equipment. At the same time, architects are also studying how to build temporary city walls around the 3 city gates in the shortest possible time. This kind of thing is impossible to achieve, because no matter which game it is in, the city wall is the key point. If you want to build a city wall, it requires a lot of effort and a lot of time and energy. It's not like a normal game that says I want to build a city wall here, and the city wall can rise from the ground. This requires time, manpower, and materials. Fortunately, at this time, several architects gave good news. Gushi had received the corresponding inspiration from bone-eating Yikshaw's tent before. This material, which can be transformed from leather armor into a tent, and back again from a tent into leather armor, is the best material for building city walls in a short period of time. The Yikshaw's tents are actually modular. Their tents are made in pieces. As long as they are installed according to the originally designed plan, they can immediately become a tent. Gushi doesn't have much thought about turning buildings into clothes now, but they can still do it by taking the built city wall apart into pieces, like a tent, and putting it back together again. In order to ensure that there would be no problems with the city wall, several architects also used their own skills. Some of them considered how to quickly dismantle and install the city wall. Some considered the layout of the city wall, and some considered strengthening the city wall in various aspects, etc. You can tell they really thought of everything, and their construction level has also improved a lot during this operation. Gushi felt that with their presence, he could fully enjoy the effects of the level 9 Death City in advance, and put his own city wall on the battlefield. After getting everything ready, Gushi did not rush to set off, but let his soldiers rest for the night. Early the next morning, Gushi ordered Keijiya to take his troops to set off first, and then he led the army to move forward and entered the location where the Yakshas originally camped. Chapter 640 The War begins. After a night's rest, Keijiya has completely integrated Diegu's troops into his own troops. At the same time, weapons and equipment have also been replaced with new ones. It can be said that except for the fact that he does not have an organization now, he is more like a regular army than the Black Spear Battalion and the Bone Cutting Battalion. As soon as they were dispatched, the two heroes joined forces with each other, and their talents were immediately activated. Not to mention anything else, all the soldiers were wearing 12 layers of bone armor. The defense directly reached a relatively high level. Such a unit is most suitable for attacking to attract the enemy's attention. As they began to move forward, the hero named Mito quickly caught up. Just as Gushi said, this Mito is most suitable to serve as a transport force. Next to him, there were a large number of zombies, including zombies who had just joined the Gushi army and zombies who came out of Aladovi. Their current movement speed is not much different from that of normal troops. As they advanced, their momentum immediately increased. It was not obvious at all that the weapons in the hands of these zombies were not complete. They were not used as combat troops. After they attacked, they were followed by Gushi's main force, the Black Spear Camp, the Bone Slaying Camp, the Demon Sacrifice Camp, and Gushi's main combat forces were all placed outside. As for the city of Aradovi, of course, there are still some troops that have not been released. After all, this was not a clear-cut game, and Gushi couldn't just leave everything out. Right? As expected, the current situation attracted the attention of the Yakshas immediately. They actually paid more or less attention to the previous battles. However, the relationship between Yaksha was not that good, and Gushi obviously did not attack. Instead, he released the city gate, and the defense was quite good. The Yakshas are not stubborn people. They have no interest in attacking Gushi's camp. But it's different now. Now Gushi's troops obviously want to attack the demon cave. This is not okay. So the nearby Yakshas rushed out immediately, trying to sabotage Gushi's troops before they arrived. Seeing the Yakshas starting to take action, Gushi also smiled. He knew that the Yakshas would not let go of such an opportunity. Lewis, Dudley has given you a chance. Don't say I won't give you a chance. Let's go! Under Gushi's order, Lewis and Dudley, who had been hiding in the rear, took action with their respective troops. Before Gushi attacked, he had already considered that when he sent out troops, someone would definitely come to stop him. These Yakshas who came to stop them must have used all their strength to attack, so the positions they had previously occupied would be immediately vacated. The two heroes Lewis and Dudley went to two places. Gushi's requirements are not high, and they don't need to kill a large number of Yakshas. As long as it can cause chaos and block the subsequent Yaksha troops from passing by, it will be fine. If you can grab a handful and run away, or find something good, that would be better. If they couldn't do it, Gushi wouldn't blame them. As long as they can come back alive, it will be a good thing for Gushi. Lewis and Dudley both understood that this was the best opportunity to prove themselves. After staying in Aladovi City for less than a day, Dudley heard about Demi. He doesn't want to keep serving as the reinforcement tool of the skeleton soldiers in the city. He also has ambitions. He must seize this opportunity. So as soon as Gushi said they could set off, the two men quickly set off with their respective troops. Lewis took away more than 500 ghost soldiers, and Darrow took away 1,000 skeleton soldiers. This can be regarded as a temporary force squeezed out by Gushi. As for whether they can succeed, it depends on their own efforts. What Yasha didn't know was that when Lewis and Dudley launched an attack, Yasha's troops coming from both sides immediately faced Kaga and Diegu in front. This time, the Yaksha troops are still mainly composed of bone-eating Yakshas. But at the same time, a group of Yaksha troops that look obviously different have mixed in. This is the third type of Yaksha that appears nearby. If you don't look at the dogs or cats following them, their appearance is actually not much different from the bone-eating Yaksha. But the fact that they have pets proves that their attack methods are different from other Yakshas. The most important thing is that they are not just one Yaksha with one pet. There are at least 7 or 8 pets of different sizes around them. It is obvious that these pets are just tools and consumables for the Yaksha. After they rushed out, Keijiya and Diegu glanced at each other. The relationship between them didn't require any words. They knew what to do. Under their command, their troops quickly divided into two groups, one on the left and the other on the right. Mito behind him sped up and rushed to the designated location with the zombies. When they arrived at this position, Kaga and Yegu just started fighting with the Ikshas. Just as Gushi had guessed before, the battle between Kajia and Yegu's troops against the bone-eating Yasha would eventually turn into a battle for vitality between the two sides. On the other hand, those Yashas with pets provided quite powerful attack power, and would immediately unleash their dogs to bite people. As a result, they encountered a halo of thorns, and all the attacks from the dogs bounced back and fell on the dogs and Yakshas. For a time, the situation of the Yashas became even worse, and the battlefield became extremely chaotic. Taking advantage of the chaos in front of him, Mito ordered the zombies to put down the things in their hands, and quickly clean up the place in front of them. They pushed the large rocks around and threw all the useless bones and other things aside. Then, they started digging in place. All this was calculated by the architects. The purpose is to lay a better foundation for the city wall behind. After all, Gushi's city gate was deployed, and this part did not require the help of a foundation. It could be directly deployed on the battlefield. But the city walls are not enough, as the level of Gushi's Death City has not reached a high enough level. There is no way to put in the city wall and the arrow towers and moats that match the city wall. Now he could only use this method in order to prevent the city wall from being broken open by a sudden attack. The foundation and other things must be destroyed. Fortunately, Gushi has a pretty good architect on hand, and they have just received some inspiration from Yaksha. Otherwise, Gushi and his team would have to wait until the city gate is lowered before they can build the city wall, and it will take a relatively long time to build. While Mito was laying the foundation there, the main force led by Gushi had already rushed to the battlefield. Gushi immediately lowered the 3 city gates, and at the same time arranged for Yongdo to get into position, while he led his troops towards the Yaksha troops. Chapter 641, Attacking the city turns into defending the city. As the 3 city gates were lowered, an inverted triangular open space was cut out. A large number of ordinary undead rushed out of the city gate, took the prepared materials, and plunged directly into the foundation. What happened before when zombies came to take care of the foundation finally showed the corresponding effect at this time. For the holes they had dug earlier, the undead that came out later only needed to push the materials down, and the rest of the filling and other matters would be handled by the undead behind. They look like they have been trained hundreds of times. In fact, everyone knows that this is not the case. It's because the undead are too obedient. If you break down what each undead has to do into every detail, they will become like this. It only took the undead before them 3 minutes to lay the foundation of the city wall. A large amount of wood and bone serve as supports. The animal skins and tents obtained from the bone-eating Yasha have now become the most suitable materials and are being used to support the supports. At this time, the Ikshas also noticed this situation. They all wanted to step forward to stop this from happening. But Kajia's troops were like a dam, standing in front of the Yashas. This gave Gushi and his team more time to calmly arrange the city walls here. After about 15 minutes, a city wall about 15 meters high was finally built around the 3 city gates. With the 3 city gates and the city wall, Gushi directly surrounded an open space about 150 meters in diameter. This is the size calculated by Gushi. When Gushi put down the city wall and retreated to the rear, he also discovered that because he was far away from the battlefield, Gushi's spells could not affect the battlefield. Therefore, the position where Gushi stood must be closer to the battlefield. At least it can't be like before, where the death ripples can't hit the enemy for a long time. When the city wall was being built, Yongdo, who had led the team in ahead of time, had already set up the corresponding altar. There was no need for Gushi's orders. His first wave of spells was ready. This time he didn't start slow, because Yongdo also understands that the trouble of sacrificing 300 soldiers in each battle is like a knife on his head. In order not to sacrifice his own people, he must first choose the sacrifices this time when the war begins. So after setting up the altar, Ice Storm ceremony began quickly. In order to avoid being accused of taking advantage, Yongdo specially directed the Ice Storm towards another type of Yasha this time. Yaksha may be taken away by a wave of Ice Storm, but the pets brought by Yaksha are different. The lives of those cats and dogs can also be counted as sacrifices. When the Ice Storm fell, they were hit immediately, and some weaker cats and dogs were killed on the spot. Gushi sees such an opportunity immediately. Drag him in and prepare to kill him. As soon as Kaga and Yegu heard Gushi's order, they immediately gave up some space and led the Yaksha troops to the rear, where they were dealt with by the troops led by Gushi. Kaga was also very clear that his biggest problem was that he had no offensive power. Now that he has defensive counterattacks and thick life, if he can find another hero who follows the same route as him, he will definitely let this hero take the route of increased attack. It's a pity that Gushi only masters double death, not triple death. There is no way to create another hero of the same type and with the same talent. So Kaguya just thinks too much. Now all he can do is attract the enemy to hit him and compete with the enemy for life. Instead, behind them, Gushi's troops, especially those from the Black Spear Battalion, used Kaga's troops to block the enemy's footsteps and use the gaps to attack. Just relying on this method, many Yushas were killed. Now Gushi gave an order and released the Yushas. Then the troops of the Black Spear Battalion quickly shrank together and gave up the fighting position. Instead, the two-handed swordsmen of the Bone-Cutting Battalion stepped forward and fought the Yushas head-on. Stand up. The other undead troops under Gushi also took this opportunity to attack. 3 or 5 of them sneak attacked the enemy, using the undead's greatest advantage to deal with the Ikshas. The Yushas wanted to fight back, but if they hit the undead in front, the undead around them would immediately attack. No matter how many methods they had, they would not have any advantage against the undead surrounding them. Not to mention that the skeleton soldiers under Gushi are not the kind of existence that can be called skeleton soldiers just at level 3. After following Gushi through many battles, those who survived were all at around level 6. It can be said that the current situation of the troops in Gushi's hands has far exceeded the situation of the elite undead that he completed the first task of the guild. Transporting. No matter how hard these Ikshas try, they can only face 1 or 2 undead at a time. Then he will be hacked to death by 7 or 8 nearby undead. There were even some undead leaders who maintained a stable mentality and led 40 or 50 undead soldiers to besiege 1 or 2 Ikshas. He just didn't give the opponent a chance to counterattack him. So he started micromanaging. Under such an operation, the Ikshas who were led in were quickly hacked to death. And then some more Ikshas were led in, forming a natural and virtuous cycle. After losing some of their companions, the Yushas also turned around, and all of them had the intention of quitting. Some Ikshas even turned around and prepared to run away. At this time, after releasing the ice storm, Yuendu finally made up for the sacrifice and started a new magic ritual. Slowness. The altar and offerings for this ritual magic were set up as soon as they entered the clearing. In this way, they save a lot of time. As long as there are enough skeleton mages, magic rituals can be performed. Under the influence of magical rituals, the spell of slowness fell on all Ikshas. At this moment, the end of the Ikshas has come. Their greatest advantage was nothing in the face of more than 10 times more undead. The slowness technique also has a profound impact on the Ikshas. Their movements are visibly slow. Normal people can dodge the Ikshas' attacks as long as they are careful. In this way, what advantage does Yasha have? Isn't this just a target for being hit? With such a fixed target, how could Gushi's undead miss it? So Yaksha, who came to stop Gushi from approaching, was killed like this. At this moment, Princess Anna, who had been following Gushi, reminded him, "Steady. Don't mess up." Chapter 642 Air Force Grey Yaksha. As soon as Princess Anna reminded her, Gushi immediately realized that now was not the time to let down his guard. For now, he only has the upper hand. But the main force of Yaksha nearby has not yet appeared. Back in, the skeleton shooters quickly get into position, ready to deal with a bigger battle. Under Gushi's order, the troops that had stopped advancing because of the battle with Yasha once again headed towards the originally planned battlefield. As for the remaining Yakshas here, they will naturally be dealt with by the remaining undead troops. There is no need for Gushi to keep all his troops here and wait for the outcome of the battle. Gushi and his men quickly entered the newly enclosed open space. As soon as he arrived here, Gushi immediately lowered the soul summoning tower. With the soul summoning tower on the battlefield, Gushi can replenish his troops immediately. Even if it is just a little addition, it will be good for the subsequent battle situation. When Gushi lowered the soul calling tower, a group of flying Yakshas suddenly appeared in the sky. This is the 4th type of soldier that appears in Yaksha. It is obvious that the level and status of this kind of flying troops is higher than that of the Yaksha outside the demon cave. Not to mention other things. As far as the armor on their bodies is concerned, they are not like the previous 2 Yakshas, who put all the tents on themselves. Instead, he used a windbreaker made of feathers to act as his own armor. The weapon in his hand turned out to be a short scimitar. It is obvious that they are a type of troops that move at extremely high speeds and rely on short-range impact to kill. In this situation, Gushi suddenly had an idea in his mind. I'm afraid the vitality of this unit is not high. Thinking of this, Gushi immediately raised the cold wind staff in his hand. Death Witch summons. 3 times in a row, Gushi summoned 30 necromancers. As soon as these necromancers appeared, Gushi asked them to gather around the summoning tower. Follow me, and use the bone canopy to provide the final line of defense for the city wall. Under Gushi's order, all the necromancers and Gushi released the spell of bone canopy. The first wave of bone's canopy naturally blocked the sky, blocking the biggest problem in this area. It also blocked the flying Yaksha troops that had not yet flown here. Then all the necromancers set up a canopy of bones against the newly built city wall. When they were setting up the bone canopy, Gushi also gave them a new task, which was to let them stare at the bone canopy and quickly make up for any defects. Other times, they don't need to take action. As the sky of bones fell, the speed of the Yakshas flying in the sky slowed down. These Yakshas are not fools. Of course they could see that the sudden rise of the sky of bones was to deal with flying troops like them. It seemed that Gushi had directly maxed out the defense of his city wall. Originally, they wanted to fly into the city and sneak attack the Yongdo troops in the city. But now it seems they can only think of other ways. But at this moment, the scarecrow on the gate of the garrison city took action. They have the ability to cast nets, and are also considered a long-range force, with a certain amount of experience and knowledge in air defense. When Gushi was arranging the location of the city gate, he was afraid that Yaksha would have some flying troops. So he positioned the garrison gate in the direction of the city wall of the demon cave. These scarecrows can see the flying troops flying in for the first time. In the past, these Yakshas flew faster, and the scarecrow did not lock the opponent's position. But as the Gushi bone sky rose, and they paused in the sky, they seized the opportunity, and threw the net directly. Then a group of crows flew up and pounced on the flying troops in the sky. This is also the part where Scarecrow is better than other shooters. Other shooter units cannot hit them when they reach a certain height or distance. Scarecrows are different. The crows they release can hit them at any distance, and the attack is continuous. After these crows flew out, they immediately fought with the flying Yakshas. And these Yakshas were unlucky. They were caught in the net, and some of their wings were entangled, making them unable to fly. In such a situation, it is naturally impossible to fight the crow. Under such circumstances, they were actually knocked to the ground by crows, and then dragged away by the undead tree pit, becoming part of the undead tree pit. Of course, there are also some Yakshas who are not attacked by the throwing net. When faced with the crow's attack, they can use their more flexible speed to dodge the crow's attack, and then swing the knife to cut the rushing crow into 2 pieces. It can be said that this wave of air combat allowed Gushi to witness the strength of these flying Yakshas. Their vitality may not be strong, but their movement speed and attack speed are relatively high. If you can slow them down, these flying troops will not be difficult to deal with. Gushi thought for a moment and turned to look at the battlefield behind him. Because the flying troops were blocked by Gushi, the battle at the rear was not affected and was almost over now. Seeing that the rear was safe, Gushi finally felt relieved. After that, he used the Dead Witch summoning 3 times and summoned 30 necromancers. Then Gushi ordered these necromancers, "Follow me," and use Death Wave. When the necromancers heard Gushi's order, they immediately gathered together and gathered around the soul-calling tower. They followed Gushi's movements, centered on the soul-calling tower, and used these necromancers as a springboard to release the ripples of death. Got out. This wave of death ripples expanded to at least 300 meters away. The Yakshas in the sky were naturally affected. This time Gushi finally saw what he wanted to see. These flying Yakshas have weak vitality, and can be restrained by the death ripples. Gushi's own intelligence level is very high, and with the help of so many necromancers, the power of the death ripple has increased a bit. In one wave, at least half of the Yakshas were killed and fell to the ground. At the same time, Gushi also knew the names of these Yakshas. You killed Grey Yaksha, level 8, and you gained 191 experience points. As these Grey Yakshas fell, the scarecrows standing on the city gate began to release new crows. They were very good at seizing the opportunity to attack the Grey Yakshas that had not been killed yet, in order to gain enough experience for them to upgrade. As each Grey Yaksha was killed, Gushi found that the body of a scarecrow standing on the gate of the city had changed. A large amount of blood dripped down the straw on his body, and finally formed a blood armor. Chapter 643. Open the underground door. One of your straw hunters gained some insights during the battle, broke through his own potential limit, and was promoted to a new soldier. The Bloody Scarecrow. Blood Scarecrow, level 7. Summon troops experience, 0 out of 750. Attack 9. Defense 7. Life 26. Skills. Summon crows to attack. The number of crows reaches 15. Rooting. Root Entanglement. Blood Skin. Attack when killing an enemy. The enemy's blood can turn into blood armor to bless oneself and weapons. Looking at the information that popped up in front of him, Gushi understood it immediately. This is the Straw Hunter who has opened a new path for his companions. The path after level 7 of Straw Hunter. Although their offense and defense have not been improved much, the extra layer of blood skin is what makes the Scarecrow different. Gushi could notice that in addition to the armor made of blood on the Scarecrow, the crows standing on the Scarecrow were also covered with a layer of this kind of thing. At the same time, some of the weapons placed at the Scarecrow's feet also had blood stains. It is obvious that this layer of blood skin is an all-round improvement to the Scarecrow. And Gushi guessed that the more Scarecrows killed, the stronger the effect of the blood skin would be. In the future, we can use some of the negative energy in the rotten farmland to train a more powerful bloody Scarecrow. After taking a look at the situation on the Scarecrow's side, Gushi couldn't help but sigh. These Scarecrows were so lucky to have encountered such an opportunity at this time. After understanding what was going on, Gushi didn't look any further. At this time, he was preparing to send another wave of death waves to kill all Grey Yikshaw who were still alive. At this moment, a scream came from the sky. Gushi looked up and saw a group of larger Grey Yikshaws appearing in the sky. At the same time, some Yasha troops also began to appear on the city wall near the demon cave. These Yashas were long-range troops, and they obviously wanted to deal with the camp Gushi had set up here. But they never expected that when Gushi chose the address, he had already calculated everything. Unless he used a super powerful catapult, he would not be able to reach it. As for the larger Grey Yikshaw in the sky, Gushi was not afraid either. They arrived just in time to be hit by a wave of death ripples. Gushi raised his head and raised the cold wind staff, pointing it heavily towards the ground. The death wave is activated. A ripple visible to the naked eye spread outward, and Grey Yikshaw in the sky was hit immediately. However, Gushi's attention was not focused there. He noticed that there were some strange sounds coming from underground. Damn it. These Yashas are really capable of everything. Not to mention those that fly in the sky. There are also those that burrow underground. Upon discovering this situation, Gushi was somewhat speechless. Gushi really hadn't thought about how to deal with the enemies underground. It seems that the enemies will not follow your steps. They have their own ideas. No matter how comprehensive you think before the battle, there will always be problems of one kind or another during the battle. When he felt something was wrong underground, Gushi immediately looked in his pocket to see if there were any troops that could fight underground. When it was confirmed that there were no underground troops, Gushi's thoughts turned to how to make the ground extremely hard so that the enemy could not get out. However, Gushi helplessly discovered that during this period of time, no matter whether it was the library or the witch hut, there was no suitable harvest. The underground is still an area that Gushi is unfamiliar with and unable to deal with. This moment made Gushi speechless. He originally thought about killing Grey Yikshaw and attracting another wave of enemies. But now it seemed that the situation was not good. Necromancer. Target underground. Follow me, and use the tendrils of the dead. Under Gushi's order, the necromancers who had just completed the death ripple began to throw tendrils of the dead into the ground again. This spell can trap some enemies underground, but the effect is not very good. But Gushi had other ways. He himself quite simply arranged a large number of flame traps in the open space in front of him. It doesn't matter if the enemy doesn't come out from the ground. As long as they come out from the ground, they will be blown up by the flame trap. After arranging these, Gushi was not too proud. He understood that the enemy would choose to attack from underground, and they must have come to deal with the city walls or even the city gates. Some of the arrangements he had made inside were just better than nothing. After hesitating for a moment, Gushi turned his head and ordered below, send the order, let the bone-gnawing sludge come out, and let the bone-gnawing swamp come out together. Then Gushi turned to the troops in the rear who had finished the battle and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Get to your positions." Under Gushi's order, his heroes quickly led their troops to the surroundings of the camp. Because the space inside the camp is actually not that big, Gushi also needs to protect the archers, healers, and the ranged or magic troops such as the brave fighting demon camp. There are actually not many places where Gushi's other troops can stay. Gushi knew this from the beginning. Therefore, he did not plan to put all his men into the camp from the beginning. but planned to have his heroes stationed outside the camp. As for hero recruitment and safety issues, there is no need to worry at all. All 3 city gates are open, and Gushi's heroes can replenish their troops from Aladovi City through the gates at any time. The reason why Gushi yelled at them was because these guys had been outside for too long. It was really well planned at the beginning, but once the fight started, problems of one kind or another would always arise. After hearing Gushi's order, several heroes quickly led their troops towards the newly built camp. At this time, there was a shaking sound from the ground, and 3 huge worms emerged from the ground and bit directly at Gushi's 3 city gates. Gushi raised his hand, and the 3 city gates disappeared on the spot, then reappeared. Just in time, the 3 worms were crushed into the ground. But these 3 worms are not like the previous Jing Dragon King. They have the ability to burrow into the ground. They just twisted their bodies and burrowed into the ground. However, they had already appeared at this time, and Gushi would not let them go. Under Gushi's order, the bone-eating silt jumped out of the worm's drilled ground and landed on the worm's body. Through his own methods, he kept devouring the body of the worm. Worm did not expect that Gushi would have such a wave of men. They dragged the bone-gnawing sludge into the ground, and as a result, more and more bone-gnawing sludge jumped on them. After a while, half of the originally huge worm was swallowed. But this also caused trouble, and the ground drilled by the worms collapsed. Chapter 644 Champion Troop. Bone Armor Centipede. Damn it. Plans don't change fast enough. Looking at the city gate that was half sunk into the ground, Gushi was speechless. He never imagined that the underground would look like this after losing the worms. It seems that this worm not only has the ability to burrow into the ground, but also has the ability to restore the ground to its original state. The worm is now beaten like this, and has no intention of filling in the ground again. The collapse of the small piece of ground in front of him is considered good luck. If they are unlucky, the entire camp here will collapse. However, Gushi was relatively ruthless. Faced with the situation in front of him, Gushi calmed down. Mito, come here, Gushi ordered decisively. Mito, who was riding on a flying mount, had no idea why Gushi was looking for him at this time, but he still came to Gushi immediately. At this time, Gushi was adjusting the position of the fallen city gate, hoping to find a good place to lower the city gate again. But at this time, the worm was fighting the bone-gnawing sludge, and the area was in chaos. The scope of ground collapse is getting larger and larger. Moreover, the bone-gnawing sludge did not know the direction of control without anyone directing it, and actually led the worm towards Gushi. Gushi did not want to open a huge deep pit under his camp. When Mito came over, Gushi did not let Mito guess the situation, but directly ordered, "You come and command the bone-eating mud to lure those worms out and fight them." After giving this order, Gushi was silent for a moment, and finally added a few more orders. "You also take away the white bone locust and the evil bone locust. After killing the worms, follow the tunnel created by the worms and attack downwards. I'm not sure if there are other worms underground, but I want you to promise that no more worms will come from here. Come out of the ground and destroy my plan." Gushi has no choice now. He does not have the manpower suitable for underground fighting, so he can only use some tool heroes to fight. Mito didn't care that he was being used as a tool by Gushi. In Mito's eyes, this is an opportunity. As a tool, the biggest fear is not to be used, but to be forgotten. Yes. After Mito understood his mission, he jumped off his mount, took the initiative to walk into the bone-gnawing silt, and took over the command of the bone-gnawing silt. At the same time, white bone locusts and evil bone locusts also flew out of the city gate and joined Mito's team. The undead troops that originally belonged to Mito quickly withdrew from Mito's command and took the initiative to integrate into the nearby defense lines. However, Gushi still felt uneasy at this time. It was not yet clear how many enemies there were underground. The troops in front of him were probably not enough. Gushi thought about it for a moment and immediately reacted. Maybe he also had one of the troops fighting underground. I killed the centipede before, and the double death has been transformed into the city of Aradovi. Move it out immediately. Only then did Gushi remember what he had gained before. Under Gushi's instigation, a huge weird centipede appeared in front of Gushi. This centipede is not as long as the original centipede, but it is still nearly 35 meters long. It is different from the previous centipede that was covered with a lot of incense ash. The condition of the centipede in front of you is somewhat similar to the white bone locust, which is covered with bone fragments. Spell bone armor. After appearing, this huge centipede moved back and forth in front of Gushi, and its speed had clearly reached a certain level. Bone armor centipede, level 14. Champion unit. Summon experience, 0/5500. Attack 25. Defense 23. HP 220. Skills, Toxic Bite. Speed Charge. Group Attack. Unlimited Counterattack. When the centipede came out, Gushi took a look at the centipede's attributes. Gushi didn't expect that he almost missed such a championship team. Unfortunately, this bone-armored centipede is a transformed individual and cannot be trained by Gushi. Otherwise, with the situation of the bone-armored centipede in front of him, Gushi would definitely have to train a batch more to serve as underground fighting troops. Okay, you can also join Mito's team. The target is those worms. As soon as Gushi finished speaking, the bone-armored centipede rushed forward. It did not go to Mito, but turned its head and pounced on a worm. Although the size difference between the bone centipede and the worm is somewhat different, the bone centipede bites the worm's head with one bite, injecting the poison on the spot. Only then did Gushi understand what a poisonous bite was. This is the effect that no matter how thick your skin is, these teeth can bite everything open. When bitten open, the poison is like a high-pressure needle, directly injected into the enemy's body, in order to prevent the enemy from being poisoned and not dying. The skeleton centipede will even push it a little to make the poison flow faster. For an enemy as big as a worm, the bone centipede also knew that it couldn't be dealt with in one place. So it kept moving around to inject more poison into the worm's body. After a while, the body of the worm that was targeted by the bone-armored centipede turned green, and the body fluid flowing out from the bite wound turned dark green. It was obvious that it was no longer good. The nearby bone-eating sludge also retreated to the side, unwilling to come over and compete with the bone-armored centipede for this trophy. Only the white bone locust and the evil bone locust were still hovering nearby. They were the kind of beings that would eat everything. Not to mention it's poisonous. Even if it's poison itself, they can still eat it. At this time, Mito reacted immediately. What are you waiting for? Keep chasing me. Seeing the troops in front of him stop again, Mito was also a little anxious. If you can kill a worm now, you can definitely kill it again. The passage below has not been closed yet. If you kill it now, you can get more benefits. At Mito's order, part of the bone-gnawing sludge went underground along the large pit. The bone-armored centipede attacked other worms there. As for the worm that was poisoned before, it is still writhing on the ground. It looks like there is no need to deal with it anymore. This thing is just waiting to die here. The attack speed of the skeleton centipede was very fast. In just about a minute, all three worms that jumped out of the ground were dealt with by it. Then it also wanted to go underground. At this moment, a voice came from Gushi's ear. The bone armor centipede, summon, kills the scavenging worm, level 11. You get 1 experience point. The hero Mito gets 1 experience point. And the summons participating in the attack get 33 experience points. It's dead. Quickly, bring out the undead creatures that were transformed after the worm died. Chapter 645. Draw out all the Ikshas in the city to fight. This time, Gushi did not forget about the undead souls transformed by the worms after their death. Soon a smaller worm crawled out of the city gate. The undead worm in front of me moved significantly slower. At this time, Gushi could see that the skin of his worm was rotten to the point where the flesh and internal organs were even exposed. The only thing that hasn't changed is the mouth. When the mouth is opened, it is like an earth drill that can quickly dig out a huge passage underground. Able to speak, when this worm appeared, Gushi finally had an underground fighting force. Zombie worm, level 11. Summoned object experience, 0/3500. Attack 11. Defense 20. Life 120. Skills, burrowing, breaking forbidden, crushing. You also follow Mito. But the most important thing for you now is to fill this place up for me first. After taking a look at the attributes of the zombie worm, Gushi pointed at Mito. Now Mito has changed from a transportation tool to a tool for underground fighting. Mito had no complaints about this. In his opinion, every tool man is a tool man. Being able to fight underground was unique. So Mito immediately mobilized his manpower to kill the remaining 2 scavenging worms first. Then 2 new zombie worms came to Gushi. And while they were digging down, they quickly filled the ground with soil. After a while, the big hole opened by the worm battle was filled in. At least the city gate part did not collapse anymore and returned to its original appearance. On the contrary, inside the camp, a deep pit with a diameter of about 15 meters was dug. Standing on the edge of the pit, you can see the situation below. As the deep pit was dug, Mito jumped in directly with the troops given by Gushi. Only some of the evil bone locusts were left on the ground. and one corpse worm was also left behind, in case the battle below went wrong, and they had no way to get up. Gushi was quite speechless about this kind of straight up and down passage. But thinking about the way Mito moved before, Gushi can understand it. After all, he used to control the flying troops. Straight up and down like this is his normal way of moving. The enemies underground have been dealt with, and their own troops have retreated to their corresponding positions. Although the situation was different from what he had imagined before. Overall, everything in front of him was still under Gushi's control. At least several goals of the interest care plan have been achieved. He now has a firm foothold in front of the demon cave. What Gushi has to do now is to replenish some things. Then lure the Yushas over and kill them one by one. This was Gushi's plan. To turn the siege into a defensive battle to defend the city. Gushi knew very well the difference between attacking a city and defending it. Perhaps in the eyes of others, attacking a city means taking the initiative, while defending a city means being passive and being attacked. But in Gushi's eyes, it was just the opposite. The siege is actually passive in terms of time. The weather is not here directly, and the location is not as advantageous as the defensive city. Finally, in terms of people, the morale of the defending troops will be significantly higher. Although the undead do not need morale, the influence is still there. On the contrary, if Gushi could turn the siege into a defense, the situation would be under Gushi's control. Now Gushi has prepared the city to be defended and is waiting for the attack of the Ikshas. But Gushi can think so. The Yushas are not mindless undead. Of course they understand the problem here. These Ikshas will run away on their own when surrounded by a large army, and will choose to sneak attack when there are few people. This shows that there must be a smarter Yaksha behind them. Gushi set up camp here, built city walls, deployed manpower and so on. The Yakshas could tell at a glance what Gushi wanted to do. After Grey Yasha and the scavenging worms failed to attack, they immediately retreated and gave up their plan to attack Gushi. In their opinion, Gushi made such arrangements because he definitely wanted to attack the city himself. Yakshas are not stupid. They would not do such a thing. These Yakshas pretended not to care about Gushi's actions. It won't even affect Yaksha's life. After all, Gushi's camp was stationed outside the city wall, a certain distance from the front and back gates of the demon cave. Calculating it this way, Gushi is actually not fighting by blocking the door. Is it possible that with Gushi's small amount of troops, he could go to the front and back doors to provoke? At most, Gushi would release some flying troops to provoke in the sky. At worst, they can release the Grey Knight Demon to fight back. This is not scary at all for the Yakshas. Some Yaksha even thought that Gushi was stupid. Such a good opportunity. But this is the result? Did he really think that they, Yasha, were going to beat him when he appeared outside the wall of the demon cave? Think too much. All the Yakshas had disdain on their faces. However, they did not notice that Gushi was asking the troops to clean the battlefield, rest, prepare weapons and equipment, and replenish their vitality. Summon souls to replenish troops and call out the undead that had just been transformed into the city of Aridov, and prepare for the decisive battle that is about to begin. At the same time, Yongdo has also led his skeleton mages to arrange the altar there, adjust the steps and details of the magic ritual, and prepare new ritual magic. That way, it seemed like it was certain that Yasha would cause trouble on his own. The Yakshas standing on the city wall watched Gushi's every move, with disdain flashing in their eyes. Let's go. That's just a boring lunatic. Nothing interesting to see. You said his men seem to be digging downwards. Will the underground palace be dug through by him? So what if it's dug through? Is he someone he can afford to offend in the underground palace? That's right. No. Why do I always want to give myself a knife? Me too. Something doesn't seem right. Not only the Yakshas on the nearby city walls, but in fact all living beings within a radius of 15 miles were affected in this way, and had thoughts of committing suicide. They even took action directly, either stabbing themselves, or directly hitting a nearby pillar, or something else. This feeling will only end after they take action. But everyone could feel that the feeling that made them want to commit suicide just now came from Gushi's direction. Although these Yashas had brains, after receiving such stimulation, their eyes turned red, and they rushed towards Gushi's camp. Some of the Yashas even jumped off the city wall and rushed towards Gushi's camp. Seeing this situation, Gushi smiled and put away his right hand. The fox eye ring on his index finger was slowly dimming. This attack just now was Gushi's soul killing. Now that the enemy is coming, Gushi will naturally prepare to fight. Death Ripple. Fight bravely. Use the slowness technique. Chapter 646 The whole army attacks. 100, 200, 1,000, 2,000, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. Gushi nodded excitedly at the number of people rushing out of Yasha from all directions. Finally, nearly 50,000 yakshas of all kinds rushed out from all directions from the sky and underground of the demon cave and from behind the city walls. Because they rushed out in a hurry. Many yakshas did not have equipment in their hands. Just like some of the bone-eating yakshas. They did not wear armor made of tints. And some even did not carry weapons. Among these yakshas, there were many soldiers that Gushi had never seen before. It looked like someone was riding a wild boar and rushing out together with a wild boar. He was over 4 meters tall and ran like a hurdler. There were a lot of flies and mosquitoes flying around him. Oh! In the end, normal people might not be able to tell because the large number of flies and mosquitoes that originally surrounded them all died. But there is such a kind of military force. And there are quite a few of it. Finally, there is a Yasha who is nearly 6 meters tall, with muscles all over his body, arms hanging down to the ground, and thick fingers. And he looks a bit like a behemoth. The number of this kind of yaksha is very small. But among the yaksha group, it is quite conspicuous, facing so many yakshas rushing out. Gushi's first reaction was not that his advantage in the sea of skeletons was gone. But he said something. All the undead transformed by this talent will be released into New Aladovi City. Gushi was full of confidence in this battle. Gushi said decisively, when Yasha was less than 300 meters away from his camp, and could rush to the undead army outside the city in just a few steps. Lift off. Under Gushi's order, the ghost team quickly took off and began to spread out directly over Gushi's camp. The yakshas that rushed over were stunned as they watched the number of Bai Wuchang in the sky quickly increase from a few hundred to 50 or 60,000. They didn't even bother to seek revenge from Gushi. One by one, they all turned around immediately. This is Bai Wuchang, who has 50 or 60,000 names. Even if it's one-on-one, Bai Wuchang still has something left. This is not a fool who came here to make a joke. This is clearly a regular army that deceived them and killed them all. The yakshas immediately thought of escaping. But it was already too late. The moment they turned around, Yongdo seized the opportunity and cast the slowing spell immediately. This time Yongdo was well prepared, and he could be said to have played a ruthless game. Except for 100 who used ice arrows and stayed alone to prepare for the magic ritual of the ice storm. All the other skeleton mages participated in the magic ritual of slowness. Gushi had warned Yongdo from the beginning that there would be more yashas this time. If he has difficulty with his magic ritual, it's best to prepare in advance. So they had prepared the ritual a long time ago. And most of the skeleton mages were gathered here. Even every skeleton wizard prepared magic potions in order to succeed in one fell swoop. And this time Yongdo can be regarded as a great achievement. As soon as the yashas turned around, their movements seemed to be frozen. A large-scale slowdown spell fell on them. Because there were a lot of yakshas. The sluggishness this time was not like the previous times that could hold them in place. Judging from the speed in front of them, it was about 24 times slower. But this was enough for Gushi's men. All the heroes under Gushi are waiting for this opportunity. They rushed out immediately and rushed into Yasha's team. Then, there are the ordinary undead led by the undead leaders. And finally the various undead that have not yet been organized. It can be said that this time Gushi just lost his face in order to let his subordinates take advantage. All the troops in the main city of Aladovi City, as long as they had passed level 4, were dragged out. Just now, they were all waiting at the Aladovi City gate. Now that the enemy was hit by the slow spell, they rushed out immediately in order to get a chop. Of course, the ghost team in the sky was not idle either. They also rushed forward immediately. If someone kills you, it may be a siege record. When the final kill is settled, you will get some experience. But the ghost team is different. What they want is not the record, but the last one. As long as the last one was struck by them, there would be one more ghost in their ghost team. In the eyes of outsiders, the new member of the ghost team is Bai Wuchang. Among the heroes, the fastest one was not the Black Spear Battalion who attacked like a tidal wave, but Amilcar. Amilcar also had ideas for this battle. The large amount of corpses and blood essence that Gushi obtained from the mysterious academy last time were placed in the Scarlet Temple to transform the Scarlet Knight. This has been a long time coming. And now is a critical period for transformation. As long as the transformation is completed, he can get a Scarlet Knight army of more than 200 people. He had been keeping an eye on this matter. No matter how loud the noise was outside, he had no intention of coming out. But he didn't know who told him that he was just out to get a bargain now. So he thought of it, and brought out the half-finished Scarlet Knight, hoping to participate in this battle. The reason why it is a semi-finished product is not because the armor and weapons of the Scarlet Knight are not ready, but the circulation of blood flow in their bodies is not ready yet. The body has not yet been strengthened, and it can only be used once. After use, it must be transported back immediately for adjustment. But for Amilcar, this is quite worthwhile, because when he was making this batch of Scarlet Knights, he discovered that if during the production process, the Scarlet Knights could participate in some battles and gain some experience in advance, it would be possible to shorten the time for the Scarlet Knights to take shape. In order to get this batch of Scarlet Knights earlier, Amilcar would not let go of such an opportunity. Of course, Amilcar did not explain this to Gushi. He just strongly requested that he also participate in the battle. Gushi did not want to refuse this matter. So Amilcar led his troops, and nearly 200 Scarlet Knights, who had not yet put on armor to guard the city gate. As soon as Gushi made a move, Amilcar rushed out immediately. More than 200 cavalrymen charged forward, and the effect they brought was so powerful that they rushed into the group of Yikshaws, and cut off the wave of Yikshaws in front of them immediately. At the same time, they were swinging the sides they were carrying, as if a combine harvester was cutting through a wheat field, easily and quickly. Chapter 647 The Fallen City Wall. Amilcar's attack aroused the reaction of Gushi's men. All of Gushi's men rushed out, even the cannon fodder troops. Looking at the crazy situation in front of him, Gushi was quite calm. Under his control, his auxiliary troops, such as the dead-eye musicians, the withered, or strong people like Isabella, all kept a close eye on the battle situation. They either add various effects to the undead in advance, or they keep an eye on the bloodline of the undead troops. They were the ones behind Gushi's release of these undead souls. At the same time, batch after batch of necromancers were recruited by Gushi. They have only one mission: to release the skeleton priest. Gushi must ensure that for every 100 undead, there will be a skeleton priest following them. It is guaranteed that this time the undead troops can let go and kill them. With such support, and with the improvement of Gushi and his heroes, the undead troops under Gushi displayed extremely strong combat effectiveness. Their attacks on the Yikshaws were also quite ferocious. Often one undead would only have a chance to be hit once, before the undead behind would all rush up to finish him off. After 7 or 8 undead spirits pass by, even the strongest Yikshaw will be chopped into meat paste. Not to mention that many of these Yikshaws rushed out in a hurry, without weapons in their hands, and at the same time, they had their backs to the undead troops and had such negative effects on their bodies. In just one encounter, about 1/3 of the Yikshaws were chopped down to the ground. Gushi's eyes kept flashing with news of one kill after another. But the more this happened, the calmer Gushi became, directing the battle in an orderly manner. At the same time, the necromancer's mana has been exhausted, and the skeleton priest's time has expired and disappeared. Gushi could always replenish it as soon as possible, so as not to cause the battlefield to become disconnected. Make sure that your subordinates have strong enough fighting power. As for the corpses at the scene, Gushi was not in a hurry to summon the spirits or clean up the battlefield. At this time, Gushi was still waiting for the reaction in the demon cave. Gushi didn't believe that there was no preparation inside the demon cave, even though Gushi looks like his army is all out now. In fact, the most critical incarnation of death, personal troops, black dragons, red dragons, etc. have not yet attacked. He is waiting for other changes. But after Gushi waited for a long time, there was no response from the demon cave. It was as if Gushi had lured out all the Yakhas at this moment. This situation surprised Gushi. Although the number of Yikshaw close to 50,000 is relatively large, it is not reasonable. When Amilcar almost killed the Yikshaws in one direction, Gushi finally turned to look at Princess Anna. "Don't look at me. Use your own judgment." Princess Anna naturally saw what Gushi was worried about, and she also understood that now was the best time for Gushi to learn to command battles. Now Princess Anna can only comment from behind and cannot help Gushi make judgments, let alone help him command, because that would affect Gushi's growth. Now is a good time for Gushi to gain experience. If he makes a wrong step, he will be in trouble if he tries to catch up later. Do what you want, even if all the soldiers here are lost. So what? The city of Aladovi is in your hands, and the double death has brought back many undead for you. You can afford the loss. After being nudged by Princess Anna, Gushi quickly reacted. Yes, he has nothing to lose. The current battle is under his control. Gushi's mind suddenly became full of thoughts, and his expression changed as he looked at the battlefield in front of him. At this time, Gushi had the feeling of standing in the sky, observing the entire battlefield from a high position, although it only happened for a moment. At that moment, Gushi felt like he was the master of the entire battlefield. Is a chess player. Although every detail on the battlefield cannot enter Gushi's eyes, Gushi can completely grasp the overall situation on the battlefield. At the same time, Gushi had corresponding judgments in his mind about the situations of his heroes, and even various leaders and warriors. He could clearly understand where he should put these people. This feeling made Gushi suddenly understand the situation he was in the undead natural disaster circle. Maybe when the one at the end of the circle looked at him, it was like he was looking at his heroes now. There are only thoughts of orders such as mobilization, replenishment, and retreat. Although Gushi's change only lasted a moment, it was still all reflected in Princess Anna's eyes. She nodded with satisfaction. The fact that Gushi has changed like this shows that he has grown up. The next thing Gushi had to do was to keep fighting, and use the undead troops to feed Gushi with combat experience. Whether it is Gushi's undead men or Gushi's enemies, this road is destined to move forward on the corpses of others. At this time, Gushi slowly raised his head. The ghost team finished the attack. Amilka went back to kill. Yongdo released the ice storm, cut off the bones of the battalion, and went through the front door. And the Black Gun Battalion went through the back door, and entered the demon cave. Under Gushi's order, the undead men under him quickly changed their methods. The originally chaotic battle became orderly again. Amilcar, who had taken advantage of him, wanted to send troops to charge again. But under Gushi's forced order, he finally retreated to the city gate. Looking at Amilca wandering outside the city, Gushi didn't even glance at her. At this time, Gushi already understood Princess Anna's mentality. I am the master of the battlefield, and you just have to obey my orders. Why should I think about you? Slowly, Gushi's heart hardened. During the subsequent command, Gushi did not dwell on the details. Instead of thinking about Yasha, who was chopped down to the ground, he decisively responded to the changing situation in front of him and adjusted the arrangements of his troops. Fortunately, Gushi's mind-killing attack had lured out all the Ikshas from the demon cave. There is nothing that needs to be adjusted in the demon cave. And the battle in front of us is not a multi-front battle. Even if there is any problem, Gushi can handle it easily. Now all the Yashas outside the camp have been killed. And most of Gushi's undead have also rushed into the demon cave city. The rest of the people outside are those who are only level 4 and cannon fodder, who were mobilized by Gushi to fill the gap. They were now following the Ghost Squad to finish off the enemy on the battlefield. Watching as the number of Ghost Squad members slowly increased from the original 50,000 to 60,000 to the current 70,000 to 80,000. Just when Gushi thought the battle was almost over, suddenly there was a violent tremor underground. The scope of the vibration this time was quite large. Not only Gushi's camp was affected, but also the demon cave not far away. The part of the city wall closest to Gushi even collapsed, revealing the interior of the demon cave. Chapter 648: The Boss Hidden Underground. The inside of the demon cave is different from the garbage dump-like tent area outside. Although it is chaotic, it still looks like a city. Various buildings made of giant animal bones and wood are dotted around the city. Messy but not chaotic. Behind the various buildings, in the middle of the demon cave, is an inner-city lake covering an area of more than 30 hectares. I don't know what happened at this time. A huge whirlpool appeared on the surface of the lake. The height of the lake was rapidly dropping. It felt like someone had pulled out the drain of the bathtub, and there was a large amount of water in the tank. The loss is average. This situation shocked Gushi. He knew that something terrible might have been released. Gushi decisively ordered all troops enter the demon cave. The cannon fodder troops demolished the buildings near here to give the main troops room to move. The archer troops go up to the city wall. Yongdo, you stay here. Wait for my order. As Gushi spoke, he moved the 3 city gates and the soul-calling tower directly into the demon cave. Only Yongdo and his demon-worshipping camp were left outside the city. At the same time, Gushi's heroes and various troops also entered the scope of the demon cave through the front and back doors of the demon cave and the location where the city wall had just collapsed. As soon as the heroes saw the situation of the big lake in the city, they knew that a powerful being was about to emerge from under the lake. So they acted quickly, demolishing buildings and clearing the ground, in order to make the subsequent battles go more smoothly. As the Ghost Squad, which was most suitable for clearing the area and cleaning up the battlefield, naturally did not retreat. Their figures even covered half of the demon cave. Less than 10 minutes after Gushi and the others entered the city, And before Gushi had even prepared the battlefield, all the water in the big lake in the city had leaked out, revealing a huge deep pit. Looking from a distance, Gushi could see that there were piles of white bones in the deep pit. The bones were incomplete, as if they had been eaten and then thrown into the lake out of nowhere. But after just one glance, Gushi felt that something was obviously wrong. The piles of bones at the bottom of the lake actually had an indescribable sense of vitality. If you close your eyes and feel it, it will be like standing in a normal crowd. This feels quite strange and unreasonable. You must know where Gushi and the others are now. But on the Huanquan Road, you can tell at a glance that these bones cannot even be used to summon a soul. Where does the sense of vitality come from? While Gushi was still wondering, a fat arm stretched out from the bottom of the lake. The arm looked thick and short, but the part that stretched out from the ground was close to the height of Gushi's summoning tower. And there was a large amount of mixed egg liquid hanging on the purple skin. As the arm stretched out, a hole was torn open at the bottom of the lake, and an angry-looking giantess crawled out from the bottom of the lake. This giantess had just climbed out of her upper body, and she was already more than 60 meters tall. Her body was like a hill, occupying half of the lake, and her body was covered with eggs, and egg liquid. That way, it didn't look like he had climbed out of the water. Instead, he looked like he had just been hit with an egg, and his body was sticky and greasy. At the same time, there were many large and small bite wounds on her body, and there was green liquid on those wounds. But the giantess didn't care about this at all. She just grinned when her upper body climbed out. Who is it? Before she could finish her words, she paused like a chicken stuck in her throat. At this time, the giantess had noticed that the garbage enemies in front of her were not the trash enemies she had imagined, but a group of Bai Wuchang who looked at her in confusion. Damn it! How did you find me? I was so close. Go to H.L. The female giant roared loudly, clapped her hands toward the ground, grabbed the dirt at the bottom of the lake, and threw it towards the Bai Wuchangs. At the same time, her body became visibly smaller, and it was obvious that she wanted to escape. Although this female giant is not the target enemy of this soul-gathering place. But Gushi from behind knew that something was wrong with the situation in front of him. He raised the cold wind staff and pointed in the direction of the lake. Serial corpse explosion. Gushi couldn't care about anything else at this time. He did not ask the necromancer to come out and cooperate with him, but directly sent out a chain of corpses to prevent the female giant from escaping. Gushi didn't want the giantess to run away like this. Boom! 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 A series of corpse explosions went down, and a series of big explosions occurred around the female giant. From a distance, it looked as if the giantess had thrown a string of earth red into her crotch, which did little harm to the giantess, but was extremely insulting. The giantess, who was already trying to escape, suddenly changed her expression, turned around and squeezed towards Gushi. At this time, Gushi discovered that the upper body of the giantess was quite large, but her legs were extremely small in comparison, and she could only crawl on the ground with her hands. Gushi did not evaluate the appearance of the giantess. Everyone existed for a certain reason. Besides, this guy was his enemy. Gushi had no time to pay attention to all this. When the female giant crawled out, Gushi launched another series of corpse explosions at the white bones at the bottom of the lake. At this time, Yudo in the rear seemed to have already known the situation in front. He immediately used the slowness technique, and a slowness technique happened to fall on the female giant. This time the giantess moved even slower, and her face was right in the middle of the corpse explosion, and a series of corpse explosions knocked her to the ground. When the giantess fell, Gushi discovered something. At the feet of the giantess, there was half a bone-armored centipede biting into her mouth. Judging from the situation of the bone centipede, it had died on the spot. It seemed that all the wounds on the giantess's body were caused by the bone-armored centipede. This time Gushi was also a little angry. He pointed his cold wind staff in the direction of the giantess. Death incarnate. Under the black mist, the two incarnations of death rushed towards the female giant. The incarnation of death bone dragon directly grabbed the incarnation of death god of death, and flew all the way in the air this time. After the incarnation of death, there followed the ghost dragon, who had reached level 14, and the bone titan, who looked unhappy. Ever since the ghost dragon swallowed a centipede inner elixir and leveled up, the bone titan has been looking for a way to break the situation. In this battle, the bone titan has been fighting at the front. Unlike the ghost dragon, who was lazily lounging around, Gushi hovered nearby. Naturally, the white bone titan would not miss this opportunity. So in this situation, several core strong men under Gushi also rushed to the front of the female giant. Chapter 649, Killing. Level 17 Yaksha Mother. When the incarnation of death attacked, Gu Shi just replenished himself with a mini magic potion. When the incarnation of death landed, Gu Shi's ghost battlefield fell immediately. Then the incarnation of death, the god of death, slashed the giantess with his sword. At the same time, the incarnation of death, the bone dragon, opened its mouth, and the death dragon breath spurted out, hitting the female giant right in the face. Under the two waves of attacks, the female giant showed no intention of flinching. Instead, she reached out to grab the two incarnations of death. Faced with such a situation, Gu Shi ordered decisively. The black dragon came forward and at the same time sent an order to Aradovi City, where the bone centipede died in battle, and asked them to use the altar of eternal slavery to resurrect the bone centipede. This time, Gu Shi issued the order decisively and confidently, unlike at the beginning when he was still hesitant. Like now, the black dragon was sent out directly, and the bone armor centipede was resurrected as soon as it was said to be resurrected. There was not much hesitation at all. Sure enough, after the black dragon joined the battle, the situation changed again. Although the female giant had strong defense, she was not an invincible power above level 20. She simply used her body to block the black dragon's attack on her. In the flames of the black dragon, the giantess's skin became extremely charred, and even part of it was directly carbonized. At this time, the ghost dragon and the incarnation of death, the bone dragon, had begun to bite the female giant. One of them dealt with one of the female giant's arms, preventing the female giant from having any chance of getting up or attacking. At the same time, the incarnation of death body attacked the female giant head-on, trying to find a way to drag the female giant to the ground. The bone titan did not have a long-range attack at this time. He jumped directly onto the female giant's body, and the bone spear with lightning in his hand pierced the female giant's body heavily. Because he chose wounds that already existed on the giantess's body, the effect of his attacks was still very good. Each attack could take away a certain amount of the giantess's vitality. As for the black dragons, they were constantly circling in the sky, and in each wave there were 10 black dragons breathing dragon breath together. Black Dragon did better than Gu Shi's other subordinates in this regard. It seemed that the ultimate combat creature had something they were proud of. These black dragons obviously have their own combat awareness, and they know what they should do without anyone's special command. They knew very well that they were no match for the female giant, so they didn't get close at all, and just used dragon breath from a distance. But when they breathed out the dragon's breath, they used their greatest strength. Each time they spit out their last thoughts. After squirting, they all felt like they couldn't squeeze out any more juice, and had to retreat to the back to rest. This is exactly why they divided into 3 waves and circled back and forth to attack. However, their appearance can only be repeated 4 or 5 times at most. And then, they can no longer breathe dragon breath. If the giantess hadn't died by then, they might have stepped forward to engage in a melee attack. At this time, a new bone-armored centipede crawled out from the main city gate. This is the bone-armored centipede that Gu Shi resurrected through the altar of eternal slavery, and he still carries his memories from his previous life. As soon as it saw the giantess, the bone-armored centipede jumped forward and jumped on the giantess. The female giant was already a little confused by the beating, but even so, she still felt the appearance of the bone armor centipede. When the bone armor centipede rushed over, the female giant's body shook involuntarily, which showed how much damage the bone armor centipede had caused to the female giant before. After rushing to the giantess, the bone centipede opened its mouth and bit her hard. During the biting process, the poison was directly injected into the giantess' body. At this moment, even though she was slapped in the face by the death dragon's breath and burned by the black dragon's flames, the giantess didn't even cry out, but she actually screamed in pain. This is actually the characteristic of the bone centipede. The poison it injects may not be strong, but it is definitely the most painful. Under such pain, the giantess even ignored the other enemies around her and stretched out her hand to grab the bone armor centipede. However, the ghost dragon and the bone dragon, the incarnation of death, were quite powerful. They just held the female giant's hands, giving the bone armor centipede a chance to go down the body and bite at the female giant's body. Finally, the female giant roared and exerted strength on her shoulders, trying to pull back the ghost dragon and the incarnation of death, the bone dragon. But at this moment, the white bone titan, who had been looking for an opportunity, jumped to the female giant's mouth. With the bone spear belt in her hand, with the power of thunder and lightning, it penetrated into the mouth of the giantess. With this stab, The white bone spear pierced directly from the back of the giantess's head. At the same time, the purple electric current flashed at the tip of the spear, with a hint of the aroma of roasted brains. The Bone Titan, summon, kills Yasha Mother, level 17. You get 61 experience points. And all summons participating in the attack get 142 experience points. Level 17? Gushi's eyes widened when he saw the message that popped up. The water in this demonic cave is getting deeper and deeper. Level 17 beings have appeared. So will they have level 20 beings deployed here? Moreover, when the Yasha Mother came out just now, she saw that Bai Wuchang's reaction was obviously not right. What did she say? Ruined her plans? Or something? Gushi had a puzzled look on his face, and was about to use a spiritualism to call up the spirit of the Yasha Mother to ask about the situation. But he heard the sound of crunching food coming from under the Yasha Mother. Gushi was shocked. It couldn't be that his men were eating Yashamu there. This is a high-quality corpse. Even if it does not summon souls, it is still the best for making other undead souls. But it cannot be eaten as food. Gushi quickly stepped forward to stop him. But before he opened his mouth, he discovered that the bone-armored centipede was eating half of the centipede corpse hanging behind the back of Yasha's mother. Gushi couldn't say anything about eating his own corpse. After all, that was the skeleton centipede's own corpse. And only half of it. Gushi couldn't possibly do anything else with the corpse. So just let him eat it. At this time, Gushi was more concerned about the condition of the Yaksha female in front of him. The corpse of a bone-armored centipede hung on the body of this Yaksha female, which means that she must have met Mito and the others, and even had a fight with Mito and the others underground. During the previous battle, Gushi didn't even think about Mito's situation. Now that the war has stopped, people finally remembered Mito's existence. Gushi couldn't help but ask, "Where's Mito? Has Mito come back? What's the situation underground? Have you found anything else?" Chapter 650, Underground in the Devil's Cave. After about 20 minutes, Mito climbed out of the ground after receiving the news. He didn't dare to climb up from the center of the demon cave, so he finally chose to go back to the original path. After coming up, Mito rushed to Gushi immediately. At this time, Gushi was directing his men to attack the battlefield. There were so many corpses of Yakshas here, but Gushi did not use them to summon their souls directly. Gushi could tell that the levels of these Yakshas were all above level 6 and below level 8. If we summon souls directly now, at most we can summon a group of level 4 zombies. But if we take them back to the city of Aridov and process them through some means, even if we put them in various buildings and transform them through training buildings, it is possible to transform them to the same level. The nearly 50,000 corpses here are a treasure for Gushi. He didn't want to slow down the growth of his undead because of his sudden speed. So the demon cave now looks like a large slaughterhouse. All the corpses were stripped of all their equipment and armor, washed with hot water, preserved with necromancy spells, and finally piled together, packaged and sent to the city of Aridov. Naturally, the weapons and equipment of the Yakshas and various materials in the city were also packed and shipped together. It can be said that the demon cave is very busy now. Gushi was sitting there, looking at some of the best quality and material data sent over. The Yin-Chi that can be used as negative energy is about 3,000 cubic meters, which is converted into nearly 300,000 points of negative energy. There are more than 2,000 parts of wood, stone and metal of green and above quality, and nearly 50,000 parts of below green quality in total. There are more than 4,000 animal skins of green quality and above, and 23,000 skins of below green quality. Rare materials. Why do I feel so fat this time? While watching, Gushi muttered about the harvest this time. At this moment, an architectural designer came over. "Sir, the functions of the buildings here have been clarified and surveyed and mapped. A total of 3 large-scale architectural design drawings, 9 medium-sized and 6 small-sized architectural design drawings have been obtained. Most of the remaining buildings can be disassembled and reassembled. Use. Shall we take this back? My lord, bring it to me and see." As soon as Gushi stretched out his hand, the architect handed the architectural design drawing he had just drawn into Gushi's hands. Gushi took it and took a look. The architect's records were very detailed. Not only did he have the design drawings of the building, but also the grade of the original building. If it was dismantled and shipped back, the grade that could be maintained was also recorded in it. The highest level building here is actually a medium-sized building, a level 7 flesh and blood kitchen. When fully activated, it can provide food for 20,000 people. According to the architect, this flesh and blood kitchen was originally dismantled and moved to Aladovi City. It can be guaranteed to be above level 5. If you are lucky, a level 6 flesh and blood kitchen is not unimaginable. By then, food supply for 15,000 people can be guaranteed. However, there are two problems here. First, the food materials need to be provided by Gushi. And second, the undead don't seem to eat much. This thing is actually less useful to Gushi than the small building that ranks second. Level 6 Tattoo Blood Pool. You can tattoo soldiers and enhance the strength of soldiers through tattoos. Every time the tattoo blood pool increases by 1 level, there are 4 more types of tattoos that can be selected. The level 3 tattoo blood pool can provide green quality tattoos to choose from, and the level 6 tattoo blood pool can provide blue quality tattoos to choose from. In addition, the number of tattoos will also increase. At level 1, the blood pool can only tattoo each soldier once, and at level 6, it can tattoo 6 times. There are even people here who specialize in tattooing, studying how to combine different tattoos to bring out the strongest effect. It can be said that this thing is far better than the flesh and blood kitchen. It's a pity that we don't have a tattoo artist on hand. Architectural designers are nodding there. 2. He also felt it was a pity that among these tattoos, there were several tattoos that improved wisdom. However, except for the core buildings, other buildings do not provide manpower. If you want to arrange for manpower to be stationed, you must find people or train them yourself. Otherwise, we can only take the most basic route, which is somewhat of a pity. Just when the architect wanted to say a few more words, Mito also walked up to Gushi. Seeing this, Gushi stopped looking at it and handed the architectural design drawing back to the architect. Take these blueprints to Luna, and she will make the arrangements. If possible, tear down the buildings here. Be careful when you do so. We are not sure if they will be suitable for use yet. But be careful not to end up without materials if they are suitable. Don't worry, sir. We are professionals in demolishing buildings. After the architect retreated, Gushi turned to look at Mito. Tell me what happened underground. When Mito heard this, he quickly stepped forward to explain. It turned out that, after they led their troops into the underground chasing the worms, they first encountered the worms' lair and fought a battle with the worms. Those worms are larger in size and have the ability to move underground. In fact, their combat effectiveness is only average. If they are accidentally attacked by a sneak attack, there may be no solution. But fighting underground, they are really no match for the troops led by Mito. So their initial battle went very smoothly. However, when Gushi used the Fox Eye Ring's mental killing power, it caused a different reaction. It turns out that these worms do not exist to live underground, but to excavate underground palaces. Below the living area of the worms is the underground palace where the Yiksha mother lives, where countless Yiksha eggs are stored. Gushi's psychic killing was aimed at all living beings within 15 kilometers. This naturally includes Yiksha eggs that have not yet hatched. Those Yikshas committed suicide directly inside the egg, smashed the egg shell open on the spot, and crawled out with the yolk. This is where the egg yolks and egg shells on Mother Yasha come from. Although the damage was only a little, it was impossible for the Yiksha that had crawled out of the egg shell to be stuffed back in. This directly destroyed the arrangements made by Mother Yiksha over the years, which immediately aroused her anger. Because all the Yiksha eggs were gone, the Yiksha mother got angry and crawled towards the ground, wanting to come up and cause trouble for Gushi. And Mito and the others happened to be blocking the way of Mother Yasha. When the Yasha mother came up, they naturally faced each other directly. During the battle with the Yasha mother, the bone centipede was killed. The evil bones and white bone locusts lost a lot, and the bone-eating sludge lost most of them. In the end, Mito beat the bone centipede to death and retreated only when nothing could be done. However, he was not idle either. He had already found the place where Mother Yasha was hiding. If Gushi hadn't given the order, he would have been there to investigate the situation. Chapter 651 Treasures Underground. I said, why did that guy scream and kill him as soon as he came up? That's what happened. After listening to Mito's description, Gushi also understood the general idea. It seems that this female Yiksha is the real owner of the demon cave in front of her. She built such a large demon cave here, raised tens of thousands of Yikshas, and built such a large palace underground. It's definitely not to find a beautiful place to lie down. She must be preparing for something. With this arrangement, coupled with the corpses that were full of life in the lake, Gushi guessed that there must be something good down there. Let's go down and have a look, Gushi said decisively. After hearing Gushi's words, Mito immediately drew him out and said to Gushi, Sir, Please come this way. Gushi didn't say much. He jumped onto the evil coffin and prepared to go over. Gushi's ghost dragon and bone titan wanted to follow them as soon as they saw them. Unexpectedly, Mito quickly stepped forward to stop them. Sir, these two are a bit too big and there are many places they can't get through. Gushi thought for a moment and said, I understand. You guys stay at the main city gate. Isabella, follow me. Gushi thought very clearly that as long as he was not killed, he could release his city gate no matter where he was. Isabella took a step forward upon hearing this. Sometimes Gushi was not sure whether Isabella was a wet nurse or not. And how could she act like an assassin? Normally, she would not show up without an order. Even if there is an order, she only does things seriously and rarely makes requests. It was the same this time. As soon as Gushi gave an order, she appeared behind Gushi, her reaction as precise as a robot. Just when Gushi was about to set off, several ghost teams dressed in by Wuchang fell in front of Gushi. The news that Gushi was about to leave had not reached them. After Bai Wuchang had packed up his things, he naturally had to send them to Gushi. Seeing the items they were holding, Gushi, who originally wanted to leave, stopped. What was sent over were several Yiksha heads. Gushi checked it out and found that these were exactly the goals of this mission. It seems that those at the soul gathering place don't know much about the demon cave. Otherwise, they would not regard these useless guys as the main targets and let such a big Yiksha female go. Now, he can send these useless guys up. Such a big Yiksha mother will become a trophy for Gushi's men. Thinking of this, Gushi's thoughts couldn't help but wander. No one knows what the undead spirits transformed by the Yiksha mother through double death look like. Ghost mother? This idea just flashed through Gushi's mind, and he didn't think about it in detail. Now he still wanted to go to the underground of the demon cave first. At this moment, the bone centipede came behind Gushi. The bone centipede that had just swallowed his body was obviously much longer than it was at the beginning. The bone armor on the body has also turned a withered yellow color. It is obvious that after eating its own corpse, the bone armor centipede's physique has changed to a certain extent. Although the level has no effect, its combat effectiveness is definitely much stronger than before. After glancing at the bone-armored centipede that was following him, Gushi didn't think much about it and said, You should follow him too. When the bone-armored centipede heard this, it quickly followed Gushi. It can be seen that he has now settled on a position as Gushi's personal bodyguard, following the passage that Mito and the others had gone down before. Gushi quickly started heading underground in the evil coffin. As the evil coffin rushed downwards, Gushi noticed that the ground had been dug into pieces by worms. If Mito hadn't been there to lead the way, Gushi would have even gotten lost. At this time, Mito was explaining his situation to Gushi. I have mastered the art of pathfinding. In addition to being able to find a better route, I can also ensure that I don't get lost. Mito explained the situation inside the pathfinding technique. As the department head of the mysterious college, Gushi didn't even know about this benefit. It seems that next time he has the chance, he will also learn the art of navigation. Make sure you can find the right path in this damn place. After going all the way down, Gushi and the others soon came to a huge cave underground. When entering here, Gushi's eyes couldn't help but light up. The cave in front of him was as big as the main city of the demon cave. There was liquid more than half a foot deep on the ground. The liquid mixed with egg yolk made the entire cave sticky. Looking up, he could see the passage that the Yiksha mother had climbed up through before. At the same time, he noticed that in the corner of the cave, there were a large number of bones piled up. This is obviously the trace left by Mother Yasha when she lived here before. From the moment you enter this cave, you can see 3 to 5 hard SHL eggs stacked together at almost every step you take. These eggs are about the size of ostrich eggs, but now they have all been broken. Inside the eggs are some creatures that are only the size of a fist. They feel like hairy eggs coming out of the SHL themselves. The body was not even full grown, so it was blown away by the wind. Looking forward along the direction of these eggs, Gushi discovered that the entire cave was like this. Even at the end of the cave, where the cave wall was, there were piles of such eggs. Seeing so many eggs broken, Gushi understood why Mother Yasha was crazy. If his city of Aladovi was directly destroyed, he would go crazy. But now everything here is for Gushi. Gushi believed that Mother Yasha would leave some good things here. After all, when Yiksha mother died in battle, a piece of purple equipment dropped. It was a pair of wrist guards, with all the Yiksha patterns painted on them. If you look carefully, you will find that these wrist guards are full of life. Yiksha King's arm skin purple, wrist guards, leather armor, Defense, 16. After equipped, physique plus 7. Equipment requirements, strength 8. Agility 8. Constitution 8. Special 1, grip of life. Every time you clench your fist, you can automatically restore full vitality. You can use it 3 times a day. Special effect 1, after wearing the equipment and activating the grasp of life effect once, the user will be affected. When not fighting, the user's life will decrease at a rate of 15 points every 10 seconds. It can be restored by replenishing blood, but it cannot be stopped. Special 2, life spell. For every 10 points of damage taken in battle, increase strength or agility by +1. Special effect 2, after wearing the equipment and activating the creature effect once, the user's strength and agility can never exceed 15 points when not fighting. Special 3, Yiksha Curse. During combat, the battle special effects of one Yiksha can be randomly called every 5 minutes. The Yiksha who calls the special effects is level 12, and the combat special effects of up to 5 Yiksha can be called at the same time. Special effect 3, after wearing the equipment and activating the effect of the Yiksha Curse once, the user's body will transform into a Yiksha. After using the Yiksha Curse 30 times, the user will randomly transform into an ordinary Yiksha. Explanation: this is the skin of King Yiksha and the foundation of the Yiksha clan. Chapter 652 Discovery in the Catacombs. Yiksha King's arm skin. This kind of equipment is obviously for the main tank, but cannot be used a few times. Gu Shi just took a look at it and handed it over to the incarnation of death, the god of death. Anyway, death incarnation will dissipate after use, so there is no need to worry about the negative effects of Yiksha King's arm skin. On the contrary, there are 2 special effects that are most suitable to be used together in combat. One is to deduct blood to increase strength or agility, and the other is to directly replenish the blood when the blood deduction is almost done. This is a great blessing for death, the death incarnation of the Bone Dragon, whose combat power itself is not as good as the death incarnation of the Bone Dragon. As for the Yiksha Curse, it is even better, adding a Yiksha characteristic every few minutes. Although I don't know what options are available, but judging from what Gu Shi encountered in the previous battle, the qualities and fighting styles of the several Yishas from the Demon Cave are pretty good. This will definitely enhance the combat power of death, the incarnation of death. It was precisely with such gains that Gu Shi had deeper expectations for the situation underground in the Demon Cave. After all, keeping good things close to you is the most instinctive choice of every big boss. He led Mito, Isabella and several other core men around the edge, LS that had lost their lives, and walked all the way to where Mother Yasha originally stayed. From here, Gu Shi can see the traces of the Yiksha mother climbing up, and at the same time, he can also see the way the Yikshas usually put food on this ceiling. In addition to the large hole dug by Mother Yasha and allowing water from the city's lake to pour in, many small holes can be seen. As long as the Yikshas throw bloody corpses into the small hole, the Yiksha mother below will get enough blood and food. The newly born Yiksha will also grow to a certain size here. And, no, Gu Shi suddenly discovered a problem. There are obviously so many Yiksha eggs here, and it looks like an incubation room. But there are no traces of newly born Yikshas here. In other words, the Yasha eggs here have never hatched. This situation immediately overturned Gu Shi's idea. When Gu Shi and the others came down, they thought it was because the previous psychic killing had broken the foundation of the Yiksha clan. So Yiksha's mother went to kill them in anger. Now it seems that is not the case, and there are other secrets here. Thinking of this, Gu Shi stretched out his hand, and the main city gate appeared behind Gu Shi. Then the Ghost Dragon, the Bone Titan, and other Gu Shi's personal guards quickly stepped forward. The next thing that poured out from the main city gate was the Ghost Team. Look for me. I want to know what happened here. Gu Shi waved his hand to the Ghost Team and ordered decisively. The Ghosts in the Ghost Team quickly separated and moved. Once they were separated, Gu Shi realized how many Yiksha eggs there were in the Demon Cave this time. It can be said that with each Ghost Team shadow holding 3 broken Yiksha eggs, it will take at least 7 or 8 rounds to clean up the Yiksha egg fragments here. Gu Shi looked at these eggs, LS and the unborn Yiksha that died halfway through hatching, and found that these things were all of great quality. Broken egg, L, gray broken Yasha egg. L is full of nutrients and can be used to make food. It is also one of the favorite foods of dragons. Mal Yiksha egg, gray Yiksha is not yet born, but already has spiritual intelligence and blood. It can be counted as a kind of life. It can also be used as food. It is one of the favorite foods of dragons. When looking at this information, Gu Shi also complained. After fighting for so long, is this considered a snack for the Dragon Clan? However, in the end, Gushi did not stop the ghost squad from moving the egg sh.ls and Harry Yiksha eggs away. After all, if they didn't clean up the place, they wouldn't be able to find any new clues. Soon, under the processing of the ghost team, the lake water that poured into the cave was also diverted away, exposing the dry ground. Gushi had no idea about the evacuated ground. He was surprised by the method used by the ghost team to evacuate the place. At first, Gushi thought that the ghost squad would just drain the water and let it go. He never expected that the ghost team would actually introduce water into the main city gate and pour it into the Evilwood Lake in the magic plant area. Seeing that the ghost team had accomplished such a huge project in such a short period of time, Gushi wanted to ask, "Is it that necessary?" But after the ghost team led all the water away, Gushi couldn't help but say something. "It smells so good." Gushi can clearly feel that there is a trace of vitality in these lakes. When poured into Shiemu Lake, it can somewhat improve the water quality of the entire Shiemu Lake. The most important thing is that the trace of vitality in the water is of certain use to the entire magic plant area. I don't know how the ghost team discovered this situation. If Gushi really wanted to carry things, these lakes would definitely be the first to be removed. After the lake was cleared, the ghost team soon discovered a different situation. They discovered what seemed to be a huge corpse embedded in the cave floor. The length of the body lying down was nearly 200 meters long, and the position of the waist was exactly in the middle of the cave, where Gushi had previously judged that the Yasha mother was staying. Regarding this discovery, Gushi, with the help of the ghost dragon, flew to a high place to take a look. After that, Gushi made a judgment that the corpse lying in the middle of the cave might be the possible Yiksha king, who was at level 19. Oh! Strength is the judgment of Princess Anna. She has seen what a level 20 strongman looks like after he dies. In the words of Princess Anna, as long as the level 20 domain aura is turned on, the aura will exist even after death. It just becomes another style. Although the corpse in front of him was huge, there was no trace left by the halo. He should be at level 19, just shy of reaching level 20. Because of this, Gushi was also interested in this corpse. He ordered the ghost team to dig out the corpse and prepare to send it back to Aladovi City first. But as they dug deeper, the ghost team discovered that something was not quite right, because there is a thick layer of red crystals underneath the corpse. These crystals seem to be formed by coagulation of blood, with a strong vitality, especially at King Yasha's waist, heart and head. The crystals there are extremely large. The most terrible thing is that this kind of crystal with strong vitality is extremely harmful to the undead. Whether it is the ghost team or other undead, there is no way to transport it. Just as Gushi was thinking about how to transport all these things back to Aladovi City, Princess Anna suddenly said something. "Sir, have you noticed anything wrong with the cave in front of you?" Chapter 653 Yiksha Yusha King. Gushi was still thinking about how to carry these things. The only undead people in front of him were Gushi himself, the black dragon, the red dragon and some gargoyles. But if they were to rely on them to move such a large corpse, as well as the red crystal underneath, it would take even a year to move it. Gushi did not think deeply about Princess Anna's question and just said it casually. Maybe some people don't want to know that this guy is dead. Having said this, Gushi suddenly paused and turned to look at Princess Anna. Gushi noticed that a look of enlightenment flashed in Princess Anna's eyes. It seems like this. The bones and life-filled water in the lake above are the first layer. All the Yiksha eggs are the second layer. And the blood crystals underground are the third layer. This is to prevent people from knowing that this giant Yiksha is dead. Bury yourself in enough life, and bury yourself on the road to H.L. He hides himself through various means, and even has a big plan. My lord, what do you think they want to do? Gushi shook his head and was about to say he didn't know. But a thought suddenly flashed through Gushi's mind. Princess Anna, do you think he is not dead, but is using some means to strengthen himself? Or is he turning into a lich? As a necromancer, Gushi's considerations were naturally different from other directions. Gushi's judgment on the life and death of his enemies was quite accurate, but he also understood that some methods required a person to die for a period of time before they could be resurrected. If the Yiksha King takes this step, the arrangement here will make sense. This can also be understood why Mother Yasha would be quite scared when she saw so many Bai Wuchangs. He is taking advantage of the underworld. Hearing what Gushi said, Princess Anna also nodded. It's possible, but for ordinary things, I'm afraid there's no need to put yourself in a state of death. You must know that this is not a fake death, but a real death. If he does this, he may be asking for something quite big. Quite big, Gushi muttered. then turned to look at Princess Anna. Do you think it will reach level 20? Princess Anna also expressed her judgment. I'm afraid this is the method of this kind of creature called Yiksha, or a method unique to this world, where the soul leaves and starts over. The body stays here and is hidden. As long as it remains hidden in life and is on the road to HL, it will give people the feeling that this person is about to die and is walking on the road to HL. In this way, living people will not pay attention to him, and dead people will not pay attention to him. He is in a state between life and death. He could be buried here for hundreds of thousands of years, waiting for his soul to complete its mission and return with greater power. He can break through the level 20 mark in one fell swoop. Princess Anna expressed her judgment. Gushi didn't bother to ask what mission the Yaksha King's soul left for. He only understood that he had ruined a big boss's chance to break through to level 20. Thinking about the power of the great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven. Level 20. Who could directly suppress an entire city? Gushi knew that he had offended someone in front of him. But things have come to this point, and Gushi has nothing to fear. He immediately said, we have already done this, so we must be more ruthless and not leave this body here. And even everything here must be cleaned up. Let the black dragon come and drag the corpse into the city of Aridov. As for the crystals here, we will find another way. Princess Anna had no objection to Gushi's idea. Even she would not let go of such a great opportunity. After all, level 19 corpses are the best material no matter how they are processed. Even Gushi was considering whether to turn the body of King Yaksha into his own contracted undead. Under Gushi's command, the black dragons and red dragons quickly flew out of the main city gate. At the same time, a large number of undead sent some iron chains to Gushi. The next thing was done by Gushi himself. He had to jump onto the huge corpse himself and wrap the chain tightly. This was a very physically demanding job for Gushi, but there was no one else who could handle it except him. It took Gushi a whole day to completely wrap the chain around the corpse. Then the main city gate was replaced with a horizontal school gate so that the corpses would not need to pass through the city gate opening. With the combined efforts of 30 black dragons and 34 red dragons, the body that fell on the thick red crystal was finally dragged up. The moment the body was lifted, Gushi heard a harsh scream. But Gushi didn't pay attention to this at all at this time, and just ordered the black dragons to quickly transport the corpse into Aladovi City. As for where the body was finally placed, there was no need to worry about it. Anyway, as long as they arrive in Aladovi City, Luna can take over. But the next moment, Gushi discovered that the scream was coming from the crystal under the body. As the corpse left the crystal, the color of these blood-red crystals turned dark red, as if a large amount of vitality was lost. At the same time, the same was true for King Yaksha's body that was dragged up by the black dragon. His body seemed to be petrified and was already extremely stiff. But when he was lifted up, his body looked like it had just died, with a trace of life still in it. Gushi and Princess Anna looked at each other and nodded at the same time. The changes in the corpse made them realize that their guess was correct. King Yaksha is using some method to fake death to send his soul out. And he is planning something big. As long as the big thing is accomplished, King Yaksha's soul can return. When the time comes, he will stand up on his own and become a living life, and break through the 20th level mark. The big lake and Yasha eggs above are all arranged to conceal the aura, while the red crystals below are used to store life force. As soon as King Yaksha gets up, life force will be automatically injected into King Yaksha's body, ensuring that he will sleep for many years, and will not fall down again due to lack of life force. But now everything has been destroyed by Gushi. King Yaksha, who was dragged away by the black dragon, finally got up. Life force was injected into him, but there was no corresponding movement. In the end, this Yaksha king was still a dead thing. On the contrary, the red crystal that had lost its vitality no longer had the effect of restraining the undead and became accessible to the undead, which made Gushi feel at ease. At least he doesn't need to personally dig and transport these crystals here. At the moment when King Yaksha's body was sent into Aladovi City, there was a sudden dinging sound in Gushi's ear. You took away the body of King Yasha, and the mandatory mission begins. Chapter 654, Mandatory Mission. Reward, Orange Equipment. Mandatory Mission, The Wrath of Yushu. Task Description, you took away the last and most critical material of King Yasha's grand plan. His body. Your behavior angered King Yushu. King Yushu will come to the location where his body is stored in 12 hours. And if you want to take your body back, please make sure this body is not taken away. Task Requirements, protect the body from being snatched away, 0/1, or kill the Ikshayushu King 0/1. Task reward: 1 piece of equipment, 95% chance of purple equipment, 5% chance of orange equipment. Explanation 1. This body is extremely important to King Ikshayushu. Losing it, or even dying, would be a huge price to pay for King Ikshayushu. He will definitely come. Note 2. The actions of King Ikshayushu this time will have a far-reaching impact on this world. Please be cautious when facing King Ikshayushu. At first, Gu Shi was a little angry when he saw that he was forcibly assigned a task. But when he saw the 5% chance of getting an orange outfit, Gu Shi's eyes popped out. Princess Anna? I want Aladovita to use it. Princess Anna glanced at Gu Shi, also confused. This Yaksha king will come back to snatch his body. I will put this body in Aladovita and fight him in Aladovita. Although she didn't know how Gu Shi got the news, Princess Anna still said with certainty, Okay, I'll help you. Sir, I wonder how far you will go in this battle. Even if Aladovita is rebuilt, King Yaksha must die. Princess Anna glanced at Gu Shi and said, As you wish. You go and prepare first. I remember that the Yaksha mother we killed before was level 17. She has the talent of double death, which can produce a powerful level 17 undead in the city. Go find her and get ready to fight. In addition, mobilize other troops and bring Demi back if necessary. Then mobilize the corpse flies and white bone locusts to withdraw all the troops from Aladovita to the Iron City Gate to prevent the battle from dragging out here. Let Yongdo be prepared. I'm afraid there won't be a chance to sacrifice his life for him this time. And let him figure out his own solution. Gu Shi quickly issued his order. He knew very well that the troops under his command seemed to be relatively large. But those above level 10 could be selected with just a few clicks. There is only one person above level 15. And I am not sure what this person is like. Now if he wanted to face the level 19 Ikshayushu king, Gu Shi had to mobilize all his troops. It's just that time is running out. If the body of the Yaksha mother can be successfully transformed into a level 17 undead, it might be possible to see if the two healed to level 17 and can compete with the Ikshayushu king. But no matter what, Gu Shi never thought of using the level 45 monarch who is deep in the Mirror Underground Palace world. Although everything can be solved as long as the body is sent to this person within 12 hours. But after Gu Shi succeeds, what can Gu Shi gain? Instead, by killing the Ikshayushu king, not only can he complete the mission and get the mission reward, the Ikshayushu king will also explode equipment. And his talent can also allow Gu Shi to get a level 19 master, even if they are only level 19 soldiers. It will be of great benefit to Gu Shi, whether he is brought with him or stationed in the old and new Aladovi cities. Not to mention, the mission reward this time includes orange equipment. Even if the chance of appearing is not high, Gu Shi plans to take a gamble. Under Gu Shi's order, Princess Anna immediately passed the news back. Gu Shi, on the other hand, commanded the ghost team and quickly cleaned up everything in front of him. The battle is about to begin, and time for rest is quite tight. He doesn't have time to stay here much longer. He still had a lot of things to deal with. After all, 12 hours was quite stressful, and Gu Shi had to arrange everything. Otherwise, he might not be able to win this battle with just his level 10 or above troops. When the ghost team is not affected, it can still move items very quickly. In less than half an hour, the ghost team evacuated everything in the demon cave. As for the things on the ground, Gu Shi no longer needed to take care of them. Looking at the empty cave, Gu Shi immediately returned to Aladovi city. As soon as he entered the city, Gu Shi met Luna and Shea. Sir, what happened? Luna had also received Gu Shi's order just now, and was a little curious about what Gu Shi had encountered. Have you seen the huge corpse that was just brought back? I saw it, Luna said with certainty. Is there something wrong with this body? The corpse is the body of a 19th level master. Without the body, his soul has nowhere to rely on. So no matter what happens, he will definitely come back to grab the body. And our task is to defend the body, and even kill the guy. As long as we defend, we even have a chance to get the orange equipment. Luna and Shea have followed Gu Shi for so long. So of course they know the significance of orange equipment to Gu Shi. As soon as they understood the situation, they immediately became concerned. Sir, have you chosen the battlefield? Sir, has the information been cleared? I plan to fight outside the Alidov Tower. The walls in other places are too thin, and the Alidov Tower is our main battle castle. So the defense will definitely be higher than a few city gates. Otherwise, given our current situation, no matter which side we play, it will not go well for us. On the contrary, It will destroy the construction of Aradovi City. As for intelligence, I don't have time to deal with it now. Shea, can you get enough information in 6 hours? Shea thought for a moment, then said seriously, I'll try my best. She didn't press too hard. After all, where they were now, even returning to the soul-gathering place would take quite a long time. And even if she went back, with Shea's current status, she might not be able to find out anything. For this reason, she could only ask Shaya to inquire as much as possible. It didn't matter if he couldn't inquire. She still had more than 10 hours, so he could make more preparations. At this time, Luna suddenly asked, Sir, can this body be disposed of? Gushi's eyes lit up when he heard this. But in the end, he shook his head. I have no choice. My current undead transformation technique is still half a bucket of water. It will take a long time to deal with this. At the same time, the transformation will probably not be a combat-effective existence. Gushi finally gave up such an idea. With this time, we should find ways to strengthen the defense of Aladovita. By the way, where are the architects? Call them over. We are very pressed for time. Chapter 655. Deploy troops and generals. As the mandatory mission started, 10 hours passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 hours, Gushi did not stop for a moment. Various orders were passed down from his mouth, and the construction of the entire Aladovi city came to a halt just for this battle. The undead soul transformed by Mother Yiksha through double death was also found. As the mother body of Yiksha, this body has many different characteristics, so it is somewhat affected during the transformation. It turned into a special undead that Gushi saw for the first time. This is a female zombie that is not too tall. Compared with the original Yasha mother, she is only over 2 meters tall, which is far inferior to the previous mother body whose arms were tens of meters long. Even this head is not as good as the bone titan under Gushi. But this one is super strong, and is a super strong zombie that can be fought. Corpse Mother. Corpse Mother, level 17. Summoned object experience, 0/15,000. Attack 38. Defense 35. Life 320. Skill, Corpse Mother Aura, can affect nearby zombies or corpse children, giving them a certain combat power. Corpse Mother's gathering power. The existence of nearby zombies or corpse children can increase the Corpse Mother's combat effectiveness. Corpse Mother's incarnation. When the Corpse Mother dies in battle, she can be resurrected in the bodies of nearby zombies or corpse children to continue fighting. Corpse poison bombs. Throwing zombies or corpse children outwards will cause a corpse explosion equivalent to a poisonous explosion. Gushi also tried the situation of the Corpse Mother. As long as she stood next to the zombie, the Corpse Mother aura would be automatically activated, and the impact range was about 1,000 meters. There are not many added attributes, namely attack +4, defense +4, and life +32. Each zombie can get about 1/10 of the attack, defense and vitality of the Corpse Mother. As for the mother body's cohesion, the range of influence is almost 1,000 meters. Within this range, for every 10 additional zombies, the zombie mother's attack and defense will increase by 1 point each. Of course, this part of the improved offense and defense will no longer be fed back to the zombies. It will only become the Corpse Mother's own fighting power. This is why Gushi believes that the Corpse Mother is a fighting undead. However, if a group of zombies were to squeeze in within 1,000 meters of the Corpse Mother, it would probably not be suitable for a fight. This is what Gushi thought at first. After all, the range of 1,000 meters is only that big. If all the zombies are squeezed out, there will be no place to move. Even if the attack and defense are raised to a relatively high level, it will be of no use. They will still be suppressed and beaten by others. The zombie's defense is very strong, but following behind the zombie mother will not affect the zombie mother's battle. It wasn't until Gushi met the so-called corpse boy that he realized that the Corpse Mother's skills, which were said to be able to influence zombies, were just to give the zombies face. What really affects the Corpse Mother is actually the large number of corpse children. The corpse child itself was also transformed by Gushi through double death. It's just that Gushi himself doesn't know when this transformation happened. It wasn't until he checked with Luna that he realized that he had really killed them. These dead children all came from Yiksha eggs that were affected by mental killing. Although they crawled out of the eggs on their own, they died from lack of nutrition and protection. These are also included in Gushi's achievements, because these Yiksha have not come out of the egg, so they have no experience at all. Gushi naturally didn't know that he had killed so many beings. But double death doesn't care about these things. Those killed by Gushi must be transformed. These levels are considered level 0. and they are so small that they can't even transform into skeleton soldiers. So in the end, they were all turned into level 0 corpse boys. Corpse child, level 0. Summon experience, 0/50. Attack 1. Defense 1. Health 5. Skills, pounce. Dodge. Bite. With the blessing of Aladovi City, the combat effectiveness of these corpse boys is not weak at all. Now that these corpse boys are with the corpse mother, their combat effectiveness can be improved a lot. With their number, it is not impossible to form a sea of undead attack. The most important thing is that these dead children are relatively small, only less than 50 centimeters tall. They can't even stand straight and can usually be stacked on top of each other. At a distance of about 1,000 meters, nearly 30,000 corpse boys can be squeezed in. The most important thing is that their movement is not as slow as zombies. When they move forward, they jump up like locusts and attack from above. The effect is like a jump slash, but the power varies. It can be said that the cooperation between these corpse boys and corpse mothers is perfect. If Gushi had no corpse mothers or corpse boys, he would never have discovered that such a combination existed. Seeing the corpse mother's attributes improved by the corpse boy, Gushi felt that this battle might not be too ugly. But in other aspects, Gushi also made complete preparations. Taking this opportunity, Gushi found the open space outside the Aladovita tower filled with various corpses and bones. There were fire traps buried under the corpses. As long as the enemy stepped on them, they would be stepping on corpse explosions and serial corpse explosions. In the trap, at the same time, the city gate of Aladovita was open wide, and the corpse of King Yiksha was piled in the square inside Aladovita. Everyone could see this body at a glance, for crows were standing next to the corpse. As soon as the enemy came over, Princess Anna could switch the time and space of Aladovita and quickly transfer the battlefield. Of course, there are only 2 time and spaces that Aradovi Tower can switch to now. One is the original Aradovi City, and the other is the new Aradovi City. Those who entered Aradovita also received certain blessings from the handling of several architects and a large number of undead. A large amount of materials obtained from the soul gathering place were used to build the city walls. Others cannot be guaranteed. Only a few points are guaranteed by the architect. The city gate can be guaranteed to be closed as soon as possible and will not get stuck halfway. The city wall is guaranteed to withstand the frontal impact of the city ramming vehicle for more than 20 minutes and will not fall directly. The arrow towers behind the city can be used, and a large number of soldiers can move freely on the city wall. This kind of guarantee allowed Gushi not to worry about the enemy snatching the body away at once, and ensured that Gushi could control the battle to a situation that he could control. Finally, they built an altar specifically for Yudo to prepare sacrifices. Yudo and his demon sacrifice camp appeared here immediately. There they were setting up the new altar and calculating the distance outside. Because they cannot see the outside situation from the location of the altar, they must divide their positions to ensure that they can hit the enemy accurately when they take action. In addition, the forging and distribution of various weapons and equipment, the final training and replenishment of some powerful soldiers, the setting up of medical tents, the preparation of arrows, etc. were all completed during this period. Even the flesh and blood kitchen that had just been brought into Aladovi City had already prepared enough food. Although the undead do not need this food to fill their stomachs, these foods can improve some of their attributes before the battle, which is enough for Gushi. The battle is about data. It would also be good to improve a little bit. Chapter 656, Pre-war arrangements completed. As for the troops preparing to fight this time, Gushi had mobilized the entire city, except for the few heroes who are currently in the city. All troops with levels above level 7 have begun to mobilize towards Aladovi City. Among these troops, in addition to those brought out by Gushi's experience, there are also tens of thousands of new undead that were killed during the attack on the Demon Cave and refreshed in Aladovi City. Most of the Yiksha series of soldiers are more suitable to become zombies. Even the previous Grey Yiksha and Painted Skin Yiksha are transforming into zombies. But one way is to hang balloons on yourself to make yourself fly. Another way is to use makeup to make yourself look like a zombie of the living dead. Their levels are all between level 6 and level 8. In order to fight this time, Gushi directly transferred all the troops above level 7. And more than 15,000 new troops were added for Gushi. If all these troops were crammed into Aladovita, they might not even be able to fit inside. In the end, it was Princess Anna who thought of a way to arrange them outside New Aladovi City. Only 3,000 people were selected to fill Aladovita as the basic defense force when manpower is needed. Aladovita switches time and space, and these troops can be replenished. This not only ensures that Aladovita has sufficient defense and that there will be no internal chaos, it also ensures the replenishment of troops and the transportation of resources. While Gushi was mobilizing everything in the city to prepare for the upcoming war, Shea also rushed back 3 hours before the war started. Originally, Gushi thought that Shaya would not be able to find out any news, but he never expected that Shea could find out some information in such a short period of time. Sir, the behavior of this Yaksha king is actually quite common on the Huangquan road. I asked around, and they said this is a way to break through. There are similar arrangements not only on the Huangquan road, but also in the human world. They hide their bodies and let their souls carry them back to the human world. In the human world, they either play around in the mundane world and hone their minds, or become dragons and gain fortune for the country, or do good deeds and accumulate virtues to gain great merits. In this way, after the reincarnation body dies, they can use the accumulation of one life to let the sleeping body reach a higher level. However, it is really rare for someone like King Yaksha to bury himself on the road to death by pretending to die. They said that King Yaksha was also a ruthless person. On the Huangquan road, the Yaksha in the demon cave is actually nothing, not to mention the soul-gathering place. Any ghost king can take it down if he likes it. So those people I asked felt that there must be something wrong behind this. Otherwise King Yaksha would not take such risks. After listening to it, Gushi found that the information Shaya had found out was almost the same as his own guess. But the last thing Shaya found out made Gushi somewhat worried. What are your thoughts? I think King Yaksha would hide himself under the demon cave for 3 reasons. First, he was forced into a corner and had no choice but to hide himself here temporarily. This is probably the most impossible. Your Excellency has seen it before. The Devil's Cave has existed for a long time. Not to mention the other corpses in the lake and the Yaksha eggs in the underground cave. The sky can be formed. The demonic cave has existed for at least several decades, or even hundreds of years. Therefore, the possibility of being forced to reincarnate and leave is very low. The second is that he has people behind him. At least some of the higher-ups on Huangquan Road know about King Yaksha's behavior. That's why the Ghost Kings didn't touch the Demon Cave. But there is something unreasonable here, because the Devil's Cave is on the task list. Otherwise we wouldn't have come here. Another possibility is that King Yasha is a target or a trap launched by others in order to attract other boss-level figures to take action. It's just that we were unlucky and accidentally got into this. Listening to Shaya's analysis, Gushi also nodded. He had almost reached the same conclusion just now. But no matter what, he has taken over this matter and has no intention of giving up easily. He is not for the orange outfit, but wants to prove that he is capable of fighting anyone. I understand. But no matter what the situation is with King Yaksha, we have already settled this matter. King Yaksha is our enemy. During this trip, did you find out any other news about King Yaksha? For example, what is the character of this Yaksha king? Combat habits or something? He has some enemies anyway. I really haven't found out about this. It seems that everyone who knows King Yaksha has been silenced. Some people don't even know that there is such a King Yaksha. I think King Yasha's main territory should not be on Huangquan Road. If we have more time, we might be able to find some clues by asking around elsewhere. But we really don't have enough time right now. Yeah, not enough time. Gushi also sighed. But this will not have much impact on us. I have decided to fight this battle, so I won't think so much about other things. Let's leave this matter at that. The news you brought back is important. Go down and take a rest. We don't have much time, and we may still trouble you later. After sending Shea down, Gushi dealt with some other things. When there were still 2 hours left on the clock, Gushi called the 2 incarnations of death outside the Aladovita Tower and blessed them on the ghost battlefield. Finally, he said to Princess Anna, I'll take a rest first. Wake me up in 2 hours. Princess Anna glanced at Gushi and said, My lord, you haven't eaten for 8 or 9 hours. Why don't you eat something before you go to sleep? Forget it. I've already eaten something. I'll eat it when the battle starts. Gushi shook his head and found a place near the square of Aradavita and fell asleep. Next to Gushi was the body of the Yaksha Yushu king that had been transported. It can be said that Gushi fell asleep directly next to the corpse. Princess Anna's eyes couldn't help but change when she saw Gushi falling asleep on the ground regardless of his identity. Gushi could fall asleep so quickly this time. It seemed that he was completely sure. At least Gushi now looks like a qualified soldier. No longer like before. He can be seen as a novice at a glance. Sure enough, the training of this kind of war can greatly promote a person's growth. Chapter 657 Give the enemy a blow in the head when it appears. 2 hours later, Gu Shi was shaken awake by Princess Anna. I took a look at the countdown for the mandatory mission, and saw that the enemy would arrive in about 10 minutes. Gu Shi patted his face hard, and then stood up. After allowing himself to wake up, Gu Shi waved his hand, and a large number of gargoyles flew around. Also flying out at the same time were the Crow Lancers originally stationed on Aladovita's side. These two types of troops fly very fast, and they are now out to explore the outside world. The enemy was about to appear, and Gu Shi needed to determine where the enemy was. At the same time in Aradovita, various troops have quickly taken their positions. Corpse poison flies and evil bone locusts flew up and hovered in the sky. Below the corpse poison flies and evil bone locusts, the white bone sky that had just risen shrouded the sky above Aladovita. On the ground, bone-gnawing silt and bone-gnawing swamp were crawling. The incident with the worms reminded Gu Shi that the enemy may not necessarily attack from the front. They might crawl out from the ground. In order to ensure that he would not be ambushed, Gu Shi could only let the bone-eating mud cover every inch of the ground of Aradovita to prevent any enemies from coming out from the ground. On the city wall, skeleton shooters patrolled back and forth under the leadership of the skeleton shooter leader. Somewhere behind Aradovita, the skeleton mages were being led by the skeleton mage leader, guarding Yongdo's side. At the same time, more than 600 prepared corpse children were standing nearby. This is for the sacrifice camp. If the enemy comes alone, these are the sacrifices. 5 minutes before the enemy was in position, Gu Shi had already stood on the wall of Aradovita, which was the place where Princess Anna had stood when Gu Shi had been there twice before. I have to say that the view from here is much better than from the Soul Evocation Tower. Standing at this position, Gu Shi can see the situation in a large area nearby. While stuffing his mouth with food such as roasted owl, Gu Shi stared at everything in the distance. With 3 minutes left on the clock, the gargoyles and crow lancers began to circle in the sky, looking for every detail. For them, as long as they find a clue of the enemy's appearance in advance, it will be a victory for Gu Shi. When there was less than a minute left in the countdown, a gargoyle suddenly noticed a subtle change somewhere. The gargoyle didn't have time to go back and report, so it flew directly into the sky and kept hovering in the sky, reminding Gu Shi and the others to pay attention to this place. Gu Shi and Princess Anna were both standing at the city gate. When they saw this situation, Princess Anna, who was most familiar with the terrain near Aladovita, said decisively, "It's about 3,500 meters away from here. It's within our control, but not within our scope of influence. The enemy is afraid of a large army moving forward. They should be preparing to integrate their troops here before moving forward." Gu Shi also noticed this situation at this time. More than 3,000 meters away. It is beyond the attack range of most of Gu Shi's men. Even Gu Shi's previous layout was only within a range of about 1,000 meters at most. The opponent appeared more than 3,000 meters away. It seemed that they were a large army moving forward. "Luna, Aridov City is your territory. Is there any way to move them to the front?" Seeing that there were still more than 30 seconds left, Gu Shi turned his head and looked behind him. As soon as Luna heard Gu Shi's order, she immediately said, "Okay, I'll give it a try." After speaking, Luna held the sealed demon blood sacrifice mirror and disappeared behind Gu Shi. Then Gu Shi raised his hand and ordered loudly, "Yongdo, get ready to start." When Yongdo heard this, he immediately started this magic ritual. 12 hours are quite stressful for Yudo. During these 12 hours, he reorganized the magic rituals he had researched, abandoned the blood loss curse as an obviously wrong direction in magical rituals. At the same time, I also gave up the magic ritual of ice ring technique, which was not very effective. Some adjustments have been made to the slowness technique, turning the slowness technique into a method where a boss can lead hundreds of skeleton mages to perform rituals on their own. In this way, Yongdo can release the magic ritual of slowness, thus ensuring that slowness can be released at every moment. And Yudo himself can also jump out of the magic ritual of slowness and conduct research and use of other magic rituals. Now as soon as Gu Shi's order was given, Yuandu immediately ordered, "The first team will perform the ceremony. The second team will prepare. The ice skeleton mages will wait where they are. And the remaining skeleton mages will go to the altar number 7 to prepare." Under Yang's order, all the skeleton mages quickly got into position. And at this moment, the countdown to the mandatory mission reached 0. At the location previously discovered by the gargoyle, the shadow of a huge oriental portal appeared. At the same time, Behind the portal, a large number of terracotta soldiers were standing behind the portal. It was obvious that they wanted to wait for the portal to be in place, and then rush out of it. But the problem is that the phantom of the portal just appeared. There was a flash of light in the nearby mirror, and the phantom of the portal that had not yet stabilized was moved to a position less than 1,000 meters away from Aladovita. The moment the portal moved forward, Yudo had also completed this magic ritual. Mana extraction. Under Yongdo's extraction, a large amount of mana was drawn out from behind the portal, because there were a large number of skeleton mages extracting mana at the same time. When extracting mana this time, a large amount of mana directly turned into a rainbow, falling directly from the portal onto the altar of the magic ritual. Even because too much mana was extracted, a large amount of mana condensed into liquid and flowed from the ritual altar to the ground without anyone handling it. Yudo is happy with his mana draw. The situation on the other side of the portal is not so good. When the mana was extracted, the portal that had just solidified began to shake rapidly. About 7 or 8 seconds later, the portal that had just landed was like a bubble blown by the wind, and disappeared with a pop in front of Gushi and the others, leaving only about 10,000 soldiers in mixed formations. Among these soldiers, a confused young man was looking around with some confusion. He seemed to be thinking there, "Where are my soldiers? This is how the same thing." At this moment, Gushi heard a ding sound in his ears. Mandatory mission update. King Yakushayushu appears. Because of your preparation, King Yakushayushu's troops encountered problems. Only about 1/10 of the troops entered your territory, and 30% stayed in place and did not follow. The rest all disappeared during the transmission, and it is not known whether they are dead or alive. Your chances of winning against the Yakushayushu king have been greatly improved. Chapter 658. Blow up a group of people first. Looking at the message that popped up in front of him, Gushi was obviously stunned for a moment, but he immediately realized that now was not the time to think about this. Gushi pointed decisively at the location of the enemy in front of him. Fire trap activated. Before the enemy came, Gushi laid out a large number of fire traps within a kilometer of Aladovita, and then laid a large number of bones and corpses on the fire traps. It can be said that the deployment of the flame trap this time has raised Gushi's flame trap level to level 7, and the power and delay have been greatly enhanced. In order to ensure that the enemy could be killed at the beginning, Gushi even used stacking methods. All this was done with the help of Luna and the others. So Luna also knew where the most fire traps were buried. She used her mirroring ability to move the enemy's portal here, and naturally placed it above the fire trap. So now when the flame trap explodes, it blows the already chaotic enemy into the sky on the spot. Under the series of explosions, the soldiers who had just appeared nearby were miserable. They all came up with various methods to protect themselves. During the explosion, the young man who had been standing upright seemed quite conspicuous. Looking from a distance, Gushi could see that the man's face was distorted. He should be the soul of King Yakushayushu. This time he came here, probably with the intention of bringing an army of more than 100,000 people, and using his upright aura to convince Gushi and make Gushi hand over his body. He could even ask Gushi to compensate for his losses. When he felt unhappy, he could even hit Gushi to vent his anger. But he never expected that the situation would be like this. First, the magic power of the portal was insufficient. When the soldiers were in transit, something suddenly went wrong with the portal. Their first wave of troops was trapped here, and the subsequent advancing troops disappeared in the process of transmission. The place they teleported to was not the location they originally planned. It was too close to his body. So close that Gushi had laid quite a few fire traps here. They were given a big explosion right from the start. After the explosion, there were only more than 8,000 troops left around him. Under such circumstances, it would be hard to believe that the Yaksha king would look happy. However, this Yaksha king can be regarded as a ruthless person who can reach level 19. In order to reach level 20, he will give up even if his body is at level 19. Faced with such a situation, he still wanted to fight to the death. Wang Wei. Come on! A man in a red robe quickly stood up beside the Yaksha king. The man's face was pale and calm, and his movements were a little awkward. But after being called out, he immediately rushed towards the wall of Aladovita. Behind him followed about 300 men dressed similarly to him. When moving forward, their speed obviously exceeded the speed of other soldiers. It felt like flying close to the ground. As the man rushed out, King Yasha raised his right hand. Everyone come closer to me. How many of the 8th lieutenants of Shiyuan are still alive? Stand up for me. As soon as King Yasha roared, 2 men dressed as military generals stood up. His Majesty, gather the army and prepare for the battle. Only by fighting our way out can we have a chance to return alive, King Yiksha said decisively. The Yiksha king had a very loud voice. And when he spoke, he was always waving his arms around with quite big movements. As he spoke, the originally confused soldiers calmed down, and their morale improved significantly. The two generals, who had just been called out, quickly got on their horses and assigned different tasks. One patrolled back and forth in the chaotic battle formation to calm the soldiers. Another one led 500 axemen directly out of the battle formation and rushed towards Aladovita. It only took less than 2 minutes for King Yasha's troops to transform from chaos to order. At this time, Gushi had just mobilized the Black Gun Battalion in the rear to the gate of Aladovita. Gushi's thought at this time was that there were not many enemies. Kill those soldiers first from the front. As for King Yiksha, leave it to Corpse Mother and others to besiege him. Regardless of whether the current Yiksha king is a level 19 boss or not. I believe that even without soldiers, Gushi can grind them to death. At the same time, Gushi did not forget the news he had just received. After arranging the troops out, he did not forget to turn around and tell Luna. Luna, go and check how many undead there are in Aladovi City. Those soldiers died during the teleportation process just now. They can be considered dead in my hands. Go and see how many of them died. See if they can use it. And if they can, just drag it out. Just when Luna retreated to check the number of undead in the city of Aladovi, the man in red and the royal guard had already approached the city wall of Aladovi Tower. The skeleton shooters on the city wall were unable to hit the man in red, who was moving at high speed. Faced with the situation in front of her, Shaya immediately rushed out from the city wall and blocked the man in red. When the man in red saw Shaya rushing towards him, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. A thief on the spy route also wants to stop me. Before he could finish his words, Death, the incarnation of death, had already appeared in front of him. At this time, the incarnation of death, the god of death, has changed somewhat. The arm holding the scythe in front of him has been put on a pair of wrist guards that look like skin. There are also a large number of Yiksha patterns painted on the wristbands. When he took action, the incarnation of death, the god of death, dragged all the enemies in front of him into the range of his control with one strike. Then Yudo's magic ritual came belatedly. The slowness technique and the ice storm fell at the same time, and they happened to fall on Wang Wei and his men. Facing the attacks of slowness and ice storm, as well as the cooperation between Shaya and death, the incarnation of death, Wang Wei showed a trace of disdain on his face. Disperse. At his command, all the slowness spells that fell on him disappeared. But just when he was about to rush forward again, go around behind Saya and kill Saya first. Another slow spell was hit from Yudo's side. Then Gushi also noticed the situation here, and he decisively ordered Yongdo, use the slowness technique again to lock this guy down. At this time, Shaya also worked hard to get close to Wang Wei. After Wang Wei was hit by the slow spell, Shaya's speed was finally almost the same as Wang Wei. The incarnation of death, the god of death, quickly killed the troops behind Wang Wei. They all understood that these people in front of them were definitely a danger, and they could not be allowed to get close to Aladovita. Chapter 659, a battle where everyone shows off their special abilities. Close the city gate. After taking a look at the battle below, Gushi ordered decisively. The situation was now under his control, and he no longer needed to use King Yiksha's body to attract King Yiksha's attention. Close the city gate and fight a good offensive and defensive battle. This is what Gushi needs to choose now. Under Gushi's order, Aladovita city gate was closed with a bang. King Yiksha, who was boosting the morale of his soldiers, heard this voice, turned around and looked back. His face turned ugly. The difficulty of attacking a castle with open gates and a castle with closed gates is different. If the previous army is by his side, King Yasha will naturally not have to worry about anything. He can defeat any castle no matter how difficult it is. But his troops in front of him are less than 1/10 of their original strength. So naturally they cannot be calculated based on their original strength. That's why he sent out Wang Wei in the first place. On the one hand to assassinate Gushi, and on the other hand to seize the city gate to make it easier for the troops behind to pass through. Now that the city gate is closed, the situation is different. King Yiksha gritted his teeth, turned to face the wall of Aladovita and said, "The first one to get there is one who ho." Hearing this, King Yasha's soldiers roared at the same time, raised their weapons, and rushed toward the city wall. The general who had rushed out in advance with 500 swordsmen and axe hands accelerated his advance even more. His warhorse changed from crimson red to a bright red that seemed to be about to burn. The speed of the warhorse rushing forward was obviously accelerated a lot. Shooting. Seeing the enemy rushing up, Gushi gave decisive orders. This time the skeleton shooter finally did not embarrass Gushi. Their arrows landed on the soldiers far away. Unlike when they dealt with Wang Wei's men before, they couldn't hit them at all. The swordsmen and axemen following this general only wore ordinary leather armor, and did not hold shields. The damage caused by arrows to them was still quite high. After being targeted, they only rushed forward for more than 100 meters, and 1/5 of the soldiers died under the archers' arrows. But the generals rushing in front didn't care about this. He held a long sword in one hand and grabbed the bridle of the warhorse with the other, constantly accelerating the horse. As he rushed forward, layers of shadows appeared behind him. Those phantoms looked like yakshas, and they all appeared before when Gushi was fighting in the demon cave. The one that appears the most is the bone-eating yasha, which focuses on strength and defense. When several layers of phantoms fell, the general looked a bit like a yaksha. At this time, the incarnation of death, the god of death, who was fighting Wang Wei's men, also had the shadow of a yaksha appear behind him. The phantom looked like Grey Yaksha. After it fell on the incarnation of death, the god of death, moved significantly faster. Gushi also understood at this time that the ability used by the general was similar to the yaksha curse that had just been activated by death, the incarnation of death. But Gushi was a little unsure whether the ability used by the general was the ability of the purple suit, or a spell, or maybe this general, like King Yaksha, was a yaksha who gave up his body. When Gushi looked confused, the general had already rushed to the city wall. At this time, the skeleton shooters had already begun to focus on the general. At the same time, Gushi had also seen that the strength of this armed man should be around level 14. Haven't reached level 15 yet. Gushi raised his head and glanced at the ghost dragon in the sky. The bone dragon, the incarnation of death, was to be retained to cooperate with the corpse mother in dealing with King Yaksha. The ghost dragon should handle this weapon. Just when Gushi was about to weigh the ghost dragon down, Luna appeared behind Gushi. Seeing the situation in front of her, Luna immediately shut her mouth, swallowed back the information she originally wanted to report, and joined Gushi in commanding the soldiers on the city wall. With Luna's help, Gushi's pressure is much less. Luna can also play a big role when defending the city. The secret mirroring technique she mastered was extremely weird. Sometimes the enemy who was charging forward had clearly seen the right direction, but when he looked up, he found that he had actually run back. This was a serious blow to that military commander, because he used a secret method to strengthen himself and keep his body at a very strong level. But this secret method was quite consuming. Normally, he could maintain his secret technique and rush to the city wall. But now that Luna had delayed him like this, his time was wasted. The most important thing is that he went astray without knowing it. Every time he found that something was wrong, he had to stop and readjust the direction. This naturally affected the rhythm of his charge. After all, what you need when charging is a burst of momentum. After 3 interruptions, the horse he was riding had turned blazing red. But he had not yet reached the city wall. This made the soldier very angry, and he shouted loudly, "Yao Dao, if you have the ability, let me pass. Get over your sister." Gushi rolled his eyes at the general, and had no intention of letting him come over. "Concentrate fire and kill this guy." The leader of the skeleton shooter quickly adjusted the position of his men again and concentrated firepower on the general. At this moment, the color of the war horse that the general sat on changed again. It changed from fiery red to bright white. Then, there was a loud bang, and the warhorse exploded. This situation shocked Gushi. It turned out that the warhorse had been overused, and the force exceeded the level it could withstand. So it exploded directly? But when the warhorse exploded, the general's brain changed, and with the power of the explosion, he was ejected, and the target was Aladovita's city wall. In the general's mind, the explosion must have knocked him out of a straight line. No matter how powerful Luna's mirror secret technique is, it's impossible to turn his straight line into an arc. But he really thought wrong. The most common things in mirror images are refraction and reflection. Not to mention turning a straight line into an arc. Even if it bounces this guy back, it will be easy. When the general flew towards Aladovita, Luna stretched out her hand in front of her, and a huge mirror appeared directly in front of the general's flying direction. The general couldn't control the direction of his flight at all, so he rushed in headfirst. The next moment, the general flew out of the mirror and smashed towards King Yaksha's position at an even faster speed. Looking at the general flying towards him, King Yiksha's expression became quite ugly. Useless things. Then he raised his hand, and a powerful force slowed down the flying general, so that he would not be directly smashed to death on the spot. Seeing this situation, Gu Shi's eyes lit up, and he decisively turned his head and ordered behind him. Yongdo. Extract mana. Chapter 660 Seal the level 15 strongman. Yongdo in the rear heard Gu Shi's order. Although he didn't know why he had to extract mana at this time, he didn't think much and immediately started the magic ritual. At this time, Gu Shi also set his sights on the troops other than King Yiksha. At this time, all three slow magic rituals on Yudo's side were facing Wang Wei. Under such a slow turn, Saya and the incarnation of death, the god of death, had a chance to surround Wang Wei. As for the soldiers under Wang Wei, they had already died under the attack of the incarnation of death, the god of death. At this time, there have been some changes in the ghost battlefield of the incarnation of death, the god of death. Originally, the ghost battlefield of the incarnation of death, the god of death, was a large number of bones and arms protruding from the ground. These arms support death incarnate, the Grim Reaper floating above the ground. However, after the incarnation of death, the Grim Reaper killed Wang Wei's men. Some of the enemies had become part of the ghost battlefield. Now from the ghostly battlefield of the death incarnation, the god of death, the stretched out skeletal arms no longer just stay in place. Some arms will automatically fly up from the ground and grab nearby enemies, like vines. As long as it is caught, the enemy is generally unable to move and can only be hacked to death by death, the incarnation of death. Even someone as powerful as Wang Wei and as mobile as he is still the same. But this Wang Wei is a capable person no matter what. His limbs have been wrapped with at least 7 or 8 bone arms, and even his waist and shoulders have been covered with these. They have also been blessed by various slowness techniques, so his speed has never been slowed to the limit. At the slowest time, he is not much different from a normal person, and can face attacks from both Shea and the incarnation of death, the Grim Reaper, at the same time. It can be seen that his level is probably above level 15. You must know that there is a very obvious difference between level 15 and below. That is, they have an opportunity to strengthen their strength, agility, body, intelligence, senses, and charm, and they will receive some special enhancements for their strongest attributes. The Wang Wei in front of him must have received special enhancements in agility and mastered some special abilities. Only then can the speed be increased to such a level. Death incarnation, the god of death, although relying on Gu Shi's level, is now at level 14. But the gap between level 14 and level 15 cannot be made up if you want to. This is also the reason why the incarnation of death, the Grim Reaper, and Shea chased Wang Wei but failed to kill him. Faced with such an enemy who can dodge, escape, and turn back to fight back from time to time, Shea and the incarnation of death, the god of death, are also quite big. They can only cooperate with each other and use their own methods to continuously attack Wang Wei, hoping to give him a chance. Wang Wei brings enough damage. Seeing the situation here, Gu Shi couldn't help but become anxious. He turned to look at Luna. Can it be handled? Luna shook her head and nodded. There are only 4 mirror image tricks that can be dealt with, but the effects are not good. If he is trapped in the mirror image, he will lose the influence of the slowness spell and let him escape. If you try to trap him again, it will become difficult. There is probably only one way to deal with this kind of enemy. Gu Shi's heart moved, and he suddenly thought of the Seal Demon Blood Sacrifice Mirror in Luna's hand. This prop has the effect of sealing enemies whose strength does not exceed level 15 and calling on their abilities. The Wang Wei in front of him was obviously level 15, which was right at the upper limit of the seal. Luna is planning to seal Wang Wei. But think about it. This is actually quite reasonable. If you don't seal a level 15 person, it's hard to choose a weaker being to seal. Okay, I'll help you. As soon as Gu Shi figured out what Luna wanted to do, he said immediately. At the same time, he raised the cold wind staff and pointed at the Wang Wei who was fighting below. Deep freeze. Because Wang Wei's movement speed has been slowed down by the slowness spell and the ability of death, the incarnation of death. It has now become almost as fast as ordinary people. Only then could Gu Shi lock Wang Wei's position. Otherwise Gu Shi's strength and eyes would not be able to keep up with Wang Wei's speed. The moment the Gu Shi spell was used, Wang Wei, who was still moving, suddenly paused, and then his body was wrapped in a layer of blue ice. Wang Wei, who had been moving from the beginning, finally stopped at this time. It was as if he was locked in a huge ice coffin. He could see the situation outside, but he couldn't move or break the ice coffin in front of him. The people outside could not hurt Wang Wei. Xia and the incarnation of death, the god of death, stood in front of the ice coffin, but did not take action. Xia held up the Jinglanjian and considered whether she could cut Wang Wei and the ice coffin together with her own sword. The incarnation of death, the god of death, was thinking about whether he could kill Wang Wei if he used Death Harvest immediately when the ice coffin melted. You must know that his Death Harvest is only targeted at level 12, and enemies around level May 15 be immune to the instant death effect. At this time, Luna appeared in front of the ice coffin through the ability of mirror image. Xia has the best relationship with Luna. Seeing Luna appear, Xia turned around and asked, "Luna, why are you here?" Luna held the vermilion mirror, pointed at Wang Wei in front of her and said, "Come here and seal him. You have made your choice. Didn't you want to seal the existence of a magic system at the beginning? Why did you switch to the agility system now? The legal system has the benefits of the legal system. As for sealing him, it will also be beneficial. At least I can use the weird mirror image abilities such as the hangman." After hearing what Luna said, Xia put away the well dragon song. The incarnation of death, the god of death, stepped aside and prepared to fight the charging enemies. He doesn't want to take care of things here. Seeing the two men retreating, Luna quickly stepped forward and pointed the red, sealed demon blood sacrifice mirror at Wang Wei inside the ice coffin. Wang Wei only felt that something was not quite right about the situation in front of him. But being trapped in the ice coffin, he couldn't move, and there was no place to escape even if he wanted to. He could only watch as a kind of vermilion chain flew out from the mirror, entangled the entire ice coffin, and dragged it into the vermilion mirror little by little. It wasn't that Wang Wei didn't want to resist. It was just that he couldn't move at all. When half of his body entered the vermilion mirror, the ice coffin disappeared. He could move now, but it was all useless. Wang Wei was locked up with vermilion chains and dragged into the sealed demon blood sacrifice mirror. Only Wang Wei's face was left on the mirror of sealed demon blood sacrifice mirror. Chapter 661 Kill an Enemy. How about it? Seeing Luna suddenly appearing behind him, Gu Shi turned around and asked, "If the seal is successful, I can use the special abilities that the seal person gained when he broke through level 15 and reached the agility standard. Doubled agility is the most common special ability that agility professionals can choose when they reach level 15. The effect is not very great, but it usually allows the user to display twice the normal agility when moving. The only advantage is that during combat, the speed that can be doubled during combat can be increased by 1 or 2 times. That is to say, when he was fighting with Xia and the others before, he fought at 4 times the speed. No wonder. Gu Shi thought of Wang Wei's speed before, and somewhat understood what was going on. Can you use this special ability now? Yes. This is the best ability to extract. In addition, this person is equipped with 2 pieces of purple equipment. I should be able to extract an ability from each to use. Then this person will pay the price. I think most of this person's purple equipment is mainly for improving speed. I'm afraid my speed will reach a very high level in the future. That's not bad." Gu Shi nodded with satisfaction. "Let's do this for now. If it doesn't work, we can wait until we're done with this battle, and then release the guy sealed inside to replace him." Luna thought so too. At this time, the battlefield under Aradavida changed again. As Wang Wei died, the general who had just been beaten out also crawled up from the ground. At this time, his own morale had dropped to the extreme point. Now he needs a morale-boosting victory. So when Wang Wei was dragged away, the general returned to the battlefield. It's just that this time he didn't have any mount to use, so he could only run forward by himself. I don't know if the big knife in his hand was too heavy or for some reason, so he could only carry it in his hand. At the same time, his skin has also changed color. Now he is almost as dark as coke. When he rushed out, his target was the incarnation of death standing in front of him, the god of death. He also saw the battle between Wang Wei just now. The incarnation of death, the god of death, was obviously a little weaker than him, which was just what he could handle. As long as he kills the incarnation of death, the god of death, he can regain his original confidence. And then he will rush to the wall of Aladovida again. As long as he rushes to the city wall, he can kill them. So when the general rushed out, he moved forward bravely. He reached the distance of 700 to 800 meters in only half a minute. At this time, Death Incarnation and Xia were about to retreat. When they saw such a person appearing, they both stopped at the same time. They had just fought against Wang Wei for a long time, but they didn't get any good results. What should they be afraid of with an enemy like this coming to their door now? So Xia, who had already retreated, took a step forward with Jing Longing in one hand and a short wooden stick in the other and disappeared into the air. The incarnation of death, the Grim Reaper, immediately faced the enemy head-on, and the two weapons on his back arms collided head-on with the opponent's sword. Under this struggle, the incarnation of death, the god of death, took a step back. It was obvious that he was no longer a match for this general in terms of strength. The level of this general has also reached level 15. Unlike Wang Wei, who was sealed just now, he takes the root of strength, and his special enhancement is naturally also on strength. Under this blow, obvious cracks appeared on the back arm of the incarnation of death, the god of death. After defeating the incarnation of death, the god of death, the general returned with a sword. Then a trace of confusion appeared on his face, because behind him, there were obviously no enemies. This situation is wrong. Didn't Shea want to sneak up behind him and attack? He just fought off the incarnation of death, the god of death. Isn't that the best opportunity to take action? Is it possible that Shea is not worried about the safety of the incarnation of death, the god of death? If Shea knew what this military commander was thinking, he would definitely say, "You are thinking too much." Who doesn't know that the incarnation of death is Gu Shi's spell, which can be summoned after death, to go out and fight to save the incarnation of death? Who would have such an idea? Oh, the enemy doesn't recognize the skill of death incarnate. That's okay. I'll just wait and see and kill him. And death, the incarnation of death, knew what he was going to do when he saw such a situation. When he was beaten out by the general, he turned over and directly activated all the abilities of the 3 purple pieces of equipment in his hand. At the same time, he held the scythe of despair tightly in his forearm and dragged the scythe to the ground, ready to attack at any time. Seeing the colorful lights and changes flashing across the body of the incarnation of death, the god of death, a trace of disdain flashed in the general's eyes. This is the power of using equipment. It seems that although the one in front of me is only one level worse than myself, its combat effectiveness is far behind. The general raised his sword with both hands and struck it heavily on the shoulder of the god of death, the incarnation of death. With this cut, the body of the incarnation of death, the god of death, took a few steps back again. However, the ghost battlefield of the incarnation of death was activated, and many arms flew up and grabbed the general's. The general twisted his body and found that the grabbed arm had little effect on him, so he didn't care about it anymore. He had already seen that this was entirely the power of the incarnation of death, the god of death. As long as the incarnation of death is killed, these arms crawling on his body will be useless. So the general took another step forward, crushed some bones on the ground, and once again raised his sword to slash at the incarnation of death, the god of death. He used all his strength with this sword, and it was aimed at the head of the god of death, the incarnation of death. The incarnation of death, the god of death, took this opportunity and shook his arm. Desanap, as 3 flying heads flew out and bit the general on the face. Then the sickle of despair, which had been dragging on the ground, was raised and struck at the general's waist. But then the incarnation of death, the god of death, became disappointed. With this knife strike, he used the ability of death harvesting. As a result, the attack of the incarnation of death, the Grim Reaper, failed. The death harvest did not kill the general directly, but it most aggravated his injuries. The general was also angry. He slashed the head of the god of death, the incarnation of death, with one knife. After this slash, the skull of the god of death, the incarnation of death, was cut into 2 pieces on the spot. But at this moment, the incarnation of death, the god of death, pounced forward, and all the skeletal arms on the ground grabbed the general. Then the incarnation of death, the god of death, took advantage of the last opportunity to hug the general tightly and pin him to the ground. Shea, who had disappeared long ago, suddenly appeared behind the general at this moment. She held the Jinglongian in both hands and slashed at the general and the incarnation of death. Shea, contracted undead, kills Shiyuan Captain Wei Chang, level 15. You gain 1723 experience points, and the contracted undead gains 2,213 experience points. Chapter 662, The Power of National Destiny. While Shiyuan Captain Wei Chang was fighting the incarnation of death, the Grim Reaper, Yongdo had also completed a mana extraction. The extraction range is the location of King Yiksha. Under this extraction, not much mana was extracted from King Yasha's troops, but a kind of pale golden magic power was drawn out of King Yiksha. These mana did not directly turn into a rainbow like the portal was extracted before, but fell on the altar like tiny raindrops. When this kind of magic power was drawn out, Yongdo felt something was wrong at the first moment and immediately notified Gu Shi. My lord, there is something wrong with this magic power. At this time, Luna had just come up and spoke a few words to Gu Shi. Upon hearing this, Gu Shi turned around and glanced behind him. Sir, come over and take a look. Princess Anna, you take command here. Gu Shi turned over, jumped off the city wall, and quickly used the evil coffin to reach the altar behind Aladovita. What is the problem? Sir, you see this power is wrong. Yongdo quickly gave up his position. At this time, Gu Shi also saw the light golden mana gather together. At this time, the mana was almost solidifying into crystals. And at the same time, Gu Shi could feel a majestic aura coming from the mana. National Destiny Mana, Blue. Special mana through identity and mana. Mobilize National Destiny. Borrow National Destiny to assimilate mana. And generate special energy, which can be used in various upgrades. Spell casting, alchemy, and equipment production. Note, National Fortune mana can improve quality in some aspects. Looking at the instructions in front of him, Gu Shi couldn't help but say something. Who am I fighting now? But even though he said that, Gu Shi had no intention of backing down at all. He grabbed a handful of this National Destiny mana, felt the characteristics of this mana, and then decisively said to Yongdo, pump. Keep pumping until he dies. After hearing Gu Shi's order, although Yongdo didn't know what Gu Shi was thinking, he took action immediately. Even the skeleton mages stationed at the 3 slowness altars were called back to participate in the magical ritual of extracting mana. Gu Shi didn't stay here longer. He immediately returned to the city wall of Aladovita. How's the situation over there? Gu Shi asked Princess Anna while running up the city wall. I don't know what to say. Sir, you can see for yourself. Princess Anna gave up a position. At this time, Gu Shi looked towards King Yaksha from a distance. He had lost most of his mana because part of the national luck mana had been taken away. This also caused a natural reaction in his body. A red dragon was trying hard to tear out of King Yasha's body, just like plasticine being torn from someone else's skin. However, the situation of this dragon seems to be a little different. There is a black iron chain wrapped around the dragon's body, and the other end of the chain is wrapped around King Yaksha's heart. The situation after the mana was extracted also made King Yaksha understand that something was wrong with him. While he stretched out his hand to tightly grasp the iron chain coming out of his heart to prevent the dragon from leaving his body, he ordered loudly, "Get them all. Pick up your weapons and prepare to charge with me." Now the Yaksha king has only one chance to go back. To take back his body, kill Gu Shi, and leave Aradavita safely. Apart from this, he had no other way to leave. King Yaksha, who has no way out, plans to go out in person and is ready to fight tooth and nail. Hearing the order from King Yaksha, the soldiers raised their weapons and charged forward with loud roars. At this time, Wei Chong and the incarnation of death, the god of death, were hacked to death by Shaya. If he had delayed a little longer, maybe the situation wouldn't be like this. Seeing the enemy rushing over, Gu Shi decisively ordered, Ghost Dragon, Bone Dragon, attack that guy. Don't let him stuff the dragon into his body. Although we don't know what the Yaksha king is doing now. When Gu Shi gave the order, his idea was to stop the enemy from doing whatever he wanted. Under Gu Shi's command, the incarnations of death, the Bone Dragon, and the Ghost Dragon flew out at the same time. A group of black dragons also wanted to rush out, but were stopped by Gu Shi. Go attack the soldiers below and kill them all. The black dragon turned in the air, adjusted its direction, and pounced on the soldiers below. At the same time, Gu Shi turned around and said, Princess Anna, adjust Aladovita and switch to another period. When Princess Anna heard this, she understood Gu Shi's plan. Gu Shi was planning to send troops. Faced with Gu Shi's serious look, Princess Anna did not object and acted decisively. Under the operation of Princess Anna, a crow flew up from the guillotine, and another crow landed on the guillotine. King Yasha, who was struggling with the dragon, seemed to feel something. He looked up at Aladovita, but found that nothing seemed to have changed here. At this moment, the gate of Aradavita opened, and a large number of troops rushed out. These troops are mainly zombies, with levels ranging from 6 to 8. They held various weapons in their hands, and rushed toward the battlefield with one staggering step. These zombies are all undead troops transformed by Yasha in the demon cave, except for some who were dragged away by Gu Shi's heroes to replenish their troops. The rest are all here. This time Gu Shi was quite generous in using them as cannon fodder. After letting them out, Gu Shi didn't give them any orders at all. but just told them to rush toward the enemy troops. When the zombies rushed out, King Yasha saw the open city gate and finally realized something was wrong. His body was missing. When he came here before, he clearly saw the body placed in the open space in the middle of Aladovita. What happened to such a big corpse? Where did the body go? Seeing this situation, King Yaksha exerted force on his hand, and there was even a wound on the body of the red dragon caught by him. Then King Yaksha no longer paid attention to the dragon. If his body was gone, he would be finished. So King Yaksha strode forward, rushing towards Aradovi at a speed that was beyond the imagination of normal people. The incarnation of death, the bone dragon, and the ghost dragon rushed here. The ghost dragon immediately attacked the dragon that was dragged by the iron chain like a kite. The incarnation of death, bone dragon, immediately sprayed out a death dragon breath towards King Yasha. Chapter 663. The Powerful Yaksha King. At this time, King Yaksha was quite angry. The incarnation of death, the bone dragon, sprayed out a death dragon breath, and he stretched out his hand to grab it. Although he was only as tall as a normal person, he grabbed the neck of the bone dragon, the incarnation of death, like a big white goose. Then King Yaksha did not see any action, and the head of the bone dragon, the incarnation of death, was torn off. However, the incarnation of death, the bone dragon, is also ruthless. When his neck was grabbed, he knew that something was wrong. The moment his head was torn off, the incarnation of death, the bone dragon, self-destructed on the spot. Boom! The powerful explosion blew King Yaksha away. At this time, two more figures rushed out of Aladovita. One of them was a bone-armored centipede. As soon as it rushed out, it bit King Yaksha's waist. In the end, he bit the Yasha King's waist, and the 5 Yasha hands that flew out got stuck on the bone-armored centipede's jawline and pulled hard. The movement was like ripping off the skin of a shrimp, tearing off the SHL of a bone-armored centipede on the spot. The figure behind was the Bone Titan. His original idea was that the bone centipede was biting the Yaksha King, and he came out to take advantage of it. Unexpectedly, the bone centipede was so weak and was killed on the spot. This left the white bone titan speechless. Fortunately, he is not the timid type. Among the undead, there is no fear of death. Rushing to a position only a few steps away from the Yaksha King, he raised his hand and stabbed the Yaksha King directly with the bone spear. King Yaksha raised his hand, and the body of the bone centipede hit the white bone titan in the face. After hitting the bone titan, he took a step back. Then he stepped upwards with the spear, trying to kick the bone titan's head into pieces. But King Yaksha never expected that the bone titan would actually discharge electricity on the spear. As soon as he stepped on the spear, King Yaksha was electrocuted. At the same time, he felt that something was not quite right. When the Yaksha King looked back, he found that the red dragon that was being flown as a kite had its front legs torn off and part of it swallowed by the ghost dragon. At this time, the ghost dragon seemed to have been stimulated by something, and its body turned red. The Soul Reaver's effect was activated, and even Gushi, who was standing on the wall of Aladovita, felt a heat injected into his body. But now Gushi has no intention of paying attention to this. He found that most of his men above level 10 were killed or injured just after taking action. Let the zombies lead those soldiers to other places, and the corpse mother is ready to take action. At this point, Gushi paused, as if he had thought of something. He immediately turned to look at Luna. Luna, I asked you to check whether there were any new undead souls entering Aridity City when the portal crashed just now. What was the result? Luna immediately replied after hearing this, yes. There are more than 31,000 new undead in Aladovi, including skeletons, zombies, ghosts, and vampires. The most important thing is that there are a group of skeleton archers and skeleton mages, and even more than 100 corpse witches. It has not yet been confirmed what species those corpse witches are, but they do exist. 2 other beings above level 15 appeared. I didn't pay attention to it before. Should we transfer them here now? The legal troops were temporarily arranged to go to Udo's place, and all the skeleton shooters were on the wall. The 2 of them should be at level 15 of the 3 of them now. Call them out and join forces with the corpse mother to deal with King Yaksha. Damn it! When Gushi gave the order, King Yaksha, who had responded to the lightning attack, had already rushed in front of the bone titan. Although he was hit by lightning, at King Yaksha's level, a small amount of lightning would have little impact on him. He dragged the bone titan's neck and pushed it down hard. The bone titan's skull shattered. At this moment, the corpse mother had also rushed into the battlefield. A level 17 corpse mother is much stronger than a level 11 bone titan. Not to mention there are enough corpse boys behind him to provide blessings. The moment she appeared, the corpse mother punched the Yiksha king in the face. The Yiksha king, who had just killed the bone titan, was about to rush towards Aradavita. But the appearance of the corpse mother made him angry. Why are you all trying to stop me? Can you really do it with people like you? So the Yiksha king punched the corpse mother. The two men's fists collided, and the corpse mother's right hand exploded on the spot. But the Yiksha king's expression also became uglier because his fist was also cracked. This shows that the corpse mother's combat power is already somewhat close to that of the Yiksha king. King Yiksha became serious this time. He pulled back with his left hand, trying to drag the red dragon back. But when he was dragging the chain, something felt wrong. King Yiksha looked back and found that the red dragon was wrapped around the ghost dragon like a snake wrapped around an eagle. More than half of its neck was bitten by the ghost dragon. The ghost dragon was biting the red dragon continuously, like it was as if he wanted to swallow this dragon. The red dragon is obviously also trying its best. Like a snake's last struggle, it will take you away with it even if it dies. Seeing this situation, King Yiksha quickly pulled the chain back. But at this moment, Corpse Mother punched King Yiksha on the back with her left hand. This punch was really full force, and King Yasha was knocked to the ground on the spot. Then a large number of corpse boys quickly jumped up, fell from the sky, and hit King Yiksha. The Yiksha king waved his hand, dragged the chain and swept across, breaking the corpse mother's body into two pieces. But the next moment, the corpse mother's body exploded, and the body of a nearby corpse child twisted and became the new corpse mother. This situation made King Yiksha a little unhappy. But he wasn't that worried yet, because he had already felt the corpse mother's situation when he took action just now. You can hurt yourself, but if you want to kill yourself, unless you don't defend yourself and get punched by the opponent for more than 100 times, you won't have this chance at all. And in that little time, he would have killed the corpse mother long ago. But in the situation just now, the corpse mother seemed to be resurrected by the nearby corpse boy. This won't work. King Yiksha thought for a moment and planned to come up with a big move. At least these corpse boys must be disposed of. At this time, Luna also brought 3 level 15 warriors, who appeared in the city of Aridon because of double death. The reason why there are 3 people is that one of them was actually transformed by Wei Chong, who was just killed. They correspond exactly to skeletons, zombies and ghosts. It is not a powerful unit, but it is the most basic and core existence among the undead. Gushi glanced at them, then pointed at the zombies and ghosts and said, "Go and entangle the Yiksha king and create opportunities for Corpse Mother. You go and kill that general. Luna, I need to trouble you one more time. Go to the altar of eternal slavery. Resurrect the ones who died in the battle, and bring them here." Chapter 664 The Violent Yiksha King. When Gushi was mobilizing all the troops above level 10 in the city, King Yiksha also launched his ultimate move. After confirming the condition of the Corpse Mother, King Yiksha took a deep breath. His body burst through his clothes and turned into a 2.5-meter tall man with green skin and fangs growing out of his mouth. Gave everyone a performance on the spot called Green-Faced Fangs. But he didn't become like this just to scare people. But his ultimate move really has to be like this before he can use it. Behind him, everyone could notice that there were 3 iron chains wrapped around King Yiksha's body that were similar to the position of his heart. One is wrapped around the waist, where a black dragon is tattooed. One is wrapped around the right hand, where there is a blue dragon tattoo. The last one was wrapped around his neck, but there was no dragon tattoo there, just a less obvious red line there. After it became like this, King Yiksha stretched out his hand, and 3 iron chains fell into his hand. 3 dragons covered the ground. King Yiksha swung the iron chain hard and slammed it down to where the corpse mother was. 2 dragons were pulled out from his body, and the red dragon was also dragged in front of King Yiksha. But at this time, the red dragon was being swallowed by the ghost dragon. It is not controllable like the other 2 dragons. But King Yasha didn't care about this. He kept swinging the 3 iron chains, quickly forming a black and cyan halo above his head. As for the red halo, there are some, but the ghost dragon is obviously struggling there, and is not completely controlled by King Yiksha. This caused some flaws in King Yasha's ultimate move, and also caused King Yasha to lose his perfect judgment. After King Yasha turned 7 times according to his own habit, he hit hard with his right hand dragging the chain. Boom! 3 streams of light, like meteors, struck the spot where the corpse mother was. Flames instantly erupted from the ground, and shot more than 5 meters into the air. The corpse mother and the group of nearly 10,000 corpse boys behind her were turned into charred corpses in the flames. Because of the power of the ultimate move, even the corpse mother was not spared, and was immediately scorched. Also killed at the same time was the ghost dragon biting the red dragon. However, the ghost dragon was not a loss. He swallowed half of the red dragon. When King Yasha took it back, only a tail of the red dragon was left. King Yiksha was quite unhappy that his 3 dragons were reduced to 2.5. However, the Yiksha king was relieved that he had killed the corpse mother who posed the greatest threat to him. But unexpectedly, Gushi also took action at this time. In the Aradovi Tower, Gushi couldn't project anything from Aradovi City. Therefore, he could only recruit 10 necromancers and ask them to cooperate with him in using spiritualism on the area just affected by the 3 dragons' groundbreaking move. Under Gushi's spiritualism, hundreds of corpse boys stood up again. But King Yiksha's flaw just now did not kill all the corpse boys. This gave the corpse mother a chance to escape. With the help of the newly standing corpse boy, the corpse mother appeared in front of King Yiksha again. At the same time, Princess Anna quickly took over part of the work without Gushi's orders, and began to replenish the corpse mother with corpse boys and other troops. At this time, the 3 level 15 undead soldiers, who had just appeared also appeared on the battlefield. The skeleton soldier rushed over to deal with the general, who was still fighting the zombies. The other 2 pounced on King Yiksha one after another. Their goal was not to kill King Yiksha. Neither the corpse mother had done such a thing. Nor did these 2 think they could do it. Their goal at first was to draw firepower. But now their idea is to just drag a chain. As long as the chain is held back and King Yiksha is not allowed to use the big move just now, the corpse mother will have a chance to kill King Yiksha. At this time, the bone-eating swamp also rushed out. His level is also level 13. If it were normal, Gushi would definitely not let him go. But now, all those above level 10 have to be taken action. Bone-gnawing swamp is not a treasure, so he will naturally come out. This bone-gnawing swamp is obviously an undead troop with brains. When I rushed out, I was already thinking about what I could do. Frontal fighting is not the ability of bone-gnawing swamp. In fact, he is somewhat similar to corpse mother. His main combat power comes from the bone-gnawing swamp under his command. When he rushed out, he naturally brought a large amount of bone-gnawing sludge with him. As they rushed across the battlefield, they devoured the corpses along the way. When they rushed in front of King Yiksha, all the bone-gnawing sludge dragged over by the bone-gnawing swamp rushed forward and covered themselves with King Yiksha. How could King Yiksha be afraid of such a thing? He just tore and pulled it casually, and the bone-gnawing sludge that he threw at him was killed in batches. However, he did not notice that the corpses that had been swallowed by the bone-gnawing sludge, but had not yet been digested, fell beside him when they died in the bone-gnawing silt. But King Yiksha didn't care about this. They are all broken bones, no matter how high they are piled. What will happen? That's not a bunch of dead things. But he didn't know that Gushi had been waiting for this opportunity. When he saw another wave of bone-gnawing sludge, Gushi pointed in the direction of King Yasha and struck. Serial corpse explosion. Under the influence of the serial corpse explosion, a large amount of bone-eating sludge pressed up, directing all the explosions to King Yiksha. As for the bone-eating sludge themselves, there was never anything to worry about. No one will think about the life and death of the undead. In the constant explosions, the bone-gnawing sludge that pressed up was killed immediately. But the bone-gnawing sludge behind didn't hesitate at all and kept rushing forward. They can keep suppressing the explosion and focus it on King Yasha. And at the same time, they can bring more corpses over. When the explosion started, 2 level 15 undead also rushed here, and they immediately pounced on the iron chain wrapping the dragon. The 2 dragons, one black and one green, were now dizzy. When 2 undead spirits rushed over, they didn't react in time and were directly pinned down by the chains by the 2 undead spirits. In addition, there was an explosion on King Yiksha's side, so he had no time to take care of this matter. So the 2 undead easily killed the dizzy dragon. The zombie tore the black dragon's head from its body. The ghost sucked the cyan dragon into a dragon stem. At this time, King Yasha also realized that the explosion was a bit excessive. Although this kind of explosion did little harm to him, he himself couldn't bear it if it continued like this. This is a slap in his face. So during the explosion, King Yasha twisted his body, and the iron chain in his hand wanted to rotate, sweeping out all the corpses around him. But at this moment, 2 level 15 undead pressed hard on the chain, blocking the position and dragging King Yiksha back when he wanted to turn. Chapter 665. I want to upgrade. The explosion hit him in the face, and he was dragged down by chains. At this time, King Yiksha was in crisis. When the corpse mother saw this situation, she didn't even care that the serial corpse explosion was not over yet. She rushed into the explosion range and hit King Yiksha in the face with her fist. Just as the Yiksha king thought. Only the corpse mother's attack could cause him harm. After being punched twice, King Yasha understood that he could not continue like this. If he wanted to fight back, he had to kill the corpse mother first, because the 2 iron chains he could control were held back by level 15 undead. King Yasha had fewer things to use. King Yasha couldn't use the iron chain wrapped around his neck. So the iron chain that came out from the heart was dragged out by King Yasha again, along with half of the red dragon. Fire star. As King Yiksha threw up the chain, a ball of flame appeared at one end of the chain. The flame was like a shooting star, chasing the corpse mother there. The corpse mother dodged several times, but didn't dodge. Finally, he was beaten, and a large piece of his body was burnt black. In the current situation of the corpse mother, she can survive at least 3 more times. But corpse mother didn't think so. She could withstand 3 more blows. But why should she? Every time she was hit, the corpse mother would stop fighting and start over. What a waste of time. Find another person like those 2 level 15 guys to hold down the Yiksha king first, so that he can't attack. The corpse mother thought so at this time. And the bone-gnawing swamp over there thought the same way. When King Yasha was about to strike again, bone-gnawing swamp pounced on him immediately. He bit half of the red dragon's body tightly. Then bone-gnawing swamp's body turned into a puddle of water, pressing on the ground, trying to hold off King Yasha's attack. From the point of view of bone-gnawing swamp, what the other 2 undead can do, he can naturally do. But he never thought about how his level was only level 13, compared with others who were level 15. Not long after he swallowed the red dragon, he heard King Yiksha roar, "Pillar of earth fire." The next moment, a pillar of fire erupted from the ground, burning the bone-gnawing swamp on the spot. This situation was quite unfavorable for Gushi. Without the bone-gnawing swamp, the amount of subsequent bone-gnawing sludge will not be enough. I'm afraid that if we support it for another minute or 2, the serial explosion of corpses will have to stop. Seeing this situation, Gushi reacted immediately. King Yiksha must be held back. At least now, he cannot let King Yiksha throw up the chain anymore. Teleport that level 15 skeleton soldier over. Gushi was only halfway through what he said, when an explosion came from another battlefield. The new message that popped up let Gushi know immediately that the level 15 general had been killed. But the level 15 skeleton soldiers he wanted to mobilize also died in this wave of explosions. It can be said that he died together with the level 15 general. Now Luna is resurrecting the dead undead soldiers at the altar of eternal slavery. There was no time to look for the undead transformed by level 15 generals. And even if it is converted, it will take time to transfer people over. The current situation is quite urgent. If I drag it on any longer, I'm afraid the corpse mother will be beaten to death again. The new corpse boy has not been transferred yet. If the corpse mother dies, it will take quite a long time to be resurrected through the altar of eternal slavery. Who will he use to suppress King Yiksha then? Thinking of this, Gushi made a decisive decision in his heart. The cold wind staff pointed in the direction of the battle. Death incarnate. In the black mist, the incarnation of Death Bone Dragon flew to the fighting position with the god of death. The incarnation of death flew very fast. Before Gushi could drink the magic potion, they had already rushed to the battlefield. The incarnation of death, the god of death, jumped down immediately. He put down the weapon with his back arm quite simply, and grabbed the chain that had not been retracted at the position where he died in the bone-gnawing swamp. The moment he got the chain, the incarnation of death, the god of death, discovered that the chain was made of souls. Without thinking, despair side-struck, cutting off the iron chain on the spot and nailing half of the red dragon's corpse to the ground. At the same time, the incarnation of death, the bone dragon, also sprayed a death dragon breath at King Yasha, because the effect of death dragon's breath was not good last time. This time the death incarnation bone dragon was all replaced with items used to strengthen death dragon's breath. It goes without saying that the eyes are capable of melting light, and the lung slices obtained previously have also been added, so that the breath of death dragon can be maintained longer. After doing all this, the incarnation of death, the bone dragon, sprayed towards the position of the Yiksha king. This time he was standing quite high. He's so tall that even King Yiksha can't beat him. He remembered what happened before when King Yasha suddenly pulled out his head. In the mind of the bone dragon, the incarnation of death, it would be fine as long as it flew a little higher. But they still underestimated the situation of the Yiksha king, facing attacks from all directions. King Yasha roared. A ray of fire centered on him, and spread out in all directions. The fire immediately dragged in nearby zombies, ghosts, the incarnation of death, the god of death, and the corpse mother. But the next moment, a blood-colored cloud appeared in the sky, and a large amount of blood rain fell on each soldier, who was burned by the flames quite accurately. Even the dead child behind was affected by the blood rain. It's just that the effect of the blood rain is not as strong as imagined. Under this wave of flames, everyone below level 15 was burned to death. Even the confident incarnation of death, the god of death. Most of the corpse boys behind the corpse mother were killed and injured, directly cutting off the corpse mother's ability to borrow them. Chance of resurrection. Only those above level 15 could withstand this wave of attacks and survive the influence of the blood rain. Seeing Isabella's expression, Gushi understood that it was not because she failed to save her, but the soldiers below level 15 cannot withstand such attacks because their vitality differs too much. If you want to guarantee your survival and hold off King Yasha, you must be a level 15 soldier. And there are quite a few of them. Just as Gushi was considering the situation, King Yaksha also jumped up. Without the continuous series of corpse explosions, King Yasha's attacks became even more powerful. He punched the corpse mother with one punch, hoping to take this opportunity to send the corpse mother away directly. In the eyes of King Yaksha, the corpse mother is his biggest trouble. As long as the corpse mother is gone, everything else is not a problem. At this moment, Gushi suddenly understood. He decisively ordered Bone Dragon, explode downwards. The incarnation of death, the Bone Dragon, rushed down immediately and bit the body of King Yaksha. This time, without waiting for the Yaksha king to make a move, the incarnation of death, the Bone Dragon, exploded on the spot, taking the Yaksha king away for a distance. Taking this opportunity, Gushi said something seriously. I want to upgrade. Chapter 666, Gushi level 7. Your level is raised to level 7, which will replenish life and magic power. Clear all adverse conditions. Increase agility by 1. And select 2 of the following 5 skills as rewards. Lucky Death, the exclusive skill of the Death Witch Lord, which can be upgraded, consumes 300 points of mana, and performs a lucky throw within the specified range, 100 meters in diameter. All lives within this range will face 1 immortal, 1 out of 10, 5 out 1, half dead, all dead, death execution. Those who are immune to instant death magic or are 12 levels above the user level are immune to this effect. Death Wave, advanced skills, passive skills, can be upgraded. Need to master Death Ripple level 3 to learn. Each time the Death Ripple is used, the mana is reduced by 20%, and the power is increased by 150%. Soul Gathering Magic, professional skill, can be upgraded. Consumes 30 mana points. Can revive one's own undead troops on the battlefield. The number of resurrected troops is equivalent to the player's intelligence value. Ghost on the Wall, professional skill, upgradable. Consumes 50 points of mana, and puts down a maze at a designated location. All enemies who enter the maze will fall into direction confusion and eventually return to their original position. Magic Flying Bone, a combination skill that can be upgraded. Bone Spurs can be learned at level 2 or above, and Magic Arrows can be learned at level 2 or above. It consumes 3 mana points to release a flying white bone. The effect is equivalent to the combination of Bone Spurs and Magic Arrows. What Gushi wanted to upgrade this time was that after reaching level 7, the incarnation of death would be 8 levels higher than his level, which meant that his incarnation of death could reach level 15, which was exactly the standard to deal with the undead King Yaksha. But he will not give up the selection of skills because of time. Gushi took a serious look at the skills in front of him, and the spirit gathering technique appeared again. The current situation is just right for it. The skill of Luck of Death seems a bit interesting. It is completely the choice of betting on dogs. I like it. Others. Death Wave. This increases the attack effect of Death Wave. This is possible, but the attack range cannot be increased. Forget it. Give up for now. Ghost Hitting the Wall? This is actually a hybrid spell of Force Field and Mind. It works well to prevent enemies from approaching. But do I need to prevent enemies from approaching? Gushi raised his head and glanced at the battlefield in the distance. The enemy closest to him was now 500 to 600 meters away. What he is afraid of now is that his spells cannot hit the enemy. How can he be afraid that the enemy will get too close? The Magic Flying Bone one? Gushi doesn't use Bone Spurs and Magic Arrows much now. So what's the use of a new similar spell? So Gushi made a decisive choice. Choose the Luck of Death or the Magic of Gathering Spirits. After making his choice, Gushi immediately pointed in the direction of the battlefield. Death incarnate. The mana that had just been replenished was emptied again in an instant, and the two incarnations of death flew out. Although no new skills were added at level 15, Gushi could clearly see that the two avatars of death were noticeably larger in size. It's obvious that one of their attributes has been improved. Death Incarnation Bone Dragon can't see any changes for the time being, but Death Incarnation Death can be seen that his bones have obviously been improved a lot. This clearly strengthens the strength attributes. The incarnation of Death Bone Dragon quickly flew to King Yiksha with the God of Death. The moment Death Incarnate the God of Death landed on the ground, he directly stepped forward and stabbed King Yiksha with a knife. Death Harvest. The incarnation of Death the God of Death acted quickly and knocked the Yiksha King back in one blow. At the same time, the incarnation of Death the Bone Dragon flew into the air again and sprayed towards the position of King Yiksha. After he sprayed this, Gushi knew that the incarnation of Death the Bone Dragon strengthened the intelligence attribute, and the effect of the Death Dragon's breath was obviously comprehensively enhanced. It can be seen that the incarnation of Death the Bone Dragon was unhappy that his Death Dragon breath did not kill the Yiksha King. Now, Gushi had no time to care about this. After drinking the magic potion, Gushi took a step forward and pointed the cold wind staff towards the battlefield. Spirit Gathering Magic. Under this spell, the level 15 skeleton soldier who had just died with the enemy's level 15 general turned over and got up from the ground. He also reached out and touched around and found his long sword, heading towards King Yiksha. Because the number of dead souls resurrected by the spirit gathering magic is directly proportional to Gushi's intelligence. Under this resurrection, the 40 zombies who died here also got up together. They did not get Gushi's order, so they did not leave with the skeleton soldiers, but were cleaning up the last enemies on the battlefield here. Seeing that the spirit gathering magic was so effective, Gushi immediately took action. This time, Gushi's target was the bone-eating swamp, as well as the undead above level 10 who had died under King Yasha before. Under the influence of the spirit gathering magic, the bone-eating swamp, Bone Titan, Ghost Dragon, Bone Centipede, etc. all climbed up from the ground. They all immediately attacked King Yiksha, facing enemies coming from all directions. The Yiksha King's face almost turned black. Are you done yet? But no matter how much the Yiksha King shouted, it was useless. His 3 chains were all out of control and were being held tightly by the incarnation of Death the Grim Reaper, zombies and ghosts, making him unable to move even a step. The skeleton soldiers that had just arrived attracted King Yiksha's attention from the front, giving the corpse mother the opportunity to attack King Yiksha from behind. He turned into the incarnation of Death, the Bone Dragon, hovering in the sky, constantly placing curses on King Yiksha, making King Yiksha unable to take any time off. With so many 7 or 8 people fighting around King Yiksha's life finally dropped a lot. The main force among them is naturally the corpse mother. Although the corpse mother does not have the support of a sufficient number of corpse children, her level is there, and her attacks are the most damaging to the Night King. At this time, King Yiksha also felt that he could not go on like this. If he continued like this, he would be tortured to death. He reached a little closer to his neck, and the last chain fell into his hands. Then the red line on King Yiksha's neck became more and more obvious. Finally, with a flash of red light, King Yiksha's head flew up. At the same time, the body of the headless Yiksha King seemed to be going crazy, constantly attacking everything around him. The extra chain can be used to unleash a powerful move, smashing the surrounding skeleton titan into pieces. Seeing this situation, the skeleton soldiers could only step forward and hold the extra chain. At the same time, the incarnation of Death, the Bone Dragon, went to chase the flying human head. It is obvious that King Yiksha wants to abandon his body and run away with his head. But the Yiksha King, who had given up his body, reacted faster, and the man's head flew straight up and was about to fly out of Gushi's sight. At this moment, a mirror light flashed in the direction of King Yiksha's head. In the mirror light, King Yiksha's head fell to the ground again. Luna rushed back at this critical moment. Chapter 667. Complete the mission and get the orange equipment. As the Yiksha King's head fell to the ground, Gushi didn't have time to think too much and just pointed at the Yiksha King's location. Later, Gushi discovered with some embarrassment that the death luck couldn't be used because it was too far away. But Gushi was not stupid. He turned around and said to Yudo, "Yongdo, are you dead? Your mana has been extracted." At this time, Luna and Shea were already heading towards the battlefield. King Yasha is almost out of control now. So it would be a good thing to have more strength. Gushi also wanted to jump down, but was held back by Princess Anna. It's not time for adults to take action yet. At this time, the corpse boys transferred from the rear were already in place. With the blessing of these corpse boys, the corpse mother's combat effectiveness has increased again. However, the corpse mother's target is no longer the headless Yaksha King, who is dragged down by several level 15s. Her target is the head of the Yaksha King who tried to escape but failed. King Yaksha was still confused when he was removed from the sky. He didn't expect that he couldn't escape with his last move. Seeing the corpse mother rushing towards her, King Yasha had no choice but to use some of his last mana, preparing to give the corpse mother a cruel blow. This move was originally a way for King Yasha to break through the space wall here and escape. Now in order to ensure it, he had to use it first. I command. Before King Yasha finished speaking, some golden red light spots were pulled out of his body and flew towards the altar behind Aladovita. The last bit of mana that King Yasha had saved through his blood and essence was also drained away. He lost the support of his mana in this move. And something went wrong at this moment when he finally made up his mind. King Yaksha spurted out blood in one mouthful. At this time, the corpse mother just happened to pounce. And the corpse mother quickly hit the Yaksha King on the head with a punch blessed by the corpse boy who had just added. Bang! The Yaksha King's head was smashed into pieces on the spot. The corpse mother, summon, kills the Yasha Yushu King, level 19. Special boss template. You will get 1119 experience points. The corpse mother will get 3,171 experience points. And all other troops that participated in the battle and survived will get 2,194 experience points. You have killed the Yaksha Yushu King. And the mandatory mission, the Wrath of Yushu, is completed. Task description. You took away the last and most critical material of King Yasha Yushu's grand plan. His body. Your behavior angered King Yushu. King Yushu will come to the location where his body is stored in 12 hours. And if you want to take your body back, please make sure this body is not taken away. Task requirements. Protect the body from being snatched away, completed, or kill the Yaksha Yushu King, completed. Task reward, 1 piece of equipment. Explanation. You who killed King Yasha Yushu have been noticed by some people. You'd better be careful because you have ruined some people's plans. As the corpse mother punched King Yaksha's head to death, the still struggling headless body also stopped. Several level 15 beings stepped forward at the same time and chopped the body into pieces, leaving no chance for King Yaksha to resurrect. At the same time, Gushi also received the corresponding prompts. The mandatory mission, Wrath of Yushu, has been completed. It was finally over. When Gushi heard this reminder, he finally let go of his worries. Although he also knows that level 19 and level 20 are completely incomparable. But in this battle, Gushi just killed a level 19 being. This incident gave Gushi enough confidence. At least he believed that his current military strength could deal with various problems. As Gushi relaxed, his feet softened and he sat directly on the wall of Aladovita. At the same time, Gushi discovered that a ball of golden red liquid appeared in front of him. Looking at the scene in front of him, Gushi's movements obviously paused. It was Princess Anna who reacted quickly. Sir, this is a reward. Take it quickly. Only then did Gushi react. Yes, this is the reward of mandatory mission, Wrath of Yushu. Isn't this the reason why he mobilized the whole city to fight against the king of Yaksha Yushu? So Gushi quickly stretched out his hand and inserted it into the golden red liquid. Then Gushi felt like he touched something. It seemed to be made of metal. Like a pillar. Gushi didn't hesitate. Stretched out his hand and pulled it out. And a small oil lamp 30 centimeters high appeared in Gushi's hand. This small oil lamp has a bright copper lamppost, a dark red base, and a fist-sized jade bowl-like lamp. The lamp contains a purple semi-solidified liquid. A green feather-like wick was inserted into the liquid. The lamp has not been lit yet, but just holding it in his hand, Gushi has a feeling that he may have found a treasure this time. You got the orange equipment. The flaming 6-path lantern. 6-rayed flame lamp, orange. Offhand item. Ownerless. After equipped, the player's spells will ignore the enemy's spell resistance. Magic immunity cannot be ignored. And a series of spells can be selected to have a level +3. Equipment requirements, Intelligence 15. Charisma 10. Special 1, 6-path disc. Put 6 pieces of purple equipment at the base of the lamp. And during the battle, according to the situation of the purple equipment, summon 6 armor holders to fight for you, similar to the Steel Stone Demon. The level is equivalent to the user's level. Attributes and purple equipment attributes shall prevail. Special 2, Flame Heart Protection. Ignite the flame of the lamp and choose a direction. While the flame is ignited, you can be immune to all damage in this direction. You cannot choose spells or physical attacks. You can only choose fire, ice or puncture. Immune to bludgeoning and other minor items. Special 3. Purifying Flame can produce 1 purifying flame every day, which can be used to clean up the negative effects caused by purple equipment on other people. Only 1 can be cleared at a time. If you continue to use purple equipment after cleaning, the negative effects will appear again. Special 4. Guiding Light can protect the soul. Protect the soul from leaving the body on its own initiative and not be affected by external forces. The soul can perfectly control the new body when possessing the body, and the reincarnation will not be affected by the mystery in the fetus. A user can only use this skill to possess or reincarnate once. Note 1. This lamp needs to release all its own blood. Inject it into the lamp oil of the oil lamp, and use the lamp oil to replace the blood activity, so as to bind the soul. If you need to exchange the blood back, hold the Flame 6 paths lamp when you die. The 6 flame lights can actively activate the guiding light effect once. Explanation 2. This is a lamp used to guide people on the Huangquan Road. I don't know how many people have been guided into or out of Huangquan. Over time, this light gradually gained its own consciousness and power. On the Huangquan Road, either you don't know this light, or you can't live without it. Chapter 668. Binding the 6 Flame Lanterns. Ha ha ha. I'm rich now. Looking at the attributes of the 6-ray lantern in his hand, Gushi couldn't help but laugh. The second orange outfit. Although the attributes of this orange equipment are difficult to evaluate, but all the aspects that an orange outfit should have are present. This 6-ray lantern of flame light and the fox eye ring are obviously not the same approach. The fox eye ring is one piece of the 9-piece set, while the 6 flame lanterns are clearly a powerful single set. Looking at this attribute, Gushi had some doubts. The biggest feature of this 6-channel flaming lamp was its role as the final guiding light. The king of the Ikshayushu can be reincarnated, and this is what he is afraid of. It's a pity that the effect of the guiding light can only be used once. Otherwise, when the Ikshayushu king was killed just now, the 6 flaming lights should have protected the soul of the Ikshayushu king and escaped. As for the remaining 3 characteristics, they are also remarkable. The 6 paths disc is equivalent to using 6 different pieces of purple equipment as inlays. Not only can it ignore the negative effects and bring out the full effects of the purple equipment, but it can also be operated fully automatically. There is no need for Gushi to take control personally. This greatly improved Gushi's combat effectiveness. The effect of the purifying flame is similar to the suppression and purification of the fox eye ring. It's just that one is for oneself, and the other is for outsiders. Gushi believes that the greatest effect of the purifying flame is actually on the negative effects of change. For example, the Yiksha Kursin, Yiksha King's arm skin, will turn a person into an ordinary Yiksha after 30 times. At this time, use the purifying flame to burn the person, and you can save the person. Turn him into a normal human, and use the Yasha mantra again. This function greatly reduces the negative effects of purple equipment. It can be said that it is of great significance to Gushi's entire team. As for the flame heart body protection, this can also be considered a small top-grade attribute. Gushi could understand the situation at a glance. If anyone chooses to be immune to piercing attacks when using flame heart to protect his body, he can face all kinds of attacks from the Black Spear Battalion without suffering any damage. This is a good skill for Gushi. With this ability, he can directly ignore a weakness. At the moment, what Gushi wants to be immune to most is naturally spiritual magic. During the Balian festival, Gushi suffered a great loss due to the spiritual influence of the killing stone. Now what Gushi is thinking about is how to block the influence of spiritual magic on him. Before, he thought that he had to wait until he had collected the complete 9-tailed Kamui set before he would have hope. Unexpectedly, there was another way to protect Gushi from the influence of spiritual magic. It can be said that the 6-ray lantern in front of him is a standard and targeted orange outfit. Maybe that kind of powerful boss would look down on it. But what level is Gushi's current level? What options does he have? It would be nice to have it. Gushi picked up the 6-rayed flame lamp, held it with his left hand, and drew his right hand on the lamp, preparing to exchange blood and bind it. At this moment, Luna had arrived at Gushi's side. Grown-ups, Gushi thought for a while, and finally put down the 6-ray lantern first. How is it? Has the settlement been settled after the war? Not yet. Princess Anna is already there for the final settlement. I came here to ask. Sir, do we need to follow the enemy's path and kill them? Gushi was stunned for a moment. And then he understood what Luna meant by where the enemy came from. It would be a good idea to kill him now. After all, King Yakushayushu is dead, and the other side is probably in chaos. Moreover, King Yakushayushu brought a large number of people this time. Fearing that all the power in his hands had been exhausted, it may not be possible to attack them now and swallow all the men of King Yakushayushu. But grabbing something shouldn't be a problem. But Gushi only hesitated for a moment and shook his head. Forget it. Count the losses this time. Clean up the battlefield and leave. This thing is not something that ordinary people can handle. I always feel that they have a deeper conspiracy behind it. We don't know any information. If we crash into it like this, we may die without knowing why. Now is not the time to act recklessly. Where is Saya? Grown-ups. Shea quickly appeared in front of Gushi. You go to the soul gathering place first and find out what's going on. I'll rest here for a while, and then go back to the soul gathering place. I hope that by that time, you can find out what is going on. At least, I need to know whether it is possible for us to stay in this world after killing this Yakushayushu king. Listening to Gushi's words, Shea and Luna also understood what Gushi was worried about. In order to reach level 19, King Yakushayushu took the initiative to borrow the 6-ray flaming lamp to be reincarnated. So behind him, will there be a level 20 boss? Although Gushi now has level 17 masters under him, it was so difficult to defeat the Yakushayushu king before. So it can be understood that he cannot provoke level 20 masters at will. Not to mention that Gushi also snatched away the most critical prop here, the 6-ray lantern of flame. If he really wanted to target him, Gushi might find it difficult to move forward in this world. The current Gushi is no longer the rookie he used to be. Under the guidance of Princess Anna, Gushi has become a qualified general. When he thinks about things, his thinking direction will be more comprehensive. Listening to Gushi's words, Luna and Shea also understood that Gushi's current arrangement was the best choice. If it's more extreme, he should send out a signal now to withdraw from this new world. Returning to the soul gathering place is Gushi's biggest adventure, so there is no need to say more about other things. And Shaya went back to inquire about the information this time to ensure Gushi's safety. Sir, please rest assured, I will definitely find out the news. After saying that, Shaya left quickly and went back to the soul gathering land to inquire about the news. After Shaya left, Gushi's excitement about getting the 6-ray lantern calmed down. Gushi didn't ask the stupid question of whether he wanted to directly bind the orange equipment now. Instead, he moved his hand to the lamp of the 6-channel flame lamp, and the artery in his right hand was cut open, and blood spurted out from the veins on the spot. When the blood spurted out, Gushi felt a hot breath flowing into his body along his left hand holding the lamp. At the same time, his mind felt dizzy, as if he hadn't slept for a long time. This feeling made Gushi quite uncomfortable. When Luna saw it, she quickly stepped forward to support Gushi. Gushi shook his head at Luna. I'm fine. I'm just binding my orange gear. Just wait until I wake up. You go down and clean up the battlefield. By the way, pay attention to counting the new undead in Aradovi City and classifying these undead. Also, find the undead at level 19. Chapter 669, Binding Successfully. Gains from this battle. Gushi had a very comfortable sleep. In a daze, Gushi seemed to see a team of Bai Wuchang trying to take him away. When Gushi saw that these Bai Wuchangs were not those he could command, and that they were holding chains or something to catch him, he was unwilling. He roared, thinking you had Bai Wuchang. I have it too. Then Bai Wuchang, who numbered close to 70,000, appeared behind Gushi, staring blankly at Bai Wuchang, who numbered less than 10 in the team that wanted to capture Gushi. The next moment, these white impermanences disappeared with a pop just as they came. Then Gushi chuckled and fell back to sleep. It wasn't until Gushi felt that his whole body was getting hot and uncomfortable that he opened his eyes. Grown-ups. Gushi looked in the direction where the voice came from and found Luna and Princess Anna standing nearby. It's you guys. Have you dealt with everything? As Gushi spoke, he stretched out his left hand. Before he could make any move, an ordinary bronze lantern appeared in his hand. This lantern looks a bit like a hexagonal palace lantern-shaped white paper lantern, but the entire body is made of pure copper. The lights inside can be seen, but what's going on inside cannot be seen from the outside. When the lantern appeared, Gushi knew that it was a kind of protection provided by the 6-rayed flame lantern to him. At least this thing could not be taken out as it was. The 6 sides of the hexagonal palace lantern are the locations of the 6 plates. It's blank now, but as long as purple equipment is placed, the corresponding pattern will be generated. When you need it, Just activate the flame. And when not in use, it will return directly to the pattern. It can be regarded as the most personal protection. In addition, the light that this palace lantern emits outward is the effect of Yinxin's body protection. As long as he stands where the light shines, the effect will automatically fall on Gu Shi. As for whether Gu Shi would walk out of the position illuminated by the light, that was simply impossible, because the lamp was always holding Gu Shi's copy. No matter where Gu Shi stood, the light would shroud Gu Shi's body. Moreover, this immune effect is not static. Gu Shi can change the direction of immunity at any time. The only thing that needs to be done is to reignite the ignition when changing the direction. This may take some time and energy, but the consumption in other aspects is not big at all. When Gu Shi stood up, with a thought in his mind, the color of the six-ray lantern he was holding turned into a light pink. This is the effect of his choice to be immune to psychic magic. Now under the light, no one can influence Gu Shi's judgment through spiritual abilities. Seeing that Gu Shi was fine, Princess Luna and Princess Anna breathed a sigh of relief. Luna stepped forward to help Gu Shi up. Sir, you have been sleeping all day and all night. If you don't wake up again, we all have to see if something happened. It's okay. Last time I bound the fox eye ring, I slept for 14 days. By the way, how is the situation? Gu Shi said with a smile. With the second orange outfit, Gu Shi was in a good mood now. The basics have been cleared. In this battle, we lost more than 23,000 undead soldiers of various types. And the largest number of casualties were the corpse children following the corpse mother. Then came the bone-gnawing sludge. Together they accounted for most of the losses. In addition, there are losses in the battle with the enemy. The losses there are not high. In the later period, the adults sent out zombie troops to suppress such losses. So these losses are not too serious. In addition, all the enemies that were killed have been transformed into undead and appeared in the new Aladovi city area, including those converted from the previous portal accident. A total of 43,359 new undead were obtained. For some unknown reason, there are no heroes among the transformed undead, and the number of bosses and warriors is relatively small. There are 27 bosses, 96 warriors, and all the others are ordinary undead. However, the levels of these undead are relatively high, almost all above level 6, and 3,713 of them are above level 10. There are 4 people above level 15, including those we have found before. Among them, there are 2 skeleton soldiers, 1 zombie and 1 ghost. Finally, we have found the level 19 undead. He is nearby. Do you want to meet him? Sir? Let him come. What's going on with the Bone Titan and the others? With the altar of eternal slavery, all the undead above level 12 who died in battle have been resurrected. Previously, because the adults used the magic of gathering souls to resurrect undead such as the Bone Titan and the Ghost Dragon on the battlefield, there was some confusion in the progress of queuing for resurrection at the altar of eternal slavery. Yesterday afternoon, we had just finished cleaning up the altar of eternal slavery. The skeleton centipede and the Ghost Dragon were both killed in the battle and are now queuing up for resurrection. The rest are waiting below. After hearing Luna's explanation, Gu Shi suddenly understood why Luna appeared so coincidentally that day. She was sent by Gu Shi to resurrect the human hand. The half-resurrected human hand suddenly disappeared from the list. Luna naturally knew that something had happened, so she didn't wait to check the situation and teleported directly to the battlefield, just in time to block King Yiksha's attempt to escape. He dragged King Yiksha back and completed the pincer attack on King Yiksha. It can be said that without Luna's sudden return that day, Gu Shi might not have been able to kill King Yiksha. Even if Gu Shi completes the mission, the chance of getting orange equipment will not be too high. At most, he will get a purple equipment randomly. Where can he get the 6-ray flaming lamp that comes with King Yiksha? Luna didn't know that Gu Shi's mind had changed like this. She was still introducing her gains to Gu Shi. At this time, we have received a large number of various weapons and armors. Some of the weapons have been distributed immediately, and other parts that are not suitable for our use have been sent to the blacksmith shop to prepare for dismantling and recasting. But the biggest gain this time was on Yongdo's side. After the battle, some of the extracted mana dissipated, but some of it was retained because the mana solidified into crystals. There are 3 types of mana. The first and largest type is void mana, which is no different from normal mana. But when used to set up teleportation gates or teleportation arrays, one can be used as 3. The total number of these mana is 1377. In Yudo's words, This is the result of almost 1,000 mages having their whole body mana extracted and solidified. Then, there is the National Fortune mana. There are 319 pieces of this mana, and its effect is more than 7 times that of ordinary mana. But Anna and I both feel that this kind of National Destiny magic power may contain other things. So please don't consume it, it will. There is only one of the last kind. We checked it for a long time and felt that it was something produced by mixing essence, blood, National Destiny and mana. It didn't look like normal mana, but it was a little strengthened. For a while, we were not sure about this thing. Condition. Chapter 670 Harvest and Purple Equipment. Bring it to me and see. Gushi was still somewhat interested in the different magic powers Luna mentioned. Luna quickly took out several kinds of mana crystals. When Gushi saw it, he was not sure about the rest. But the National Fortune magic power was what Yongdo had extracted from King Yiksha before. But now this thing is condensed into crystals. Mana crystal, special condensate mana into crystals through special means. Each crystal is equivalent to 100 points of mana. It can be taken directly or integrated into various equipment. Note, generally, only mana with special attributes can be solidified into crystals. And ordinary mana can be bottled and used. Void mana, green. Special mana for some reasons. Mana contaminated with void power can be used to create portals or teleportation arrays, and can also be used on space or storage equipment. Life essence, purple. Special mana, the life essence of a strong man, which is also the core of his mana. In addition, it also contains a bit of special National Destiny, which can be used to strengthen a blue equipment. Magic direction is preferred, into purple equipment. Note, this natal essence and blood was forcibly taken from the enemy, carrying the enemy's unwillingness and resentment. Therefore, the weapons and equipment transformed from this natal essence and blood will have double the negative effects. After accepting the life essence blood, Gushi immediately pushed the void mana and National Destiny mana in front of Luna. Put these away. You can use half of them to do whatever you want. Gushi has no special requirements for these mana powers. In his opinion, these mana powers are of no use to him. Every time Gushi releases the incarnation of death, he directly drains all his mana power. It's impossible for him to use these magical powers as summoning power for the incarnation of death. Besides, if you use this kind of magic power to summon, the incarnation of death cannot become much stronger. So why waste it? However, born essence and blood is of some use to Gushi. He can upgrade a blue piece of equipment to a purple piece of equipment. Gushi now has many requests for purple equipment. The appearance of this, life essence and blood, just met Gushi's request. Because Gushi, who wears 2 pieces of orange equipment, has many ways to avoid the negative effects of purple equipment. Now what Gushi had to consider was which of his blue pieces of equipment should be turned into a purple piece of equipment. Is it a shoulder pad or a cold wind staff? At this time, Luna continued to report on this harvest. When cleaning the battlefield this time, we also got 1172 pieces of green quality weapons and equipment, 133 pieces of blue quality weapons and equipment, and 2 pieces of purple quality equipment. Do we want to bring them all? 2 purple outfits? More than 100 blue outfits? Gushi was also a little surprised. When did high quality equipment become so worthless? In fact, Gushi didn't understand that this was the normal state of opening up a new world. This kind of work of opening up a new world is dangerous. But there are also quite a lot of benefits. Gushi was not very lucky this time. Many of the enemies he fought were swallowed up by the void on the way. They should originally have some equipment on them. If they come here, Gushi will be able to get even more equipment. Bring up all the purple equipment. Are there any blue equipment suitable for me? Gushi asked immediately. Luna shook her head when she heard this. Most of the enemies coming over here are physically attacking, and a small number are long-range archers or cavalry. The blue equipment is mainly composed of these, and there is no suitable equipment for magic, let alone the root of the necromancer. Regarding this point, Gushi had already made a judgment, but after hearing what Luna said, Gushi couldn't help but shake his head. Give some to the leaders or warriors. If there are any extra, save them first. When we return, we will find a place to buy them and sell them. Luna didn't care much about Gushi's arrangement. She quickly brought up 2 pieces of purple equipment. As soon as Gushi saw the 2 purple outfits, he knew that one of them came from King Yiksha. Another thing comes from another Shiyuan school captain. This Shiyuan captain was much better than the one named Wei Chang. He held on to the end and managed to kill a level 15 skeleton soldier. Whether from the perspective of command or combat effectiveness, he is considered a tough guy. It's a pity that he really died after he died. What was transformed through double death was just a level 15 skeleton soldier. And he had no intention of becoming a hero. Even the boss has no chance to transform. But it was the weapon left behind that made Gushi's eyes light up. It was a half-body armor carefully woven from multiple materials such as wood, bone, iron and leather. This half-body armor is in vermilion color as a whole, like two wooden barrel staves cleverly spliced together. It looks like some Japanese barrel armor, but it is obviously different. It feels more like it was pieced together casually without armor before. Slowly. It slowly merges and grows up. Its surface shone with a cold metallic luster, and on its chest was a bright silver breastplate. It's okay if you don't pay attention to this breast mirror. If you look carefully, you will find that it is like a miniature landscape, with mountains, rivers and seas, and a tiny dragon twisting in the sky. The silver dragon was swimming in the mirror, agile and mysterious, as if it might break out of the mirror at any time. Dragon disarm, purple, medium armor. Defense, 78. After equipping, strength +3, agility +3, constitution +8. Equipment requirements, strength 9, agility 9, constitution 9. Special 1, dragon armor refining. Put various quality materials into the chest guard mirror. Low quality materials will become the food of the dragon in the mirror. High quality materials will be swallowed by the dragon and integrated into the armor. Improving the quality of the armor and attributes, fusion is random. Appearance is not considered. Special impact 1, after wearing the equipment and activating the dragon armor refining effect once. You must put enough materials into the mirror every day. Otherwise the dragon in the mirror will devour the armor, and even the armor piercer. You can use some means to remove the dragon in the mirror replaced by other creatures. Special 2, reverse scale shield. Release the dragon and touch its reverse scale, using the dragon's reverse scale to form a shield attached to the side, which can block 4,000 points of damage from all directions. Special effect 2, after wearing the equipment and activating the reverse scale shield effect once. The user will be affected by the dragon and begin to grow reverse scales on his body. When the number of reverse scales on his body exceeds 20, the user will lose his mind and attack everything around him crazily. Special 3, dragon disarm. In the event of a fatal blow, the armor will automatically disintegrate, sending the user 500 meters away, and the armor will automatically block the attack. Special effect 3, after wearing the equipment and activating the dragon disarming effect once. The user must irrigate the armor with the blood of the whole body and reorganize the armor. Otherwise the armor will grow out of the user's body and finally turn the user into a suit new armor. Explanation: the armor was originally pieced together with the most common junk materials, but it almost fell apart. In the end, someone found a dragon tendon and used the dragon tendon to tie the armor, so that the armor was preserved. Note: the level of the dragon in the mirror is level 14. The world in the mirror is the world that supports the dragon. The replacement creature must be higher than the level of the dragon, and the corresponding world also needs to be replaced. Chapter 671, the second purple outfit. Looking at the dragon's armor dispelling properties, Gushi hesitated for a moment. But in the end, he didn't use it on himself. This thing doesn't go his way. Medium armor is light armor such as leather armor, scale armor, or rattan armor, and its defensive power is better than the robes and cloth used in the legal system. Generally, thieves and hunters require such armor. Gushi immediately thought, Shea. Luna said helplessly, Shea hasn't come back yet. Gushi was stunned for a moment. And when he was about to say that he would wait for Shaya to come back and disarm the dragon to her, Princess Anna suddenly asked, Can you give me this? Sure. Gushi had been thinking about preparing a piece of purple equipment for Princess Anna a long time ago. It's just that Princess Anna never wanted anything that Gushi picked, and she seemed to have no interest in anything. So even if Gushi wanted to send something away, he couldn't. Now Princess Anna mainly wants this set of dragons to disarm, so Gushi naturally has no objection. After taking over the dragon disarming armor, Princess Anna did not put it on immediately, but said to Gushi, Lend the ghost dragon to me for a few days. Good. Gushi turned around and waved to the sky, and the ghost dragon, which had turned into red, fell down. Before Gushi could give any further instructions, Princess Anna reached out and lifted the ghost dragon by the back of its neck, like a kitten, and lifted the level 14 powerful being directly out. After Princess Anna left, Luna took out the second purple outfit. This purple outfit comes from the dismembered Yaksha King. And this time, I don't know why, but clothes were also sold. But the clothes this time are a little different from the ones when the dragon took off its armor just now. This piece of clothing seems to be made of cloth. But it is different from a robe. Instead, it looks more like a royal robe. Its style is derived from the imperial robes of the East, showing nobility. The entire robe is dark black, with delicate patterns embroidered with red silk thread. At first glance, Gushi guessed that these lines might be a symbol of dragon patterns. However, upon closer inspection, he found that this was not the case. These lines are extremely abstract and mist-like, completely unable to be linked to the image of a dragon. Instead, they are more like dragon-shaped beasts from the underworld, looking weird and twisted. Under the royal robe, there were 5 pieces of cloth of different colors inlaid as linings. It didn't look like anything when you picked it up, but Gushi could tell at a glance that as long as this thing was worn, it would drag to the ground. But we have to admit that such a design is full of royal majesty, and at least quite cool. But for Gushi, it was unexpectedly pleasing to the eye. Yellow spring dragon robe, purple. Robe. Defense, 33. After equipped, intelligence plus 3. Perception plus 3. Charm plus 3. Equipment requirements, intelligence 7. Perception 7. Charisma 7. Special 1, Underworld Edict. Temporarily call underworld soldiers and ghosts through mana to help in the battle. Or open the underworld ghost gate and let the underworld ghosts travel. The underworld soldiers and ghosts are mainly black and white, impermanent, and have bull-headed and horse-faced faces. And the level is the same as the user's level quite. Mainly the quantity and the status of the user. Special Effect 1, after wearing the equipment and activating the effect of the Underworld Edict once, you need to perform a grand sacrifice to the robe once a week. Blood sacrifice of half of your own blood and 300 lives. Those who do not sacrifice 7 times will die. Special 2, Dragon Burial Veins. Used on dragons. Can transform dragons into ghost dragons or other undead dragons. After the transformation, the undead dragon's combat power will not decrease, but will be correspondingly improved. At the same time, the user will gain 1/10 of the attributes and power of the transformed dragon. Special Effect 2, after wearing the equipment and activating the Dragon Burial effect once, the user's body will be affected by the dragon that transforms the undead and begins to transform into dragon and death. For every 3 additional veins, the body will be judged once. If the judgment fails, the user will die. Special 3, consecrate the altar and worship the general. Inject your own experience into the body of your subordinates to improve their level. Other items can be used to replace the experience, but the experience conversion effect is the best. Special Effect 3, after wearing the equipment and activating the effect of sealing the altar and worshipping the general, you need to be in deep meditation for 3 days to recover the consumed experience, and you can only act after 5 days. Otherwise your luck will decline, and you may even die because of some trivial things. Explanation: no one knows the origin of this robe, but one thing is certain: the previous owner of this robe was a king in this world. This robe was originally used to dress the king when he was buried, but it was not known why he was found and brought out of H.L. Because of this, Huangquan Longpao has always wanted to bring the owner of the robe back to Huangquan. Looking at such a robe, Gushi was immediately speechless. Who would want this? The attributes are not good, and the number of summons black and white impermanence is not high. Gushi has tens of thousands of Bai Wuchang, transforming dragons into undead dragons. He is still studying how to make black dragons survive in his own city of Aladovi. As for enlightening his subordinates, he has experience and will not upgrade himself. Do you want your subordinates to be enlightened? What's the use of such subordinates? He might as well release the incarnation of death. Even if Gushi could avoid the negative effects of the 2 purple outfits, he didn't plan to use them on this Huangquan Emperor robe. Gushi raised his hand and stuffed the underworld dragon robe into the 6-rayed flame lamp. Then a voice came from Gushi's ear. I found a purple item that can be suppressed. Do you want to suppress it? Please note that after the suppression, this purple equipment cannot be taken out. After the suppression, purple is full, and new purple is loaded into the town. The old items will be automatically destroyed and become the lamp oil for the 6-channel flame lamp. This reminder made Gushi's hand movements become a slap in the face. He understood that this was a reminder to him not to put all the purple clothes in it. Once you put it in, there is no chance to take it out again. But Gushi took another look at the underworld dragon robe in front of him, thought about it seriously, and finally gave up the idea of dealing with the underworld dragon robe. He is not like King Yaksha, who needs this underworld dragon robe to enlighten dragons, or to protect his soul. Gushi possesses all the skills here. and can come up with even stronger solutions. Gushi would naturally not be willing to use this thing. As for selling this purple equipment, Gushi didn't have such an idea. Although Gushi knew that it would be best to sell this thing to those necromancers who wanted to reach level 10. If they didn't have a bone dragon, dragon burial veins would be most useful to them. But if you really ask them to buy it, they will hesitate for a long time, because the negative effect is maximized. The negative effects of others are at most serious injuries. But here it is a direct loss of life. Unless there is really no other way, and you need to risk your life, this thing will not be sold at a good price at all. In that case, it would be better to let Gushi try out the power of the 6-ray lantern. Enter town. Chapter 672 Purple Costume Holder. Following Gushi's command, the Huangquan dragon robe still in his hand flew up on its own and floated into the 6-ray flaming lantern held in his left hand. Then, there was a flash of orange light in the 6 flame lamps, and the Huangquan dragon robe started to burn on its own. In the sky above Huangquan's dragon robe, the word human world appeared. And then on one side of the palace lantern, a king wearing a dragon robe appeared. This king has no face, and he is wearing exactly this set of underworld dragon robes. The Huangquan dragon robe burned more and more prosperously there, and the portrait of the king on the palace lantern became more and more obvious. Only then did Gushi finally understand why the purple suit could only be suppressed, but could not be taken out. It's all been burned, so there's nothing left to take out. Halfway through the burning process, Gushi found that the 6-rayed flame lamp actually reminded him whether he needed to pinch the face of the holder of the suit. If he did not choose, the holder of the suit would be in a faceless state. Regarding this, Gushi was stunned for a moment. He did not make a choice immediately, but checked the situation of the faceless state. Then Gushi found out from the instructions at the back that if he pinched his face, he not only had to be fast and pinch the face well before the purple suit was burned out, but he also had to make the face match the condition of the purple suit. You cannot put a dragon robe on a monkey. Otherwise it will reduce the effectiveness of the purple suit. The power of the purple suit may be reduced by about 50%. Of course, if it is done well, the attributes can be increased by about 50%. And it is even possible to exert 200% of the power of purple equipment. But Gushi was not a professional in this field, and he didn't know how to cooperate. Filling in the purple outfit in front of him was just a temporary move on his part, and he ended up encountering something like this. It is better not to pinch the face now than not to do it. At least not to pinch the face. The effect of the purple outfit will not be enhanced, and there is no possibility of reducing it. No more pinching. Gushi's heart moved and he made a decision. The next moment, the burning speed of Huang Quan's dragon robe increased significantly. In just an instant, Huang Quan's dragon robe was burned away. The painting on the palace lantern has also been decided. Just like the previous reminder, the person holding the lantern has no face. As soon as Gushi turned his hand, the holder of the suit stepped down from the 6-rayed lantern. The holder of the suit in front of him was wearing a dragon robe from the underworld. He was as tall as Gushi. His face was pure black, and he had no facial features at all. It gave people the impression that the golden holy robes in Saint Seiya were automatically assembled, and he was standing there. It's exactly the same situation there. As soon as Gushi, the armored person, stood next to him, Gushi felt that he could use the power of the underworld dragon robe, contact the soldiers and ghosts, enlighten the ghost dragons, and strengthen the soldiers under his command. At the same time, the wearer can also perform such activities himself, but he needs to delegate the power to him. In addition, as a holder of armor enlightenment, he still has a certain degree of defense. But this defense is not too strong. It is only at a medium level at most. During battle, he can protect Gushi, but there's no need to think about how long he can protect Gushi. After all, Bai's defense effect is just that. If you really want strong defense, it's best to find a shield or heavy armor. The moment the suit holder stepped forward, Gushi felt somewhat regretful. He didn't regret using the underworld dragon robe, but he regretted why he chose such a useless item. If he had known that the wielder could be so smart, he should have suppressed the offensive weapons first. However, now that the yellow spring dragon robe has been suppressed and the person wearing it has appeared, Gushi will naturally not drive him away, but let the yellow spring dragon robe float beside him. Then Gushi pulled out a long sword and placed it in front of the 6-rayed lantern. This long sword was as translucent as a ghost, and it looked like it was about to break. This was exactly what Gushi had obtained last time. Forward power broken formation. Because of the strong negative effects of this sword, it was always targeted at the arms. Gushi didn't have so many arms to waste. And Fu's subordinate, the incarnation of death, the god of death, already had a purple sword. It would be somewhat of a waste to replace it with this one. So this sword has remained in Gu Shi's hand until now. At this time, as soon as the effect of the six-ray flame light appeared, Gu Shi's first thought was actually this. If it weren't for the negative effects of the underworld's dragon robe that were too strong, perhaps the first thing that Gu Shi would be caught in the six-ray lantern of flames was this long sword. It was actually not too late now. Gu Shi brought the long sword to the six-way lantern of flames and said decisively, "This sword, enter the town." At Gu Shi's order, the forward force broken formation in his hand quickly burned like the previous Huangquan dragon robe. At the same time, the word Shira appeared in the sky above the long sword. New images began to appear on the blank surface of the six-lane flaming lamp. The situation this time made Gu Shi feel a little different. Although Gu Shi was also reminded whether to pinch his face, there was a more obvious reminder. The face can be pinched, but please do not change the appearance of the person wearing the costume. Gu Shi didn't take it seriously at first, but when he looked at the image of the person wearing the suit that appeared on the portrait, Gu Shi understood why there was such a prompt. It turns out that the Huangquan dragon robe is a piece of clothing that can be worn on the wearer's body like armor. The power of the striker's shattering formation is a long sword, and the wielder painted on it is directly a shadowy figure. Apart from the long sword, nothing else can be seen at all. It can be seen that he has no clothes on him. The purpose of reminding Gu Shi is to tell Gu Shi this point, not to add anything different to the wearer at will. If the purple dress is big, it will be big, and if it is small, it will be small. It's okay to pinch your face, but don't mess around. Gu Shi, who understood this, did not change all his thoughts. So after a moment, as the forward foreshattered formation was burned away, a man in black, wearing only a translucent sword, came out. This wearer is much worse than the underworld dragon robe wearer. He looked exactly like the black suspect in Conan. If he wasn't holding a long sword and standing in the dark, no one would notice him at all. Unlike the wearer of the underworld dragon robe, the wearer of the forward foreshattered formation is of the combat type. In addition to the several attributes of the original striker power shattered formation, he also has good combat effectiveness. At least he has certain abilities in swordsmanship. He can use it when needed. Whether it is to rush to kill or protect Gu Shi, are considered good tool people. With the effect of entering the town twice, Gu Shi also had a certain understanding of the 6 lanterns of flame. At this time, Gu Shi glanced at the equipment in his hand, and then picked up the replaced spiritual lamp. At the same time, the life essence blood, obtained from the Yaksha king fell, and the appearance of the soul lamp began to change. Chapter 673. The underworld lantern breaks into purple. Boss level zombies. Using life essence and blood to strengthen the spiritual lamp is something Gu Shi has seriously considered. The natal essence and blood have powerful negative effects. The purple equipment upgraded with this thing cannot be used by normal people. This time, Gu Shi planned to prepare an equipment for himself, rather than preparing these things for his contracted undead or the incarnation of death. There are only 2 options for this, born essence and blood. One is what Gu Shi is using now, such as the anti-lit shoulder guard or the cold wind staff. Especially for the cold wind staff, Gu Shi will definitely want to upgrade it to purple quality, and then use the fox eye ring for another opportunity to directly erase the negative effects. The other is to put items that are useful in strengthening Gu Shi but cannot be equipped into the 6-rayed flame lamp and be held by the wearer. Gu Shi happened to have such a spiritual lamp on hand, because with the appearance of the flame 6 paths lamp, the soul dark lamp will have to be replaced. If this thing is not enhanced to the level of purple equipment, it can only be thrown aside. It's just that Gu Shi really likes some of the functions of the soul dark lamp. Having had the soul dark lamp in his hand before, Gu Shi could feel it to some extent. Now Gu Shi is a little reluctant to part with this thing. It happened that the natal essence and blood could be used to strengthen it, so he directly strengthened the spiritual lamp. The next moment, the color of the soul lamp changed. The originally pink brain-like soul lamp now turned into dark red. The brain seemed to have been damaged for too long, and there was still a hint of rust in it. However, the properties of this spiritual lamp made Gu Shi's eyes light up. Everything he wanted remained and was reinforced. Psychic lamp, purple. Offhand item. Defense, 6. After equipped, intelligence plus 11. Equipment requirements, intelligence 6. Special 1, bewitch people's hearts. Hypnotize a certain area on a large scale, and let them act according to your wishes for 5 minutes. Note: the stronger the strength, the greater the resistance, but as long as a living person is alive. He will be hypnotized. Special Influence 1. After wearing the equipment and activating a bewitching effect, the user will be affected by the mind every half an hour. The degree of influence ranges from doing some weird actions to choosing to commit suicide. Special 2. Soul Flame. Locks and ignites an enemy whose level is no higher than level 10, allowing the enemy to use his mind and body as firewood to burn, and can be converted into a special magic potion, which can replenish mana and strengthen the effect of a spell. Special Effect 2. After wearing the equipment and activating the inner flame effect once, the user will be burned by fire every half hour. Each time, the user needs to replenish their vitality. Otherwise, the user will become a new magic potion. Special 3. Mind Shielding. Psychic shielding of a range, allowing people to directly ignore the existence of certain people in the mind if they see it. Just pretend they haven't seen it, and ignore it directly. Special Impact 3. After wearing the equipment and activating the mind shielding effect once, the user needs to use some methods to show his existence to others every half hour and get the attention of more than 10 people at the same time. Otherwise, after 3 times, the user will be directly wiped out. Go. Explanation. What you see does not really exist, but someone wants you to see it. This time, the improvement of the Soul Underworld lamp can be said to be a shot in the arm. Either the skill becomes a ranged magic, or the effect is strengthened. And finally, there is a rather special spell. These are the most useful. It can be said that if you don't look at the negative effects, these skills are beyond Gushi's imagination. However, due to the transformation of natal essence and blood, these negative effects are ridiculously strong. Each one wants to take away the lives of others. If Gushi used it directly, he might be dead in a few days. So Gushi quickly threw the spiritual lamp towards the 6-rayed flame lamp. As the firelight rose, the soul lamp was melted into it. The word Hungry Ghost appeared in the firelight. Then, on a blank side of the 6-channel flame lamp, a new portrait of the holder appeared. This is different from the situation with the previous 2 holders. The man wearing the suit was also all in black, but his brain was directly exposed. It seemed that the soul lamp did not regard itself as a secondary item, but occupied the brain of the holder. At the same time, Gushi noticed that the holder also had a large number of black iron chains on his body. These are not things that Gushi made out of his face, but this is how he originally appeared. It seems that this costume holder is taking a relatively alternative route. However, Gushi also noticed that this costume holder was different from the previous 2. He does not have the power to attack or defend. Instead, he strengthens the skills of his own equipment. It was obvious that he was on another path. For Gushi, he doesn't care at all what path the wearer takes. What he wants is that the wearer can play the role of the equipment. What he looks like, and whether he can fight are not really the important points. After putting the soul dark lamp into the 6-flame lantern, Gushi no longer had the thought of putting other purple equipment inside. The purple suit didn't fall from the sky either. Now that Gushi has put in his purple equipment, which includes 1 for attack, 1 for defense, and 1 for support, it is just right. The rest will be discussed next time when I encounter a suitable purple outfit, or when I encounter an unsolvable problem. So Gushi didn't think much more. As soon as he let go of his left hand, the 6-rayed lantern that he had been holding floated to Gushi's left hand. This way Gushi's hands can be free, and he doesn't have to carry this thing all the time. Gushi did this very naturally. When he was studying at the Netherbone Wind Academy, he had learned that equipment is equipment and clothes are clothes, and the 2 cannot be confused. As Gushi let go, the 3 armor holders who had come out retreated. Gushi understood that they had always been there, but they just didn't usually appear around Gushi. They will only appear when Gushi needs them. In this regard, Gushi had to admit that the 6-rayed flame lamp was much better than the fox eye ring. At least 6 flame lights are effective anytime and anywhere. Unlike the fox eye ring, it is not used most of the time. While Gushi was putting away the holder of the suit, Luna rushed over with the zombie. This zombie is no different from an ordinary zombie. It has the same blue-gray skin and holds a logging axe in its hand. The steps are neither fast nor slow when moving, and the movements are obviously not too staggering, but rather steady. Seeing Luna bringing him in front of him, Gushi was also a little confused. Luna? Who is this? He is a level 19 undead that was just transformed. I brought him here. Luna first introduced the zombie she brought. Chapter 674 Level 19 Zombie. Hearing that this ordinary-looking zombie was the only level 19 in the city, Gushi couldn't help but look at the zombie in front of him again. At this time, Gushi noticed that the zombies in front of him looked no different from ordinary zombies. Even the size is the standard for ordinary zombies. And there is no trace of the imposing manner of a level 19 boss. If he didn't trust Luna, Gushi would have suspected that Luna had found the wrong person. But when Gushi saw the attributes of the zombies, he realized that Luna really had found the wrong person. Zombie, level 19. Summon troops experience, 0/150000. Attack 32. Defense 46. Life 1210. Skills, undead creature. Combat bite. Poison attack. Full blow. Lightning strike. Corpse poison attack. Blood-sucking attack. Battle axe mastery. Life return. Life multiplication. Bloody battle. Heavy armor mastery. It can be seen from this attribute that the zombie in front of you is not the kind of zombie mother that can be strengthened in various ways directly, and the attack power can be increased to an unknown level. He is a step-by-step being. It can be seen from the attributes of this zombie that the appearance of the zombie in front of us points the way forward for other zombies. At least he proved that zombies can reach their extreme level without taking a job or evolving. Looking at the zombie in front of him, Gushi didn't know what to say. How did such top-notch zombies appear? Isn't it normal that after reaching level 6, zombies will switch to other more powerful arms? Oh! And he's transformed from a level 19 enemy via double death. That's okay. Zombies will be zombies. The attributes in front of him were more interesting. Gushi turned around and asked, Luna, do you think he has a chance to reach level 20? At this time, by Gushi's side, Princess Anna went down to deal with the purple dress she had just obtained. Shaya went back to the soul-gathering place to inquire about the news and had not returned yet. Now Luna is the only one who can ask. Sir, I don't know much about this either. This question made Luna feel a little embarrassed. She has never come into contact with level 20 existences at all. The question of upgrading to level 20 can only be answered after Princess Anna comes back. At this moment, Zombie seemed to understand what Gushi said, and he raised his head and glanced at Gushi. Gushi noticed that another line of small words appeared in the zombie's information. After reaching level 19 with full experience, you can activate the legendary mission. After completing the mission, you can break through the upper limit and reach level 20. Still have to complete the task? Should Gushi do this task? Or should this zombie do it? Can anyone explain it? Gushi was quite speechless. How should he deal with this incomplete information? However, after Gushi thought about it for a while, he let go of the matter. After all, it's not the time yet. Even if this zombie keeps fighting, I don't know how many years it will take to reach 150,000 experience points. You must know that high-level players don't have much experience when fighting against low-level players. This zombie is now considered the highest level being under Gushi. Even if you encounter a level 19 battle, if you kill a level 19 enemy, you will only get 2,300 experience points at most. How many level 19 enemies do you have to kill? Forget it. Let's treat this as a treasure and wait until we have the chance. I'm afraid this world won't be able to do it anymore. Luna was a little confused as to why Gushi suddenly said that. But Gushi didn't force it, and Luna didn't have any objections. Her idea is simple. Although this zombie is just a soldier, his level is real. Although he is neither a leader nor a warrior, his presence on the battlefield is still very morale-boosting. What? What morale do the undead need? Well, such an existence can suppress luck. At this time, Luna took the zombie away again. Gushi also took this opportunity to ask about the situation of the other 4 level 15s. Because these 4 are not special beings. The undead they transformed are the same as zombies. And they are the most basic troops. This gave Gushi some ideas. Is it possible that his double death will give him another chance? While Gushi was thinking about this matter, Aladovi City was back on track. Without the pressure from foreign enemies, Aradovi City also restarted various constructions. Especially in the new Aladovi City area. There are still many things to sort out. At the same time, the troops transformed into Aladovi City during these battles also need to be readjusted. Gushi planned to upgrade his troops to another level, adjust the troops, and improve the access level of the troops. After all, most of the harvest this time is undead between level 6 and level 8. This can make Gushi bolder. Gushi's idea was to break up all his undead troops and reorganize them. All skeletons start at level 5. Zombies start at level 6. Ghosts start at level 7. And vampires start at level 8 as the baseline for the establishment. Those whose levels do not meet this standard are all considered cannon fodder and reserve troops, and are sent to the barracks to participate in combat missions. and their levels are raised to the standard before being released. As for some special units, Gushi also needs to make arrangements. This will ensure the elite nature of Gushi's troops in the future. At the same time, this matter will become normal in the future. After this battle, Gushi has already seen it. If he wants to develop well, he does not fight upwards, but downwards. He should not come to this kind of world to open up wasteland, but should fight goblins, kobolds, and enemies that have a high birth rate but low level and combat effectiveness. Even if the enemy is only level 1. A level 4 undead will appear as soon as Gushi summons his soul. As soon as the double death side is transformed, there will immediately be a new wave of undead. Just throw it into the barracks and train casually, and the level will be improved. After reaching level 5, head directly to the Skeleton Sea. This is the route Gushi should take now. Instead of bringing your own troops to fight against level 17 and level 19 powerful beings with determination, as soon as someone else took action, all the undead troops disappeared. In the end, only 1 or 2 level 10 or above were obtained. Thinking about this kind of business, it would be a waste. Before, Gushi had a smooth killing process because he had the incarnation of death. So he didn't feel this way. Looking back now, Gushi knew that he was drifting. In his free time, Gushi had already planned to return to the soul-gathering land to hand in the task, buy some things he needed, and then quit on his own initiative. Let's go back to the guild to study first. After all, he hasn't gone to the open library that the guild promised him last time. Then find 1 or 2 downward worlds to buy goods to replenish your troops. Make yourself more grounded and steady. Chapter 675 Favorable and Unfavorable News. Gushi was organizing his troops in the city of Eredovii, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Even if King Yaksha has a spirit, the first 7 days have passed. In these 7 days, Gushi finally sorted out all the troops, except for the bone-gnawing sludge, which suffered a greater loss this time and recovered more slowly. The other troops were replenished. Now all the soldiers in Gushi's Black Spear Battalion, Bone Cutting Battalion, and Demon Sacrifice Battalion have reached level 7 or above. Especially in the Demon Sacrifice camp, Gushi arranged a group of corpse wizards who had just been transformed into it. These corpse witches are standard ordinary corpse witches, because they died in the failure of the portal before. There is some void attribute in it. Gushi did not have a suitable mausoleum for them, which made them an independent force that could not be copied. Gushi didn't have the time to design a special army for them, nor did he plan to seal the characteristics of these corpse wizard troops. So he simply gave them to Yongdo and let Yongdo deal with them. As for the soldiers under the undead leader, they all started at level 5. And there were even warriors and elites above level 6 as the foundation of their army. It can be said that this time, all the undead bosses have received enough benefits. Raise your troops to a higher level. Even so, Gushi still had a large number of level 5 undead troops that he had not yet digested. As for those undead troops with levels above level 10, because they were not organized, they were all now concentrated under Gushi's own command, serving as Gushi's personal bodyguards. As for the undead below level 5, they were all packed up and sent to the barracks, where they were assigned various expedition missions. Of course, these days, the construction progress in the new Yaladovi city area is also relatively fast. The most important core buildings have been built. Now in New Aladovi City, there are already core buildings such as council halls, taverns, warehouses, blacksmith shops, and barracks. In this way, the foundation of New Aradovi City will be supported first. However, although this can save the undead from running back and forth between the old and New Aladovi cities, it also makes Gushi's men have a shortage of some special undead that they finally managed to obtain. There was nothing Gushi could do about this. He had spent a lot of effort to win over these undead with special skills at the Mystic Academy before. Looking at the current situation, it would be quite difficult to get another batch like this. In addition to this news, Shea also sent back some news through the strange mirror space. The current soul gathering place was quite chaotic, as if something big had happened. Shea told Gushi not to rush back to the soul gathering place, but to stay in Aladovi City first and wait for him to find out the news clearly. At the same time, Shea has some connections in the market at the soul gathering place. She can help Gushi hand over the task first, and then buy some things Gushi wants. However, because Gushi was away, it was impossible to open the door directly. So Shea decided to send the things from the soul gathering place to the Blood Sacrifice Ridge, and then transfer them through the Blood Sacrifice Ridge. As for the transfer method, don't worry. Shea, the road sign Gushi wants, has already been bought at the soul gathering place. Don't say that they are still in the same world. Even if Gushi withdraws from this new world, the things from Blood Sacrifice Ridge can still be sent to Aladovi City one by one along the route indicated by the road signs. At most, time just drags on a little slower. Other aspects are not affected. It can be said that this is Gushi's biggest gain since he started to open up the land. As for other things, Shea's words were a little vague, as if the soul gathering place and even the road to the underworld were a little chaotic. Although Shea had a talent for intelligence, she had just been there, and many lines could not be opened up. If Gushi hadn't bought a large amount of gray items that others didn't want at Lao Coffin's store and set up this thread, Shea might not even be able to find out this bit of information. In addition, Shaya also sent back some news that interested Gushi. Du Shusheng was invited to Huangquan Road by the leader of Gushi's subordinates. As a result, he could not wait for Gushi on the left, and could not wait for Gushi on the right. Later, he happened to meet Dimi leading his troops back to the soul gathering place to replenish their rest. Du Shusheng simply joined Dimi's team and became Dimi's military advisor. Gushi was a little surprised by Du Shusheng's choice. Doesn't Dimi always like bigger giants? How could Dimi be willing to play with a little guy like Shusheng-du? But Shusheng-du had a place to go, and Dimi had someone with a lot of brains to follow him. So Gushi finally felt more at ease. It seemed that Dimi had a pretty good life on Huangquan Road and completed the task quite well. I finally cleared myself up a bit. Gushi thought that there was nothing to do in the city of Eredovii now. So he simply didn't let Dimi come back and let him wander around the Yellow Springs Road and attack. Gushi thought about it and arranged for Dimi to stay on Huangquan Road during this period. Ask her to help him build his reputation and buy some specialties that can only be found in the Soul Gathering Land or Huangquan Road. Then transfer through Blood Sacrifice Ridge. After all, Gushi came here this time. He couldn't just run back like that for nothing. When you come to open up Wasteland, you have to look like you are opening up Wasteland. You can't just walk around here and run away. Gushi has to leave something behind. However, as time passed day by day, when Gushi dealt with the troops in Aladovi City, Shea, who originally said that he would come back to find out more information, had not come back yet. This situation made Gushi somewhat worried, and he was wondering if something had happened to Shea. Even Gushi was thinking about using Luna's weird mirror space to secretly go to the soul gathering place to see how Shaya was doing. At this time, Luna, who was dealing with the construction of New Eredovii City, also rushed back. My lord, something may have happened to Shea. Do you feel the same way? Gushi's face hardened. I knew it. Mobilize the troops. And we're going to rescue people. There is no need to save anyone. Shea has escaped. But she was seriously injured. Isabella is rescuing her. It may take some time to recover. Escaped back? Gushi breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. It's good to escape and be fine. But Gushi's expression soon became serious. Do you know who did it? We must avenge this. We don't know yet. Shea was already unconscious when she came back. I don't know if she wakes up now. Go over and have a look. Gushi didn't care about what he was doing. Jumped on the evil coffin and prepared to leave the city. Luna quickly led the way. Shea is in the tavern. Please follow me. Sir. Gushi just said oh. And the evil coffin changed direction by itself and followed Luna to a tavern not far away. At this time, Shea had also recovered a lot under Isabella's treatment. When Gushi came in, Shea woke up just in time. Chapter 676, Dramatic Changes in the World. Grown-ups. Shea, who had just woken up, was still quite weak, but judging from the look on Isabella's side, Shea should be fine, and will be fine in a few days. But Gushi's face was not so good. When he saw Shaya wake up, he didn't ask her what news she had found out, but just asked, who did it? A Rakshasa ghost, said to be a subordinate of King Rakshasa. The red hair and blue eyes are easy to recognize. When I inquired about the news, he rushed out directly. He has no martial ethics at all. If I hadn't reacted quickly, he might have been there. It fell into his hands. Shaya naturally knew what Gushi was thinking, and she would not hide anything from her enemies. When Gushi asked, she directly told her the enemy. Before I leave, give him a hand to help you avenge this. If he doesn't show martial ethics, I will make sure that he can't say anything. Gushi said decisively. Let Princess Anna mobilize the troops and be ready to go to war at any time. After arranging things, Gushi turned to ask Shaya. You should have a good rest first and wait until I finish clearing the place. Seeing that Gu Shi was about to leave, Xiaoya quickly stopped Gu Shi. Sir, I have something to tell you first. The outside is looking for you. You must not take action yourself. It is best not to go to Huangquan Road and Soul Gathering Place. Go directly to Blood Sacrifice Ridge and send a signal to exit this world from there. Seeing Xiaoya's anxious look, Gu Shi was also a little confused. Are you all looking for me? Yes. I went there to inquire about the situation this time and heard some bad news. 8 days ago, Emperor Yushu of the Dafeng dynasty suddenly passed away. He reigned for 4 years, leaving behind only the 1-year-old eldest Prince Bei and the 8-month-old second Prince Yong. The 10 prisoners of the inner dynasty disappeared when Emperor Yushu died, and most of the Shiyuan Imperial Guard army disappeared at the same time. No one knows where they went. There is now a chaos in the court, and the ghosts and gods in the underworld are also in a mess. Many people are looking for the cause of Emperor Yushu's death. Emperor Yushu? As soon as he heard the title of Emperor, Gu Shi knew who it referred to. Isn't he the Yaksha Yushu king? Gu Shi also didn't expect that King Yasha Yushu would play such a big role. As soon as he was reincarnated, he joined the royal family and became an emperor. When he first heard the name of King Yaksha Yushu, he thought he was just a prince. But he still didn't quite understand. How could it cause such a big mess? I inquired secretly. And it seems that the king of Yaksha Yushu has approached some big shots and said that he is willing to serve as the king's pioneer and guide the start of this catastrophe. His mission is for transition. And several big bosses have promised that as long as King Yasha Yushu completes this mission, he can take away his dragon energy and national destiny before he dies. With these, after he returns to his own body, he can break through level 20 in one fell swoop and transform from a chess piece to a chess player. After hearing what Xiaoya said, Gu Shi was stunned for a moment. Then he did it. Didn't he? Why did he cause such chaos again and let so many people look for me? My lord. He took the throne. But the time was wrong. Because King Yaksha Yushu is dead, a lot of information can be found out with a little guidance. I heard that this catastrophe seems to be an opportunity for many ghosts and gods to cleanse themselves and strengthen themselves. The entire tribulation will last approximately 6 to 80 years. King Yushu? No. The death of Emperor Yushu is a sign of the beginning of the great catastrophe. This is why King Yaksha Yushu can get the most benefits. He used his own death to clear the way for everyone. Originally he could live for another 10 years. But he died 10 years later. His youngest son Yong came to the throne first, and was later ousted by his eldest son Bei, which caused civil strife in the Feng dynasty. At that time, the entire Dafeng dynasty will be a battlefield for ghosts and gods. Some ghosts and gods who wanted to fight for the dragon in the Great Tribulation all ended about 10 years ago. The ghosts and gods on Huangquan Road want to grab the position of the second wave. As a result, King Yaksha Yushu died suddenly, and the catastrophe began early. Now those ghosts and gods are only about 10 years old. There is nothing they can do now. The most important thing is that the Dafeng dynasty is a dynasty. They could allow a 10-year-old child to become emperor, but it was absolutely impossible for them to allow a child under 1 year old to become emperor. If the eldest Prince Bei and the second prince never take the throne, and a young and powerful royal takes the throne, the situation may change. Coupled with the disappearance of the 10 prisons of the inner dynasty, some of the conflicts in the Dafeng dynasty shifted from the inner and outer dynasties to the conflicts between civil servants of the outer dynasty. Perhaps in this way, civil unrest will not happen. In addition, some of the bosses' arrangements have not yet been arranged, so the whole underworld is in chaos. And now many people want to find out who killed King Yasha Yushu. Hearing this situation, Gu Shi's face became a little ugly. Although Shea said it simply, Gu Shi could clearly hear the danger in it. At the same time, he also understood that he had offended most of the powerful people in the world this time. This is also the method that Gu Shi has been staying in Aradovi City. And the big bosses in this world have not yet broken through the space and entered Aradovi City. But if Gu Shi enters Huangquan Road again, those big guys will definitely find Gu Shi immediately. After realizing this, Gu Shi felt filled with resentment. Leaving voluntarily after clearing the scene and escaping under pressure are two completely different concepts. After Xiaoya explained the general situation, Gu Shi thought about it seriously for a long time, and finally asked, Xiaoya, what's the attitude behind the gate of H.L.? Ah? Xiaoya didn't expect Gu Shi to ask this, and she couldn't react for a while. I just want to ask what the big guys behind the gate of H.L. are like about this incident. Think about it. So many big ghosts and gods are reincarnated through the underworld. And they may be thrown out with some things. You can know it just by looking at this flaming 6-ray lantern. It can save you the confusion in the womb. If you have this thing, will there be a low inversion? If this is the case, can the underworld agree? Those ghosts and gods must have suppressed the forces in the underworld. It's just that the underworld didn't want to get involved, so it didn't care about them. But regardless, it doesn't mean they don't have any opinions. I want to know what the underworld's opinion is on this matter this time. Shaya followed Gushi's train of thought at this time. It should be possible. Sir, when you said this, I also reacted. I am afraid that the people in the soul-gathering place already knew something. Otherwise, they would not care about me so much. Sometimes news just seems to come to me by accident. After hearing what Shaya said, Gushi understood the attitude behind it. At this time, he was silent again. This time, Gushi was silent for a long time. After about 20 minutes, Gushi slowly spoke. Let's get our revenge and leave. Chapter 677 Lightning Attack. Gushi thought about it for so long. Even though he knew that if he jumped out, he would be targeted by many big guys. But in order to calm down his anger, Gushi stood up without hesitation. After talking to Shaya for a few words, and asking about the location where the Rakshasa ghost usually appeared, Gushi immediately went to the strange mirror space. This is the location where Shaya was attacked. After I rescued Shaya, I have arranged for someone to keep an eye on her. That person is the Rakshasa ghost who attacked Shaya. After hearing that Gushi had come to the strange mirror space, Luna rushed over immediately. No need for Gushi to say. Luna already knew what Gushi wanted to do. The enemy isn't very strong, but his level should be above level 15. He has some soldiers around him, about 1,000 in number, and the strongest is level 13. Shaya had defeated some of the enemies before, and from what I can see now, their forces have not been replenished. However, their location was less than 100 kilometers away from the soul-gathering place. If you want to look for it, you may not have much time. Gushi nodded, understanding the key here. Gushi is now considered a celebrity on the underworld road. Although Gushi has some speculations, the attitude of the underworld towards him is not too bad. But some appearances always have to be put on. It's okay if Gushi doesn't appear on the underworld road. Once he appears on the other side of the underworld, he will always have to take some action. So there wasn't really much time for Gushi to take action. So this time Gushi planned to get closer and attack directly using his death incarnation and the corpse mother. If that doesn't work, let the level 19 zombies let the other party know what the existence of the limit is. You throw me out, and I will have my own way of fighting. But you must be ready to respond to me at any time. And you must not let the enemy discover the existence of Aladovi City. In addition, after we kill this guy, we need to turn to Blood Sacrifice Ridge immediately. You also have to help me prepare the passage over there. Gushi had arranged his retreat before the war started. Gushi only planned to take this blow once, and he was going to hit it quickly. And the main attack was a person who didn't follow martial ethics. Luna understood Gushi's thoughts as soon as she heard it. She also knew that she couldn't persuade Gushi at this time, and could only ensure Gushi's safety from behind. After giving the instructions, Gushi found a mirror in the strange mirror space and dived into it. After leaving Aladovi City, Gushi immediately lit the 6-ray lantern. The holder of the mind lamp appeared behind Gushi immediately, and his mind shielding ability was quickly activated, removing Gushi from the gaze of others. Then Gushi released the evil coffin and headed towards the Rakshasa ghost. The ability of the soul lamp is one of the reasons why Gushi dares to rush out. With the spiritual lamp in front of him, no one would notice Gushi's actions, at least for a short period of time. The next step is to sneak attack on the Rakshasa ghost. The evil coffin moved very quickly. In just a blink of an eye, it rushed in front of the Rakshasa ghost. This Rakshasa ghost did not notice Gushi's existence, but he noticed a coffin moving close to the ground. If it were in a place like the underworld, most people would definitely be shocked if they encountered something like this. But the problem is that this is on Huangquan Road, not to mention the coffin that sticks to the ground. Even if the coffin lid flies into the sky, you can still see it from time to time. As a coffin, sometimes there is no one to guide it, and it often happens that it runs around at will. The Rakshasa ghost didn't react at all to such a coffin rushing toward him. There was a glimmer of interest in his eyes. In his opinion, this was a little toy that came to his doorstep, and was one of the few pleasures he could have in the wild. The Rakshasa ghost drew out his weapon, which was a thick iron rod covered with a lot of blood and flesh. Then he stared at the direction of the coffin, and prepared to smash the coffin to make a sound. But the evil coffin was at a turn some distance away from him. Then a cloud of black mist sprayed out from the evil coffin. A bone dragon and a god of death rushed out from the black mist, and immediately pounced on the Rakshasa ghost who wanted to hit the evil coffin. This time, Gushi didn't consider the issue of magic power at all, and immediately released his death incarnation. Seeing someone sneaking up on him, the Rakshasa ghost was stunned for a moment. While he was stunned, Death, the incarnation of death, had jumped in front of the Rakshasa ghost. The incarnation of death, the god of death, immediately struck the Rakshasa ghost with a scythe and activated Death Harvest. Rakshasa ghost had very bad luck. Although his level had passed 15, he encountered the luck of the incarnation of death, the god of death. The harvest of death was activated this time and directly cut out Rakshasa ghost's soul. When Luo Shagui fell, he also understood what was going on. Finally, he immediately sent a signal to the sky. Red eyes appeared in the sky. Everyone focused their attention here. Although Gushi was under the influence of the spiritual lamp and was not noticed by others, with such a big thing happening here, as long as those people launched a range attack, Gushi would still be in trouble. Faced with such pressure, Gushi waved his hand, and the holder of the underworld dragon robe appeared behind Gushi. As soon as he came out, he flew upwards and appeared quickly at the Steel City gate. The ghost team dressed in by Wu Chang quickly sent out troops and spread around. Bai Wu Chang, who has more than 60,000 people, appeared so blatantly on Huangquan Road for the first time. Even the people on the other side of the underworld were wondering what happened. Are there such a large number of white impermanents gathered together in the underworld? Could this be fake? Gushi's ghost team had their identity suspected for the first time since they pretended to be Bai Wu Chang. Fortunately, Gushi had already patched it up, and the bearer of the underworld dragon robe was standing in the air, exuding the power and authority to communicate with the ghosts of the underworld. This can be regarded as rectifying the names of these Bai Wu Changs. Looking at so many Bai Wu Chang, looking at the underworld dragon robe holders floating in the sky, he saw that he was not the Gushi he was looking for. Notice that the big guys here have also withdrawn their gazes. In their opinion, as long as it is not the person they are looking for, the ghost agents can do whatever they want. Anyway, these Rakshasas are not good guys on the road to the underworld, so just kill them. So they all looked away. At this time, Gushi was staring at the Rakshasa ghost's men with a hint of coldness on his face. I originally wanted to let you go, but now that things have become so big, I'm sorry. As the old saying goes, since you are here, you all might as well die. Under Gushi's order, the army that had been prepared for a long time rushed out of the Steel City gate and pounced on the still confused Rakshasa ghost troops in front of him. Chapter 678. Quit the world of pioneering and return to the guild. 15 minutes later, Gushi disappeared from the battlefield as quickly as he appeared, leaving only the corpses of Rakshasa ghosts on the ground. It wasn't that Gushi didn't want to take these corpses away, but there were some vague eyes watching nearby. Gushi didn't want to end his life because of some trivial matter. If someone saw the flaw and killed Gushi while he was cleaning the battlefield, that would be a penny gain. Gushi's action this time was not for these benefits. He just wanted to avenge Shaya and vent the evil in his heart. Now that the matter has been settled, Gushi naturally has to leave quickly. After killing all the Rakshasa ghosts, Gushi turned around and put away his troops, transferred through the strange mirror space, and left Huangquan Road. When Gushi took action, he had always maintained a state of mental shielding, making people ignore his existence. After leaving Huangquan Road, he did not go back to Aladovi City directly, but transferred to Blood Sacrifice Ridge. Outside the Blood Sacrifice Ridge, Gushi didn't even have time to enter the Blood Sacrifice Ridge to take a look before he took the initiative to send a signal to exit. Apply to leave this new world. When the rest signal was issued, a voice immediately came to my ears. Player 629 SHD2S0FXC30. Do you plan to exit the world 41Y6JD5T04L01? If you exit now, you will have to wait for 100 days of cooling off period next time you enter this world. Quit. Prepare to exit. Please stay where you are and don't move. The player's location has been determined. The next time you enter, you can choose 3 placement locations. As prompt sounded in Gushi's ears, Gushi's eyes slowly changed. That feeling of being in the wild mountains and wilderness was gone. And instead, there was a somewhat bored middle-aged man, turning around and seeing Gushi walking out of the portal. The man's eyes flashed with shock. Why are you the only one coming out? Where are the others? Gushi was stunned for a moment. Who else? Seeing that Gushi did not answer, the man immediately asked, Has something serious happened? Is it serious? Are the others still alive? Where are they? Is it too late to send someone in to rescue them? Only then did Gushi realize what was going on. He quickly said, "Don't worry. I am alone. I went in to clear up Wasteland by myself, not with other teams." Hearing this, the man was relieved. During this time, there was a lot of commotion in the guild, and most of the members of the Wasteland Reclamation Group were transferred away. The newly formed Wasteland Reclamation Group is not strong enough, and things like this always happen. So when Gushi came out like this, he thought that another land reclamation group had been wiped out. It turns out that I went to open up Wasteland alone. Etc. Go alone? When can a person go to open up Wasteland alone? The man was trying to catch Gushi and say something. He didn't want to worry about it but said, "Comrade, are you responsible for contacting the Wasteland Reclamation Group? I have a very important news here. Although I am not sure about the direction of the matter. It is definitely a major event that affects the new world. If you can get through to them, it's a good idea to let them know so you don't miss out on opportunities or jump into chaos." After hearing Gushi's words, the man forgot what he wanted to say and just looked at Gushi speechlessly. Fortunately, Gushi is not the kind of person who hides things. He told the whole story of the Yellow Springs Road, the shadow of the Yaksha King, and the chaos of ghosts and gods in a very straightforward manner. Of course, Gushi did not mention his level of involvement in this matter. Gushi only said that he accidentally got the news from the soul gathering place. This is a good thing for some people, but it is not good news for some players who want to play it safe. So after Gushi got the news, he immediately quit land reclamation, which was very reasonable. This man has been here for so long. Naturally, he knows things about this world. As the main gathering place for necromancers, the soul gathering land is almost becoming the main city for pioneering players from major guilds. The information about Gushi was obtained from the soul gathering place, which was quite reasonable. But the news that Gushi heard was too big. What tasks others are doing, and what kind of boss appears in which place. Why did you care about the news here? It directly revealed the conspiracy of the New World decades later. If the Genesis incident hadn't taken away a large number of players, just such a piece of news would have given Chaoyang Guild the upper hand in the next few decades. You can even do some calculations to turn the world in front of you into an exclusive world belonging to Chaoyang Guild. It's a pity that Genesis has started to recruit troops, and everything will be focused on Genesis. This is not something that a small soldier like Gushi can solve. The man also understood this. He just recorded what Gushi said, and then said to Gushi, "I will report what you said, and they will arrange for the pioneers who are still in the new world to go there. Inquire about. If it is what you said, you will be considered as having made a great contribution to the guild this time. And then, the guild's achievements and rewards will be shared with you." Gushi has no opinion on this point. The reason why he said this is that the matter will spread quickly, and others will say it even if he doesn't say it. On the other hand, he was actually quite satisfied with the atmosphere in the Rising Sun Guild, and had no plans to change guilds. Making Chaoyang Guild better would be a good thing for Gushi. After finishing all this information, Gushi said to the man, "Okay, that's all. Is there anything else?" "No. Please pay attention to the guild information during this period. The information reported will be evaluated by a dedicated person. After the evaluation is completed, there will be corresponding rewards." When the man heard this, he did not try to stop Gushi and just made way for him. Gushi nodded to the man and walked out, because Gushi just came out of Aladovi City 10 minutes ago. Now he didn't need to rush back to Aladovi City to do anything. So Gushi headed towards the dormitory assigned to him by Chaoyang Guild. As he walked towards the dormitory, Gushi couldn't help but laugh. This is the second time he has entered the dormitory after joining the Chaoyang Rays Guild. Gushi felt like he was always in a hurry at Chaoyang Guild. Many times he was in a hurry and couldn't even stop and take a rest. Now it is a rare opportunity. Aradovi City doesn't need too much processing from him. There is nothing else to do right now. It's rare to have such free time now. Gushi also needs to take a rest and relax, and check out the various benefits within the guild. Chapter 679. Go back to the dormitory and rest for 2 days. When he returned to the dormitory building and opened the door to the room, Gushi saw a clean room. Although he has never lived in it, someone takes care of it every day, making it look like new. After entering the room, Gushi immediately threw his clothes and other items on the ground and fell down on the sofa. Not long after he fell, there was a knock on the door of the room. Gushi was a little confused. He didn't know many people in the Chaoyang Guangmong Guild, and he didn't notify anyone when he came back. Why would someone come and knock on the door? Although he didn't know what was going on, Gushi still stood up and prepared to open the door. However, because he was in his own room, when Gushi went out, his movements were somewhat slow and not as decisive as before. Gushi opened the door to the room and was about to ask who it was when he found a ferocious ferret butler standing outside the door. The ferocious ferret butler politely bowed to Gushi. Mr. Gushi, I am the exclusive butler of all the rooms on this floor. I just saw you come back from the game, so I gave you some catering food and some fun little things. For nothing else. The main purpose is to relax. Since this is my first time serving you, I don't know much about your hobbies. I can only take the most basic things. If you are not satisfied or don't like anything, please tell me directly. I can help you change it to something you are satisfied with. Gushi didn't expect that there was such a service in the Chaoyang Guangmong Guild. It just so happened that he hadn't had anything serious to eat in a while. So Gushi nodded. Okay. You bring the things up first. By the way, I don't eat coriander. And I will drink some sweet drinks. There are no other requirements. Meat is the main staple food. By the way, I'm not dead yet. So don't take out the food for the undead. Gushi talked about his needs and sat back on the sofa. When the ferocious Itachi heard this, a look of immediate understanding flashed across his eyes. That's great, sir. It's so easy to serve you. You understand so well the hard work of our service staff. Unlike other people who asked him what he wanted and just said casually, it turned out to be arranged. But this won't work. That won't work. Sir, please wait. I will arrange the things for you right now. After saying that, the ferocious Itachi began to direct his men to deliver things inside. When the ferocious weasel delivered the things, Gushi felt that the president of the Chaoyang Guild was really out of date. The ones that came to deliver the food were all white-haired rats. Their human-like appearance made Gushi think of the situation in the evil god temple. Why does everyone think that mice are related to food? Fortunately, although the chef is a mouse, the food served is normal food. At least the food was pretty good. The first thing that was served was a big bowl of noodles. Looking at that hot face, Gushi felt his whole heart warm. What was given next made Gushi extremely satisfied, because he wasn't sure what kind of food Gushi would like. And because Gushi was alone, the food served was in small portions, with Gushi giving priority to his choice. And the quality of the food is carefully crafted. It's not the usual kind of food you get on a big plate, but it's really delicious. As Gushi picked up his favorite food and started eating it, the ferocious ferret butler also noticed Gushi's preference. As portions of food were taken away, most of the food served later were what Gushi liked to eat. Of course, drinks and other things have also been served. Maybe it was because Gushi said that he liked sweeter wine. So the food that was served to him surprised Gushi. He looked at something similar to QQ candy with some confusion and asked, "What is this?" "A combination of wine and sugar. I only remember wine-filled chocolate. I have never seen anything like this." "Oh, sir, we heard that you like sweet things. So we prepared QQ sugar-soaked water of life for you, which is guaranteed to be sweet." Dire Weasel explained the origin of this thing. Gushi thought for a moment, and then understood what the so-called water of life meant. Looking at such a thing in front of him, Gushi couldn't help but shook his head. Is this thing drinkable? Fortunately, Dire Weasel had prepared many different drinks. As soon as Gushi was not satisfied, new drinks would be replaced. Even the speed of withdrawal was beyond normal people's imagination. So fast that Gushi didn't even notice. While eating and drinking, Gushi discovered that there were some strange things in his house without him noticing. Gushi could understand the extra flowers, fresh fruits, etc. They were arranged by Dire Weasel, saying he wanted to beautify the room and make it full of life. It's understandable that those small ornaments were placed there because Dire Weasel asked if he wanted to adjust the feng shui in the house. But what is the situation with Catwoman and Snake sitting next to her? When did they sit down? Seeing Gushi's speechless expression, Dire Weasel said helplessly, "Sir, I'm really sorry. Ours is an ordinary apartment dormitory building. There is no way to arrange some of the best ones here. The best ones, such as the Nine-Tailed Fox and the Jade Rabbit Spirit, are all in the high-end dormitory area. We don't have enough authority to transfer them over. So you'll just have to make do with it. Of course, if you have other requirements, we can also find ways to meet them. I heard that clam girls have been produced recently. They are not of high grade, but they are all top quality. And they also produce clam beads. If your husband needs it, I can help you apply and deliver it in the shortest possible time." "That's not what I meant. Gushi waved his hands repeatedly. "I understand. Sir, these are small animals. They are just kept in the room to add some vitality. The dire weasel said seriously. No chance to return the goods without interest at all. Gushi wanted to say something else, but found that the ferocious weasel had already started to send other things in. Maybe the dire weasel had figured out Gushi's preferences in terms of food, and all the things he said later were based on Gushi's wishes. Although Gushi kept saying that he really couldn't accept it anymore. But after the dire weasel's persuasion, most of the things were kept. In fact, the most important sentence here is that everything will be paid for by the Rising Sun Guild. Just this sentence gave Gushi an idea. Why didn't he rest in the dormitory earlier? No. Try again. You treat me as a nobleman of the country, and I will repay you as a nobleman of the country. The ability of the Rising Sun Guild to win people's hearts is so strong. Chapter 680. The Path to Advancement in Spiritualism. Gushi stayed in his dormitory for 3 whole days and 3 nights. I finally calmed down and regained my energy. During these 3 days, Gushi's whole person was in a state of emptiness. This made Gushi so comfortable that he almost forgot that he still had games to play and many worlds waiting for him to explore. Pushing open the door of the dormitory, Gushi stretched his body, looked up outside the door, and an idea flashed through his mind. I don't know where to go today. How about staying in the dormitory for another day? However, Gushi finally shook his head and walked out relying on his own willpower. At this time, he was in the Chaoyang Guild, and he was dressed quite casually. All his equipment had been turned into casual clothes, and all his weapons and equipment were turned into pieces of decoration, hanging on Gushi's body. Not impressive at all. As for his 2 orange clothes, they have become the most ordinary ones. Even if most people see them, no one will think that they are orange clothes. After leaving the dormitory, Gushi put his hands in his pockets, looked around, confirmed the way to the library, and strode towards that direction. The hurried members of the guild saw Gushi's dress and knew that Gushi had just returned from a mission and was in a state of rest and relaxation. At this time, most people would not go to Gushi for trouble, but would smile at Gushi with envy and encouragement. After all, everyone knows that it is a rare time to rest, and no one wants to have someone bother them with a bunch of things while they are resting. Gushi was also in a good mood, regardless of whether the other party knew him or not. As long as they smiled at him, Gushi would smile and nod in response. After walking and walking like this, after a while, he arrived at the library of Chaoyang Guild. The library in front of me is obviously much larger than the library in Guxiali Dovi City. The building, composed of 7 small buildings of different sizes, is the main part of the library. The small garden outside the building is filled with members who are reading books. When they read, various fluctuations appear in their bodies. Whenever the fluctuation exceeds a certain level, some tentacles or other things will appear from the nearby flowers or trees, dragging the members who are reading out of the strange atmosphere. Members who wake up will also put down the books in their hands, relax themselves, and put down some items in the flowers or under the trees that save them in return. Gushi paid attention and found that most of the items they put down were food or negative energy. The asking price is not high, but there is a certain guarantee for reading. Gushi also noticed the abnormal fluctuations before. Within those abnormal fluctuations, many different shadows and changes can be seen. It seems that Chaoyang Guild has a good foundation. After walking around the small garden for half a circle, Gushi entered the largest library. As soon as he entered the door, he was greeted by several skeletons. Sir, what book do you want to read? The books that ordinary members can read are here. Gushi immediately asked. My spiritualism has reached level 10. I want the Book of Phylactery and the Book of Blood Feast. Hearing this, both skeletons stopped. They looked at each other and said with some embarrassment, I'm sorry. Sir, the Book of Life Boxes and the Book of Blood Feast are advanced books and require application. I have permission to enter the restricted book area of the Radiant Library for 3 days. Are there no Book of Life Boxes and Book of Blood Feast here? Hearing Gushi's question, the 2 skeletons spoke immediately. Sir, look at you. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you could enter the restricted book area? Yes. In the forbidden book picture, there are Book of Life Boxes and Book of Blood Feast. But are you planning to advance to the next level when summoning souls? Right. The guild also has 2 special books on spiritualism advancement. Do you want to read them together? If so, I can take them out together? Book of Ghost Dragons? Gushi glanced at the 2 skeletons. When the 2 skeletons heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. How is this possible? Not to mention that the guild doesn't have soul-calling promotion books like the Book of Ghost Dragons. Even if it does, it won't be placed in the forbidden book area. It has been taken away long ago. These two books are the Book of Pregnant Insects. You can use the beaten corpses to breed undead insects, such as spiders and centipedes. The level is equivalent to the undead enhancement level. Many gentlemen who cannot find the Book of Ghost Dragons will choose this path, because in the end, they can produce a Fate Weaver Spider Queen who is as powerful as the Ghost Dragon. The other is the Book of Mysteries, which uses dead bodies to transform them into special kinds of weirdness. Mr. Weirdness, you should also be aware of it. The weak ones are weak, but the strong ones are really strong. At level 1 of some weirdness, due to their special circumstances, they can directly kill some high-level soldiers through weirdness. Therefore, this Book of Mysteries is also relatively popular here. It's just that the uncertainty of the weird transformation is too high, and it's often a gamble. There will be some people who are not willing to take this route. Listening to the skeleton's explanations and introductions, Gushi also had a certain understanding of the advanced stages of spiritualism. The Book of Life Box and the Book of Blood Feast are the main routes. The Book of Pregnant Insects is the side route, and the Book of Tricksters is the gamble route. I want them all. Gushi thought that since he was here anyway, he would learn them all first. However, after hearing Gushi's words, the skeletons were a little embarrassed. What's wrong? Can you only choose 2 at a time? No. You can choose all of them if you want. But do you meet the standards in other aspects? Sir? Not to mention the others. The simplest ones are Book of Life Box and Book of Blood Banquet. The requirements of these 2 books are that the undead enhancement must reach level 6. Because no matter how weak the corpse witch is, he is still at level 6. And a level 4 corpse which will not appear. Not to mention the Book of Pregnant Insects and the Book of Mysteries, both of which have learning requirements. If they don't meet the standards, even if you have permission to the forbidden book area, you won't be able to get these books. When Gushi heard this explanation, it seemed that he was really confused about too many things. After thinking about it for a while, Gushi was not so anxious to advance his skills. Instead, he asked directly, "Excuse me, are there any instructors in the library? I have some questions to ask them." Although Gushi is the dean of the mysterious academy, he understands that everything in the guild is more suitable for his current situation. He was promoted too quickly, and many foundations were not laid. He still doesn't know many things like common sense. Now is the best time to make amends. Chapter 681 Plan for Learning and Growth. Yes, there are dedicated mentors in the guild who are responsible for guiding newcomers who have just joined the guild. However, sir, your current situation. Seeing the skeleton's embarrassment, Gushi smiled and said, "I have been in the guild for less than a year. I am also a complete newcomer, and I have never received any guidance before. Now is a good time to learn. Please tell me which tutor is better." As Gushi spoke, he stuffed a small piece of negative energy into the hands of the 2 skeletons. Go from here to the small building at the back. The skeletons with brains inside are all mentors. Find a skeleton with a blue brain. His name is Li Xiao. He was originally a player in our guild, but he never participated in any games. He just read and copied in the library. Finally, he died in the library and became a mentor of the undead. His level is not high, but he knows a lot. He had worked as a mentor before, just to earn some experience that would allow him to upgrade. If you want systematic learning, you are absolutely right to find him. After hearing this, Gushi finally understood what was going on. He thanked the 2 skeletons, turned around and left the building. Li Xiao is easier to find, because her blue brain is exposed and can be seen at a glance. However, Gushi never expected that the Li Xiao in front of him was of average strength, but had quite good eyesight. He glanced at Gushi and asked with some confusion, "Have the 3 divine skills been completed?" This was the first time in the Chaoyang Guangmong Guild that someone had judged Gushi's strength without requiring him to introduce himself or see his special skills. Before Gushi could answer, Li Xiao asked again, "Have you just taken up a job? Is your profession a special profession that requires mastery of all 3 divine skills? Can you tell me the name of the profession? Let me record it here." Lord of the Dead Witch. Facing such a guy, Gushi felt helpless. Li Xiao didn't notice Gushi's expression. He nodded. "Lord of the Dead Witch. Lord of the Necromancer? No wonder it took you so long to find a mentor after joining the guild. If I encountered such an opportunity, I would make the same choice. For a necromancer, nothing is more attractive than the 3 divine skills. If there is, it must be various special tasks caused by the 3 divine skills. or direct employment directions. I'm afraid you are at level 7 or 8 now. Right? Level 7. As for the hidden professions of the 3 undead skills, I also know too, but you have already embarked on your own path, and I cannot advise you to change your direction. But I can teach you the basics of the necromancer. In addition, our guild does not have the special skills of the hidden professions of the 3 undead skills. But some tips about the 3 undead skills are actually in the guild's book. Later you will find a book called The Dialectical Relationship Between Virtual Mana and Death Incarnation. That book will be very helpful for players who have mastered the ability of Death Incarnation. In addition, in the Radiant Library, there is a reading note without a title. Let me think about it. The number seems to be 119761. This reading note records some tips on the Death Lord's ability, and how to use the Death Lord's ability to develop rapidly. Some of the things here are just conjectures, so don't believe it all. But this can be regarded as a directory that records the effects of how to improve the Death Lord's abilities. There are also various skills corresponding to the Death Lord. You should have mastered the art of leadership, and there are some records about this here. I think this should be the most suitable for you. As for dead cities, I don't recall there being any proper textbooks in the library on this subject. You have to specialize in city construction. But I think what you lack now is the plots of land that can be used to place various buildings. Right? If you are unable to integrate a large number of various land titles, then what you need to consider now is how to build the most and most suitable buildings in the least amount of land. So I recommend a few books here. You should read more of the commonalities between land and buildings, the flow of earth veins and the suppressive effect of buildings, and the key to the city, auxiliary buildings. Other than that, there is nothing I can do to help you with the 3 divine skills. As for the situation other than the 3 divine skills, you must tell me what skills you have mastered now, and what their levels are. If you don't know this, I can't help you. After listening to Li Xiu's words, Gushi realized why the 2 skeletons asked him to come to Li Xiu. This is clearly a smart book catalog. He actually read all the books in the Radiant Library and memorized them all. Gushi thought about it seriously, and quickly explained his situation. Not only the levels of each skill, but also the level of equipment's blessing to the skills are also included. Li Xiu also smiled after listening to Gushi's words. It seems that you really understand. Yes, the upgraded level of the equipment will naturally be included in it. If you don't take into account the upgraded level of the equipment, the subsequent deduction will be wrong. Judging from your current situation, your spiritualism has reached level 10. With some blessings, it should be level 15. At this level of spiritualism, the spiritualism effect must be full. But your undead enhancement level is only level 4, which means you have wasted a lot of opportunities. If your undead enhancement level is level 7, you can now go find a world with weak enemies to farm the sea of undead. In addition, after the success rate of spiritualism is reached, you should be very clear about the next route to take, the transformation of the undead. Judging from the structure of knowledge you mentioned, you already understand this, and have already embarked on this path. But for some reason, you stopped after taking half a step. Although I don't know what's wrong with this. But the art of transformation of the undead must be learned. If you don't learn the art of transformation of the undead, you will not be able to learn the resurrection art later. Those powerful corpses you get will only become cannon fodder in your hands. So in terms of undead research, corpse research, etc., you have too much to make up for. Let's do this. I'll give you a list of books, and you can calm down and spend 3 months studying the contents of these books. Also, I see you've learned something different. Ritual magic. Very few people learn this. But once you master it, your advantage will be stronger than that of ordinary mages. If you want to strengthen it, you must learn altar research and magic circle research. Of course, you can also choose to study while fighting, but that will take a longer time. So it's up to you to arrange this. Chapter 682 3 Months of Harvest. 3 months passed in a flash. During these 3 months, Gushi did not participate in any games. During the day, he would either read in the library, study in the magic tower, practice various magic skills in the ghost level trial field, or seek out a mentor in the guild to learn some basic things. I went back to the dormitory to rest at night, and lived a fulfilling life every day. Everyone has become noticeably thinner. Of course, Gushi's gains are also great, although Gushi's experience has not improved at all in these 3 months. Not to mention levels and stuff. But Gushi's other skills that should be learned have made great progress. As for professional skills, spiritualism has reached the top of level 10, and Gushi hasn't practiced much with this skill. It would be better to just find a big battlefield and fight it than to practice here. Gushi mainly practices spells such as Secondary Corpse Explosion, Secondary Bone Shield, Bone Spurs, Bone Storm, Tendrils of the Dead, Death Ripples, and Magic Arrows, just in case Gushi goes to the battlefield. These spells are probably too far away from the battlefield. Far away. There is no chance to take action. When Gushi upgrades, most of the combination skills are selected based on the levels of these spells. There are even some promotion skills that require certain skills to meet the standards before they can be learned. So Gushi just upgraded all his spells to level 6. This standard line is not low. After all, there is only so much time to rest. He only had time to practice his skills when he got tired of reading and couldn't read anymore. And being able to push these to level 6 was already quite good. As for the level 1 Bone Sky Curtain, Skeleton Priest, Cold Iron Blade, Ring of Winter, Deep Freeze, Continuous Corpse Explosion, Dead Witch Summoning, Death Luck, and Soul Gathering Magic, Gushi also worked hard to master these skills. But the highest it only reaches level 4. And the minimum is almost level 2. It does not reach level 6 like other skills. However, compared to skills that can be mastered hard, skills that need to be improved through reading and research are different. Using the book list given by Li Xiao, it took Gushi 3 full months to fill in the missing parts. In fact, the most critical undead knowledge has been pushed to level 11, Undead Control level 8, Undead Enhancement level 8, and Undead Research level 7, which barely meets the standards for learning the Undead Transformation technique. In addition, when reading and studying, other aspects have also been improved. Magic knowledge has been upgraded to level 9, Basic Science level 8, Basic Reading level 7, and Basic Copying level 7. The remaining skills have also improved a lot. It can be said that although he still has some shortcomings now, they are not as obvious as before. His foundation has been made up. And now, he can finally learn the advanced books on spiritualism. At the same time, some later books on undead knowledge can also be studied and can be borrowed by Gushi. The books you want are all here. The Book of Life Boxes, the Book of Blood Feast, the Book of Pregnant Insects, and the Book of Mysteries can be borrowed for 3 days. But they cannot be taken out of the library. You can copy it yourself. You can have someone copy it for you. Or you can read it directly. And this is the 3rd volume of the Secret Scroll of Hades. It is also the only book related to Hades in the guild. It can only be borrowed for 1 day. And it cannot be taken out of the library. You can copy by yourself. But you are not allowed to ask anyone to help you copy. In the restricted book section of the Radiant Library, the player in charge of taking books places several hardcover books as thick as bricks in front of Gushi. These banned books are not like the ordinary books in the library that can be taken out. The reason why they are called banned books is because they contain a strong and weird aura. Other books, if read too much, will have some impact, even on the players themselves. But these banned books are different. As long as they are taken out of the library, they will automatically activate their own influence to transform the players who take the books. It can be said that the players in the forbidden book area are not protecting these forbidden books, but protecting their companions who come into contact with the forbidden books. As long as there is a slight abnormality, they need to step forward to deal with it. For Gushi, he didn't have much time. In 3 days, he needed to copy all 5 books. So Gushi directly asked for an empty room and asked the player in charge of the library to prepare enough paper and pens for him. Do you need me to arrange for other people to come and help you? We have a professional transcription team here, and they transcribe very quickly. You will have a larger number of books, and you cannot copy them all by yourself in 3 days. No need. When I came here, I had already thought of everything. I have my own way to handle it. Gushi shook his head and rejected the proposal of the player in charge. He also knew that these players helped with copying in order to earn some extra money. But there are some things that cannot be solved just by letting others copy them. Gushi knew one thing very well. During the copying process, these players were actually reading these banned books. In fact, if they copied a little, they would be affected by the banned books and would have to stop and rest. In other words, if you want to copy a forbidden book, at least 10 to 20 players must take turns. If Gushi wanted to invite someone to copy, he would not invite one player, but a group of players. Gushi had his own way, so naturally he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Although he has money, money does not fall from the sky. So after carrying these forbidden books to the quiet room specially prepared for him, Gushi took out the cold wind staff and touched it on the ground. Death Witch Summons. The level of this dead witch summoning has been upgraded to level 3. And now 30 necromancers can appear each time. Although the level is still the same as Gu Shi's. As the number goes up, there are more things that can be done. Gu Shi directly handed over the 4 books: Book of Life boxes, Book of Blood Feast, Book of Pregnant Insects, and Book of Mysteries to the necromancers for copying. Whenever there were changes in them, Gu Shi would simply disband them and replace them with a new batch of necromancers. Because the content copied was related to death, the necromancers were quite relaxed. Gu Shi stared at them at first, but as these necromancers copied more and more smoothly, Gu Shi no longer focused on them. Slowly, he also began to copy the secret scroll of Hades, which could only be copied by himself. When copying the secret scroll of Hades, Gu Shi had a feeling that he seemed to be back on the road to HL again, and he was still in it. At the same time, his arms began to become extremely stiff, and eventually even became somewhat mechanical. Fortunately, when Gu Shi was copying, the necromancer was left watching, and he dragged Gu Shi out at the last moment. This prevented Gu Shi from being dragged into the underworld, and made the copying much smoother. Chapter 683 Target. Downward World. In 3 days, Gu Shi only copied half of the secret scroll of Hades, a death manual of the same level as the secret scroll of Hades, and a third of the illustrated book of Underworld. On the contrary, the necromancers under him are quite powerful. They have copied all the Book of Phylactery, Book of Blood Feast, Book of Pregnant Insects, and Book of Mysteries. He also copied more than 20 banned books such as the Bone Dragon Patchwork Codex and the Word of Death. In order for the necromancers to copy these forbidden books, Gu Shi had to replenish the necromancers every hour, coupled with the books that Gu Shi copied by himself. It can be said that Gu Shi didn't even close his eyes for the past 3 days. This made Gu Shi, who was already a little thin, become even more haggard. But all this investment is worth it. The forbidden books that Gu Shi obtained are things that a necromancer must master in the later stages. Book of Life boxes, Book of Blood Feast, Book of Pregnant Insects, and Book of Mysteries are the paths to advancement after reaching the 10th level of spiritualism. The 3 books copied by Gu Shi himself are what one needs to learn after reaching level 10 knowledge of the undead. Not to mention the Bone Dragon Patchwork Codex, which is a method to learn how to use ordinary bones and other materials to make a bone dragon when you really can't find a dragon bone. Every player who wants to reach level 10 will choose to copy the previous book. Whisper of Death can be a route to advance after Whisper of Death reaches level 10. The rest are similar to this, and they all need to be learned specifically in the future. Now Gu Shi took this opportunity to copy back everything he could not learn for the time being. He will first put it in his own library, and when he reaches the learning standard, he will come back to study it. After using up all 3 days, Gu Shiqiang braced himself and prepared to go back to his dormitory to rest. He didn't sleep much for 3 days and 3 nights, which made Gu Shi feel confused for a while. He just wants to have a good sleep now. After sleeping well, Gu Shi will end this period of study. Gu Shi has already inquired, and there is a special drop-in point for the downward world in the guild. This temporary world is a benefit within the guild. Players who have exceeded level 5 can apply for it once a year. As for what the applied world will be like, and whether there will be other players entering, that is uncertain. Anyway, most players enter such a downward world just to kill small animals such as kobolds and goblins. If it is not a small animal like a mouse or a squirrel, it is really not suitable for summoning spirits. Some people may go to the slaughterhouse to kill chickens and mice. Therefore, most players who participate in the downstream world often don't care whether there are opponents or not. What they want is to fight a large number of enemies in a short period of time. After the war, he kept summoning souls, and supplemented his undead army with the corpses of garbage soldiers such as kobolds and goblins. According to some players, they often choose to participate in the battle in the downward world at the beginning of each year. Bring back 20 to 30,000 undead troops. This force will be their source of soldiers for the year. After a year of fighting, there will be only about 3,000 to 4,000 undead troops left out of the 20,000 to 30,000 undead troops, and their strength will be greatly improved, in addition to weapons and equipment. The combat effectiveness of these troops will not be weaker than the previous 20,000 to 30,000 strong army. On the contrary, due to various reasons, the combat effectiveness should become stronger. So entering the new year with such troops, the gains in the battles in the downward world will be greater, and the number of troops received in the new year will also be greater. The necromancer's combat effectiveness accumulated little by little. According to some players, some old players even have hundreds of thousands of elite undead troops at their disposal. Every time they fight in the descending world, they can use the tactics of the Sea of the Undead to the extreme. Of course, this is just a legend. Gushi is not sure whether it is really that powerful. Gushi only knew that this downward world was more advantageous for him. His talent is most suitable for the battle here. In addition to summoning souls, his talent can also automatically cause a group of undead to appear in the city. If we take into account the capabilities of the Ghost Squad, if Gushi really goes to the downward world, he will be able to get a lot of things. Gushi just happened to have obtained the subsequent promotion books of the 4 soul summoning techniques, namely Book of Life Box, Book of Blood Banquet, Book of Pregnant Insects, and Book of Trickster Explanations. These promotion books cannot be used immediately after getting them. Gushi needs to read, study and practice constantly before he can master the method of transforming the dead into corpse witches or liches, vampires, undead insects, and weird things when summoning spirits. And these all require a lot of practice. Only on the downward side of the world will there be sufficient practice conditions. Therefore, Gushi will participate in the battle in the downward world in the next period of time. As for other things, Gushi temporarily put them behind him. Even in the Death City, Gushi has not passed for a while. On the one hand, Gushi is willing to believe in Luna and the others' abilities. On the other hand, Gushi has been really busy during this period. During this period of study, Gushi had no time day or night, and no energy to think about things in the Death City. At the beginning, he could also communicate with Luna about the situation in Aladovi City through a special mirror every day. But as there were more and more things to do and more books to read, Gushi almost forgot that he still had a city waiting for him. Put all your energy into studying. Now that I think about it, Gushi seems to have not contacted Luna and the others for nearly a month. The last time I contacted Luna, it was a message specifically sent by Luna. It was to report to Gushi that the Blue Temple had completed the transformation of the weak ghost soldiers, and used their own armor to transform them into level 8 Blue Knights. Gushi now has more than 1,000 Yuan cavalry. This situation made Amilcar so envious that she even wanted to give up on the Red Knight, who had already transformed and chose to lead the Blue Knight in battle. When Gushi heard the news at that time, Gushi smiled and rejected Amilcar's idea. After all, Gushi had put a lot of effort into Amilcar's Scarlet Knight. Not only had the Scarlet Temple been built in advance, but blood essence and suitable corpses were also prepared for the Scarlet Knight. He even promised Amilcar to form a Red Knights. As a result, Amilcar saw that there were many people in the Blue Knights, and wanted to switch to the arms of the Blue Knights. That was not a good choice. Gushi would never allow such a thing to happen. So at that time, Gushi asked Luna to assign the Blue Knights as his own personal guard, without giving Amilcar any chance. Chapter 684, Changes in Aladovi City in 3 months. After finishing the last things in the guild, Gushi lay down on the sofa, opened his eyes, and raised his left hand. At this time, all the equipment on Gushi's left hand had become lifelike. There was a small diode light bulb inserted in the cuff of his left hand. No one would have thought that this inconspicuous thing was actually a rare orange outfit. Everyone's attention was only focused on the strange bracelet Gushi wore on his left wrist. This time there was another weird little decoration on Gushi's bracelet. That was what Gushi got after he entered the Radiant Library and started reading a lot. It's called a special reading room, and it's a small guarantee that Radiant Library gives to every player. There are 2 main functions. One is to temporarily store the copied resources and books here, which is equivalent to a small backpack. Of course, this cannot be kept for too long, as many of the things in here will eventually be placed in the library. Another function is to help monitor the player's own situation while reading. Give players some clarity, and tell them to stop reading when they realize something isn't right. Everyone has a small prop like this, and Gushi strings it on his bracelet, mainly because it looks similar in size to several other items. Now Gushi raised his left hand, turned the bracelet on his hand to the special mirror, stretched out his hand and pressed it. The next moment, Luna's shadow appeared on the mirror. "Sir, have you finished your studies? I've learned it. You sort out the situation in Aladovi City during this period. I'm going to take a nap first, and leave for the new world tomorrow. I'll contact you then." Gushi forced his eyelids to keep from falling. "Okay, sir. Don't worry." As soon as Luna heard it, she understood what Gushi meant, and she agreed immediately. Hearing Luna's voice, Gushi could no longer hold on, closed his eyes, and fell asleep directly. When Gushi fell asleep, Luna, who had just received the news, immediately became energetic. In fact, everything that happened in Aladovi City was recorded in her mind. But after hearing Gushi's order, She still reorganized the city of Aradogi. Luna is also reading some books about dead cities. There are some knowledge points in it that Luna agrees with, and some that she doesn't agree with. The reason for this difference is entirely because the cities recorded in these books are different from Aladovi City. The territory of Aladovi City is quite large. In addition to the main city, there is also a larger new city. During the first month of Gushi's absence, Luna focused all her energy on the connection between the two urban areas. The first connection point was formed between the pier and the river. The second connection point was formed by the carriage station. And then, there was the open sewer. Finally, each urban area has a corresponding summoning tower, where the soul fragments inside can communicate with each other. In this way, the two urban areas are finally integrated into one. In the next 2 months, in addition to the construction work of buildings such as the Blue Temple, Luna has been working on the relocation of buildings. Luna has been studying this plan since the architect moved some buildings from the Demon Cave to Aladovi City. In Luna's opinion, if architects can demolish the buildings outside and relocate them, they can do the same with the buildings inside the city. Moreover, Aladovi City will have more and more urban areas in the future. If you don't take this opportunity to rearrange the layout now, it will take more time to adjust it later. So after Luna got Gushi's approval, she began to rearrange Aradovi City according to her own ideas and some of the design ideas in these books. In the original urban area of Aradovi City, many things had to be demolished and rebuilt. The original evil church and the Bone Evil Temple all had to be moved, as well as the areas outside the city. Now in the original urban area, the main thing is that there is no training camp. Luna planned to arrange this area into an administrative area, a market area, a leisure area, a research institute, a magic area, a magic plant area, the two leaders' potential heroes stations, and the main army's station area. The main focus here is a core area, where all the core parts are concentrated. At the same time, the troops that have been trained will also stay here to ensure that Gushi can quickly lead the troops to attack when needed. As for the training camp and so on, everything has been moved to the new city. All training camps are arranged together according to their respective linkage situations. And the new city area is divided into the bone area, cemetery area, ghost area, temple area, etc. Even the bone-gnawing sludge has a sewer specially arranged for them to survive. There are other open spaces that have been set aside for possible new buildings. By then, this new Aradovi city will be the largest troop training camp under Gushi. As for the other 5 Aradovi cities that have not yet been conquered, Luna also has a plan. The next target will be the logistics city area, and all kinds of mines, farmland, arsenals, blacksmith shops, alchemy laboratories, enchanting rooms, and other buildings will be moved there. In this way, all the logistics buildings can be concentrated together, making management easier. Of course, this is all in the plan now. Before taking action to attack the new Aladovi city, those logistics buildings are still placed in their original positions. During the period of relocation and adjustment of urban areas, development of some buildings that did not need to be relocated continued. Because of joining the flesh kitchen, all the chefs in the tavern were transferred to work in the flesh kitchen. This made the tavern more pure. In addition, the white bone wine lady who got the painting had no other needs and started to do business seriously. The tavern has been upgrading quite quickly during this period. In 3 months, the tavern has been upgraded to level 3. And there is more information to inquire about. Now Shea is willing to stay in the tavern from time to time and inquire about some news from the tavern. In addition, the market area was also a change in Aradovi City during this period. After the role of the carriage station was proven, it was moved directly from outside the city to the city and placed near the original dock area. Then a piece of land was drawn from nearby and combined into a market area. The purpose is to store materials sent from other cities, and even from Blood Sacrifice Ridge. In these 3 months, no supplies were sent except for the first month. A batch of supplies will be delivered to Blood Sacrifice Ridge every week. At the same time, news about the Yellow Springs Road and the Soul Gathering Ground was also sent. Demi, who was left on the Huangquan Road, took advantage of the chaos on the Huangquan Road to get along well. Now he can be regarded as a prince on Huangquan Road. I believe that if she continues like this, Demi will be able to wash away some of the things on her body, achieve her goal ahead of schedule, and become the first leader of Gushi's men. Chapter 685 The Choice of the New World. Gushi didn't know how serious Luna was. After cutting off contact with Luna, Gushi fell asleep the next night. After waking up, Gushi looked up at the sky outside and frowned. because it is in the internal space belonging to the Chaoyang Guild. The golden crows in the sky have been hovering, emitting a faint sunlight. Even at night, the space is quite bright. Gu Shi walked to the balcony and looked downstairs while stretching his body. On the balcony opposite the 12th floor, a wheat-colored girl was practicing the slashing movements of a two-handed sword. Her movements were quite serious, and every time she slashed, she did it with all her strength, and the big sweat particles would be thrown out immediately. Looking at the girl's cheetah-like figure, Gu Shi's eyes flashed with appreciation. This is the beautiful scenery Gu Shi has discovered in the past 3 months, and it is also the only way Gu Shi can relax and rest while studying. However, Gu Shi did not stay on the balcony for long today. He just looked for a few minutes, stretched his body, turned around and walked out. When Gu Shi left the balcony, the girl who was practicing sword practice on the balcony on the 12th floor also raised her head. There was some confusion on her face. She also felt something about her neighbor Gu Shi. Normally, whenever Gu Shi appears, he will stand on the balcony for about an hour. Sometimes I see myself practicing it. Why did you leave so early today? Could it be that she didn't put on her makeup well today? Or did you choose the wrong clothes? The girl looked at her situation and saw that there was no problem. It was always like this. It's really weird. At this time, Gu Shi didn't know that he was also being looked at. Gu Shi, who was in a happy mood, opened the door. The clothes on his body had turned into the equipment for going out to fight, and the cold wind staff was also in his hand. As he walked towards the portal square, Gu Shi's pace couldn't help but improve a lot. Regarding this situation, the players coming and going didn't pay much attention. Along the way, they also met many players rushing to participate in the game. Most of them were like Gu Shi. The most they could do was look at the dark circles under Gu Shi's eyes that hadn't gone away yet, and mutter to themselves that Gu Shi was working too hard. However, they thought about Genesis, which was about to begin, and they speculated about Gu Shi's identity, wondering whether Gu Shi planned to attack the first wave of Genesis teams. Gu Shi ignored these. After arriving at the portal square, Gu Shi followed the information he had received and came to a red portal. Just after arriving here, Gu Shi said to the person in charge guarding the portal, "I am a new player. I am already level 7. I would like to apply for this year's Downward World. The players who joined this year are now level 7. It seems that you have great potential. You can go to the Descending World. Right? No problem. For level 7, the upper limit of the corresponding world is level 4. Let me see. There are indeed many level 4 worlds. One of them has been here for a while. If you don't come, this world will escape our capture. Range." After listening to the person in charge, Gu Shi nodded. The situation in the Downward World is quite simple after studying Gu Shi in the guild for 3 months. This kind of world is a world without a complete world view or background. It is often a continent, or a small world where time periods repeat. This also suits the player's appetite, because in this kind of world, even if you completely destroy it, it will not have any impact. It won't be long before a new Downward World will appear. Therefore, the necromancers are killing people in this kind of world without worrying about destroying the balance of the world. The so-called upper limit of level 4 refers to the creatures in this world, which can reach a maximum level of 4. This is also a choice for players. Generally speaking, the person in charge will assign level 1 and 2 Downward Worlds to players who have just reached level 5. Subsequently, the higher the player level, the higher the level of the corresponding world. After all, this is a relatively reasonable thing. There can't be some players who are already level 10 and still take the Bone Dragon into a world full of level 1 enemies to kill them. That way players at level 5 will not be allowed to play. This arrangement also ensures fairness among players. However, except for the level, everything else can be selected. Do you have any directions? I recommend you to go to the world that is about to escape our capture range. Gu Shi glanced at the person in charge. His eyes seemed to say, "Don't push all those unwanted things to me, comrade. Don't be offended. I have no intention of pushing a world you don't want onto you. But this world is a bit interesting. At the beginning of this world, we discovered that it was a world of insect swarms. A comrade in arms chose this world and brought materials against the insect swarm. Only when I got there did I realize that something was wrong. This world is full of kobolds. Unprepared, he had to retreat and return. Later we arranged it according to the kobold world. As a result, former comrades said that it was wrong and that world was the world of goblins. And they are not just ordinary goblins. They are the kind of goblins who are organized and have a sense of technology. This situation makes people wonder about the world. Some people want to see what is really going on in this world. But every time you enter this world, you will always encounter different situations. Often when you are well prepared, you will encounter some targeted situations. The former comrades in arms did not receive enough benefits. And as time went on, they were no longer willing to go. At the same time, this world has not been taken over by anyone. See if you want to go there. If not, you can change the place. Hearing how weird this downward world was, Gushi also became curious. Then has anyone found out what is going on in this world? I checked, but nothing was found. After all, we encountered some troubles during the attack. Our comrades were unwilling to continue fighting without benefiting from it. Naturally, no one studied it in depth. Gushi was a little curious when he heard this. Or give me this world. Hearing Gushi's words, the person in charge also laughed. The world before their eyes would soon be out of their reach. If the world is allowed to escape, all the resources used to capture the game world, stabilize the entrance to the world, and put it into the world will be wasted. When he reported it, he couldn't say how many players were put into this world this time. But all of them failed and returned. So when Gushi said he wanted to go to this world, the person in charge also laughed happily. Chapter 686 Entering the New World. Game number 52W3335L01129 The world launcher is enabled. Please enter the game number. Game number confirmed. Player 629SHD2S0FXC30 welcomes you. Since it is your first time to enter the world of 52W3335L01129, according to the game rules, you will be randomly cast. This world will leave the capture range in 15 days. The portal can be fixed for 20 days. Please come back before the portal disappears. This world is a descending world, mainly focusing on killing enemies. There are no mandatory mainline tasks, but the guild has issued special tasks. It is hoped that those who enter this world can find out the reasons for the changes in this world. If you can bring back relevant information within 10 days, the guild will have a certain reward. A new world opens. As the text in front of him quickly dissipated, Gushi also arrived at an open space from the teleportation square of Chaoyang Guild. The heat wave and the dazzling sunlight made it difficult for Gushi to see the surroundings clearly. The soft touch under his feet made Gushi think that he might have arrived in the desert. It seems that this world is very targeted, just as the person in charge of guarding the portal said before. But Gushi is no longer the ignorant rookie he was 3 months ago. He has now undergone a radical change. For example, this is the case now. Gushi moved the cold wind staff a little higher on the ground. Death incarnate. From the black mist, 2 incarnations of death rushed out. This is exactly what Gushi has gained during this period. The fox eye ring has been in Gushi's hands for so long. Gushi has never thought about the role of the power of the mind. In Gushi's eyes, virtual life is just a way to hold him back when he is about to be beaten to death. And virtual mana is just a temporary replenishment when his mana is drained. Perhaps the replenishing effect is not as good as the magic potion bottle hanging on his belt. But it's different now. If someone hadn't woken it up in a book, Gushi would never have thought about it. This virtual mana and real mana are not the same system at all. When the virtual mana is drained, it does not affect the real mana. Just like when the real mana is drained, it can be replenished by virtual mana. What Gushi is doing now is using virtual magic power to release the incarnation of death. Gushi could waste 200 points of mana at will. The most important thing is that all of this is virtualized by the power of the mind. Even if he does it 10 times, 20 times, or even 100 times in one breath, Gushi will not feel the weak feeling that his mana has been drained away. If Gushi had known this method when he first entered the Thornwoods of Sleeping Beauty Castle, he would not have been as tired as a dead dog and almost died on the spot. It's different now. After discovering this, Gushi dared to release the incarnation of death as soon as he entered the scene, and he didn't have to worry that his mana was wasted. After releasing the incarnation of death, Gushi lowered the cold wind staff to the ground. The battlefield of Ghostland falls to the personification of death. After completing all this, Gushi stood in the black fog raised by the incarnation of death and looked around. Obstructed by the black mist, Gushi could finally see clearly what was going on around him. Just as he guessed, Gushi had been sent to a desert at this time. No matter which direction you looked out, you were surrounded by an empty space without any life. Gushi was somewhat surprised at the situation. When he first stepped into the portal, Gushi was still thinking, what kind of situation you will encounter? His initial thought was that no matter what kind of enemies he encountered, He would just treat them as living beings. Anyway, for Gushi, killing anyone is not killing. As a result, the situation here posed a difficult problem for Gushi. It is Gushi's men who are extremely powerful in combat, and it is he who can lead his troops to defeat all dissenters. But there is a very serious problem here. Gushi needs to find where the enemy is. As far as I'm concerned, this is a desert situation. Their plan was to hide from Gushi. As long as they don't show up, they don't believe that Gushi can still make a move. But Gushi's current brain is quite useful. Just by looking at the situation in front of him, he knew the enemy's plan. You don't want to show up, do you? Then force people out. Gushi's right thumb gently pressed on the ring on his index finger. Mind killing. This super large scale group mental attack spell is released. Not to mention places far away from here, even in the sky and on the earth. No one can escape the influence of psychic killing. No matter how shameless the people of this world are, they must release those troops. Even if they are buried underground. Even if they find a place to hibernate, they still have somewhere to go. Right? I can't just disappear into thin air. Therefore, a range of more than 10 kilometers is enough for Gushi. He pressed his finger, and the psychic killing was launched directly. At the same time, he immediately ordered, God of Death, keep an eye on your surroundings. The incarnation of Death, the God of Death, understood why Gushi let him stare. As the incarnation of Death, they are most sensitive to the fluctuations of death. Even if they are not dead, they can see even the slightest fluctuation. Now the incarnation of Death, the bone dragon, is flying in the sky. The incarnation of Death, the God of Death, is naturally the best choice. The person behind this world did not expect that Gushi would have such means in his hands. It can directly affect such a large range. There were flaws in his arrangement immediately. Yes. Seeing the situation in front of him, Gushi smiled decisively. Smoke has risen from the desert in the distance. It seems that enemies affected by psychic killing have appeared. Gushi now also wants to see what the world's judgment is on him, and what enemies he can send out. With a hint of a smile, Gushi lowered the cold wind staff to the ground, and the soul-calling tower immediately rose. This is what Gushi learned in the past 3 months. The biggest feature of Death City is that it puts things on the battlefield. But it is not just used to decorate the city gates, nor is it used to build city walls to keep people out. Making the battlefield your own home ground is the true meaning of the existence of the Death City. As for how to turn the venue into his home court, Gushi had never thought about it at the beginning. What he wants is to send a large number of troops, or put 3 city gates together to turn into a city wall, allowing the enemy to engage in offensive and defensive battles with him. But some books in the Radiant Library made Gushi find a different way of thinking. His thinking broadened a bit. You can see farther from where you are standing. Now Gushi had only one idea about the city gate, which was to close the gate and prevent the enemy from escaping. Chapter 687, Large-Scale Illusion Scene. As the soul-calling tower rose, Gushi also stood at the top of the soul-calling tower. Standing in this position, Gushi clearly saw that at the end of the yellow sand, all the sand and dust were filled with creatures living in the desert. Among these creatures, most are hard lead insects. It is dominated by arthropods such as scorpions and spiders. It seems they have adapted to the desert environment. But when these swarms of insects appeared, Gushi noticed something different. Although the number of insects is astonishing, they also look very aggressive when they charge. But Gushi found that there was something obviously wrong. The biggest problem is that these bugs rush out of the sandstorm. But their SHLs are quite clean. Gushi didn't say that the SHL must be in tatters. But you always have to carry some sand with you. The color should also be close to the color of the sand. However, the colors of these bugs are mostly bright green, bright purple, bright red, and bright yellow. It is obviously because he is afraid that others will not know his existence. At the same time, they were mixed in the dust, and were not grouped into teams according to color. Rather, the colors are mixed together. This situation is obviously wrong. Gushi thinks according to his own ideas. In his mind, he would either dress all the troops in the same dress, or classify them by color, which would definitely be combined according to color. At least it would be better to ensure that each troop has a uniform color. Gushi doesn't have obsessive-compulsive disorder, but his way of thinking is understandable. Your colors are obvious but mixed together, making it difficult to mobilize troops. But the swarms of insects in front of them were all mixed together. At first glance, one can feel the chaos and the large number of people. This is obviously wrong. Gushi suddenly had a guess in his mind that many of the enemies might be fake. With this thought in mind, Gushi used the cold wind staff to tap lightly on the soul summoning tower. And then 30 necromancers appeared near the soul summoning tower. During this period, in addition to normal undead magic, Gushi also learned various ritual magics. He can now also use the necromancer to perform some magic rituals to expand the range and power of magic. The magic ritual this time is naturally the most common trick of the necromancer. The Death Ripple. After 3 months of hard practice, Gushi's Death Ripple level has been raised to level 6. Combined with the strengthening effect of level 1, it directly reached 6+1. The 30 necromancers simply exist to expand the scope of the Death Ripple's influence. After they appeared, they kept moving around the soul-calling tower. Every time they moved, they would make an action. All these movements are under Gushi's control. Gushi's purpose is to make them move and coordinate with his actions. I have to admit that Gushi's ritual magic has reached a good level now. Although he hasn't advanced to a higher level yet, he is already no weaker than the ritual magic Yuto thought of. The most important thing is that through this ritual, Gushi borrowed the power of the soul-calling tower. Once the soul-summoning tower is released, it means that on the entire battlefield, as long as the soul-summoning tower can be seen, it is within the control range of the soul-summoning tower, and his death ripples can be pushed to that location immediately. Death Ripple. When he was sure that the ritual was complete, Gushi pointed the cold wind staff downwards heavily. A kind of fluctuation visible to the naked eye is pushing towards the surroundings. With this push, all the insects that rushed out of the sandstorm were directly covered. As the death wave pushed past, Gushi heard a series of bubbles exploding. After that, countless swarms of insects disappeared in front of him. The swarm of insects that had rushed out before disappeared on the spot, as if they had never appeared at all. This situation left Gushi stunned. He had thought that these insect swarms were fake, but he never thought they could be so fake. The situation in front of me is obviously wrong. Confused, Gushi turned over and jumped down from the soul-calling tower. He reached out and grabbed a handful of sand on the ground, weighing it in his hands. At first, there was some doubt in Gushi's eyes, but as the weighing movements became faster and faster, Gushi finally raised his hand, and all the sand was thrown into the air by Gushi. Gushi stood there, facing the yellow sand blown away by the wind. Yellow sand fell on his face, but did not fall into his eyes. Obviously, this is all fake. Gushi stretched out his left hand, and 6 flaming lamps appeared in his hand, immune to psychic magic. At Gushi's command, the 6 flame lights turned on, and a white light enveloped Gushi. Gushi glanced around and found that nothing had changed. It seemed that someone had not used spiritual magic to hypnotize Gushi or influence Gushi's judgment. Then, there is only one possibility for the situation at hand. Gushi stretched out his hand and scratched the flame 6-path lamp. A drop of blood flowed out, extinguishing the light of the flame 6-path lamp. At the same time, Gushi said, immune to illusion. This time, the 6 flame lights emitted a pale pink light, which also enveloped Gushi's body. As this ray of light fell, the scenery in front of Gushi changed. The desert with rolling yellow sand was gone, and the sun in the sky that was about to bake people to death was gone, and everything was dark. There was even the sound of water dripping in the distance. Gushi still believed in the effect of the 6-ray lantern. The illusion was now immune, which meant that everything in front of him was the real appearance of the world. Everyone who entered this world before was deceived by illusions. Although I am not sure where this illusion comes from, it is obvious that the illusion that can deceive the undead is definitely not too simple. The darkness in front of me is quite easy to understand. Gushi pointed to the sky, and the bone dragon, the incarnation of death, flew upwards. Not long after, the bone dragon, the incarnation of death, brought Gushi a message. Flying upward for about 2,000 meters, you can touch the ceiling. In other words, Gushi and the others are actually in an underground cave now. There might even be an underground world here. This was also a first experience for Gushi. After thinking about it for a while, Gushi finally put away the soul summoning tower, released the steel city gate, and sent out the ghost team to explore the nearby area. At the same time, following the ghost team to explore the road were the gargoyle troops. After 3 months of replenishment, the number of gargoyles now reaches about 230. As soon as they flew out, they immediately rushed towards the direction where the sound of water came from. Chapter 688 Special Golem. The Bai Wuchangs of the ghost team were searching in all directions, but the gargoyles seemed to know where the enemy was and pounced directly there. 2 different styles of exploration soon found something different. Looking at the fist-sized stone in front of him, Gushi was speechless. You mean? This stone-like thing is the enemy who attacked me before? How is this possible? As a necromancer, I can still distinguish between life and non-life. It can be seen at a glance that it is the most ordinary stone. How could it be the existence that attacked me just now? But the gargoyles who brought this thing over were quite sure. Gushi also took the stone in his hand and studied it. While Gushi was banging on it, Gushi discovered that the fist-sized stone in front of him was actually an artificial creation. This kind of stone looks like it is made of cement. If you smash the stone hard, you will find a gem the size of your thumb and a steel bar as long as your index finger. If only one piece is like this, it may not mean anything. But if every piece is like this, then the situation is different. Gushi also had to believe the gargoyle's judgment. This inconspicuous stone was the enemy they encountered this time. It's just a pity that the situation of this enemy is not quite right. It has no life and no ability to move. This kind of thing is really beyond the scope of Gushi's common sense. Gushi thought for a moment and then asked, "How did you find out that this thing is our enemy?" The gargoyle flew quickly and kept gesticulating towards Gushi. Gushi had specially learned the language of the gargoyles. Watching the gargoyle's movements, Gushi raised his brows slightly. "You mean, you took a look in the sky and realized something was wrong?" The gargoyles nodded quickly. They didn't know what was going on, but they really found these stones. Gushi picked up the stones and smashed them open one by one. Most of the stones were in this condition. Cement encases a gemstone and a steel bar. However, after smashing a few more pieces, Gushi still found some differences. The gem is not a complete gem. There are more or less cracks on the gem. At first, Gushi thought he had used too much force and smashed the gems. That doesn't appear to be the case now. But there is something wrong with these gems themselves. The quality of these gems may not be very good from the beginning. That's why it was installed inside the stone. But why a steel bar was added? Gushi didn't quite understand. Throwing down the stone in his hand, Gushi turned around and asked the gargoyle, "How many stones like this are there?" The gargoyle marked a range in the air. Gushi looked at the movements of the gargoyles and realized that in the darkness, there were all such things on the ground. These things are like stars in the sky, scattered all over the place. "Always?" Gushi asked again. The gargoyle nodded affirmatively. At this moment, a thought flashed through Gushi's mind. These wouldn't be machines like gargoyles, puppets, or golem troops. If this is the case, this also explains why the ghost team cannot see the existence of these things. But the gargoyles can see it at a glance. This is probably because gargoyles are the same kind as this small stone. At the same time, he also guessed that the steel bars, gems and cement, which seemed simple to Gushi, might be the necessary conditions for making this kind of golem. So even if outsiders don't understand it, those who take this path will ensure the integrity of this golem. Picking up this stone again, Gushi pressed his hand hard, and the stone turned into powder. Later, Gushi discovered that the soul contained in this stone-like golem could only be soul fragments because its grade and quality were not up to standard. The situation is somewhat like the rats Gushi encountered when he was locked up in the dungeon. It takes 10 to 15 to get a complete soul. Looking up into the darkness, Gushi decisively ordered Gargoyle, "Take the ghost team over and destroy all the stones here." The soul calling tower began to extract soul fragments. Under Gushi's order, the ghost team, which had not found any enemies in the darkness, quickly attacked. Under the leadership of the gargoyle, all the stone golems were soon smashed into pieces, and a large amount of steel bars and gems were all delivered to Gushi. As more and more things were delivered, Gushi slowly discovered fighting this levelless golem is also beneficial to the ghost team. Although because there are no levels, souls or soul fragments, the number of people within the ghost squad cannot be replenished. But the ghost squad itself has undergone some changes. The current ghost teams by Wuchang costumes are like this. All by Wuchang's eyes are flashing red like gems. At the same time, they originally had no weapons in their hands. Now in their hands, they all carry mooring sticks and iron chains made of steel bars. It was obvious that their battle this time actually paid off. As long as there is something to gain, Gushi won't care too much. Soon a white impermanence appeared in front of Gushi. In his hand, he held a stone the size of a human head. Gushi understood it as soon as he saw it. Now it had finally come to the critical moment. This thing was probably the leader of the golem in front of him. Gushi reached out and picked up the stone. The moment he got the stone, Gushi believed his own judgment. This stone is also made of cement. But unlike other stones, there are several obvious cracks on the surface of this stone, and red light flashes through the cracks from time to time. I'm afraid this thing is still running. Gushi stretched out his hand and exerted force on the crack. And the stone was easily broken open, revealing what was inside. Under the cement is a relatively complete mechanical body. The red gem serves as the power source of the machine. And the steel bars as thick as an index finger protect some of the machine's gears and parts. But those were not the things that concerned Gushi the most. To Gushi, this was just an enlarged stone. What really attracted Gushi was a jelly-like crystal inside. When he picked it up, Gushi could see from the crystal the patterns of insects, goblins, kobolds, and other soldiers of different colors. At this time, several other Bai Wuchang also brought similar things. After Gushi took it apart, he found that the situation inside was the same as before. The last jelly-like crystal had different patterns. Gushi even saw patterns of deserts, rainforests, violent storms, and lightning and thunder. Seeing this, Gushi couldn't help but laugh. At this time, he already understood what kind of role this stone-like golem had. Chapter 689, Passage to the Main Battlefield. This is the golem version of 3D projection technology. All the players who came here before were deceived by this thing. No wonder every player comes in and encounters different enemies. It turns out that these enemies themselves are fake. If Gushi didn't have the 6-ray lantern, he wouldn't be able to avoid the illusion. He might be affected by the illusion and hand over his troops to it. The biggest feature of illusions is that they can conjure as many people as they want. Don't look at the fact that Gushi apparently has hundreds of thousands of troops in his hands. But with this illusion, Gushi's troops might be turned into enemies at some point. In the end, not only did Gushi get no benefit, but he also lost money to his own troops. Players who entered this world before encountered such a situation. He inexplicably encountered an enemy for which he was not prepared, and was defeated inexplicably. Not even a single correct message came out. But for Gushi, the situation is different. After breaking through the illusion, everything in front of you is nothing. It would be okay if the enemy didn't show up. Once they did, they would be treated as the main target by Gushi. But this is not what Gushi is thinking about now. If the enemies are all golems, machines or puppets, then the next battle will feel a bit head-on. The most important thing is that Gushi was thinking about a problem at this time. After the mechanical puppet dies in battle, what kind of undead army can it be transformed into? While Gushi was thinking about these things, the ghost team all shrank towards the center. From their reactions, it can be seen that everything that can be found here has been cleaned up. No matter how much I searched, I couldn't find anything else. Although Gushi was somewhat dissatisfied with this harvest, it was enough for Gushi. Gushi glanced sideways and pointed behind him. The steel city gate quickly turned into a garrison gate. This is Gushi's habit. The gates of the Death City are used as positioning and teleportation gates. Now that the place has been cleared, although Gushi has not participated in activities such as the Great Expedition, he knows very well that he must have a base. This is the perfect place right now. As for the 3 city gates under his command, Gushi also had his own judgment. Steel city gates are actually more suitable for sieges. The main city gate can drop a large number of troops. The garrison gate here is most suitable to be used as a base gate. After all, there are a large number of scarecrows and undead tree pits that appear along with the garrison gate. Their presence can help the garrison troops guard the city gates within a certain range and reduce Gushi's investment in military forces here. After the city gates were switched, Gushi began to issue orders to the city of Aridov and mobilize various troops. Just then, the gargoyles flew back again. This time, they have already explored the situation of the underground world in front of them clearly. Under the gesticulations of the gargoyle, Gushi knew that the space in front of him covered more than 3,000 square kilometers. This size is actually considered the level of a third-tier city. At Siekofen's current speed, it would take at least 20 minutes to get from one end of the space to the other. If other necromancers came here, they would have to fight for 2 or 3 days if they encountered illusions in such a large space. But for Gushi now, this is just a pure empty space. Judging from the news brought back by the gargoyle, there are no resources in the space in front of him. And it is empty, as if it has been dug up by someone. In addition, the gargoyle also brought Gushi some not-so-good news. They explored the surroundings and found that except for a possible outward passage in the space in front of them, there was no other way in or out. As for this passage, the gargoyles have no way to explore the path, and they don't know what they will face behind the passage. Gushi was also a little surprised by what the gargoyle said. Why is there a passage that the gargoyle cannot pass through? You have to know that gargoyles can fly and climb, and they are not that big. If they can't get through, I'm afraid Gushi won't be able to either. At that time, He will not be trapped in such a space, just waiting for the final time to come. And he will have no choice but to leave this downward world. Then what's the point of Gushi coming here this time? While thinking about this situation, Gushi's face became serious. I hope some of the tips I wrote down earlier can be useful, Gushi thought to himself. He has already thought of some ways to break the situation. Inside the library, there are some methods for remotely deploying the gates of the Death City. It's just that Gushi hasn't tried it yet, and he's not sure how accurate his delivery is. At this moment, the gargoyle also brought Gushi to the passage they discovered. Listening to the sound of dripping water, Gushi looked at the deep pond with a diameter of more than 100 meters in front of him. And then he understood why the gargoyle could not get across. Who would have thought that the entrance and exit of this space is actually underwater? No wonder the gargoyle has no solution. But Gushi had no problem. Just when he was about to throw the water dragon beast down, something suddenly happened in his heart. Then, the water channel fence appeared in the pond. This was one of the 5 city gates under Chingu, specially designed to deal with the release of underwater troops. As the waterway fence opened, the seahorse cavalry, floating corpses and mermaid troops quickly rushed out from behind the door and entered the pond. Seahorse cavalry and mermaids went to explore the way, and floating corpses guarded the pond. Although this was Gushi's first time using underwater troops, but Gushi is quite familiar with the situation of his own army. He only has 3 troops for underwater combat. In the barracks, he has to call them on all the expedition missions related to underwater combat. Now the levels of these troops have exceeded their original levels. The number of mermaids is around 400, with an average level of 5. The number of floating corpses is around 300, with an average level of 4. The highest starting seahorse cavalry number is 180, and the average level has reached level 7. Among the 3 underwater troops, the seahorse cavalry is most suitable for group charges. The floating corpses are left to guard the pond because they don't move that fast. After all, Gushi didn't want to suddenly encounter some enemies rushing out from underwater. However, mermaids move quickly and have good luck, so they can be used to explore paths. As long as you find the road, ensure the safety on the other side, and have the attention of Water Dragon, it will not be a problem to move through the water. As for the gargoyles, they were Gushi's main scouts. Gushi had to take them to Aladovi City first and wait until they reached the other side of the underground world along the underwater passage. Chapter 690 Underwater Discovery. After the seahorse cavalry entered the water, there was no hero or leader to direct them. They immediately headed towards the deep water. The situation is different from the seahorse cavalry seen before near their home dock area. The seahorse cavalry in front of them obviously changed from before. All the seahorses they rode turned into a purple color, and when moving in the water, they moved much faster. At the same time, the weapons in their hands also became longer. If you look carefully, you will find a large number of skulls hanging on the abdomens of these seahorses. These are what the seahorse cavalry received when they completed their battle missions. Each skull proves the bravery of the seahorse cavalry. Behind them were the mermaids, who had not changed much. However, the mermaids are obviously more flexible in moving than the seahorse cavalry. They move freely underwater, just like birds, moving freely. These mermaids can pass through many places that the seahorse cavalry cannot pass through. So some mermaids swam around by themselves, trying to see if there was anything else unusual nearby. After a while, several mermaids swam back quickly and made some moves in front of the seahorse cavalry. As soon as the seahorse cavalry saw it, they knew they had discovered the enemy's presence. So the seahorse cavalry quickly swam over with these mermaids. The mission of the seahorse cavalry is to clear the way. They have only one goal: to ensure the safety of this passage. Now that there is a problem, the seahorse cavalry naturally has to go over and deal with it. So the seahorse cavalry quickly headed towards the place where the mermaid was found. After turning a corner, the seahorse cavalry saw the difference that the mermaid had discovered. It turns out that there is a cave that is not too big, and only small soldiers like mermaids can get into it. Larger units, such as the seahorse cavalry, simply cannot enter. Looking in along the entrance of the cave, you will see a large number of normal-sized stone statues piled inside, like a pile of garbage. The seahorse cavalry had never seen anything like this. Nor could they feel the vitality of these things. Nor could they tell whether they were decorations or enemies. In fact, if Gushi and the others were here, they would easily discover that these stone statues piled here are actually a type of soldier called stone men. This type of stone man is the basic troop of the alchemist, and can be upgraded to Iron Man, Gold Man and Diamond Man later, or Iron Golem, Steel Golem to Magnetic Golem. It can be said that this thing is the foundation of a large series. Gushi had encountered something like this before. When he was fighting against the evil temple, Fong Kong was holding similar items. But Gushi still had less contact with Fong Kong at that time. I didn't see the stone men fighting. There are so many stone men here now. Although their bodies are scattered, they are all piled together. And their bodies are covered with water plants. But who can prove whether there are living things inside these stone statues? Thinking of this, the Seahorse Cavalry quickly sent out 2 teams to guard here, and asked the mermaid to tell Gushi the news. After all, they are too big and there is no way to enter now. For now, they can only stay outside and wait for Gushi's orders. Fortunately, the mermaids were not stupid. They thought that if there was a cave where the stone man was buried here, there must be one in other places. So the mermaids did not report it immediately. Instead, they started searching quickly. And with the efforts of the mermaids, they soon found 7 more such caves. In the end, the Seahorse Cavalry had to stop thinking about moving forward and stayed outside these caves to guard. When Gushi got the news, it was already more than an hour later. Hearing this situation, Gushi was also a little surprised. He had thought that the Seahorse Cavalry might encounter enemies, but he did not expect that they would find a large number of stone man corpses underwater. Although it remains to be verified whether these things are corpses, Gushi has already made a judgment in his mind. Thinking of this, Gushi jumped into the water without further delay. The moment Gushi entered the water dragon beast appeared at Gushi's feet. With the protection of the water dragon beast, Gushi doesn't need to worry about breathing problems underwater. At the same time, his vision underwater is also protected by water dragon. When underwater, Gushi could clearly see the surrounding situation. Under the leadership of the mermaid, Gushi quickly arrived at the nearest cave on the shore. Looking into the cave, Gushi felt that she was obviously different from the mermaid. The mermaid found this place, but she just thought it looked a little weird. But when Gushi looked into the cave, he clearly saw some different information. These stone figures were abandoned. As for the reason for the abandonment, Gushi is not yet clear. But judging from the direction and circumstances in which these stone figures fell, they suddenly received the order, stopped operating, and were finally pushed down by the water. Even though they've been soaked in water for so long, these things should still be usable. Gushi didn't dislike these stone men. He thought about it, and decisively ordered the ghost team to come and transport them. The ghost team never discounts the orders given by Gushi. As a ghost, although it is not a serious underwater force, water actually does not have a great impact on ghosts. Especially for the ghost squad, who are used to carrying things. They only experimented a few times before they found the methods and tricks to transport supplies in water. Soon the corpses of the stone men in the caves were evacuated. At the same time, the mermaid also entered the cave under Gushi's order, searching for any other traces left in the cave. As for Gushi, he followed the Seahorse Cavalry and simply moved forward. Gushi remembered his goal very clearly. These stone men in the caves on the road were not what he was looking for when he came to this world. Enemies that can be killed in large numbers are Gushi's targets. So he still wanted to find the next underground world in the shortest possible time. There, Gushi will meet his enemy. Instead of carrying the fallen corpse, like opening a treasure chest along the way like now. And it was still the corpse of a stone man. Just as Gushi and his companions followed the water flow through several bends, and were about to find the entrance to the next underground world, the mermaid behind them caught up with them. Grown-ups, as they live underwater, mermaids can talk and even sing in water, which is something that seahorses who cannot talk underwater cannot compare to. As soon as they caught up, they spoke directly to Gushi. Sir, we found something very strange in the empty cave. Chapter 691 The Secret of the New World. After listening to the mermaid's words, Gushi turned his head and glanced at the passage in front of him. Decisively, he turned around and followed the mermaid. The Seahorse Cavalry had no objection to Gushi's choice. They quickly followed Gushi back to the cave they had just discovered. At this time, everything in the cave had been evacuated. Not even a single water plant was left. Every time he saw this situation of emptying everything, Gushi would always nod with satisfaction. He liked troops like the ghost team. Every time a request was issued, everything could be done easily in a short period of time. In this situation, Gushi had to say something. Well done. At this time, the mermaid swam into the cave by herself, pointed to a place on the top of the cave, and said to Gushi, Sir, this is what we found. Gushi watched the mermaid's movements from outside the cave. Because his water dragon was relatively big, he couldn't enter the cave. And Gushi himself had no intention of swimming in. facing the mermaid in the cave. Gushi thought for a moment and raised his hand. And 30 necromancers appeared in the cave. Necromancers are different from ghosts. They have no way to survive freely underwater. When they were soaked in the water, they first felt like they were going to die. However, under Gushi's suppression, they still worked hard to discover the abnormality from the mermaid, and passed it to Gushi's eyes through the mind's eye. Soon Gushi understood what the mermaid had discovered. It turns out that there are many patterns on the top of the cave. If it were just an ordinary mural, the mermaid wouldn't come to look for Gushi at all. What was painted on it was the architectural design of the foundry. In addition, there was also a roadmap for upgrading the foundry. When he looks closely, Gushi will find that this is a complete set of architectural plans starting from the foundry, continuing to the manufacturing workshop, puppet factory, and finally the dragon factory. This kind of series of architectural design drawings. Gushi only got the aura of the spirit tomb from the ghost. A whole set of architectural design drawings related to the ghost. As a result, he actually saw the architectural design drawings of the foundry starting from the stone man. Putting aside the small and medium-sized additional buildings, Gushi could already tell that there were at least 4 different promotion routes inside the large building complex. The route from Stone Man, Iron Man, Gold Man to Diamond Man focuses on one with super defense, and even enhanced magic resistance in the end. The route from Stone Man, Iron Golem, Steel Golem to Magnetic Golem is mainly powerful attacks, and in the end, it can even fight many iron weapons alone. The route from the Stone Man, the Tin Man, the Copper Man to the Steam Machine Man focuses on strengthening the strength. In the end, he can go to heaven and earth, and has super strength. In the end, there is a route from Stone Man, Stone Golem, Heavy Golem and finally to Golem Dragon. Not to mention other things. Stone Golem and Heavy Golem are not easy to use. But Golem Dragon is on the same level as Titan. It can be said that after this set, there may be some different branches. But in general, the Stone Man's roots are almost all here. As long as he copies these architectural design drawings, Gushi can easily build a huge casting area in Aladovi City to mass produce such Stone Man advanced units. Even if he doesn't use it himself and sells it, I believe many people will be willing to pay a high price to buy it. Regardless of others, Gushi believed that the stone figures in Fong Kang's hands were not as comprehensive as his own. But a thought flashed through Gushi's mind. In this world, powerful units above level 8 such as Diamond Man, Magnetic Golem, and even Puppet Dragon can appear. How could they be captured by the current world? However, this thought only flashed through Gushi's mind. Soon other different thoughts appeared in Gushi's mind. There is such a complete set of architectural design drawings in this cave. So what about the other caves? Gushi waved to the mermaid decisively. Do other caves have similar patterns? The mermaid thought for a while, and finally shook her head. They also have corresponding patterns. But they are not architectural design drawings. Go over and have a look. Gushi thought about it. And without any hesitation, he directly gave the order to the mermaid. As soon as the mermaid heard this, she took Gushi to other caves. As for the necromancers left in the cave here, they will disappear directly after they die, and will not affect the success rate of Gushi's death, witch summoning. In other caves, Gushi also understood why the mermaid didn't bring Gushi over for a look. It turns out that everything here is some modification of the Stone Man. This kind of transformation is not something that a normal person can think of to improve the quality of the Stone Man, or to improve the Stone Man's combat effectiveness, or to research new transformation methods to advance the Stone Man. Instead, they are thinking about how to use the least materials and the least energy to make more stone figures. As for the level of the stone figures, the lower the better, and the simpler the quality, the better. Even the kind of stone that Gushi discovered before was made with only a little cement, steel bars, and a gemstone, which was one of the things that was researched. This situation left Gushi a little stunned. He felt that he should have discovered some secrets of this world. To make sure what you discover is real, Gushi even moved back, returning to the original underground space in the shortest time. After discovering the key clues to this world, Gushi was no longer so anxious about finding the next underground space. After returning to land, Gushi quickly called several architects and explained all the architectural design drawings he had found before, and also asked some questions, because the architectural design drawings are obviously in the normal direction. Under what circumstances, the stone men should be made simpler and simpler. Regarding this issue, an architectural designer stood up. Sir, actually you have done this before. Have I done it? Gushi looked puzzled. Yes. I heard that when the Scarlet Temple was built, because there was no arsenal. The building was built using the weapons depot of the barracks. But at that time, the quality of the trained Scarlet Knights will be worse than the normal Scarlet Knights. If the Lord has no arsenal, then some Red Knights with reduced numbers will slowly appear in the Scarlet Temple. In the end, there were even existences such as unarmored knights. After hearing this, a thought flashed through Gu Shi's mind. Do you think there is something missing in this world? So all training camps for high-level military units cannot be built. And in the end, they can only reduce the allocation as you said? Chapter 692 Encountering the Enemy. Hearing Gu Shi's question, several architectural designers looked at each other and were unable to answer. After all, they are just architects, not the gods of this world. How would they know the changes in this world? They could only inform some judgments in front of them and see that the world is encountering a problem. As for the final direction of this world, they really have no way of judging. Even if they have ideas, they dare not speak out. Seeing them like this, Gu Shi could only shake his head helplessly. Forget it. Think of a way to copy back all the architectural designs below. Also, think of a way to copy back the plans they've been researching. The architects had no objection to this task. They are also willing to copy some new architectural design drawings. If feasible, they are also willing to expand on the original architectural design and develop their own architectural design. As for the weakening research direction of those stone men, this is not their main business. One of the architects said quickly, we can copy the architectural design drawings, which is not a difficult task. But this research direction is not within our scope, and we are afraid that there will be some confusion when copying. At least we are not professional. What if others don't recognize it if we copy it back? My lord, you should find a professional transcriber to handle this matter. Gu Shi hesitated on this question. And finally he said, let's have the transcribers in the library come over, and they can copy whatever it says. As for whether anyone wants to believe it, that's their own business. Just copy the architectural design drawings. After the architectural design comes out, you can make an extra copy. I'll be useful then. After explaining this matter, Gu Shi jumped into the water again. Although this matter is critical, it is done once it is dealt with. Gu Shi will not drag his feet here at all. He has other things to do. Seeing that Gu Shi had clearly arranged everything here, these few people said nothing more. After Gu Shi entered the water again, they found a way to enter the water and copy the architectural design drawings. As for Gu Shi, since there was nothing to do, they followed the path they had explored before and quickly returned to the place where Gu Shi had been called. After arriving here, Gu Shi immediately felt something was wrong. He turned around and asked the seahorse cavalry beside him, do you think something is wrong here? As soon as the seahorse cavalry heard this, regardless of whether there was something wrong, they immediately raised their weapons and protected Gu Shi inside. Gu Shi's expression also condensed, and the uneasy feeling came to his heart again. At this time, the man wearing the Vanguard power-shattering array appeared behind Gu Shi. He held a long sword with a horn that could crush everything in his right hand. Staring at his surroundings, ready to rush out at any time, with the protection of the suit holder, Gu Shi was only half relieved. At the same time, he reached out and pressed lightly on the fox eye ring. Psychic killing starts. The next moment, a large number of weird mechanical creatures jumped from the water. All those who jumped this time were metal mechanical puppets. They look a bit like Iron Men or Tin Men, but they are not very big, and each one looks like a rag doll. At the same time, Gu Shi noticed that these mechanical puppets were also quite crudely made. At first glance, it looks like a straw man tied up with wire. They held short spears made of small steel bars in their hands. After jumping into the water, they sank to the bottom immediately. But even if they sank to the bottom, they didn't hesitate at all. After a little while under the water, they rushed towards Gu Shi like mines. As soon as they saw them coming, the seahorse cavalry in the water immediately rushed towards the enemy. They held up harpoons that could be swung freely in the water, and with one sweep, they knocked away all the mechanical puppets that rushed towards them. At this time, Gu Shi's eyes also became solemn. After seeing the number of enemies at a glance, Gu Shi immediately launched his ultimate move, Death Ripple. At the same time, the canopy of bones that had been draped behind Gu Shi automatically opened, protecting Gu Shi inside. Apart from the fact that the Black Dragon can completely resist the Death Ripple move, only the undead can ignore it. Other arms, no matter how strong their magic resistance is, will still be affected to some extent. Not to mention, these mechanical puppets in front of him were clearly not heading in the direction of the Iron Man. They did not specifically enhance magic resistance, but in order to allow others to move with the least amount of power. Many things on them were discarded. The death ripples in front of them caused considerable damage to them. A burst of death ripples were pushed out, and a large number of mechanical puppets lost power and fell into the water. A series of messages also popped up in Gushi's ears. You killed a mechanical doll, level 1. And you get 3 experience points. You killed the mechanical war puppet, level 3. And you got 11 experience points. This is what Gushi wanted. Those things that were like stones before were not enemies at all. They were not even cannon fodder. As these mechanical dolls were killed, the road ahead was also killed. A part of the seahorse cavalry quickly went upwards and rushed to the surface of the water to check what was happening above. But as soon as they went up, they were knocked down. Their bodies were covered with arrows as thin as cotton swabs. When Gushi saw them like this, he couldn't help but laugh. It seems that the enemy resources in this world are really tight. All the soldiers are scaled down, and it will become a toy world in the end. Although he said this, Gushi was not careless at all. He didn't want to capsize in a place like this. Gushi quickly activated the Fox Eye Ring, activated his mental power, and entered the virtual state again. He drank a bottle of magic potion to replenish his virtual mana, then pointed the cold wind staff upward, and the incarnation of death rushed out along the black mist, and rushed out of the water immediately. The moment Death Incarnate Bone Dragon rushed out of the water, Gushi had already switched back his mana, while he supplemented the ghost battlefield for the 2 incarnations of death. He nodded with satisfaction. It feels much more comfortable this way. Otherwise, if I invest more than 10,000 mana every time, my heart will almost break. The incarnations of death didn't know what Gushi was thinking. As soon as they rushed out of the water, they rushed down immediately. The eyes of the incarnation of death, the bone dragon, flashed, and the melting light merged into the death dragon's breath, and it swept downwards, like a plow, pushing outward. All the enemies surrounding the waterway fell to the ground under the attack of the death dragon's breath, without even a chance to react. Chapter 693, Advancement in Spiritualism. Compared to the incarnation of death, the bone dragon, the other incarnation of death, the god of death, does not have such a record. He himself is a single combat type. The current enemies are still small. The heads of these little guys left on the shore are only the size of walnuts. If you think about it, you will know that these enemies are not so easy to defeat. The incarnation of death, the god of death, watched the incarnation of death, the bone dragon, sweep all the way. He simply did not take action, but stamped his right foot. His ghost battlefield quickly rose up, and a large number of white bone arms grabbed outwards and grabbed the ground. The enemy hit the ground hard. After clearing a space, Gushi also received signals from the incarnations of death. He immediately jumped out of the waterway. After appearing here, Gushi did not immediately release the city gate for defense, but immediately released the soul-calling tower. At this time, Gushi only had one thought in his mind. He wanted to see what kind of things could be summoned from the souls of these enemies after they died. With the spirit summoning tower present, Gushi immediately used the spirit summoning technique. Only this time when using spiritualism, the shadows of 4 books suddenly appeared behind Gushi. These 4 books are all black books as thick as bricks, and each book has a different pattern cast in gold on the cover. These 4 books are exactly the 4 books on necromancy advancement that Gushi copied from the Chaoyang Guangmong Guild. Gushi had already finished reading these 4 books, and his various skill levels had also reached the standards for reading and using these 4 books. What's left now is experimentation and practice. The current situation is the way of practice. For advancement books appear behind Gushi, which advancement direction is used in front of Gushi. That book will be supplemented by some experience. When one of the books changes from a virtual shadow to a physical one, it means that Gushi's advancement in this direction has been completed. Gushi can easily transform the corpse into the type of soldier he wants, just like his usual spiritualism. This is what Gushi is doing now. As he began the spiritualism tower behind him also lit up. The crimson light shines quite far. Gushi also felt the situation of the corpse at the scene for the first time. The 4 promotion books moved back and forth in front of him, and with each move, several pages would be opened. Gushi can see some options. At least it's not like the previous summoning of spirits, which was based directly on feeling. Now there is quite intuitive data. Gushi will know the quality of these corpses, and what kind of undead they are suitable to be transformed into. It's just a pity that after 2 rounds of these 4 promotion books, Book of Life Box and Book of Blood Feast were returned. It is obvious that the corpse in front of me does not meet the requirements of these 2 books. The requirements for summoning souls in the Book of Phylactery are that the player's spiritualism is level 10 or above. The undead enhancement is level 7 or above. The knowledge of the undead and magic knowledge is level 5 or above. And there are corpses of legal troops on site. After summoning the souls, players can transform the enemy's magic troops into magic undead. For the legal undead, the starting level is level 7 corpse, which, later, as the player's undead enhancement level increases. There are also different changes such as level 9 corpse witch king or lich, level 11 lich master, etc. to choose from. As for the level of the corpse itself, there are no requirements. There were no corpses related to the legal system among the corpses, so the Book of Phylactery was withdrawn immediately. Next is the Book of Blood Feast. The requirements for summoning spirits in this book are that the player's spiritualism is level 10 or above. The undead enhancement is level 7 or above. And the knowledge of the undead, dark knowledge, potion making and divination knowledge are all level 3 or above. The corpse at the scene was a creature with blood. After summoning souls, players can transform all enemy corpses into level 7 vampires. As for whether this kind of vampire takes the direction of the magic system, the power system, or the agility system, it depends on the vampire's situation. At this moment, Book of Blood Feast spontaneously judged that all the corpses in front of him were puppets, without even a drop of blood. How could it transform into a vampire? So Book of Blood Feast quickly retreated. The remaining ones are the Book of Pregnant Insects and the Book of Weird Explanations. These two promotion books are not picky about corpses. After all, it's not the right path. The requirements for summoning spirits in the Book of Pregnant Insects are that the player's spiritualism is level 10 or above. Undead strengthening is level 5 or above. Undead research is level 5. Corpse structure is level 3. And magic potion making is level 3. They are not picky about corpses either. Whatever corpses are available will be used. Even if the corpses are beaten to pieces, it doesn't matter. Flesh and blood can still be transformed. There are mainly two types of transformations. One is large insects similar to spiders and centipedes, and finally takes the root of the life-weaver spider queen. There is also a root similar to the swarm of corpse flies and white bone locusts. In the end, numbers win. Either way, it's a good choice for clearing the battlefield. However, there are some differences here. That is, the amount of souls summoned in the Book of Pregnant Insects is not 1-to-1, but is determined according to the situation of the insects. The corpse here right now is no problem for the Book of Pregnant Insects. Isn't it just a mechanical body? Insects can also be transformed. The last Book of Weird Explanations is even more weird, and it directly takes a weird route. Summoning souls requires the player to have necromancy at level 10 or above, undead enhancement at level 5 or above, soul knowledge at level 4, soul research at level 4, whisper of death at level 3, basic curse at level 4, and undead research at level 5 before they can summon souls. The same goes for corpses. As long as there are corpses, and the weirder the corpse, the more suitable it is. For example, ragdolls, trees, scarecrows or corpses with only human skin left are most suitable for the transformation of the Book of Mysteries. These corpses now happen to be the direction of the Book of Weird Explanations. Ragdolls. Therefore, these two books of advancement were not withdrawn, but kept turning over in front of Gushi, telling Gushi what kind of undead the corpse in front of him could be made into. This kind of soul calling allowed Gushi to know clearly what kind of undead he could transform next. You can even make a choice in advance before the necromancy is performed, so you won't regret it after the necromancy begins. After glancing at the current situation, Gushi's hand kept crossing over the Book of Pregnant Insects, and finally found a dot on one of the pages. As Gushi moved closer, all the magic power that had been concentrated in Gushi's hand spread out along the soul evocation tower. Then the corpses of all the mechanical puppets exploded on the spot, turning into large and small metal lines that were quickly pieced together. As these metal lines twisted, a strange insect appeared on the scene. Chapter 694, New Unit. Centipede. Successfully summoning souls. You will get 1175 body centipedes, 1175 experience points for soul summoning, and 1175 experience points for Book of Pregnant Insects. Machine Centipede, level 8. Summoned object experience, 0 out of 1500. Attack 15. Defense 20. Life 80. Skills, Poisonous Bite. Extreme Speed Collision. Poisonous Needle Spray. What was just assembled was an insect similar to a centipede, but compared with normal centipedes, the organic centipede in front of you is quite long, about 1 meter in length, and the size is about the thickness of a normal arm. The entire body of this centipede shimmered with metallic luster. There were a total of 6 pairs of translucent wings on the centipede's head, waist and tail. Under the influence of these wings, all the centipedes flew about 50 centimeters above the ground. At the same time, due to the reason of flying, all the limbs of the centipede cannot move. These limbs stand upside down one by one towards the sky, pointing sharply at the surroundings. If you look carefully, you can see that green venom is flashing on this jointed foot. It can be seen that this segmented leg cannot be used for movement. Everything about this centipede is focused on attacking. But Gushi could obviously feel it. This kind of organic centipede looks like its whole body is flashing with metallic luster. But they are actually undead creatures. Unlike the gargoyle, which is said to be a ghost, it is actually a puppet golem. These are said to be machines. But in fact they are all undead. And their production rate is also pretty good. It only takes 3 mechanical doll bodies to assemble a human centipede. In just a moment, a large number of centipedes appeared on the ground. They did not run around randomly, but waited for Gushi's orders. Having gained a lot of experience, the book of pregnant insects quickly stepped aside. Gushi could clearly feel that the book of pregnant insects had become much more solid. I believe that as long as he does this 3 or 4 more times, the book of pregnant insects will become a reality, and his path will be considered successful. Looking at the body centipede here, Gushi raised his left hand, and the bearer of the underworld dragon robe appeared in front of Gushi. Gushi didn't need to explain anything. He just pointed in the direction of the centipede. The person holding the suit floated towards the centipede. All the centipedes did not react at all, as if the person holding the equipment did not exist. The robot centipedes floated in a circle, and the holder of the Huangquan dragon robe pointed at the 3 robot centipedes he had just spotted. That action seems to be saying, I am very optimistic about you. When these 3 organic centipedes were affected by this, their bodies changed, and their colors changed rapidly. From the original metallic color, it turned into one black, one dark purple, and one bright green. Afterwards, the 3 centipedes quickly commanded their companions. You can tell by looking at their movements that these 3 organic centipedes have changed just now. This is exactly what Gushi has learned in the past few months. Some things are not taken literally, and the capabilities of some equipment are affected by the details. It's like something like the Yellow Springs dragon robe, which promoted the ranks of soldiers by conferring titles on generals. That's simply a joke. What is the use of increasing the level? Can it surpass the incarnation of death? The real function of this skill is to turn ordinary soldiers into bosses or warriors. Of course, because Gushi threw away the purple suit, he was not wearing the Huangquan dragon robe. So there are some things that can't be fully realized. After Gushi experimented with the characteristics of the underworld dragon robe, he found that the wearer could only be enlightened up to the boss level, hero and leader level, and there was no way to transform the underworld dragon robe. Certainly, there may be reasons for this due to lack of experience that can be used for enlightenment, as well as reasons for the wearer himself. After all, after the purple suit was thrown into the 6-ray lantern, this skill no longer belonged to the purple suit, but was activated by borrowing the power of the orange suit. There is a layer of separation in the middle, and even Gushi can't deal with this. It was enough for Gushi to be able to enlighten the leader at the moment. Under the command of these leaders, all the centipedes started to move and automatically divided into 3 groups. Gushi nodded with satisfaction and pointed around. Now you are the new scouts. Now go out and explore. Gushi released these organic centipedes and immediately lowered the steel city gate in place. At the same time, news was immediately sent from the city. While Gushi was killing those mechanical dolls, a new group of undead appeared in the city. Although their level is low, their quality is pretty good. Not the kind of corpse boy who came with a corpse mother before, but a good undead with strong body and hard bones. The skin of the zombies is blue and black, and the skeletons are as hard as iron. You can tell at first glance that it is the finest variety. After hearing this news, Gushi realized that the level of his death decree had been improved to some extent. The effect of the double death talent is becoming more and more useful. All the enemies in front of me are made of iron. Gushi couldn't create undead made of iron in the city, but it was possible to make the physiques of these new undead harder. It seems that the harvest this time is good, even if the core problem of the world is not found. Gushi's gains are not in vain if he just kills these mechanical dolls. If they were all enemies like this, Gushi would be fine. At that time, at least 40,000 to 50,000 level 8 undead troops were sent out to see who dared to speak softly to Gushi. As for the undead in the city, they were all placed in the barracks to serve as sea troops, allowing them to slowly increase their level. Once they reach a certain level, they can be arranged to take up positions in various training camps. By then, they will be the most wanted soldiers in every battalion and even regiment. Just as Gushi was arranging the whereabouts of these soldiers, the sound of fighting suddenly came from the distance. Gushi felt a little strange in his heart when he saw it. He just let the body centipedes act as scouts, and did not let them participate in the battle. Why did they start fighting? But Gushi reacted the next second. I seem to have misunderstood. This is a downward world. The upper limit of the soldier level in this world is about level 4. Most of the troops are at levels 1 to 2. With more than 1,000 level 8 soldiers. If he finds that the enemy is afraid to take action, he can throw away this unit, and don't keep it. Right now, the centipede's reaction is considered the most normal. Gushi smiled helplessly, sighing secretly that his mind was sometimes a little weak. And he didn't think of such a simple thing. If he had known this would happen, why would he still be taking it step by step here? He could have sent out his army to push forward. High-level undead will gain less experience by killing low-level enemies. So release the undead in the city who have not yet reached a higher level. Chapter 695. Gushi after growing up. Before Gushi could finish complaining in his heart, the sound of flapping wings was heard in the sky. Gushi looked up and found that a large number of strange-looking gargoyles were swooping down from the sky. These gargoyles are also simplified versions. When their wings are spread out, they are only the size of A4 paper. And their wings are so thin that they can be used as kites. Although their bodies are made of stone, they are no longer called the monkey version, but the skeleton version. Everything that could be reduced from the gargoyle's body has been reduced. Now, the gargoyle's body, that is, the head is still intact. Only the claws are left on the hands. The legs are gone, and only a tail is left on the lower body. However, they did not stagger when they flew up. Instead, because they did not have enough energy, they were used to locking the target and rushing directly towards the enemy. Gushi was their target. In the eyes of these gargoyles, Gushi stood alone on the soul-calling tower, so conspicuous that no one could beat him. But they never thought that when Gushi saw them flying over, the look on his face was quite happy. He even suppressed the bone dragon, the incarnation of death, who wanted to rush out, and raised the cold wind staff and pointed it towards the sky. Magic arrow. Gushi worked very hard on practicing various magics in 3 months. Spells such as magic arrows, bone spurs, and secondary bone shields have been upgraded to a relatively high level. But Gushi still felt that he had little time, and he had not yet practiced these spells to the extreme. Gushi would not miss such a good opportunity now. He raised his hand and used the magic arrow. A magic arrow that has reached level 7 can release 21 missiles in one breath, under the influence of the cold wind staff. All magic missiles look like long swords made of ice, and the long swords also contain the power of fire. After flying out, the magic arrow automatically locked onto a gargoyle and hit it accurately. After killing the gargoyle, the magic arrows did not stop. After being upgraded several times by Gushi, the magic arrows not only increased the number of missiles that could be released at the same time, but also increased their penetration. Now every missile Gushi released could penetrate 3 enemies before disappearing. When practicing before, Gushi didn't feel anything. The situation is different now. After the flying sword passed through one gargoyle, it continued to fly forward. It would not explode until 3 gargoyles were killed. The power of the explosion is not great, but it is fatal to these gargoyles. Several more gargoyles were killed in the explosion. The gargoyles that were not killed by the explosion were also affected. The cold air stuck to the gargoyles, causing some gargoyles to plunge to the ground and smash into pieces. It can be said that Gushi killed at least 10 gargoyles with just one magic arrow. Such 21 magic arrows directly cleared a lot of the gargoyles in the sky. When Gushi saw this situation, he immediately changed his tactics. Bone Spur. Unlike the magic arrows, the number of bone spurs does not increase too much as the level increases, but becomes thicker and larger. The 7 bone spurs made a sharp whistle and flew out in 3 directions and 4 behind each other. Wherever they flew, it was like a tornado flying by, sucking in everything that flew nearby. It can be said that just for a moment, at least 60 more gargoyles disappeared from the sky. At this time, the gargoyles realized that although Gushi stood alone on the top of the soul-calling tower, he was not that weak existence, but a powerful demon. However, gargoyles are golem-like existences. They are not affected by morale. At least in this world, they are not affected by morale. Even if they found Gushi difficult to deal with, they still pounced on Gushi, not caring about life or death at all. What a good soldier. How could he appear in such a terrible world? Looking at the gargoyle rushing toward him, Gushi couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, the movements of his hands did not stop. Various spells were constantly thrown into the sky. The incarnation of Death, the bone dragon, covered in black mist, was hovering in front of the soul summoning tower, as if it wanted to rush forward, but had no intention of destroying Gushi's elegance. As more and more gargoyles died, the group of gargoyles in the sky became thinner and thinner. Gushi could no longer easily kill 100 or 200 gargoyles with one spell like before. At this time, Gushi lost interest. He raised his hand and asked the incarnation of Death, the bone dragon, to step forward to deal with the remaining enemies. He himself took this opportunity to start summoning souls. At this time, the Book of Life box and Book of Blood Feast did not even move. It was clear that nothing happened without them this time. However, Gushi did not blindly use these corpses to create undead insect swarms. After looking at the several transformation options, Gushi pointed at the pages of the Book of Mysteries. Successfully summoning souls, you will get 937 white paper soldiers, 937 experience points for soul summoning, and 937 experience points for Book of Mysteries. White paper soldier, level 8. Summoned object experience, 0/1000. Attack 13. Defense 6. Life 35. Skills, dodge mastery, cutting enhancement, ritual basics. As this information popped up, the gargoyles who died nearby seemed to be peeled off, turning into pieces of white paper layer by layer. Then the white paper automatically folded in front of Gushi, forming tall and thin white paper figures. These white paper people have no facial features, and their bodies are as thin as paper. They look quite strange when standing there. It seems like it will be blown away by the wind. But Gushi could feel that the edges of these white paper soldiers were as sharp as blades. If these white paper soldiers were allowed to move sideways, they might be able to cut through huge pieces of wood. However, Gushi noticed that the combat effectiveness of this white paper soldier was not the key. The key is that it can serve as the basis for various strange rituals. After all, there are many places in various weird rituals that require paper figures to protect them. As for why Gushi knew about some weird rituals, Gushi really learned ritual magic in vain. His current level of ritual magic has reached level 7. It was normal for him to design some simple ritual magic and know some weird sacrificial ceremonies. It is precisely because of this that Gushi chose this kind of white paper soldier when he chose to transform these gargoyles. After all, this can be regarded as an existence that can fight and be used as a ritual material. It can be regarded as a multi-purpose thing. After the white paper soldiers were summoned, the battle with the centipede machine in the distance seemed to be over. Gushi used the influence of the soul-calling tower to move his gaze to the battlefield over there. Chapter 696 Flesh and Blood Creatures. The battle in the distance was almost over. Most of the enemies fighting the centipede were knocked to the ground by the centipede due to their strength. Unlike the mechanical dolls that had guarded the waterway before, the enemies killed by the centipede were not machines or golems, but extremely thin creatures. All these creatures have green or blue skin. They are only as tall as a normal person's calf, and their heads take up 1/3 of their bodies. They are small and thin, but they hold hammers or chain hammers that are disproportionate to their bodies. Gushi also noticed that the centipede that attacked had more or less signs of being smashed out, if it weren't for the huge difference in levels between them. And if the body centipede had Gushi's blessing, he would probably have suffered a lot when encountering such an enemy. But what Gushi is more concerned about now is not this. At this time, Gushi discovered that the Book of Blood Feast that had floated behind him floated out again. This shows that the green-skinned creatures that were just killed are flesh and blood creatures, and they can be transformed into vampires. Faced with this situation, Gushi frowned and opened the Book of Blood Feast. Then it was discovered that the Book of Blood Feast provided Gushi with 3 different transformation plans. One type is naturally a vampire who has turned serious. Because these creatures are relatively small, it is impossible to be a vampire who can resist a big sword, and can only be transformed into a vampire that turns into a bat and flies. Of course, there is no discount in the conversion process, and the conversion is carried out on a 1-to-1 basis based on the number of corpses. This was enough to make Gushi's heart moved. You must know that Gushi currently has a total of only 200 vampire troops, and they are all in Demi's hands. Once the current batch of vampires are transformed, it will not be a problem to add 1 to 2,000 vampires. Then these vampires can immediately join the battle. The other 2 are different. One is to transform these creatures into vampire bats. These vampire bats are also level 8. But they are not used as soldiers, but as mounts. It can be used as a mount for vampires or other troops. It can be used to train flying troops. And it can also be used as a mobile flying point between cities. This transformation surprised Gu Shi. He never thought that the Book of Blood Feast would have such a gameplay. This was something he had never thought about before. Now if these vampire bats could really bring flying troops to Gu Shi, they would be a good choice. The last type is a subordinate branch of vampires. Vampire workers. This is actually a weakened version of a vampire. According to normal understanding, this should actually be regarded as a vampire servant. Just like those guys in Demi Giant Garden. It's just that those vampire servants are gardeners, cooks, and servants, and they are considered to serve Demi. The vampire workers transformed this time were actually chosen because these creatures had some skills in mechanical work. This is a direct reminder to Gu Shi that when these creatures are alive, they are actually good screwdrivers. As for what Gu Shi will choose, it depends on Gu Shi himself. Anyway, the necromancy technique is there. So even if Gu Shi doesn't use it, it won't be a loss for the Book of Blood Banquet. Gu Shi thought for a moment. These three paths are actually good choices. One is to increase the number of troops that can be used immediately. Apart from other things, even if the level 8 vampire is not given to Demi, Gu Shi can still carry him himself, which is also a powerful combat force. The other is to add a new route for Gu Shi, the route of flying points in the air. As the city of Aladovi grew larger and larger, it was somewhat unrealistic to rely solely on horse-drawn carriage stations to connect various urban areas. If there were a large number of vampire bats serving as mounts for flight points, it would be a great supplement for Gu Shi. As for the final vampire labor, this is clearly to convert vampires from combat troops into labor force. On the surface, this is a good choice. But for Gu Shi, it is not a good choice. If he really wants to develop labor, wouldn't it be useful to use the level 1 undead transformed into the city by Double Death? Why must we use level 8 undead as labor materials? So as soon as Gu Shi's thoughts changed, he had an idea in his mind. When he pressed his hand down, the spiritualism was activated directly, successfully summoning spirits. You get 1,133 giant vampire bats, 1133 experience points for spiritualism, and 1133 experience points for Book of Blood Feast. Giant vampire bat, level 8. Summoned object experience, 0 out of 800. Attack 9. Defense 7. Life 55. Skills: blood-sucking recovery, high-speed movement, sonic attack, flying troops, rideable, with a flash of blood. A large number of huge bats with a wingspan of about 5 meters took off. Judging from the size of these bats, Gu Shi would never have imagined that a second ago they were corpses no taller than a wheel. After these bats took off, they immediately flew in Gu Shi's direction. While Gu Shi opened the steel city gate and let the bats in, he gave orders to the body centipedes to look for new enemies nearby. Gu Shi didn't plan to do any mission this time. He only had one goal, and that was to kill the enemy. Kill all enemies in sight. Under Gu Shi's order, waves of battle information soon came back. Gu Shi's men were in this world again, killing enemies in this underground world in 2s and 3s. The number of these enemies varies. The largest group has about 3,000 people, and the smallest group has 400 or 500 people. However, there were no new types of soldiers this time. All that came and went were gargoyles, green elves, and some mechanical dolls that were not very tall at all. Gu Shi watched every battle carefully at first, but as time went by, Gu Shi simply ignored the battle in the later stage, just waiting for the battle report that the battle was over to pop up. He could spend some mana to connect to the soul summoning tower and perform a soul summoning transformation on the corpse. In the remaining time, Gu Shi simply took out various books that he had not finished reading and started reading on the battlefield. When Gu Shi was reading, some strange phenomena would happen to him from time to time. But Gu Shi didn't care at all. Whenever he read for more than a certain level, the decoration on his left hand would directly take away his book. Let him read on. At this time, Gu Shi would stand up and stretch his body, and summon the accumulated enemy corpses into undead spirits for his subordinates. Then observe the battle situation. If there are too many new undead under his command, he will also ask Huang Quan Longpao to take action, and then inspire some undead leaders to have them lead the new undead into battle to speed up the battle here. Chapter 697 Gu Shi is targeted. It was the same this time. After Gu Shi finished summoning the soul, he took a look at his own magic power and sat down again. He stretched out his left hand, and a book appeared in his hand. This book was copied by Gu Shi from the general section of the Radiant Library. The title of the book is Similarities and Differences Between Resurrection and Transformation. After reading it, you can slightly increase the success rate of transforming souls. But the most important thing about this book is to tell Gu Shi the difference between the transformation of the undead and spiritualism. I won't explain too many other theories here. You just need to know that undead transformation is a way to preserve the power in the corpse as much as possible. It's like the corpse of the 19th level Yixia king that is still placed in Aladovi City. If spiritualism is used, the corpse will be an 8th level undead. By using the undead transformation, the level of the undead produced will be between 17 and 19. This is the fundamental difference between transformation of the dead and spiritualism. However, Gu Shi has only just started the undead transformation, and he is not so confident that he can handle this kind of high-level corpse well. And if you want to deal with this problem, you must not let the original level of the corpse drop too much. Gu Shi still needs to add some materials to it. But these materials are not ready yet. Gu Shi can only read this book when he is relaxing to improve his theoretical knowledge of undead transformation. But just as Gu Shi started reading, his left hand flashed with light, and the holder of the soul lamp appeared in front of Gu Shi, blocking Gu Shi behind him. As soon as the holder of the clothes moved, Gu Shi knew something was wrong. He shook his hand, put the book away, stood up and asked, "What happened?" The person wearing the suit couldn't speak, but the six-ray lantern conveyed the situation into Gu Shi's mind. It turns out that just now, the soul lamp felt that someone was staring at Gu Shi, especially when Gu Shi took out the book Differences and Similarities Between Requiem and Transformation. The mind lamp of the heart clearly felt a strong emotional fluctuation. It was this kind of emotional fluctuation that made the wielder of the soul lamp realize that something was wrong with the situation, and immediately protected Gu Shi behind him. When he realized what was going on, Gu Shi pointed at the person holding the soul lamp. Most of the mana of the six-rayed flame lamp was injected into the soul lamp, and then the brain of the person holding the device emitted a dark red light. Gu Shi stretched out his hand and placed it on the person holding the equipment. This was what Gu Shi discovered when he was studying the orange equipment over the past few months. While studying in Chaoyang Guild, Gu Shi also discovered a problem of his own. He has never used the power of the orange suit much. At least, he didn't actively use this power on a large scale. The limited number of times before. I also used psychic killing. Gu Shi didn't use much of the other effects. This had an impact. Gu Shi didn't know enough about his own orange equipment. This is not reasonable behavior. When Gu Shi was studying in the Chaoyang Guild, he would find out when he took some time to read some books similar to travel notes that no one would use purple equipment as casually as Gu Shi. Most players, after getting the purple equipment, will spend 3 to 5 months carefully studying the advantages and disadvantages of the purple equipment. How to use the advantages of the purple equipment. How to avoid the negative effects. And what skills can be used when. It's all part of their research. There are even some families who, because they get 1 or 2 purple equipment with minor negative effects, will use the entire family to research and inherit it. They will even change their family's growth process around purple clothing. It can be said that Gu Shi's use of orange equipment in this way is simply a waste of orange equipment resources. Not to mention the purple outfit. Gu Shi hasn't made good use of his 2 orange items yet. So how can he make good use of the purple items he has? So in the past few months, when Gu Shi was free, he also thought about how to play the role of orange equipment. However, because the secret of the orange suit could not be exposed, Gu Shi just studied it bit by himself. The current methods are some small methods that Gu Shi has researched during this period. The 6-path pan suppresses the purple suit. For the purple suit, it is a kind of suppression and an improvement. At the same time, it does not prohibit Gu Shi from contacting the purple suit through the person holding the suit. Gu Shi's current method is to directly use the effect of purple equipment through the wearer. As Gu Shi put his hand on the shoulder of the person holding the suit, Gu Shi's eyes darkened, and his vision changed rapidly. Threads appeared in front of him, connecting them in all directions. This is the perspective of the psychic flame. It can let the person holding the spiritual lamp know which ones can be lit with the spiritual flame. Gu Shi glanced along the thread, and found that none of the golems and puppets were included in the parts that could be ignited. Many of the current threads are aimed at those creatures with their own ideas. Among so many threads, one thread is slowly fading away. The silk thread came from the direction of the waterway where Gu Shi had come from before. Just seeing this situation, Gu Shi instantly understood that he had been stared at from the moment he entered this world. If he hadn't taken out the book The Similarities and Differences Between Spiritualism and Transformation, He might not have realized that someone was watching him. After thinking about this, Gushi stretched out his hand and patted the person wearing the suit. Give up other lines of sight. Lock this line of sight. And find him for me. Upon hearing this, the man holding the equipment quickly jumped down and into the Steel City gate. Gushi knew the intention of the person holding the suit as soon as he saw it. He wanted to use the Steel City gate to quickly move to the underground space where Gushi entered the world. Although this eliminates the need to walk underwater, it would still take a lot of time to cross the city. But Gushi immediately realized that he had just released a batch of giant vampire bats into the city. These vampire bats can serve as flying mounts, and Gushi's previous arrangement was to let them serve as flying points. It seems that with the flying speed of the vampire bat, the wearer can fly from the Steel City gate to the Garrison City gate in the shortest time. Such a route would certainly be much faster than walking underwater. Thinking of this, Gushi's eyes lit up. He took a look at the battle in front of him, and casually called Mito out. Mito, I now order you to command the heroes here. Now you can call all the undead troops that have just been summoned outside. You have only 2 tasks. One is to kill all the enemies in this underground space, and deliver the enemies' corpses to the Soul-Calling Tower. At the same time, you must also find the passage to the next underground space. I remember that you have pathfinding skills, and cannot get lost anywhere. Then the task of finding a way out falls to you. Please don't worry. Sir. Chapter 698 Determining the Goal. After explaining the things here, Gushi turned around and entered the city of Aridov. As soon as he entered Aladovi City, Gushi felt the location of the holder of the soul lamp. He is now almost at the city gate where the troops are stationed. Judging from the direction the man wearing the equipment was moving, he actually used the giant vampire bat to fly over. The person holding the suit could be regarded as the personal bodyguard of Gushi's men. Neither Luna nor the other men had any intention of stopping all this. Gushi didn't need to ride a vampire bat. The speed of his evil coffin was not much slower than that of the high-speed rail. After confirming the direction of the holder, Gushi jumped onto the evil coffin and headed towards the gate of the Garrison City. At the same time, Gushi's personal guards also received Gushi's order and were heading towards the Garrison Gate. These personal guards were all big and high level, so it was inconvenient no matter which army they were assigned to. In the end, they had no choice but to follow Gushi and fight with him. When Gushi came out this time, he didn't take them with him because they were too big. Just let them wait in the city of Aridov. It was different now. Gushi felt that he wanted to let them out and run around more. Not to mention other things. Troops like the bone-armored centipede could not attack the enemies on the ground. So when heading towards the gate of the Garrison City, Gushi decisively gave them the order to prepare for an attack. By the time Gushi arrived near the Garrison Gate, only more than 2 minutes had passed. At this time, the armor holder had just arrived. He didn't communicate with Gushi and ducked out with his head lowered. By the time Gushi and his men came out of Aladovi City, the man holding the suit was already half floating in the air, staring in a certain direction. Gushi stretched out his hand again and pressed it on the person holding the suit. At this time, Gushi saw something different. Just as Gushi requested, the bearer of the armor cut off the mind-fire sight of other living beings and only looked for the enemy hiding behind the scenes. If this enemy is not caught by the tail, the wielder may not be able to do anything about it. But if it is caught, and its breath is remembered by the flame of the soul, the situation will be different. No matter how well you hide it, you can't escape the eyes of the soul lamp. Although the thread is intermittent. But Gushi could clearly see that the thread was connecting to the other end of the underground space in front of him. Go over and have a look. Gushi gave the order immediately. The holder of the suit took Gushi and moved quickly in the direction of the silk thread. They soon arrived at the end of the underground space. There was thick soil and rocks here. Gushi turned to the bone titan behind him and said, "Try it." The bone titan took action decisively, and the bone spear with lightning struck heavily on the rock wall. The bone titan used all his strength, but the blow only penetrated a little bit. The situation in front of him made Gushi frown. It seemed that the underground world was just like what was said in the book. There were some places that couldn't be dug. However, seeing that the silk thread finally disappeared at this position, Gushi felt a little unwilling. He thought about it, and finally called in a few corpse worms from the city. It was transformed into the city through double death when fighting the demon cave. They were not difficult to raise anyway, so Gushi did not drive them away, but raised them in the bone-gnawing mud. Now Gushi had no other choice but to push the zombie worms out and see if they could dig out a passage. It can't be behind the wall, and they can't get past it. Right? Soon the zombie worms were transferred over. When they are not moving, They are quite quiet, just lying peacefully on the ground, without any eyes or anything. Gushi took the cold wind staff and knocked heavily on the wall. You guys find a way to dig behind here for me. After Gushi's order was given, the zombie worm began to move slowly, looking at their slow pace. Gushi was speechless. What was going on? But what surprised Gushi even more happened. The zombie worm did not dig towards the location designated by Gushi, but moved towards other locations along the rock wall. Their appearance puzzled Gushi. Gushi wanted to reposition them, but finally gave up. Gushi could tell that these zombie worms were not without brains. They are more professional when it comes to digging. So Gushi finally gave up the idea of guiding these zombie worms, and let them dig according to his own ideas. However, Gushi took one look at the moving speed of the zombie worm, and some thoughts flashed through his mind. Gushi thought seriously for a moment, then raised his hand, and an owl appeared in his hand. Gushi quickly wrote a few lines, and then released the owl. About half an hour later, Mito, who was guarding the Steel City gate, rushed over. The owl released just now was an order from Gushi. He asked Dudley to take over Mito's job, and asked Mito to come here. As soon as he arrived in front of Gushi, Mito immediately said, "Sir, I have found the entrance to the other underground passage over there, and I am sending people in to explore it. That passage is not an underwater passage, but the road is not easy to walk on. I went in to explore a section, and there were many blocked areas." Gushi understood why Mito said that. He was still a tool man. He finally saw a task. But Gushi called him over halfway through. How could this make him less nervous? So he has been showing his importance over there. But Gushi called him over for a reason. Have you seen those zombie worms? The task I gave them was to dig behind here. You see how they look now? They are looking for other routes. I need your ability to find paths and speed up your men. When Mito heard this, it turned out that he was not letting himself have some leisure time. Then it'll be fine. Mito, who was half confident, quickly looked at it. It must be said that his pathfinding skills have certain advantages. After seeing it, Mito said to Gushi with certainty, "Sir, there must be a space behind this. But it is not practical to dig directly from here. This kind of stone wall is the cornerstone of the underground world. Even if the underground world collapses, these stone walls will not be in any problem. Therefore, the corpse worms have no way to dig out. But the space behind does exist. They are now looking for a place where they can dig down, preparing to walk underground, then go around the stone wall and enter the space behind the stone wall." After listening to Mito's explanation, Gushi also understood that this was the purpose of Gushi transferring him here. "You keep an eye here. I'll leave an owl for you. If you find a passage leading to the space behind, notify me immediately." Chapter 699 Return to the battlefield. Returning to the vicinity of the Steel City gate, Gushi immediately saw corpses piled on the ground. Just by glancing at it, Gushi knew that this was Mito's style. Mito always did things in a hurry. So no matter what, he would pack it up so that he could move it and leave at any time. It seems that even after leaving, Mito did not forget his mission. He does this much better than Lewis. It seems that Mito can be used more in the future. At least, he can see himself clearly and work hard as a person. While Gushi was thinking, he looked at Dudley, who came over after receiving the news. At this time, Dudley was followed by a large number of organic centipedes. Looking at the condition of these organic centipedes, Gushi understood that Dudley had found the target unit he wanted. But think about it. Dudley's abilities are above those of Steel Skeleton. Before, Gushi only wanted to use Dudley's ability to strengthen the skeleton soldiers. It's different now. This kind of organic centipede can obviously be used. And the exoskeleton is also made of bones. His abilities can also be enhanced in this regard. After seeing Gushi, Dudley immediately lowered his head. "Grown-ups, how is the situation? When I came here, Mito said that he had found a passage leading to the next underground space. Have you found the passage?" "Yes, the passage has been discovered. We are sending people to explore the path. The road in the passage is quite complicated. I have sent many people in, but the correct path has not been drawn yet." Listening to Dudley's words, Gushi knew the gap between Dudley and Mito. But Gushi didn't blame Dudley for this. There were some things that couldn't be discerned even once or twice. He had to evaluate Dudley's abilities slowly, and couldn't just beat someone to death with a stick. "So all the enemies in this underground space have been cleared?" "Yes. Most of it had been cleared when I came here. I was already cleaning the corners, and I had people bring in all kinds of supplies." Gushi nodded after hearing this. Fortunately, he had a bright eye. While they were talking, The various supplies that Dudley had mentioned were also delivered. When he saw what was delivered, Gushi raised his eyebrows. Are you demolishing a building? It turned out that Gushi noticed that some of the things that had been dismantled were obviously already made steel pipes or water pipes. Yes, I found an outdoor foundry in the back. But it has obviously been abandoned for a long time. The mechanical dolls outside are also the largest. I suspect that all the mechanical dolls in this space are produced by this foundry. I was just directing the dismantling of the foundry here. By the way, there are 2 metal veins that have been hollowed out in this underground space. We also found a lot of slag. And this is what you see, sir. Looking in the direction Dudley pointed, Gushi actually saw some fist-sized black stones being transported. These are the slag left over from foundries. The quality of these things is almost at the gray level. And they are not even gray top quality, but the most trashy gray. However, Dudley was quite proud. There are some metal parts in it. If you use it to smelt metal, I'm afraid it won't work. But the bones used to strengthen the undead are the best materials. Listening to Dudley's confident words, Gushi didn't say anything. But he clearly said that this was not the time to talk about this, as the next underground space road had not yet been explored. After being reminded by Gushi, Dudley immediately said, Don't worry, sir. I will draw a map and I will definitely be able to find the passage to the next underground space in the shortest time. Okay. Go down and do your work. Leave the things here and someone will come and take care of them later. Gushi glanced at the corpse on the ground, and then said, I will perform the necromancy later. And the troops here will be added to your team first. So send these troops out. Don't worry about losses or anything like that. At least there is nothing to worry about in this world. After listening to Gushi's words, Dudley immediately said, Sir, please don't worry. I will go to the front line now. I believe that as long as you give me 3 more hours. Not 2. I can find the right path. Then you go. Gushi waved his hand. And when Dudley left, Gushi turned to look at the person wearing the suit next to him. He put his hand on the wearer's body, and the silk thread was not interrupted. This means that the other party has no possibility of moving. Having such a judgment was enough for Gushi. As long as the person behind the scenes can be found, the core of this world will be obtained. As for the meaning of fighting here, it is to summon souls. Standing on the soul-calling tower again, Gushi, holding the cold wind staff, hesitated for a moment. He suddenly turned his left hand, and the wielder of the underworld dragon robe appeared in front of Gushi. Then Gushi put his left hand on the back of the person holding the suit, raised the cold wind staff with his right hand, and pointed at the neatly arranged corpses below. Spiritualism. This time, the Book of Blood Feast, Book of Mysteries, and Book of Pregnant Insects appeared in front of Gushi. Gushi, who was used to summoning souls like this, quickly distributed the information. Let's convert all 317 spirits into vampires. Increase the number of vampires, mechanical dolls and mechanical war puppets, and transform them all into human centipedes. There's the gargoyle again. This part can be transformed into a blank soldier. There are also some stone figures and stone dolls. These things cannot be transformed into vampires, nor can they be transformed into insect swarms. So they can only read the Book of Mysteries. I'll look for it. Stone Lion Spirit. You can have this one. But wait, is this considered weird? Gushi flipped through the Book of Mysteries, and finally found a direction to summon spirits. There is a stone wall inside, and there is nothing except the wall. Even the name is Stone Wall, according to what is stated in the Book of Weird Explanations. This kind of stone wall has no attack power and moves very slowly, but it is relatively tall. Obviously this was used as a temporary city wall when Gushi attacked the demon cave. If there were such stone wall soldiers, he would not have rushed to let his men build a wall there. However, Gushi hesitated for a moment, and finally did not choose this kind of stone wall soldier, because Gushi's Death City will then put in city walls, arrow towers and moats. This kind of stone wall soldiers may be useful in the short term, but when they are really used, they have nothing to do. Instead, a more unusual type of soldier attracted Gushi's attention. After choosing the troop to summon the soul, Gushi pressed his hand heavily. Spiritualism. Chapter 700 Tips on Using Orange Equipment. Successfully summoning spirits. You got 1179 centipedes, 791 white paper soldiers, 1009 vampires, 159 stone oxen, 3138 spiritualism experience points, and 1179 experience points from the Book of Pregnant Insects. Stone Ox Man level 8. Summoned object experience 0/1000. Attack 19. Defense 20. Life 55. Skills: Stone Skin, Soul Lock, Underworld Collision. As the spiritualism fell, all the corpses on the scene were transformed, especially those stone men. They all turned into towering with gray-white skin, nearly 2 meters tall, holding big knives and chains in their hands. These are the strange stone oxmen. They are creatures of the undead type, but their situation is quite special. They have physical attacks and the ability to deal with ghosts. The most important thing is that if they accelerate and collide, they will produce effects similar to teleportation. When it collides, it carries the aura of the underworld. If it is a living being, there will be no benefit from it. If it is weaker, it may die directly. Gushi felt that he could use them to impersonate the minotaurs of the underworld. At least their level was higher than that of the ghost team, and their defense was pretty good. When he let them out, at least he didn't have to worry about Bai Wuchang, who looked tens of thousands more. He was wiped out with one palm. After completing the transformation of the corpse in front of him, Gushi handed the body centipede to Dudley. The remaining troops consciously moved this thing and acted as temporary porters, delivering all the materials collected here. Returned to Aladovi City. Dudley was also very happy after receiving the additional troops. Although there were only more than 1,000 troops added this time, they were all level 8 troops. For Dudley, this was a great supplement, as long as Dudley can eat all these centipedes. Plus the gold-painted skeleton soldiers he has strengthened in the city over the past 3 months. His military strength will reach nearly 7,000 by then, let alone forming a separate camp. Even if we form a separate group, we can still do something good. Thinking of this, Dudley was quite excited. He thought this was his chance. Gushi's purpose in this world this time is to kill more enemies, so he will do this for Gushi. So there was no need for Gushi to urge him. When Dudley got these troops, he took them out. At this time, Gushi, who was standing on the soul summoning tower, was also paying attention to the situation on Dolly's side. When Gushi summoned the soul just now, he borrowed the power of the underworld dragon robe. Just as Gushi guessed, borrowing the power of the underworld dragon robe in advance can make the summoned undead have more undead leaders. Moreover, the quantity is greater than that of direct initiation from Huangquan dragon robe, and the consumption is less than that of direct initiation. A thought flashed through Gushi's mind. If possible, could he use this power to directly summon a hero when summoning souls? Gushi touched his chin. Maybe he could try again sometime. It seems that becoming familiar with the equipment in your hands is also a long-term task. When he has time, he will slowly shift the focus of his research to the person holding the suit. There may be some strengthening ideas behind these armor holders, but Gushi has not tested them one by one, and is not sure whether these ideas are feasible. But no matter what, it's better to have ideas than no ideas. What if it works? After all, Gushi has not exerted even 1% of the effect of the orange equipment. In Gushi's opinion, the reason why orange equipment is so popular is definitely not because of its small quantity, but there are many effects behind the orange equipment that do not exist literally. With no way to ask others, Gushi could only study it bit by himself. This experiment was a plan of Gushi. From the side, it was proved that the 6-rayed flame lamp had a greater impact on the purple suit and its wearer than Gushi imagined. He took out his notebook and checked his 2 guesses. Then he flipped through the notebook again. It records some of my guesses about orange equipment when I was studying in my free time, as well as some small experiments that I wanted to do but didn't have time to do. Gushi wrote down his temporary thoughts. Then Gushi placed his hand on the holder of Wang Yuan's dragon robe again. Only this time Gushi extended his right hand. The moment the fox eye ring came into contact with the wearer, the originally black faceless wearer suddenly had a pair of eyes. The eyes are the same color as the underworld dragon robe, and Gushi can also see the underworld dragon robe through the fox eye ring. This was something that had never happened before when I used my left hand to touch the holder of the Huangquan dragon robe. Gushi closed his eyes and observed the outside world through the perspective of Huangquan's dragon robe. Gushi noticed that all the troops outside were filled with energy. All these auras are gray, which means that the troops he sees now are all undead, and under the leadership of Dudley. These energies are gathering together to form a steel arm. This shows that Dudley has the ability to command these undead soldiers. He actually didn't know that this was the sight a normal person should have after putting on Huang Yuan's dragon robe. It's a kind of chi-gazing technique. It's just that the underworld dragon robe was suppressed by the 6-ray lantern, and it wasn't worn on Gushi. Naturally, Gushi couldn't feel such a perspective. But it's different now. Just now, Gushi accidentally discovered the effect of feeling the sight of the holder of the psychic lamp through the power of his mind. Let Gushi see a different scenery. This time when he was summoning souls. He put his hand on the person wearing the underworld dragon robe. On the one hand, he wanted to test whether the underworld dragon robe had any effect on summoning souls. On the other hand, he also wanted to test his vision. But what he did just now obviously failed. But now he is borrowing the power of the fox eye ring. And Gushi can see the vision of the person wearing the ring through the power of his mind. Only then did I master such a little trick. Otherwise he really missed something. Gushi used the vision of the person holding the suit to scan around the outside. Just when he was about to look back, Gushi suddenly noticed something was not right in the distance. There was a layer of deathly aura there. But the deathly aura was not as lively as the undead troops under Gushi. The feeling was quite strange. Gushi thought about it seriously and finally clapped his hands. Why didn't I think of that? As Gushi's right hand left, his vision was interrupted. But Gushi didn't care about this. He quickly ordered, "Ghost team, quickly get in position. I don't care what method you use to dig down to the southeast location of the target." Chapter 701, Burying the Dragon Veins. The ghost team was quite powerful now. It only took half an hour for the ghost team to dig a deep pit at the place designated by Gushi. Because the excavated things do not need to be transported back to Aladovi City. They just piled the soil aside, so that they could dig faster. So it took less than half an hour to dig out what Gushi wanted. When he came to the deep pit and looked down, seeing the black luster mixed in the soil, an idea flashed through Gushi's mind. This is an abandoned mine. However, judging from the current situation, it is obvious that this is not an overexploitation that has led to the abandonment of the mineral vein in front of us. If it was overexploited, there should be nothing left in this vein. The situation before me was obviously abnormal. After thinking about it, Gushi released the holder of the underworld dragon robe and pressed it with his right hand again. Because the veins had been dug out, Gushi could see more clearly while standing on the veins. In Gushi's eyes, the mineral spring in front of him was condensed with a gray aura, which seemed to express his unwillingness. Gushi whispered a strange tone to the gray aura. This is the whisper of the soul that can communicate with the dead. Because he aimed at the target and used the right method. His soul whisper really caused a reaction from these gray auras. Gushi saw a little more green light above the gray aura. This was the friendly reaction of the undead to Gushi. Gushi was not stupid. When he saw the green light, he immediately used the power of the Lord of Death. Master, save. When Gushi saw this situation, he decisively lowered the cold wind staff to the ground. Dead Witch summons. 30 necromancers appeared quickly. Gushi looked up at the size of the gray aura and shook his head. Dead Witch summons. After summoning the necromancers 4 times in a row, Gushi released a total of 150 necromancers on the scene. Then Gushi quickly switched to the virtual mana and released the incarnation of death again. After doing all this, Gushi took a deep breath and ordered to the necromancer. All necromancers take action and prepare to summon souls. As for Gushi not following the spirit calling routine, he had already seen the situation of the mine. The mine is dead, but death must have a response. If mineral veins can die, they can also summon spirits. If Gushi wanted to make a move, he could just point at the gray aura in the sky and strike. The reason why he made such a big deal was not just for the undead. He was preparing to transform the undead. With the help of 150 necromancers, the arrangements for the transformation of the undead were quickly completed. Gushi turned to face the god of death, the incarnation of death, and said, "When I say kill, use death harvest on the mineral veins below." After saying that, Gushi began to deal with the mineral veins below. The most important thing about the transformation of the undead is to ensure the integrity of the corpse and soul of the undead through various means, and to ensure that everything owned by the other party can be preserved. We even have to put some resources into it to ensure that the undead's body will be strengthened. The mineral vein in front of me is a metal mineral vein. Although I don't know why it was abandoned. There are only 2 ideas for transformation. One is to use the original mineral veins as the main source and stuff the souls with gray aura back. One is to mainly use gray souls to absorb what is left behind by the mineral veins. 2 different choices represent different ways of handling the undead before they transform. Gushi recruited so many necromancers immediately, and he had actually made up his mind to strengthen the opponent's soul. As for the mineral veins, they will become nutrients for the transformation of the necromancer. After all, what Gushi was interested in was not how strong the mineral veins here were, but the presence of a soul in front of him who could communicate. Under Gushi's command, All the necromancers raised the short staffs in their hands and pointed them at the gray aura in the sky that was invisible to normal people. As spiritualism injected soul fragments into the gray aura in the sky in Gu Shi's eyes changed again. These breaths are slowly solidifying. And at the same time, there is a possibility that the breaths will enter the dead mineral veins downwards. Now, death. Kill. The incarnation of death, the god of death, has been waiting for this opportunity. When he heard Gu Shi's order, he didn't ask why. He just raised the scythe of despair and slashed at the abandoned mine below. After he made his move, Gu Shi also took action. Gu Shi reached out and patted the man wearing the Huangquan dragon robe. Bury the dragon vein. Huangquan Lampao activated this skill immediately. At the same time, Gu Shi roared at the gray aura still hovering above the mineral vein. What are you waiting for? At this moment, the man wearing the Huangquan dragon robe also took action. He pointed at the mineral vein that was still in the deep pit and made a cutting gesture. Then the abandoned veins under the deep mine began to gather in one direction. Just as Gu Shi said that at this moment, in Gu Shi's eyes, the gray aura rushed towards the concentrated mineral veins. Roar! A roar was heard from the mine. And then a gray breath finally appeared above the deep pit. Even without the underworld dragon robe, Gu Shi could see that the gray aura was rapidly condensing. At the same time, a large amount of rusty scrap iron was constantly being inhaled by the gray aura, and slowly condensed into a dragon shape that was longer than a black dragon. It's done! Gu Shi's heart moved, and he released his right hand that was pressing on the Huangquan dragon robe. At this time, Gu Shi discovered that something seemed wrong with his right hand. He stretched out his hand and found that his right hand was stained with a lot of rust. It made his skin a little dark red. Gu Shi was stunned for a moment and quickly checked the situation here. The dragon robe of Huangquan succeeded in burying the dragon veins, and the abandoned mine veins were affected and transformed into ghost dragons. Some of the effects of abandoned mineral veins will be blessed on you. You get the rusty skin effect, 7 layers. Rusted skin, 7 layers. Magic effect, 7 layers of rusted skin appear on the surface of the body. Each layer can increase defense by 3 points. At the same time, when all metal weapons attack you, they will be affected by the rusted skin, with a total of 75% chance of rusting and breaking. You have successfully transformed the undead, affected by the Death Lord effect. You are recognized by the Ghost Dragon, Rust Dragon version. Ghost Dragon, Rust Dragon version joins your team. Ghost Dragon, level 13. Summoned object experience, 0/7500. Attack 25. Defense 20. Life 250. Skills, Undead Creature. Flying Creature. Rusty Dragon Breath. Each attack reduces the target's defense by 3 points. Curse of Aging. Enemy's health is halved. Chapter 702 The History of this World. Looking at the Ghost Dragon made up of rust, debris and black ash in the sky, Gu Shi nodded with satisfaction. Come down and talk. The Ghost Dragon also planned to hover in the sky for a while, but the incarnation of death, the Bone Dragon, immediately appeared next to the Ghost Dragon. The action clearly said that if you don't obey, you will be swallowed directly. When Guilong saw this situation, he fell directly to the ground and lay obediently in front of Gu Shi. I left your soul here specifically for the memory of your life. Let me tell you what happened. The fact that you are at level 13 now shows that the grade of this mineral vein was not low at the beginning. How did the world become what it is now? After finally catching someone who should know what happened before, Gu Shi will naturally not let him go. For this matter, Gu Shi didn't even take a close look at the effect of the dragon burial vein, but just grabbed the Ghost Dragon and asked him questions. I have to admit that Gu Shi grasped the key point immediately. The body of this Ghost Dragon has existed in this world as a mineral vein from the beginning. Although it cannot move, it has definitely existed for a long time. I don't know what happened specifically, but about 600 or 700 years ago, the foundation of all the mineral veins in this world was frantically extracted. After that, all the mineral veins in the entire world were abandoned, and all the mines could no longer produce any resources. In order to maintain the operation of the world, those people had to find ways to reduce consumption, and even use waste materials to replenish new people. In the beginning, there were underground titans and the like in this world. But slowly, the creatures in this world became smaller and smaller, and their levels became lower and lower. All the creatures that appear in this world now are garbage. In order to prove what he said, Guilong flew to a certain location in the pit and spoke to Gu Shi. Look, this is the trace left when the foundation of the mineral vein was extracted. Sir, You are also discerning. And you can tell at a glance whether the things left here are true or false. Upon hearing this, Gushi did not rush to check whether the mineral vein below was real or fake. He actually already had a concept in his mind. The world in front of us should not be this downward world. The original level of this world is probably relatively high. It's just that something happened in this world. Finally it became what it is now. Then do you have some understanding of the previous world map? I think as a part of the Earth vein. You should have some connection with other Earth veins. Right? Regarding Gushi's question, Guilong nodded rather firmly. Yes. But 300 years ago, all contact was interrupted. I don't know if anyone is still alive. I don't need you to take care of whether anyone survives. Tell me how much space, and how many mineral veins there are in this world. Where are the passages? When I lost consciousness in this world, I discovered a total of 136 underground spaces like this. A large space will have 3 mineral veins, and a small space will have 2 mineral veins. However, not all mineral veins will produce spirituality like mine. I remember that when the world was at its peak, there were less than 200 mineral veins that produced spirituality. Eventually the self-development of the mineral vein was formed. It's okay. One thing counts for another. I was originally thinking that I would just mix in some new ordinary undead and go back here. Your existence has given me a new way of thinking. By the way, you are the main mineral vein in this space. So you must know where the entrance and exit of this space are. Right? Sir, let me tell you, I am not the main or vein. The main or vein is over there in the northwest. It is just a stone vein. When Guilong said this, Gushi was also stunned for a moment. No, he didn't see these when he borrowed the Huangquan dragon robe just now. Seeing that Gushi didn't believe it, Guilong actually took Gushi towards the stone vein he mentioned. Only when he arrived here did Gushi confirm what Guilong said. The mineral vein he had before was not the largest mineral vein in the space in front of him. The stone veins here are. The stone vein in front of us starts from the ground and goes all the way towards the nearby stone wall, winding for nearly 4 or 5 kilometers. The most important thing is that at this time, Gushi finally saw the situation after Shermai's death. The stones in front of him are all black and powdery slates. On the surface, there seems to be nothing wrong with them. But as long as Gushi reaches out and touches them, he will find that this kind of stuff is worse than tofu. Standing near the stone vein, Gushi released the man wearing the Huangquan dragon robe, put his hand on the man's back, and took a look at the stone vein. Then Gushi couldn't help but shook his head. This stone vein is hopeless. In the previous mineral vein, even if you died, there would still be some gray aura floating above it. There is nothing in the stone veins in front of me. I am afraid that even the last bit of spirituality has been forcibly taken away. There's no hope of saving this. Let's go! Guilong, you lead the way. We'll go to the next underground space. Just when Gushi was about to call the ghost dragon to leave, the bone armor centipede and ghost dragon that had been following Gushi all started to move. They rushed in one direction at the same time and seemed to find something there. When Gushi saw this situation, he stopped immediately. What position is that? That should be the core location of the mine. If you build a mine, it would be most appropriate to build it here, as the embodiment of mineral veins. Guilong naturally knows what this is like. But he didn't think there was anything good here. But Gushi didn't think so. Whether it's a ghost dragon or a bone-armored centipede, they are all masters who have eaten a lot of good things. Their eyesight may not be that good, but their noses are definitely as sharp as those of dogs. They will never miss out on good things that can help them grow. So Gushi didn't stop him, but stared at him from afar, rushing to the location where they discovered something different. Ghost Dragon took the first step. He opened his mouth and blew out a burst of dragon breath, blowing away all the stones here on the spot. At this moment, the bone armor centipede was about to rush out, but the ghost dragon flicked its head and stopped the bone armor centipede. At the same time, the ghost dragon's tail turned and pulled something out from under the stone that had just been blown away. Guilong was also stunned when he saw this thing. What? You know what this is? Yes. This is the core of the Earth's veins. Every mineral vein will slowly grow as it grows. As long as there is this core, the mineral veins will not be hollowed out, and the ore veins will have the possibility of slowly upgrading. But in order to extract energy, everything in the core of these Earth veins was drained. Even if they stay, it will be an empty SH. What do they want it for? Chapter 703. 3 hours of opening the road. 1 minute of passing by. Listening to Guilong's words, Gushi stepped forward and picked up the empty SH. L-like object. You get the core of the vein, empty, *1. or vein core, empty the core of the vein that has been drained of energy, and even its origin. This core has been destructively extracted, and can no longer store any energy. Note, if it is an ordinary evacuated mineral vein core, you can try to inject energy, and then put it into the corresponding mineral vein to improve the quality of the mineral vein. Looking at the description of the core of the mineral vein, Gushi knew that he had encountered another piece of top-quality gray garbage. If this thing has not been destructively extracted and energy can be injected into it, then it will be considered the best. Not to mention worrying about interest. Any player would be willing to take it. But the core of the mineral vein in front of me has been destructively extracted. No matter what. There is no way to replenish energy for this thing. The usefulness of this vein core needs to be discussed. After thinking about it, Gushi glanced at the ghost dragon. He and the bone armor centipede both wanted to grab this thing. Probably because it had their own uses. Throwing the core of the mineral vein in front of the ghost dragon, Gushi pressed his right hand on the eye of the soul. The moment the fox eye ring came into contact with the mind's eye, Gushi whispered, "Ghost dragon, how do you plan to use this thing after you get it? Bite it into pieces and swallow it, and finally integrate it into your own body. The quality of this kind of thing is quite high. It can be used to strengthen the hardness of bones. And it can also change the properties of bones, and become the kind of bones that can absorb and store energy." After understanding the ghost dragon's thoughts through the soul whisper, Gushi turned to look at the bone armor centipede. So was the response. This mineral vein core itself has the characteristics of absorbing and storing energy, and allowing the mineral vein to grow. It is also quite hard, and is the best material to be integrated into bones. Whether it is a ghost dragon or a bone armor centipede, they all belong to the method that requires the bones to be hard enough and able to store a large amount of energy. The core of the mineral vein in front of them is their best material. After hearing this, Gushi turned his head and glanced at the bone titan following him. "Why don't you have any need for this? I don't feel it. This thing doesn't have lightning, so it's useless if I take it." After listening to the bone titan's words, Gushi could only shrug his shoulders and make a speechless expression. Both the ghost dragon and the bone centipede wanted to make progress. But in the end, the white bone titan also chose them. However, Gushi already knew what the core of the mineral vein was used for. So naturally, he would not stop the progress of his undead. After handing the core of the mineral vein back to Ghost Dragon, Gushi turned to look at Ghost Dragon. "As you can see, now I have another reason to take action. I understand. I will lead the way now." With the Ghost Dragon leading the way, Gushi's next actions went quite smoothly. Guilong knew very well what was in this underground space. Under the leadership of Guilong, they soon arrived at another passage in the underground space. At this time, Dudley was rushing into the passage with his men. Seeing Gushi coming, Dudley immediately put down what he was doing and came over. "Sir, why are you here? The road here has been almost explored." Reporting from the front, there are still 6 paths that have not been explored. But judging from the current distance, they are not far apart. Judging from the current situation, we will be able to find the correct route in about 30 minutes. Dudley didn't hide anything in this regard. His ability was like that. Facing this maze-like passage, all he could do was to explore the paths one by one and eliminate all wrong options. The rest was the right way. Although this way of progress is not as easy as Mido, it ensures that you will not miss anything. At least Gushi believed that all the things scattered in the passage were collected by Dudley. When he saw Gushi coming over, he also gave him various things he had obtained as a gift to Gushi. Gushi didn't pay much attention to these little things. He just glanced at the quality of these things and let Dudley handle them on his own. Dudley also happily accepted these things. Next, Gushi saw Dudley carefully handing out the items he had just received to each leader. Everyone can see that he is wooing these leaders. Dudley's behavior made Gushi couldn't help but smile. It seems that this is also a man with eyes and ambitions. Although he does not have leader-level potential, if he is serious, he can independently support an army and fight on one battlefield. At this time, Gushi already had an idea in his mind. After he returned, he would see if he could let these ordinary heroes fight against Aladovi City in other eras. If one hero doesn't work, then get a few more heroes. Darrow and Mido are both more suitable. Besides, after returning this time, Gushi's troops will be greatly expanded again. At that time, these troops will definitely need a battle to integrate. Then just use the Battle of Aladovi to integrate it. Just when Gushi thought about it clearly, Dudley ran over there. "Sir, the right path has been found, and we have entered the next underground space." As he spoke, Dudley took out a map. This road is full of mazes and branching roads. I have nailed street lights on the correct road. As long as you follow the street lights, you will not go wrong. By the way, if you accidentally go the wrong way, you must go back the way you came. Once you get lost in there, it will be difficult to get out again. Dudley had almost gotten lost in this maze before, and he knew exactly what was going on. So no matter what, he must explain this matter clearly. If Gushi is trapped inside, he really can't find anyone. Gushi also knew the troublesomeness of this maze-like passage. But Gushi is not afraid. He has a cheat. If it really doesn't work, once the city gate is opened, Gushi can go back through the city gate. At worst, he can start over here again. It's nothing. So Gushi led his men into the passage in front of him. Compared with the previous underwater passage, the passage in front of me is obviously much easier to walk. At least Gushi can pass through by riding the Sieguan. Even in wider areas, the Sieguan can drift or fly. After putting away his troops, Gushi jumped onto the evil coffin and pointed the cold wind staff at the evil coffin. Follow the light. As soon as Sia Coffin heard this, he took the initiative to run. Gushi felt his eyes blurred. Before he could see everything in the passage clearly, others rushed out of the passage. This can really be regarded as 3 hours on the road and 1 minute passed. Chapter 704 Fighting Alone in All Directions. After rushing out of the passage and entering the new underground space again, Gushi immediately encountered a new interception. The enemies that appeared this time did not change from the previous ones. They were still various small puppets and golems, none of them exceeding 1 meter in height. However, as a golem and puppet army, they are quite brave in combat. Even if they know they cannot win, they still rush out without hesitation and have no intention of retreating. When the evil coffin rushed out, they rushed towards Gushi immediately. Facing the charging demon, Gushi, who came alone, was not afraid. The cold wind staff pointed at one point on the ground, and a ring of ice spread out in all directions with Gushi as the center. Ice Ring is a relatively special water spell. When placing the ice ring, you need to make sure the position is right. If the position is wrong, not only will you fail to hit the enemy, but sometimes you will end up hitting your own people. Now is Gushi's best opportunity. He takes himself as the center and pushes the ice ring outwards. All the golems and puppets that rushed towards him, no matter what quality they were all frozen. Some of the weaker ones were even broken into pieces by the impact of the ice ring pushing outwards. After leaving a safe area, Gushi did not release the soul summoning tower or anything like he did before. There is not even the thought of switching the virtual mana and releasing the incarnation of death. The enemies in front of me are all level 1 and 2 beings. Putting a level 15 death incarnation at this time would be really bullying. Gushi can deal with these guys by himself. With this thought in mind, Gushi drove the evil coffin and rushed towards the frozen enemy. As he rushed forward, the sky curtain of bone spread out from Gushi's body. The golems that had finally climbed out of the ice rushed forward immediately. With such an impact, before they even got close to Gushi, they were knocked away by the sky of bones. When they landed, not even a complete body was left behind. When Dudley came over with his troops, a large number of golems nearby had been killed by Gushi alone. Grown-ups. At this time, Gushi had just completed this wave of killings. He looked up and saw that there were no other enemies nearby. And then Gushi turned to Dudley and said, "Dudley, you came just in time. Go clean the battlefield and find the passage to the next underground world. I have other arrangements here." After hearing Gushi's order, Dudley, who was full of doubts, did not dare to ask any more questions. He could only quickly clean up with his men. Just as Dudley was thinking about where to send the packed things, he suddenly noticed something moving behind him. Dudley looked back and saw that the steel gate placed in the previous underground space had been moved here. The soul calling tower also came with the luck. When Gushi stepped onto the soul calling tower, he did not forget to say something to Dudley. "You have to be faster. Our goal this time is not to kill slowly, but to sweep. We don't have much time. In addition to these underground spaces, we still have a lot of underground spaces to deal with. If you can't do it, I'll arrange for someone else to come." Hearing Gushi's serious request, Dudley became excited. For such ambitious heroes, what they fear most is that they will not be taken seriously by those in power. Now that Gushi had given him orders and requirements, it was equivalent to giving him a goal. As long as you do this well, there's nothing to worry about. So Dudley quickly led his troops to spread out, and he was immediately ready to deal with everything in the underground space in front of him. And Gushi was not idle either. He still needed to summon spirits. This time the battle was all handled by Gu Shi. Most of the damage comes from Bone Storm and Bone Canopy. Therefore, the corpses this time were relatively scattered. And there were many corpses that could not be put together. Therefore, when summoning souls, the last thing that appeared in front of Gu Shi was the Book of Pregnant Insects. Seeing that the Book of Pregnant Insects in front of him was almost completely solidified, a look of satisfaction flashed in Gu Shi's eyes. As long as this Book of Pregnant Insects becomes solid, it means that Gu Shi has completed his advancement on this road. Later, when he summons souls, he doesn't need to use this Book of Pregnant Insects anymore. The Book of Pregnant Insects will be stored in Gu Shi's soul summoning tower. And then Gu Shi's soul summoning will become more smooth. But Gu Shi's plan was not like this. He actually learned something in the Rising Sun Guild, according to some gossip. In fact, some big forces have built an exclusive soul calling tower specifically for these books of advancement. In this way, you can get more professional support when needed. Gu Shi also considered that the city of Aridov could be arranged in this way. After all, there will be at least 7 urban areas in Aridovii city. By then, he can build at least 7 soul calling towers. Now he only has 4 books of advancement in spiritualism in his hand. It is very easy to pick out 4 spiritualism towers to place the books of advancement. As soon as the book of advancement is placed, it will automatically absorb the soul fragments of Yuliang and automatically help Gu Shi to carry out some transformations in spiritualism. Then Gu Shi's work will become easier. Unlike the current situation, a soul calling tower could only control one area, and Gu Shi had to personally perform the soul calling operation. In the end, Gu Shi was unable to leave the main battle area. While thinking about the next route, Gu Shi began to summon the soul. Under the influence of the soul evocation tower, a large number of red light spots fell on the nearby corpses. This time Gu Shi did not make another centipede. There are already too many of these troops, so there is no need for Gu Shi to increase the number of these centipede machines. Moreover, the corpses this time contain metal, stone, and flesh. Everything is mixed together. If you only summon the centipede, it will be a waste of other materials. Now Gu Shi simply chose another kind of insect for transformation. Make good use of the good materials in front of you to avoid wasting so much blood and flesh. Under Gu Shi's spiritualism, a voice rang in Gu Shi's ears. Successfully summoning souls, you get 2,393 lurking spiders. 2393 experience points for spiritualism. 2393 experience points for Book of Pregnant Insects. Book of Pregnant Insects reaches 10,000. Book of Pregnant Insects materializes. And Book of Pregnant Insects, the road to promotion is completed. And the upper limit of spiritualism level has been increased by 10 levels, which is now level 30. Lurking Spider, level 8. Summon experience, 0/900. Attack 9. Defense 11. HP 45. Skills, Burrowing, Camouflage, Devouring Attack, Poison Attack. Chapter 705 Crazy Harvest. In the following time, Gu Shi moved forward. He never expected that during this period of time, what restricted his growth was not the strength of the enemy, but his lack of skills. Gu Shi can kill all the enemies in an underground space within an hour, and can spend about 10 minutes summoning souls to replenish the troops he wants. But it takes nearly 6 hours to completely clear an underground space. This does not include the travel time. After building 2 more underground spaces, Gu Shi realized that this was not going to work. There are more than 100 underground spaces here. Gu Shi couldn't defeat them one by one. There were many battles, and he couldn't watch them all by himself. If Gu Shi keeps staring at the transformation effect of double death, he will lose even more. So Gu Shi stopped moving forward and started thinking seriously. In the end, Gu Shi smiled helplessly. He really regarded his double death talent as a treasure, and forgot the purpose of coming here this time. Is it possible that the level 1 and 2 undead that came to Aridovi City after double death can compare to the level 8 undead troops that Gu Shi personally summoned and returned? Normal people know what to choose after thinking about it. Instead, Gu Shi was deceived by himself, thinking that he could control everything. After thinking about all this, Gu Shi made a decisive decision. He called out all the heroes who were still idle in Aridovi. Even Amilka was not idle, and was dragged out directly by Gu Shi. For these heroes, Gu Shi's request was very simple. He did not let them act as thugs, but let them act as a transfer station. The main force of this battle is the undead leaders and undead troops under Gu Shi. Gu Shi asked these heroes to do just one thing: clearly tell these undead leaders and undead soldiers where they were. The next thing is the matter of the undead leader. All undead leaders can set off with 10 times the number of undead soldiers in addition to the undead troops following them. They have only one goal: to find and enter every underground space and kill all the enemies in the underground space. Because they were only at the undead leader level, Gu Shi did not have time to match each of them with an owl. And it was even more impossible for crows. So Gu Shixiang simply asked each undead leader to be accompanied by a Bai Wuchang who was separated from the ghost team. Gu Shi can know the location of each undead leader through the induction between the ghost team. After killing all the enemies in the underground space, the undead leader can report the situation to the heroes nearby. At that time, the heroes can organize manpower to transport the body to Gu Shi. Every time there are 10,000 corpses, Gu Shi will perform a soul-calling ceremony to replenish the troops he needs. As for the other materials obtained in this battle, Gu Shi calculated the value of the output of these materials, and believed that there was no need to waste manpower and resources on transporting these things back. So Gu Shi waved his hand, and as long as it was not purple, all the items would be divided among the combatants themselves, even the abandoned buildings. As for Gu Shi, he had no time to spare at all, since he had arranged for all his heroes and leaders to go out. Gu Shi only rested for more than 3 hours before starting to get busy. Soul summoning is just the most basic work. The most important thing is that Gu Shi has to personally walk through every occupied underground space. Under Guilong's leadership, Gu Shi personally visited all the mineral veins. Some mineral veins still smell of death, and some mineral veins are completely gone. For those mineral veins that still retain some of the aura of death, Gu Shi is like a ghost dragon, using the undead transformation in conjunction with the Death Lord's ability to finally transform them into a ghost dragon. There is nothing that can be done about those mineral veins that have simply disappeared. No matter how strong the breathtaking ability is, there is no way to bring such things back to life. In the end, these mineral veins could only make the ghost dragon and the bone armor centipede cheaper. They were full this time. All the mineral veins that were hopeless, as well as the mineral veins that failed to transform the undead, and the final mineral vein cores all fell into their bodies and became part of their bodies. Although the levels of these two have not been improved much, but their appearance has changed. The ghost dragon's body has turned red, and red light is emanating from its bones. The size of the bone-armored centipede is obviously more than twice as large as before, and its back SHL is covered with various barbs. From this alone, it can be seen that they got what they wanted most. About 3 days later, when a message came from Mito saying that a passage to the underground space behind the stone wall had been dug, Gu Shi could hardly open his eyes. However, these 3 days were also very fruitful for Gu Shi. In the past 3 days, Gu Shi's undead leaders had penetrated the underground spaces of 64 locations and killed more than 173,000 enemies. Killed 2,000 to 3,000 enemies in almost every underground space. Some bodies were lost during transportation. And of course some bodies were not transported because they were too broken. Therefore, the number of people who were finally transformed into undead troops by Gu Shi was only more than 86,000, among which 733 people obtained various undead leaders because of the Huangquan dragon robe. But this was enough for Gu Shi, with more than 80,000 level 8 undead in hand. What else do you want for a bicycle? Not to mention, during this period of time, Gu Shi spent 31 underground spaces to transform 22 level 13 ghost dragons. This greatly strengthened the number of Gu Shilong troops. It can be said that as long as the brushing continues, all the underground spaces will be cleared. Gu Shi can get at least about 150,000 new soldiers, and he can also get about 50 ghost dragons. This kind of gain is enough for Gu Shi. You must know that he is not a rookie who has just passed level 5. His necromancy has reached level 10. And the success rate of summoning souls is over 100%. At the same time, the undead are strengthened to level 8. No matter what level the corpse is, the summoned undead will start at level 8. Therefore, this batch of nearly 150,000 new soldiers is actually very capable of fighting. Even if all the enemies in this world are not transformed into undead, Gu Shi will still be at a loss. Now looking at the message from Al-Head, Gu Shi felt a little hesitant. Do you want to go there yourself? How about just forgetting it, and focusing all your energy on the troop farming line? Fortunately, Gu Shi only hesitated for a moment before making a decision. Curiosity made him temporarily put aside the matter of summoning souls and transforming ghost dragons. He passed through the Aladovi City Gate and rushed to the underground space where he was first released. Chapter 706: The Mastermind Behind the Scenes. Grown-ups. When Gu Shi came out of the Garrison City Gate, he saw Mito. After Gu Shi made his choice, The Steel City Gate was fixed at a certain position, as a positioning point for other heroes. It will only move when the battle line advances, and it will hardly move at ordinary times. The main city gate follows Gu Shi, taking him wherever he goes. The main purpose is to ensure that Gu Shi can contact Aladovi City at any time to convey new orders. It is also to ensure that Gu Shi can know his last thoughts. Action position. Only the garrison gate has been nailed here from the beginning, and has not been moved. As soon as he came out of the garrison gate, Gu Shi glanced at Mito, and asked seriously, "How is it going?" The corpse worm followed the edge of the stone wall, and tried many places before finally finding a place to dig down. I followed the route, and the location was definitely correct. We have dug to the end. If we dig a little further upwards, we will enter the underground space hidden behind the stone wall. But there is one thing we can't be sure about, and that is whether there are other passages in this space. If so, will the noise we make while digging be too loud? And will it attract the attention of the enemies inside? You've thought very well. Gu Shi nodded affirmatively to Mito's idea. Gu Shi knew that Mito was different from other heroes. For other heroes, if the enemy runs away, they will run away. If there is no underground space in this underground space, they can catch up with them in the next underground space. But it's different here in Mito. Gu Shi and the others came here this time because they believed there were other enemies in this underground space. If the enemy behind them ran away, their efforts would be in vain. However, Gu Shi still calmed Mito. He released the holder of the spiritual lamp, put his hand on the shoulder of the holder, and paid attention to the eyes that were staring at him through the perspective of the spiritual lamp. The line still falls intermittently at its previous position. The owner's judgment was correct. The enemy was still where it was before. As for why they were still there, Gu Shi didn't care at all. He only needs to worry about whether he can find what he wants. Let's go! Gu Shi didn't hesitate for a second before making a decisive decision. When Mito heard this, he took Gu Shi and jumped down the newly dug tunnel. Unlike Dudley, Mito has always been with Gu Shi. As we walked forward, Mito was still there explaining the situation. We dug along this line before, but I realized something was wrong halfway through. As you saw, sir, the direction here has gone astray. But this location is obviously a stone wall foundation. There is no way to dig through it from here, and digging in other directions will only make it worse. So we simply went back. Although we dug a little further to the place where we didn't go astray from the beginning and wasted some time. There was no problem this time. While Mito was introducing, he led Gu Shi towards the right path. The underground passage was obviously a newly dug one, and there were no lights along the way. Mito, however, walked forward easily as if he could see. Sometimes when it was time to turn, Mito would explain it to Gu Shi in detail. After walking for about 17 or 18 minutes, Mito finally stopped. Gu Shi noticed that in front of him were two corpse-like worms that had stopped. The silk thread seen by the holder of the device is not far away. Gu Shi nodded. This is right. Dig up. As soon as the zombie worm heard this, it moved quickly and dug upwards against the newly dug wall. Gu Shi also silently switched to the state of mental power and prepared his virtual magic power. This time, when we came here, the 3 city gates already had clear positions. Gu Shi would not use them at will before encountering a powerful enemy. And those big undead that originally followed Gu Shi, whether it was the Bone Titan or the Ghost Dragon, had no way to get in. Right now, the only 2 people who could come in with Gu Shi were the Bone Centipede and Isabella. Although Gu Shi was quite confident and could be sure that there was no one in the world in front of him who could hurt him. But Gu Shi is not that kind of brainless person. He knows very well the saying that a gentleman should not stand under a dangerous wall. When fighting, he will rush to the front line when he should. But he would never do this kind of thing that capsizes due to carelessness in the gutter. Now Gu Shi immediately prepared the incarnation of death. Whenever any problem occurs, the incarnation of death will be released immediately. Just as Gu Shi was getting ready, the zombie worm bit through the last layer of the ground. Gu Shi heard a clicking sound coming from above, as if something was about to fall from above. Death incarnate. Gu Shi decisively pointed in the direction where the sound came from above. The incarnation of death rushed upward in the black mist. This time the incarnation of death, the bone dragon, has changed again. His whole body has turned into a bright copper color. In the black mist, it can be clearly seen that there are many more internal organs that glow blue under the skeleton of the bone dragon. Shadow. At the same time, powder like crystal powder flashed in the black mist. And there were also little red lights with sparks. This is the harvest of the incarnation of death during these 3 days. Don't think that the Ghost Dragon and the Bone Armor Centipede have taken advantage of these 3 days. In fact, as the incarnation of death under Gu Shi's command, he also participated in the swallowing of the core of the mineral vein this time. It's just that they are more selective and swallow some good stuff. After all, the core of the mine has been proven by the Ghost Dragon and the Bone Armor Centipede. Naturally, Gu Shi would not deny his death incarnation a chance. The results prove that Gu Shi was right. After the incarnation of death swallowed the core of this mineral vein, the incarnation of death, the Bone Dragon, had more internal organs. In the presence of internal organs, the incarnation of death, the Bone Dragon, can breathe out the breath of the Death Dragon for about a minute. At the same time, after the bones turn into a bright copper color, the black mist around the incarnation of death will be able to install 2 kits at the same time, instead of only 1 kit as before. The last change is for Death Incarnate's ghostly battlefield. Now Gu Shi hasn't had time to bless the ghost battlefield, and the effect has not been shown. But it does not mean that the incarnation of death, the Bone Dragon, has not changed in this regard. The same is true for the Death Incarnation, the God of Death. His changes are more conspicuous. A little behind the back arm, the Death Incarnation, the God of Death, has grown another pair of arms. Now these arms are grabbing the Bone Dragon, the incarnation of death, and are rushing upward together. Chapter 707, Dark Titan. Before the incarnation of death rushed out of the ground and had time to look around, a black lightning struck down. The incarnation of death, Bone Dragon, loosened his legs and put down the incarnation of death, the God of Death. He rushed towards the direction of the black lightning. At this moment, a titan about 11 meters tall was standing there. This titan was different from the white bone titan beside Gu Shi. His flesh and blood were intact. His skin was dark and exuded a metallic luster, and his short, straight golden hair made him look quite majestic. Black electric currents were flashing on his arms. When he raised his head, he could still see the titan's eyes flashing red. The titan seemed to have not moved for a long time. After firing the black lightning, he did not immediately carry out the next attack. Instead, he paused. Obviously, this opportunity was seized by the Bone Dragon, the incarnation of death. He opened his mouth and sprayed at the black titan. The Death Dragon breath was sprayed out. If a normal person faced such a pale green breath of Death Dragon, he would definitely dodge or something. At least he can't be hit by this Death Dragon breath. But the titan in front of him was different. He seemed to notice the existence of the Bone Dragon, the incarnation of death. With a strong movement of his feet, he jumped on the Bone Dragon, the incarnation of death, and hit the Bone Dragon hard with his lightning fist. If it weren't for the body of the incarnation of death, the Bone Dragon, which had been strengthened and the bone hardness increased, perhaps even a bone would have been broken by now. At this time, the incarnation of death, the God of Death, who had fallen to the ground, also held onto the collapsing ground with both hands, protecting Gu Shi and the others as they climbed up from the ground. When Gu Shi first saw the situation in front of him, he also frowned. What is going on? There are actually titans? And it's also suppressing the incarnation of death, the Bone Dragon. Is it possible that this titan is also level 15? Isn't the upper limit of this world only level 7? How many times has this doubled? But in the next moment, everything was overturned. The Bone Dragon, the incarnation of death, shook his head as if he was not hurt. Then he just flicked his tail back and knocked the titan away. The moment the titan landed, the metallic glossy skin on the surface was worn away, revealing the gears and parts underneath that were flashing with cold light. It felt like a Terminator whose face had been knocked off. And the titan ignored the injuries on his face. He turned over and got up again, rushing towards the incarnation of death, the Bone Dragon again. At this time, Gu Shi finally felt relieved. He has already seen that the strength of this titan is not as strong as he imagined. He is not a level 15 being, but only a level 7, which just reaches the upper limit of the level of living things in this world. It's just that he used some method to improve his combat effectiveness a little bit. That's why the 2 blows he just made were able to make the Bone Dragon, the incarnation of death, retreat step by step. But if they really competed, his situation would be like when Gu Shi sent a group of people to besiege the Iksha King. He had no chance of winning. Now this titan is like this too. Any one of Gu Shi's death incarnations can kill this titan. Not to mention that there are now 2 incarnations of death here. Gu Shi was not like King Iksha, who thought he could defeat everyone by himself. He didn't want to face all kinds of variables at all. After entering this underground space, Gu Shi immediately asked the suit holder to activate his mind shielding ability to hide himself. At the same time, notify the incarnation of death, the Grim Reaper, to take action. The incarnation of death, the god of death, also understood Gu Shi's thoughts. At this time, it must be a direct killing move. So the death incarnation, the god of death, took a step forward and struck a sickle at the titan who still wanted to rush towards the bone dragon. The incarnation of death. Death harvest. This death harvest technique may have some resistance to those above level 12. But for the lives below level 12, it is a one-size-fits-all approach, and there is no other possibility at all. Don't be fooled by the fact that this titan can withstand the death breath of the incarnation of death, the bone dragon, for so long. That's entirely because the attributes and directions of the two skills are different. One uses a large-scale attack spell, which targets all troops and kills the opponent's vitality. The other is to directly use the ultimate move to instantly kill people below a certain level. Although it can only target one person, it is also a key person. Death incarnate, the god of death, made such a move. The titan not far away had not yet reacted, and his back was hit by this death harvest move. Then a group of souls with lightning were dragged out by the scythe of despair. The titan wanted to fight back at this time, but the incarnation of death, the god of death, didn't give him any chance at all, and stepped aside as soon as he put his hand away. Then the titan hit the ground hard. If his skin wasn't still relatively intact, Gu Shi was afraid that the titan's body would fall apart. The moment titan fell, Gu Shi didn't look over there anymore. At this time, Gu Shi's attention was focused on the underground space in front of him. This place can be considered an underground space, but it is definitely not as big as the underground spaces that Gu Shi had fought in before. In front of you is a large square room that is 300 meters long and wide. In the center of the room is a mountain of various instruments. All the instruments are gathered around a tall chair. If you look carefully, you will find that this chair should be where the titan sat before. If ordinary people see this, they will think that this titan has taken away all the power of the world to maintain his own survival. But Gu Shi was not such a person. Through the eyes of the person holding the suit, Gu Shi saw another side. Pay attention that your sight is not coming from the chair, nor from these instruments, but from a certain position above the instruments. Gu Shi followed the line of sight here and looked up. There is a stalactite column hanging downward. The final knot is attached here. Gu Shi pointed at this position. The incarnation of death, the bone dragon, immediately crashed towards the location pointed by Gu Shi. His body was now extremely hard, and the stalactite was broken immediately by the impact. When the stalactite smashed down, Gu Shi saw a dark golden oil lamp the size of a dining table smash down from above. The oil lamp in front of you is of Arabic style. The lamp surface is black and inlaid with a large number of broken gems. After hitting the ground, the oil lamp just rolled on the ground twice and then stopped. But Gu Shi clearly felt that a murderous gaze was coming from the oil lamp, staring at him closely. Chapter 708, The Core of the Jinn God. Gu Shi was also surprised when he felt the gaze falling on him. You know, he is now in the state of mental shielding of the mind lamp, and normal people cannot detect his existence. But the oil lamp focused on him. I'm afraid there's some reason for this. While Gu Shi was thinking about it, he stepped back. At the same time, the wielder of forward power shattering formation appeared and slashed at the oil lamp with a long sword. When the wielder takes action, the effect of charging and slashing is immediately activated. It was obvious that he took one step in front of Gu Shi and struck this blow, but it gave people the feeling that the heavy cavalry had charged for more than 100 meters and everything had reached the peak. With this blow, the oil lamp that fell to the ground was immediately knocked away and hit heavily on the instrument not far away. After being hit like this, the stacked instruments fell down heavily, exposing various blood vessel-like pipelines behind the instruments. As the instrument was smashed open, all these pipelines popped out and flew around automatically. Some of them even reached out to the fallen Dark Titan. Although he didn't know what was going on, Gu Shi definitely didn't want this to happen. Cut everything off. Gu Shi gave orders while facing the instrument and released a storm of bones. Gu Shi initially considered taking these instruments back. Now, Gu Shi has no such thoughts at all. Gu Shi didn't want anything to go wrong at this time. Even if these instruments were destroyed, he couldn't let anyone disrupt his actions. So the bone storm began to cut through the pipes that popped out. At the same time, the bone-armored centipede that had just climbed up from behind also received the order. So it bit the pipeline immediately. These pipelines were waving non-stop at this time. When the bone armor centipede rushed over, these pipelines actually wrapped themselves around the body of the bone armor centipede. It's obvious that this pipeline wants to assimilate everything it has access to. Faced with the situation in front of him, the bone-armored centipede remained unmoved. It kept waving its limbs and legs, and each time it waved, It cut off part of the pipeline. In the end, the bone centipede and these pipelines started fighting like this. This allowed Gushi to seize the opportunity and let the wielder step forward again and strike the oil lamp with his sword. This sword lacked the momentum of the previous sword, but its power was not weak at all. Forward power shattering formation. When it struck the oil lamp, it exploded on the spot, blowing away the lamp cover. At this time, Gushi noticed that after the lamp cover was cut open, the oil lamp was completely filled with solidified lamp oil. This kind of lamp oil is like lard, solidified into a paste, but its color is black. When Gushi looked through the lamp oil, he could see something soaking underneath. Gushi didn't think much at this time. He raised his right hand and pointed the cold wind staff in that direction. The devil's right hand flew towards the oil lamp, reached in before the lamp could react, and pulled out the thing soaked in the lamp oil. It was a ruby the size of a human head. The whole ruby was cut into 1,280 sides. Every side is quite perfect, but every side is flashing with a strange red light. When the ruby was pulled out, the oil in the lamp melted quickly and seemed to turn into arms trying to snatch the ruby back. But it's too late. Gushi only heard a scream. "Do you know what you've done?" Then the ruby began to darken, and the flickering strange red light slowly disappeared. Finally, it slowly shattered in the right hand of the demon released by Gushi, turned into powder, and scattered into the lamp oil. At the same time, various messages kept popping up in front of Gushi. "You have grabbed the core of the Jinn, level 17. The core energy is missing, and the quality is declining. The core of the Jinn has dropped to level 15. Please provide energy for the core of the Jinn. The core of the Jinn has dropped to level 11. Please do." Before Gushi could react, the Jinn core, which was initially at level 17, slowly melted away, leaving nothing behind. That's not right. It's not that nothing was left. In the end, the demon still held a completely black gem in his right hand. This gem was only about the size of a thumb, with 6 facets. Through the darkness, it was impossible to see what was going on inside the gem. "You got the Jinn core fragment, Gray *1. Deng God core fragment, Gray, originally the memory and soul core of a high-level Deng God. But for some reason, this part of the soul lost its original role. And finally its core fragments were also affected, and no more can be injected into it. Memory and soul." When this message popped up, lamp oil, which reached out from the lamp to grab the core of the Jinn, also stopped. Everything was frozen in place, as if the pause button had been pressed. Only the various pipelines under the instruments not far away were still waving incessantly, trying to make a final struggle. Gushi glanced at the oil lamp and waved his hand heavily. "Kill him!" Under Gushi's order, the 2 incarnations of death rushed out at the same time, and together they participated in the attack on this pipeline. As for Mito and Isabella, who had followed along, they were still waiting behind Gushi, waiting for Gushi's other orders. When he asked his men to deal with the pipelines behind the instrument, Gushi breathed a sigh of relief. He stretched out his hand and took the fragment of the Jinn's core in his hand, already having some guesses about the situation in this world. But now Gushi is not sure whether the Jinn in front of him is a good guy or a bad guy. Why did he do this? With this thought, Gushi walked to the broken oil lamp. He reached out and lifted the huge oil lamp, with a smile on his face. Just as Gushi guessed, the oil lamp was the body of the Jinn. It's just that compared to the core that was soaked in the oil lamp before, the condition of this body is even worse. The body in front of me only maintains level 7. At the same time, due to the influence of some forces, the body of the Jinn is undergoing an irreversible mutation. Gushi couldn't feel the direction of the mutation for the time being. But one thing is clear. This mutation is definitely not a good thing. Thinking of this, Gushi couldn't help but sigh. But just as Gushi let go and was about to take a look at the battle on the other side of the instrument, a thought suddenly flashed through Gushi's mind. He turned to look at the broken oil lamp again. Before, Gushi just stepped forward to check and didn't think much about it. So in his eyes, the oil lamp was no longer useful. But just now a thought flashed through Gushi's mind. Maybe this Jinn could be transformed into an undead spirit. This broken Jinn core, even if it has turned gray, still contains some memories. Just like the ghost dragon before. This is Gushi's best chance to understand this world. After all, nothing can understand this world in more detail than the core being of this world. Chapter 709, Choice of Book of Phylactery. After making up his mind, Gushi dragged the oil lamp to a position further back. Looking at the oil lamp in front of him again, Gushi was sure that his idea was correct. In the eyes of a necromancer, The oil lamp in front of him is also a high-quality corpse. Not to mention that the oil lamp itself has reached level 17. Although the level has dropped due to various reasons, the foundation has been laid. The previous improvement of the body has definitely not been reduced due to the drop in level. On the contrary, because of the previous growth experience, the quality of the corpse has been improved accordingly. From the perspective of a necromancer, this is a fine corpse. At the same time, Gushi now noticed that the lamp oil in the oil lamp had a faint smell of earth veins. In order to prove that his guess was correct, Gushi specially invited the Underworld Dragon Robe Holder to come out and observe through the Underworld Dragon Robe Holder's sight. This just confirmed Gushi's guess. All the energy in this world's earth veins, especially the mineral veins, has been extracted, transformed, turned into lamp oil, and injected into the oil lamp in front of you. And it seems that it is those instruments that transform the Earth's energy. Looking back at the pipeline pulled out by the incarnation of death under his men, Gushi's hand paused. No wonder the djinn screamed so sharply before its core was destroyed. It turns out that I destroyed his arrangement for many years. This one is risking the world to save his life. Finally, Gushi pulled out his oxygen tube. Now Gushi's men are still fighting with his oxygen tube. What is this? Throwing a person into a well and throwing a stone into it. Gushi blinked, and finally pretended nothing had happened and dragged the oil lamp a little further away. Don't give the other party any chance to revive. At the same time, the Book of Strange Solutions also appeared beside Gushi. It is definitely inappropriate to transform a corpse, like an oil lamp in front of you, into a swarm of insects. Transform into a vampire, and let him suck lamp oil. The only thing that can be used is the Book of Mysteries, to transform it into something strange. But just as the Book of Mysteries moved in front of Gushi, a book slammed the Book of Mysteries away. Looking at the phantom of the Book of Life boxes in front of him, Gushi couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then Gushi realized that this was the first time that the Book of Life box appeared in front of Gushi. This means that the djinn in front of you is suitable to be made into a lich or a corpse witch. This discovery made Gushi decisively give up the idea of turning it into something weird. He stretched out his hand, and the Book of Phylactery fell into his hands. At the same time, Gushi quickly flipped through the information in the Book of Life boxes. Evocation can be transformed into a level 8 lich. He could give up on this. He chose to attack the djinn for this reason. Then some adjustments are needed in terms of undead transformation. After the transformation, a level 7 lich will be created, which is lower than the necromancy effect. But the potential, its own abilities, and some memories can be completely preserved, as long as you give it enough time. Returning to level 17 is not a problem. These two choices left Gushi speechless. But Gushi soon saw the third option. Transform the oil lamp into a being like a contracted undead. After the transformation, he will still be a level 7 lich. But he can have stronger abilities, and have his own wisdom and personality. The reason why Book of Life box gives such a choice is entirely because Gushi got the core of the djinn. Even if what he got was just fragments of the core, it was still considered the core. At the same time, because the core is something like a gem, this kind of thing is most suitable for making a lich's phylactery. Moreover, the lamp of the lamp god is still quite intact. It is most suitable to transform into a contracted undead. Looking at the oil lamp whose lamp cover had disappeared, Gushi blinked. Is what the Book of Phantasmagoria says true? Is this still completely preserved? This is a joke. However, Gushi looked back and thought about it, and realized that this idea was actually quite simple. Anyway, the corpse of this djinn is only level 7 at most. Summoning the spirit is the simplest method. You can directly make the summoned lich reach level 8, and then use it as an ordinary soldier. Undead transformation is possible, but the level of the transformed lich must start from level 7. However, it can be regarded as a strengthened elite undead. Just like the Bone Titan following Gushi, have self-awareness and ambition to grow. What really attracted Gushi's attention was the possibility of this djinn becoming a contracted undead. Gushi now has so many undead in his hands. Only 3 of them can truly become contracted undead. Luna was signed when he was at his most dangerous and desperate. Moreover, Luna exists as an elf in Aradovi City, and is the key to the City of Death. Sheo was rescued by Gushi in Victoria City. She was also the key to the 3 divine skills of the incarnation of death. She also controlled the intelligence system in Gushi's hands. Princess Anna was the body that Gushi had retrieved from the world of the Mirror Phase Underground Palace. Through various means, she had a chance to become a contracted undead. And it was Princess Anna who gave Gushi one last favor, and added the last skill among the 3 undead skills. Lord of Death. At the same time, he pushed Gushi and made him embark on a different path. It can be said that every contracted undead under Gushi is the core existence of Gushi. He later also found many corpses of good quality, such as players who had been trapped in Sleeping Beauty Castle for a long time, and King Yaksha, who was brought back while sleeping. They were all corpses of good quality with extremely high upper limits. But Gushi would rather keep them than think of transforming them into contracted undead. Now that the Book of Life box has proposed such a direction, it has caused Gushi to have doubts in his heart. Is the djinn in front of me really suitable to be made into a contracted undead? In fact, Gushi didn't notice it. He had actually made up his mind. Otherwise, they would not consider the possibility of transforming the corpse of the djinn into a contracted undead. It's just that Gushi himself doesn't know this now. At this time, he is flipping through the transformation method in the Book of Life boxes. This time, in order to ensure that the memory, spirituality, and some important things of the djinn can be preserved. Therefore, the method of transforming contracted undead still needs some adjustments. At the same time, Gushi also needs to put some materials into it. Some of these materials are simple, such as various metals, but some are quite troublesome. While Gushi was looking at these materials, Mito came to Gushi's side. Your Excellency, we found this near these instruments. After hearing Mito's words, Gushi raised his head. Only then did he realize that when he was thinking about what to do with the corpse of the djinn, the death incarnation under him had knocked down the stacked instruments and cut off the last energy pipeline. Now the incarnation of death, the god of death, was dragging a huge abandoned instrument towards Gushi. Chapter 710, the third incarnation of death. Titan, the instrument dragged over by death, the incarnation of death, no longer looked like any instrument. The thing in front of me looks like a huge heart made up of various machines, pipes, silk threads, vines, and various large and small metal parts. The most important thing is that the heart is still beating, and every time it beats, it will spurt out some black oil-like liquid. You got the modified extraction device, purple, *1. Modified extractor, purple. This machine is made from the heart of a titan, and some special techniques and materials. It can extract the power of the earth veins, and convert it into the energy needed for life. Note, before you have a way to control this thing, please do not place it in any world. Because once this thing is started, it will not be able to stop. Looking at the explanation in front of him, Gushi also took a deep breath. He had thought about what was going on behind the scenes in this world, but he never thought that this world was taken away by him. But this thing can be regarded as a relatively good prop. The purple quality one is really useful at some point. And Gushi has now begun to learn how to expand his ideas. He has already thought that if he releases these modified extraction devices, he should be able to obtain a large amount of special energy. Just like the oil in an oil lamp, Aradobi City can also use this special energy. Gushi could definitely find a world to take advantage of. In this way, his Arida city will definitely become richer. But when Gushi looked at the modified extraction device dragged by the incarnation of death, the god of death again, he suddenly found something wrong. This is the look of death incarnate. Death incarnate, the god of death, has no skin or muscles on his face. But Gushi can see an expression, as if he is looking at his companions. This look made an idea flash in Gushi's mind. Death, cut him open for me. As soon as Gushi finished speaking, the right hand of the incarnation of death, the middle arm of the god of death, slashed down heavily, cutting open the outer sh.l of the modified extraction device with one sword. Underneath is the withered black heart. The incarnation of death, the god of death, struck very quickly, cutting open the pipes and arteries above the heart, and finally pushed the heart in front of Gushi. Standing in front of this heart, which was taller than himself, Gushi understood why the incarnation of death, the god of death, had such an expression just now. The modified extraction device was destroyed. And you got the unwillingness, purple. Unwilling heart, purple, the heart left by a titan who was unwilling to die like this. This heart has been warmed by the energy of the entire world. There is enough energy stored in it. You can activate it and transform it into something belonging to your death incarnate. Death incarnate. Gushi also didn't expect that under the modified extraction device, he would have the best chance to get another incarnation of death. You must know that among Gushi's previous death incarnations, one came with the skill of completing the death incarnation itself, and the other was obtained from a prop and activated in advance. He himself had never thought that there would be such an opportunity to obtain the incarnation of death. Looking at the unwillingness that had been chopped open, Gushi took a step forward. At this time, Gushi switched to the virtual state of spiritual power, and the cold wind staff pressed against the unwilling heart. Death incarnate. At Gushi's order, the Death incarnation standing next to him, and the bone dragon, the Death incarnation hovering in the sky, disappeared at the same time. Then a large amount of black mist was injected into this unwilling heart. Gushi saw countless black liquids like oil, as well as a large amount of parts and flesh flying towards the unwilling heart. Faced with the current situation, Gushi felt the pressure coming. The heart that had withered now began to beat again. At the same time, the Titan corpse lying not far away moved its fingers slightly. This made Gushi frown. What kind of situation is this? Could it be that the transformation of the incarnation of death failed? At this moment, the Titan's corpse broke into pieces on the spot, and flew into the unwilling heart together with other flesh, blood, and parts. Then a body unwillingly tore everything apart and walked out from inside. Unlike the other two incarnations of death, this incarnation of death did not appear with thick black smoke. Instead, a large amount of black liquid appeared on the ground, and he looked like he was walking out of the water. First the head, then the chest, and finally the entire body, step by step. The appearance of this incarnation of death is also different from the other two incarnations of death under Gushi. His body is quite complete, and has not turned into a skeleton, nor has it grown in size. He was wearing a black robe, and the hood of the robe blocked his face, making it impossible for people to see his appearance clearly. But as he walked upwards, his thick muscles beneath his clothes were revealed. This seemingly inconspicuous person, when he walked, brought with him a different aura. Even Gushi felt a little uneasy. This aura only faded away when the man stood completely on the ground and everything nearby turned into black liquid and disappeared under his feet. Only at this moment did Gushi see the information about this incarnation of death. Name, Death Incarnation, Summoned Creature. Race, Titan Form. Level 15, 0/0. Talent, Rule Creature after death. The player can consume all mana to summon it again. Status, Life, 2000/2000. Magic Power, 900 out of 900. Attributes, Strength 17. Agility 10. Constitution 13. Intelligence 12. Perception 11.5. Charisma 20+. Skills, Death Earth, Death Skill. Passive Skill. As long as it stands on the earth, the incarnation of death can open the door to the underworld at any time and send the enemy into the underworld. Undead Creatures, Level 1 Characteristics. Undead Arms. Huge Creatures. Curse Spells, Level 5 Characteristics. Can use all curse-type spells. Incorporeal, Level 9 Characteristics. Equivalent to Ghost Physique. 75% likely to be immune to physical attacks. The Power of the Righteous God, Charm Breakthrough Blessing Skills. All enemies have morale -2. Gushi felt something was wrong from the beginning about the situation of the incarnation of death in front of him. From race to nature to skills, nothing about the death incarnation in front of him was normal. Titan can understand. After all, this thing comes from the heart of Titan, although he's the wrong size. But why is Charisma the strongest? And it is obvious that his level 15 has fully improved the effect, which is a blessing in terms of charm. Just for a morale reduction of 2? Wouldn't it be good for you, a Titan, to use lightning? The most speechless thing is the main skill. Death Earth? Opening the gate to the underworld. Does this mean killing people directly or exiling them? Gushi can't understand it at all now. Chapter 711. The fourth contracted undead. Faced with a situation that he couldn't understand, Gushi didn't think much about it. No matter how much you don't understand, you can know the changes in these skills by taking them out and having a battle. Anyway, the incarnation of death will not die, so at worst we can just summon a new one. So Gushi didn't hesitate for long, and his attention quickly focused on the corpse of the Jinn. The incarnation of death in front of you is what it is. The impact is not big. Looking back again, Gushi found with some helplessness that all the materials that could be absorbed in the vicinity seemed to have been sucked in just now. Whether it was the parts of various instruments, the dismantled flesh and blood, or even the black liquid on the ground, it was all removed. If the Jinn hadn't been behind Gushi, I'm afraid all the oil lamps would have been taken away. Even so, Gushi just saw that some of the gems on the oil lamp were missing. It was obvious that these things had been swallowed by the incarnation of death. Regarding the impact of his magic, Gushi could only shake his head in recognition. Anyway, he found that this place was empty. Gushi thought for a moment, and simply opened his city gate. The school gate can be opened and closed horizontally. This is the city gate usually used to transport large amounts of supplies. Now when several major city gates were inconvenient to launch, Gushi had to use this city gate with little defense. Fortunately, there are no enemies in this space. Otherwise, Gushi would not use this city gate. After the horizontally opening and closing school gate was placed, Gushi immediately contacted Luna and asked her to quickly send all the materials he needed here. Among these materials, there are mainly gems. In addition, there are some energy and other things. There are also various materials used to arrange the undead transformation array. According to the instructions in the Book of Phylactery, Gushi needs to engrave the talisman of the Lich's phylactery on the core of the Jinn, because it was Gushi who was carving spells for others and preparing for the undead contract. Therefore, the talisman here is the most detailed version. Gushi also doesn't want the Lich he transformed into to become a fool because of the talisman he carved. For this reason, Gushi is more careful and more serious. He did not dare to have any new ideas of his own, but instead carved the most detailed spells recorded in the Book of Life boxes. When the talisman was carved, the necromancer Gushi had recruited in advance had also set up the undead transformation array. The oil lamp without the lamp cover was pushed to the center of the undead transformation array. Gushi did not directly activate the undead transformation array, but carefully checked all the arrangements in the undead transformation array. After confirming that there were no problems with these arrangements, Gushi placed the Jinn core with the talisman carved into it. After doing all this, Gushi did not stop his movements. He also put some prepared items into the undead transformation array. This time, Gushi had no shortage of supplies. He had a variety of items, and a large number of channels gave Gushi the opportunity to obtain some weird supplies. It was nothing like when Gushi transformed the first 3 contracted undead. It was a pity that there was nothing to transform an undead. He had to piece together some gray or not so good materials. But this time, for Gushi, it was exactly the right path to take. No different materials were added to it. Gushi knew very well what kind of contracted undead he wanted this time. He needs to keep all the soul and memory of this Jinn. In the undead transformation array, Gushi placed items representing the Lich, such as chains, swords, staffs, magic books, and skull crowns. After putting everything in, Gushi led the necromancer and began to circle around the undead transformation array. Every time he turned around, Gushi would recite a mantra, and the Book of Life boxes would automatically turn a page. When the 7th page was turned, Gushi pointed at the center of the undead transformation array. A blue light fell into the oil lamp. Because the oil lamp no longer had a lamp cover, the objects placed in the undead transformation array automatically flew up and fell into the solidified lamp oil. Then Gushi put it into the oil lamp early, and the core of the genie flew up automatically. The color also changed back from black to red. Although the size has not returned to its original size, Gushi can see that there are layers of iron chains around the core of the Jinn. The core of the Jinn completed the transformation, and the lamp oil in the lamp began to melt, changing from a solid state to a liquid, quickly winding towards the core of the Jinn. These lamp oils quickly condensed into the core of the Jinn, and slowly turned into a human form. Then the various materials that Gushi placed in the undead transformation array also flew up one after another, and flew into the lamp oil. Slowly, a look of surprise appeared on Gushi's face. The promised Lich turned out to be a little different. The human figure made of lamp oil in front of her only had her upper body. She had dark blue skin, a high black ponytail in the middle of her round head, and a veil on her face. A female Jinn wearing a small red bra. Her lower body was a deathly gray. Iron chains kept extending from the wind and wrapped around her waist, but were knocked away by the belt made of skulls around her waist. Under her veil, red light flashed in her exposed eyes. As for the staff, magic book, and long sword that the Lich should have, none of them appeared in her hands. She seemed to be standing in the lamp oil with empty hands. Superior. As the lamp god appeared, Gushi stretched out his hand and handed over the undead contract. At the same time, Gushi spoke very seriously to this guy, who was not sure whether he was a genie or a Lich. My name is Gushi. I hope to sign a contract with you and borrow your strength to fight for me. I'm willing to fight for you. Ding! The contract with the undead is successful. And Eve, the contracted undead, joins the player. Name, Eve, contracted undead. Race, Lich. Level 7, 0/25,000. Talent, researcher, can learn all levels of all types of magic, and all magic power increased by 5%. Status, life, 490/490. Magic power, 1140/1140. Attributes: Strength 5.6, Agility 4.7, Constitution 4.9, Intelligence 11.4, Perception 8.7, Charisma 6.6. Skills: Undead Magic Level 6, Elemental Magic Level 6, Destruction Magic Level 5, Mechanical Control Level 4, Soul Magic Level 3, Luck Magic Level 2. As the contract was established, Eve floated down from the oil lamp. The moment she fell, the dark golden oil lamp melted and turned into a set of dark golden bracelets that were put on Eve's arms, instantly filling her empty arms. Then the excess dark gold metal formed a dress and was draped over Eve's body, blocking the tornado-like lower body. Seeing Eve dressed like an Iron Fist boss, Gushi was also sweating. But he still stepped forward and said something. "Are you familiar with this world?" Chapter 712: The Story Behind This World. Cooked. Facing Gushi's question, Eve finally said something. As Gushi's contracted undead, although she was a well-behaved being, she still knew the meaning of Gushi's words. It is precisely because of this satisfactory transformation that her memory and soul are relatively intact. She remembered some things about this world quite clearly. "I know what you mean. You want to ask how the world became what it is now, right?" Gushi glanced at his taskbar and nodded with certainty. "In fact, this world has been deceived." Eve recalled the situation. At the time when Eve was still alive, this world could be regarded as a relatively powerful giant world. In addition to the underground world, there was also the above-ground part. There are a total of 9 tower forces that rule this world. Inside each tower, there is a powerful being of level 19 guarding it. All tower forces have an important goal: to annex other forces, push the boss who guards their own force to reach level 20, and upgrade the world. For this matter, many battles were fought between the 7 towers, but for various reasons, the intensity of the battle was actually not too intense. On the one hand, this is because the level 19 boss is too strong. No one will deal a devastating blow to a certain tower force before killing the level 19 strongman, because no one is sure what abilities the level 19 boss can come up with at this time. It is also impossible to team up with several level 19s to kill level 19s in a tower. On the one hand, there are conflicts between the towers, and on the other hand, no one dares to unite, because all the bosses understand that if the first level 19 boss is killed in this way, then the next one is very likely to be themselves. Therefore, a balance is maintained among the level 19 bosses. Let the higher-ups of the tower forces figure out their own solutions. So the battle between towers has become a battle between various resources or technology, especially some important research directions, whether it is magic or technology. As long as a tower is researched, new corresponding technologies will be researched immediately. After a battle, all the forces went back to renovate and study again. The days passed like this day by day. Suddenly one day, among the 7 forces, the force named Longband Tower suddenly developed a new technology. This technology requires the heart of the Titan, the top soldier of the tower force, as material to create a puppet dragon. Originally, this situation was basically exchanging high-level troops for one. Normal people would never take this path. Even the Dragon Banished Tower did not use this technology on a large scale. Only during a major war, we would pick up some Titan corpses from the battlefield and make puppet dragons. In the eyes of the senior officials of Longband Tower at the time, this was a good way to supplement their high-level troops. When the Titan dies, the heart is immediately used to make a puppet dragon. The more the battle goes on, the smaller the troops of others will be, while theirs will become larger and larger. And in the end, the world will definitely be theirs. But no matter who it was, they would never have thought that a hero with the talent of a giant dragon would appear in this world. Because this world is mainly dominated by tower forces. Things like dragons are either hard to find, or they are used by the Titans as rites of passage. The hero was not given any chance to lead the dragon into battle, so the hero never grew up. The technology in front of him gave the hero hope, and he applied to manage the puppet dragon he created. This is an opportunity for this hero, and it should also be a good choice for the Dragon Banished Tower, because there is no one here in the Dragon Exile Tower who has the talent to strengthen the dragon like this hero. But the hero never expected that his application would be rejected. The last person in charge of the puppet dragon was a direct descendant of a high-ranking official in the Dragon Banished Tower. His talent is just the most common financial management skills, which is of no help to the dragon at all. This kind of thing made the hero quite angry. He stole the technology of Longband Tower and fled to the sphere of influence of Silver Light Academy. Silver Light Academy is the only one among the 7 tower powers that builds its power in the desert. Because the environment here is extremely bad. The research direction of the forces here is mainly to study how to use the least materials to produce troops of the same level. After escaping to Ingguang Academy, the hero remained anonymous for a while, and learned the economical methods of Ingguang Academy, using the technology of the Dragon Banishment Tower. A technology was developed to create 3 puppet dragons from 1 Titan heart. With this technology, the hero saw hope again. So he reported this technology to Silver Light Academy, hoping to get support from the academy. But people from Silver Light Academy told the hero that although he could split the Titan's heart into 3 and make 3 puppet dragons, but the combat effectiveness of the puppet dragon will also drop a lot. Only under the leadership of this hero, the puppet dragon can have the combat effectiveness of a real dragon. Other heroes leading the puppet dragon will not have such an effect. It is impossible for Silver Light Academy to give up its heroes for a hero who has come to join them. So even if this hero develops a method, he will not be recognized. The hero who had lost all hope now had no choice but to leave Silver Light Academy again and wanted to visit other forces. But the problem is that he rebelled twice in succession, and no other tower forces will take him in. In the end, he could only become a wandering hero. Fortunately, he had several puppet dragons under his command, and no one troubled him along the way. But it won't work if he goes on like this. The most important thing is that during his wandering, he discovered that there was a problem with the puppet dragon made by saving materials. That means energy must be replenished. At first, he supplemented the puppet dragon with mana. Later, when his mana is insufficient, he will start to drain the hero's life force. This made the hero quite helpless. But he had to find a way to deal with it. Without these puppet dragons, he would really be finished. So the hero could only set his sights on the earth veins. As a result, he discovered that when the puppet dragon drew power from the earth veins, it could actually improve its level. This allowed him to see an opportunity. So the hero took the puppet dragon into the underground world and extracted some power from the mineral veins or earth veins to strengthen his puppet dragon. Until one time when the 7 major forces fought again, he suddenly burst out and joined the battle as an independent hero. And behind him were 3 level 19 puppet dragons. Chapter 713. The world is in decline. But it was once rich. The sudden attack of 3 level 19 puppet dragons successfully killed a level 19 titan and took away the titan's heart. So the direction of the world began to deviate towards a different route. At first, the Lightning Research Institute of the Tower Force that lost the level 19 guardian began to study remedial measures. Later, other forces also discovered this situation. In order to prevent the Thunder Research Institute, which had lost its boss, from having a chance to make a comeback, they also quickly started researching. Among them, Dragon Banished Tower and Silver Light Academy, which were the first to develop puppet dragons using Titan hearts, restored some things immediately. But the most critical thing is how to make the puppet dragon grow to level 19, which they have not yet figured out. At this time, news came from the Dark Academy, which had been located in the underground world. This contains the hero's growth path. At the same time, the Dark Academy raised the level 19 Dark Titan in their academy to level 20 through the research of extracting earth veins. Became the first level 20 boss in this world. So the melee began, in order not to be left behind by others. This kind of research on extracting earth veins quickly became popular in this world. Soon the world's military strength was comprehensively improved. Most titans start at level 15 and quickly reach level 17. The same is true for other arms. And the battles between various forces also began to intensify. And such battles made each force need more resources. So they increased their efforts to extract the earth veins. Once or twice is fine. Over time, the situation in this world has changed. First, the upper limit of this world appeared, and level 20 became the upper limit of this world. Then more than 10 level 20 beings appeared in one breath and fought, lowering the upper limit of this world again. The upper limit was directly dragged to level 15. If that's all, forget it. They can still hold on at level 15. But before this battle, each force had been developing its own military strength, and the number of troops above level 15 had reached more than 3,000. Now that the upper limit has been reduced to level 15, in order to maintain these level 15 and above troops, they must frantically extract leyline energy to find a chance for these existences above level 15 to survive. Therefore, the research on extracting earth veins and mines has become more and more in-depth, and the speed of extracting energy has become faster and faster. Under such extraction, the ground disappears, and the level limit of this world also drops step by step. By the time they realized something was wrong. It was already too late. And it was at that time that Eve escaped to the underground world. In order to ensure the fundamental survival of this world, several forces that fled into the underground world finally sealed all the units that exceeded the world level limit and sealed them somewhere underground. And they are studying how to produce more troops with the least resources. If there are no problems with their research, the world can actually be saved. But the powerful soldiers who were sealed were unconvinced. They staged a rebellion. During this rebellion, all arms above level 4 in this world were wiped out. And the upper limit of world level also changed from level 10 when they fled to the underground world to level 7 now. Eve's body is lucky and has its own hidden method, so it can be preserved. And through these years, he slowly controlled the underground world. If Gushi hadn't come over, maybe in hundreds of thousands of years, the world might still be saved. Now, all of this is cheap. Apart from anything else, Eve has in her hands most of the research results of the 7 major forces in that original world. At the same time, Eve is also a qualified researcher. As long as you give her a direction, she can research something. As for the usefulness of the research things, it depends on the ideas put forward by Gushi and others. For example, the mechanical dolls in this world were developed by her. There were also illusions used outside and various monitoring equipment, all of which were handled by Eve alone. It can be said that Eve's joining this time really gave Gushi a professional researcher. After saying all these things, Eve was still sighing. If I hadn't woken up, it would consume too much energy. I usually only have about 1/10 of my consciousness awake, and I wouldn't have let the adults find my existence at all. Gushi thought for a moment, but didn't say anything like that. As long as you couldn't run away, he could dig this place out. Instead, he brought the topic to the materials that can be taken away from this world. Gushi has not forgotten what his main goal was when he came to this world. Eve no longer hid anything from the world about this, so she openly talked about the various situations in this world. With Eve as his guide, Gushi's speed in exploring the underground world increased a bit. At least there are many roads that Gushi's men no longer need to search for. And some hidden things have been dug out at once. There are several key points here. For example, the place where the hero, who caused the great changes in this world, finally disappeared is a puppet dragon cemetery here. Then, there is the main battlefield between the ground forces and the Dark Academy in order to enter the underground world. The powerful units that were sealed rebelled against the sleeping land that was destroyed. And so on. These places are extremely attractive to Gushi. So under Eve's guidance, Gushi sent his ghost team to move things to these locations. As for Gushi himself, he repeated his original plan, conjuring spirits and transforming ghost dragons. As for the harvest of this world this time, we still have to wait until we go back to complete this world. Seeing that Gushi could think like this, several of Gushi's contracted undead men stopped trying to persuade him. They all also understood that what Gushi was doing now was of great significance to Gushi's growth. All they can do now is help Gushi handle chores. It was like every time after the souls were summoned, Princess Anna would take the initiative to help integrate the newly summoned undead troops and arrange them to the designated place. Every time supplies arrive, Luna will take the initiative to distribute them. Shea followed Eve, asking her for basic information about the world and so on. They are all using their own methods to make Gushi more relaxed. Just like that, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. With Eve's help, Gushi's troops finally completed a comprehensive exploration of the underground world and evacuated the entire underground world. Chapter 714 Post-War Inventory. In the underground space where Gushi entered this world, the military garrison gate had turned into a school gate that could be opened and closed laterally. A large number of undead rushed here carrying various supplies in batches. Several contracted undead men under Gushi were reviewing this action with Gushi and calculating the harvest. Shea was there to report the information reported by each hero and boss. And Luna was there to record it with a pen. Eve and Princess Anna were counting there. It is guaranteed that there will be no errors in this data. While recording the information, Luna lowered her head and said, "Sir, next time you have the opportunity, please find a contracted undead who specializes in financial management. Now these data are getting more and more complicated, and I can't even record them." Gushi also nodded in agreement. However, suitable contracted undead are not so easy to find. If it hadn't been for the strong reminder from the Book of Life boxes this time, Gushi wouldn't have thought of transforming a dead Jin into his own contracted undead. It can be said that the relationship between Eve this time is actually not as good as the relationship between Luna and Gushi. "I'm afraid I won't be so hasty next time I make a contract with the undead. I don't know how long it will take to make a contract with the undead again. Gushi kept this in mind, and carefully looked at the various harvests he had obtained. This time the army returned, just as Gushi had estimated, after a devastating blow to the world, and in gathering souls through the soul summoning tower. A total of about 170,000 undead troops of various types were obtained. All the undead here are at level 8. And there are various types of soldiers. It is not like before, where we only follow the routes of the Book of Pregnant Insects, the Book of Blood Banquet, and the Road of Strange Solution. There are also basic undead troops such as skeletons, zombies and ghosts. At the same time, more than 370 undead leaders, and more than 540 undead warriors were obtained. It can be said that as long as the heroes are arranged, a large number of battalions can be formed immediately. Of course, the most important thing for these undead leaders and undead troops now is not to organize them into battalions, but to send them all back to Aladovi City for the first round of reorganization and arrangements. This matter will be handled by Princess Anna. There is no need to worry about anything. The fact that the mine vein produced a ghost dragon was beyond Gushi's imagination. After knowing why these mineral veins were drained of energy, Gushi's methods for dealing with these mineral veins became richer. It is no longer like before, where one has to communicate with the Death Lord first, and then activate the dragon vein with the Yellow Springs dragon robe. There are many methods that can be used here. So in the end, Gushi got obviously more ghost dragons than planned. This time, he harvested a total of 79 ghost dragons. Most of these ghost dragons are rust dragons. A few are crystal dragons. And there are a few black dragons. This made Gushi a little confused. He didn't know how to distinguish the races of these ghost dragons. But in the end, they were all ghost dragons anyway. Even if there were some differences, it was nothing to Gushi, so he simply ignored them. After these ghost dragons were transformed, they have been following Gushi and behind the ghost dragons. Gushi will not hand them over until other heroes who can master the power of dragons appear. Such a harvest also made the Bone Titan's eyes flash with lightning. It can be seen that he also wants to have such a group of companions. But the idea of the Bone Titan may have to wait for a long time. During this exploration of the world, Gushi used Eve's archaeological and tomb digging abilities to dig out several important ancient battlefields. Here, Gushi could find many corpses above level 15. Among these corpses are those of the Diamond Man, the Archmage, the Naga Queen, the Lord of the Divine Lamp, and of course, the Titans, the core unit of the tower. And as the first high-level unit in the tower, Titans will start at a higher level than other units. Even though the 7 tower forces are in different locations, their pursuit of Titan is the same. Among the first 7 factions, the first masters to reach level 19 were all Titans. Even if something big like that happened in the later period, Titans would be the ones who would survive in greater numbers. Think about it. When Gushi arrived at Eve's hiding place, he also encountered the Titan Guard. Therefore, this time, a relatively large number of Titan corpses were found in these ancient battlefields. It's just that these corpses are different from the creatures Gushi's men killed. Their levels are a bit higher, and the weakest ones are around level 7. If he used it directly to summon souls, Gushi might not be able to recruit Titans or higher level troops. So Gushi's idea was to pack everything up and send them to Aridov City. Wait until Gushi's undead transformation is on the right track. Then transform them all into undead, turning them into more suitable undead soldiers. Now they should stop messing around. This is understandable for the Bone Titan. It would be such a waste if all these suitable corpses were turned into ordinary skeletons. The Bone Titan came out of the mysterious academy. In this regard, his vision will be higher. He doesn't want a group of skeleton soldiers summoned from the corpses of Titans at all. He wants a group of Titan companions, even if they are all Bone Titans. So even though seeing the Ghost Dragon following behind the Ghost Dragon made him extremely angry, he didn't jump out and ask Gushi to mess with him, but kept this matter in his heart. Next time you have the opportunity to bring your companions with you, I will give these Ghost Dragons a good beating. Now he had better be honest and don't make any moves, lest the Ghost Dragon find out what's going on and ruin the chance of those Titan undead being transformed. Gushi didn't know that the Bone Titan would have so many inner dramas. At this time, he was looking at the information collected on various props and equipment. Gushi had said before that this time, Gushi would release all the undead leaders. He can be said to have delegated a lot of power to the undead under his command. Gushi doesn't want any of the gray, white and green grade equipment and props as long as they are made by the undead themselves. All are given to the undead troops and undead bosses participating in the battle. Later, Even those picked up on the road were counted. As long as they were lower than green quality, they were all divided on the spot. This arrangement greatly enhances the enthusiasm of the undead troops. I didn't see the undead. They rushed to kill them one by one very quickly. After finishing one area, they immediately divided the loot and directly used the things they just brought to improve their combat effectiveness. This not only greatly enhanced the combat power of the undead troops, but also brought about another impact. The various equipment and props presented are all of blue or above quality. Among them, there are a total of 13 pieces of purple quality equipment and props. Chapter 7:15 Purple Outfit. The Replaced Staff. There are 617 blue props, 79 blue equipment, 11 purple props, and 2 purple equipment. Looking at the list that had just been handed to him, Gushi's eyes revealed a look of satisfaction. I have to admit that it is quite beneficial to fight against one world. Not to mention purple equipment. These blue equipment are already beyond the imagination of ordinary players. Putting down the list in his hand, Gushi turned to look at the 13 purple items placed beside him. Most of these purple items were dug out from various ancient battlefields under Eve's leadership. Only 2 came from the battle against the creatures of this world. Placed on Gushi's left-hand side was one of the 2 purple pieces of equipment. It was a broken wooden staff. This staff didn't even have a head. Only half of the staff was left. But even so, the length of this staff is about 1.6 meters. And its whole body is flashing with green light. Even though it has been buried on the battlefield for so many years, this staff has always been full of life. Not long after it was placed on the ground, some grass and mushrooms grew on the ground. Gushi even suspected that if this thing was put down again, it might take root directly under the ground. Phantom Magic Wand, purple. Main hand weapon. Incomplete. Attack, 23 to 45. After equipped, Intelligence plus 5. Perception plus 4. Equipment requirements, Intelligence 10. Perception 10. Special 1, the Power of Phantom. Automatically uses a group blessing or curse spell every 30 minutes. The effect is random. Lasting 30 minutes. Special effect 1, after wearing the equipment and activating the Phantom Power effect once. Each time you use a random spell, you will receive a curse effect. If this time it is a random curse to the enemy, you will also be cursed. If this time you use it to bless yourself, itself will be affected by the opposite curse. Special 2, the Power of Conjuration. When you hold this staff and use a spell, the magic power will be increased 2 to 4 times, and there will be a 50% chance of casting the spell again. Special effect 2, after wearing the equipment and activating the power of the spell once, you will lose control of the direction. Even if you stand in place, you will move in the direction unconsciously. Special 3, Source of Mana. The person holding this staff can automatically replenish mana through the staff at a rate of 1% per second. If the mana of the person holding the staff is full, the mana will overflow to the ground and grow randomly. Magic Herbs. Special Impact 3, after wearing the equipment and activating the mana source effect once, the person holding the staff will not be able to increase the upper limit of his own mana through meditation and other methods. Nor can he restore mana through drinking potions, resting, etc. All mana can only be channeled through the staff. Supplement. Explanation. This is only part of the magic wand. No one knows how many materials this wand lacks. But one thing can be seen. The quality of this wand is not just purple. Gushi did not hesitate at all about the existence of this magic wand. He immediately replaced his own cold wind wand with his own, and used the power of the fox eye ring to suppress the negative effects of the magic wand. It wasn't that Gushi didn't like the cold wind staff, but the magic staff in front of him was obviously more cost-effective. Gushi planned to use the magic wand first, and later see if there was a suitable blacksmith who could fuse the magic wand with the cold wind staff. As for other parts of the magic wand, things like improving the quality of the magic wand, Gushi didn't have any idea. He has killed all the creatures in this world and dug out everything he could find. No means no. It was impossible for Gushi to conjure the actual parts of the magic wand. All he could do was treat the magic wand as an unfinished product, as he thought. Use his cold wind wand as an additional material. Fuse the 2 wands, and see if they could become one better new wand. Of course, there is still a lot to do to achieve this. Not to mention anything else. Being a suitable blacksmith requires a lot of effort. At the same time, the cold wind staff must be upgraded, at least to improve the quality of the cold wind staff. Otherwise, the cold wind staff will really be swallowed, instead of the 2 staffs merging into one better staff. Finally, Gushi also needs to consider things like the head of the staff and gems. If possible, it is best to use purple quality. Perhaps after such a series of treatments, the quality of the magic wand will be improved to close to the orange level. Touching the phantom magic wand with one hand, he paused and thought. On the other side of the magic wand, there is another purple outfit. This purple outfit was also dug out from the ancient battlefield. On the surface, this thing looks like a metal spear about 5 meters long. And when it is picked up, there is bright lightning on the surface. Gushi originally thought it was a spear used by a titan. But when I got it in my hands, I found that it was not the case. This thing is not a weapon used by titans, but a weapon aimed at titans. Titan Slayer purple. Two-handed weapon. Attack, 55 to 75. After equipped, strength +8. Agility +6. Equipment requirements, strength 12. Agility 10. Special 1, Titan Killer. For titans or giants over 10 meters tall, the lethality can be increased by 200%. For titans or giants over 20 meters tall, the lethality can be increased by 500%. Special effect 1, after wearing the equipment and activating the Titan Killer effect once. Every time you kill a titan, the titan's power before death will be absorbed into the Titan Killer. And when you kill a titan, you will be attacked by all titans that died under this weapon. Special 2, Thunder Grip. You can use 7 different attributes of thunder power when attacking. And you can ignore the defense of some enemies that are immune to thunder effects to attack. Special effect 2, after wearing the equipment and activating the lightning grip effect, you will be attacked by a random lightning power every 30 minutes until you die. Special 3, Titan's Thunder. Throws the Titan Slayer, and uses all the power in the living weapon, the Titan's attack before death, and the thunder power, to make a one-time attack on a certain location. Special effect 3, after wearing the equipment and activating Titan's Thunder once, the weapon will automatically drain all mana and life force from the person holding the weapon. Explanation: Titan is a powerful creature. If you want to fight with it, either you are a giant dragon, or you have to risk your life. Those who dare not fight will only be attacked by Titan like ants on the roadside, trampled to death at will. Take up this weapon, for this will be your only chance to face the Titan head-on. Chapter 7:16 Purple Props and Blue Equipment. Compared with the phantom magic wand that Gushi had already held in his hand, this Titan Slayer obviously did not want to give its user a chance to live well. The other purple equipments are all about people controlling the weapons. But for this Titan Slayer, it is clearly the weapon that chooses the person. And as this thing kills more and more titans, it will probably become harder and harder to choose the right candidate. But Gushi is not afraid of this. Laying the Titan Slayer on the ground, he debated whether to turn the weapon into a wielder. But Gushi thought about it and gave up the idea. It's obvious that the Titan Slayer is a highly specialized weapon. If you don't specifically deal with enemies like titans or giants, you basically don't need this kind of thing. He didn't want to waste such an opportunity. As for giving it to the 3 incarnations of death under his command, Gushi still shook his head. Now only the incarnation of death, the Grim Reaper, can get a new pair of weapons, because he has 2 new arms. But Gushi's idea is to give him long-range weapons, such as a bow and arrow. Forget about exclusive weapons like the Titan Slayer. As for the new incarnation of Death Titan, Gushi had some ideas for him at the beginning. But this incarnation of Death, the Titan, was quite resistant to this weapon. When Gushi wanted to give him the Titan Slayer, not only did he not even look at it, he even had the idea of destroying the Titan Slayer directly. Gushi can tell something from the attitude of the Titan, the incarnation of Death. But Gushi doesn't have many purple equipment in his hands now, so it's impossible for him to destroy this Titan Slayer. In the end, the weapon was kept like this, and was not distributed to anyone. Apart from these 2 weapons, all other purple items or props were inlays. Most of these were recovered from ancient battlefields, and the best quality among them was a diamond body. Diamond body, purple, a special body made of diamonds, which can serve as the main part of the puppet, and has effects such as automatic operation, magic rebound, and poison elimination. Your temporary mission, the seal power, has changed, and you have found a chest part that meets the mission requirements. Task requirements: find 7 sealed components, April 7th. Assemble and defeat the assembly 0/1. This diamond body is not only of high quality, but it also facilitates Gushi's temporary mission. Now he still has 3 pieces left to get the right parts for this mission. Thinking of this, Gushi thought about what he had in his hands, and finally nodded affirmatively. That's right. Now we're only 3 items short. Under the diamond body, another purple prop that attracted Gushi's attention was a red-covered magic book. When he took out this magic book, Gushi thought it was an offhand item. But when he picked it up, Gushi realized that this was not an equipment, but a real prop. A prop placed in the magic tower. Ancient magic book, purple can be placed in the magic tower. After being placed, the magic research and learning speed in this magic tower will be increased by 50%. And the output of the Magic Academy or Mage Tower linked to this magic tower will be increased by 25%. Obviously, this was used by the 7 major forces to strengthen their own magic towers. After all, there are only 2 core powers of the tower power. One is the puppet golem, and the other is the magician. There are actually quite a lot of these power-ups for the magic tower in their hands. It's just that after several battles, there are not many things that can be brought out. The ancient magic book in front of you is the best one among so many magic books. The other ones are all of blue quality, although they also have blessings. The effects are definitely not as good as those of the purple magic books. Other than that, there's nothing particularly good about the purple props here. The main ones are the lamp oil of the genie, the base of the gargoyle, the hands of the clock tower, etc. Although these things were of good quality, they were not very attractive to Gushi, and they did not even have the ability to change his combat effectiveness. Gushi was thinking about whether to distribute these props to his heroes after bringing them back to see if they could improve their combat effectiveness. Instead, some blue quality equipment and props caught Gushi's eyes because of their unique functions, and were taken away directly by Gushi. The best piece of blue equipment is a blue mage robe. This robe has a large number of star patterns painted on it. The most important thing is that the collar of the robe can be stood up to cover half of the face. Archmage robe, blue. Top. Defense, 15. After equipping, intelligence plus 6. Equipment requirements, constitution 5. Intelligence 5. Special 1, self-shield, which can automatically form a magic shield on the body surface. When the user is attacked, it will automatically pop up for protection. You can choose the magic shield method. Special 2, concentrated breathing. When using magic, the magic effect will be randomly increased by 0 to 3 levels. Inlay position, empty. 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 Explanation. This is the robe worn by a great mage during his lifetime. After so many years of baptism, the effect of the robe has not been weakened in any way. This archmage robe came at the right time for Gushi. It just makes up for the lack of Gushi's top. At least Gushi didn't have to worry that he didn't have any suitable clothes to wear out. Thinking about it, Gushi also felt a little incredible. How long has it been? His level has been raised to level 7. And he has countless blue and green equipment. But this is the first piece of equipment he has taken a fancy to. If this were placed among other players, they would have been laughed to death long ago. But for Gushi, this is quite reasonable. In addition, Gushi also had some blue props in his hands, which were also quite conspicuous. It was as if the stone with lightning in Gushi's hand was one of them. Thunderstone, blue, a stone that has been hit by lightning many times on the battlefield. It has absorbed part of the power of lightning. It can be used to charge some props, and can also be used to make props such as electric current. Holding the lightning-struck stone in his hand, Gushi looked it up and down, then turned to the Bone Titan behind him. Is this useful to you? The Bone Titan nodded affirmatively. Gushi raised his hand, and the Thunderstone was thrown into the hands of the Bone Titan. Gushi didn't even look at how the Bone Titan absorbed the power of the lightning stone. He turned around and picked up another blue prop and began to carefully study the function of this prop. At this moment, a burst of electricity suddenly came from the white Bone Titan, who had just obtained the Thunderstone. The Bone Titan has been upgraded. Chapter 717, Exiting the World. In addition to these equipment and props, Gushi's biggest gain this time was naturally the various design drawings and knowledge. It can be said that Gushi has now mastered a complete set of architectural design drawings for at least 6 types of towers. There are training camps for every type of military service imaginable. There are 7 magic towers with different ideas. The weakest level magic tower can be upgraded to level 6. And the highest level magic tower can be upgraded to level 11. There is a Mage Academy and an Alchemy Academy, which can be used to make various treasures. There are plantation plans with magic herbs, as well as methods of refining gems and mercury through alchemy. There are also methods for making various golems and puppet troops. There are various books with different attributes. And there are even urban design plans for building several libraries together to build one library. Not to mention those miscellaneous small and medium-sized architectural design drawings used to support it. It can be said that if Gushi changes his route to become a tower wizard now, he will make a smooth transition and become a knowledgeable and powerful wizard in no time. These were Gu Shi's biggest gains this time. Gu Shi's eyes turned red when he saw the architects. This also shows how hard they have worked during this period. Now is the time to harvest. After harvesting and dividing the harvest, Gu Shi took the initiative to take back all the city gates that had been released. As each of his subordinates left, Gu Shi also knew that this operation was almost over. There is nothing left to explore in this world. Staying any longer would be just a waste of time. So Gu Shi stood at the same position where he came in and signaled his exit from this world. As this signal popped up, there was a ding in Gu Shi's ear. Player 629 SHD2S0FXC30. Do you plan to exit the world 52W3335L011291? If you exit now, this world will be out of the capture stable range, and you will never be able to return to this world. Listening to the information that popped up in front of him, Gu Shi reviewed the situation around him again, and only after confirming that he had not missed anything did he say something with certainty. Quit! When Gu Shi said these words, a silver light popped up in front of him, and a portal opened in front of him. Gu Shi took a step forward with the magical staff and disappeared into the portal. As Gu Shi left, the empty world in front of him also broke away from Chaeyong Guild's control and began to move in another direction. It's just that this world has been judged to be a no-man's land at this time, and it may not appear in the eyes of other guilds or player organizations for a long time. It will not be until the world slowly recovers a certain quality and slowly generates a new population that it will be captured by players again and become a new world that players can enter. However, Gu Shi never imagined that not long after he left, a dark silver portal was opened in the hidden underground space where Eve had been. After the portal was stabilized, a dark-skinned bald man came out. He was wearing Arab trousers, revealing his upper body without any clothes. The powerful muscles on his body made him look like a melee master. When he walked out of the portal, a look of nostalgia flashed through his eyes. Then there were some doubts. Why is it so empty? Nothing is left? They must be crazy poor. Why didn't he pry up the land and take it away together? The dark-skinned bald man said angrily. If Eve were here, she would recognize that the dark-skinned bald man in front of her was also one of the survivors before the destruction of this world. A rare dark-skinned jinn. His name is Imhotep. He was originally a hero from Silver Light Academy, and at his highest level, he reached level 18. However, when the ground was abandoned, he did not follow him into the underground. Instead, he led another group of retreating troops to other places through the astral portal. After that, his contact with this world became intermittent. He only knew that the coordinates of this world were constantly changing. He only knew that the level of this world was declining. And he only knew that this world had experienced several wars since then. The rest he didn't know at all. At the same time, because he was seriously injured when escaping from this world, he has been recovering from his injuries through some means over the years. Instead of improving, his level has dropped to level 11. In order to heal his injury quickly, he kept looking for a way to return to this world after he stabilized. In this world, there is hope for him to return to normalcy. However, Eve's suppression of this world has prevented him from entering this world. After all, he is not an intruder like other players. He belongs to this world. When he enters this world, he will be locked by Eve, who is in this world at the time. In the end, he will either be reduced to level 7, or he will use powerful energy to hide himself like Eve, fall into a semi-sleep state. No matter which method he uses, it's not what he wants. So it has been postponed until now. It wasn't until Eve became a contracted undead under Gu Shi, and until this hidden underground space was demolished, that he felt that his return would not be affected by the power of the world. Only then did he open the portal and enter the coordinates that he had remembered for many years. Came over. As a result, he saw the situation in front of him as soon as he arrived. There was not even a small piece of paper in the empty underground space. This situation surprised Imhotep greatly. When he came over, he knew that this world must have been invaded and Eve must have been killed. Only in this way could he come over. But he never expected that he would meet such an enemy. They are so poor that they have emptied everything. After being stunned for a moment, Imhotep suddenly reacted. He took a big step forward, and his body ignored the stone walls between the underground spaces and left the hidden underground space. After going out, what Imhotep saw made him even more crazy. Everything he imagined was gone. The buildings in the wild were gone. The mineral veins in the wild were gone. And the creatures that should have been in this world were gone. Except for the stones that could not be moved. Everything else on the ground had been emptied. Looking at the empty underground world, Imhotep stood still for a moment, holding his head with his hands and roaring loudly. Where are my things? Chapter 718 Return to the Guild. Facing the teleportation square of Chaoyangguang Common, Gu Shi slowly walked out of the teleportation gate with his phantom magic staff. The moment he stepped out of the portal, Gu Shi saw the person in charge of this portal smiling at him. Get out of the way as soon as you come out. There are still people behind who want to use the portal. Gu Shi said, oh, and immediately moved out of the way. After waiting for the person in charge to send the 3 players away together, he stepped forward and said, Comrade, when I entered the downward world, I took on a mission to check what was wrong with the world. This is the result of my check. As Gu Shi spoke, he turned over a stone. That stone was the reduced version of the stone man that Gu Shi found when he entered the first underground space. This kind of thing is worse than a mouse. If you hadn't joined, this kind of stuff might even have been the first batch of materials in Gu Shi's hands that hadn't been taken away. In order to prove his discovery, Gu Shi took back part of the stone from Eve, put it in front of the person in charge's desk, and Gu Shi pressed a switch on it. This is an instrument used to enhance the effect of illusions. It is all at the point where it is released in that world. This instrument will transform into enemies corresponding to the players entering. When the players enter that world, they will immediately attack all the sudden appearances. They started out using illusions, but later, because they were scattered too far apart, the battle formation was disrupted, and the illusions would be cast on the soldiers around the player. In the end, it turns into one's own people beating one's own people. Therefore, some players who entered that world before suffered a loss in this regard. After listening to Gu Shi's words, the person in charge was also stunned. He didn't expect that this was the reason. He reached out and picked up the stone that Gu Shi had placed on the table, studied it carefully for a few seconds, and then he reacted. Ah, I need to record this and confirm it with a few players who have suffered losses in that world before. If there is no problem, the reward will naturally be sent to you. Gu Shi had no objection to this arrangement. After all, this kind of reward-related matter is not what Gu Shi said. No matter what, they always have to investigate. Otherwise, if the Chaoyang Guangming Guild gave out the rewards and it turned out to be fake, who could we go to for justice in that case? I'm afraid that everyone from top to bottom will suffer in the end. So it's better to be stricter from the beginning and find out the matter. As long as there is nothing wrong with the situation, there will naturally be no problem with the subsequent rewards. After reporting some of the information he could tell, Gu Shi left the portal. After leaving the teleportation square, Gu Shi did not go back to his dormitory immediately, but walked towards a big tree behind Chaoyang Guild. This big tree is the unique big tree of the Chaoyang Sunshine Guild, the sunset hibiscus tree. The whole tree looked like a dead tree that had been scorched by fire. But Gu Shi couldn't feel any death intention in this tree. Instead, the tree was filled with crows of all sizes. These crows are all messengers of Chaoyang Guild. Compared with those raised by players, these crows are of higher quality. They can be said to be the descendants of the 3-legged crow flying in the sky. Speaking of how a dead bird could have offspring, Gu Shi didn't ask much. Anyway, it should be some kind of technology. Gu Shi came here to ask these crows for help. The crows and owls that Gu Shi raised could be used to send messages to his friends. But that would require those friends' contact information or addresses or something. If there was no way to contact him, or if the person he wanted to contact was too far away, his crows and owls were of little use. In this case, these high-quality crows come in handy. Although the flight may take a little longer, these crows can definitely find the person they are looking for. Gu Shi came to the sunset hibiscus tree and reached out to take out a ball of negative energy. I want to deliver a message. That person may not be in this city. He is a player I met in the game before. His name is Fong Kong. He takes the root of the tower and has the ability of astrology. Gu Shi stated his request. As Gu Shi spoke, the negative energy in his hands increased. All the crows standing on the tree were staring at Gu Shi. Finally, a crow about half the height of a man fell from the tree, came to Gu Shi and opened its mouth to swallow the negative energy. As soon as Gu Shi saw it, he knew that this was already agreed. So he immediately took out a letter, which contained what he had gained this time. This time, the various architectural design drawings in Gu Shi's hands were quite comprehensive. However, as a dead witch lord, Gu Shi's request for the architectural design of the tower was of no use. At this time, his idea was to ask Fong Kong to help him replace other architectural design drawings. Can be replaced as a set or individually. Anyway, Gu Shi had architectural designers under him. and they had drawn countless copies of the architectural design drawings. If you take out this kind of thing and exchange it, you won't lose money. The request proposed by Gu Shi was also very simple. If possible, he wanted to use the complete set of undead building design drawings that Gu Shi did not have. If Fong Kong doesn't have one, he can also get architectural plans from other races. However, there is a requirement for the building designs of other races. Either the production rate must be high, or the quality of the troops must be relatively strong. Anyway, it's just a one-for-one exchange, and those of the same level are exchanged for those of the same level. Only in this way can business continue. After handing the letter to the crow, Gu Shi watched the crow fly up, turn in the sky, and then fly away. After the letter was sent, Gu Shi took the phantom magic staff and headed towards the blacksmith shop of the Sunshine Guild. At this time, the blacksmith shop was still crowded with people as before, and many blacksmith apprentices were casting iron ingots there. When Gu Shi came in, a ferocious weasel came out to greet him. "Guest, what do you want?" "It's like this. I made a blue staff before, and now I have a new staff. I can't bear to part with this staff." Before Gu Shi finished speaking, the ferocious weasel reacted. "I understand. Sir, you want to transfer everything in this staff to the new one, right? Don't worry. We have professionals who can do this. However, there are two methods for this conversion. One of them is to directly melt the old staff, extract the things that were previously blessed into the staff, and re-bless them into the new staff. The other method is to use the new staff as the main one and devour the old staff. Anyway, no matter which of the two methods you choose, the old staff is gone. You should consider this carefully as a guest. Don't let it melt, and then say that this staff can be upgraded to purple quality. We can't pay for it." Chapter 719 Upgrading the Staff. The ferocious weasel explained the situation to Gu Shi, and at the same time, he also explained some of the information inside. Wanting to transfer the skills on the old staff to the new staff is one way, and wanting to devour all the blessings on the old staff is another. Anyway, he has provided the ideas, so it depends on Gu Shi's choice. After hearing what the ferocious weasel said, Gu Shi hesitated. The properties of my old staff are actually average. That is, I inlaid something on it, but my new staff has no inlay opening. I understand. You can actually keep your old staff as a memory, and I'll help you open a few inlays on the new staff. This is just one of them. Both my old and new staffs can be advanced to a higher level, but I got the new staff accidentally. I am afraid that the materials for advancement are not complete. Instead, I found the old staff to be made by a blacksmith. All these materials were taken from my hands. I knew what was needed for upgrading later. I always thought that I could upgrade to purple quality with the old staff. I was lucky this time and got a purple staff. Now I am a little hesitant." Gu Shi explained his thoughts. At this time, the ferocious Itachi spoke instead. "Does this count as a thing? Don't worry. This is not a big deal. You just need to tell the blacksmith your needs and directly choose to use the new staff to devour the old staff. Just state your request while devouring it. But you have to think carefully, because in this case, some of the skills of your old staff will not be able to be used on the new staff." Hearing this situation, Gu Shi smiled. "It's okay. My new staff is purple, and all three skills are pretty good." After hearing Gu Shi's words, Dire Weasel finally reacted. He pointed at Gu Shi and said, "Do you want to upgrade your equipment to orange? Then you'll have to wait, because orange equipment is not that easy to upgrade." Gu Shi, who was about to go find the blacksmith, couldn't help but stop when he heard this. "What's wrong? Do you know how to upgrade purple equipment to orange equipment?" "I don't know much about it. I just heard some things from others. It seems that after the purple equipment plus 3, there is a chance to upgrade to the orange equipment." When Gu Shi heard this, he realized that this was not a joke. If purple equipment can really be upgraded to orange equipment after plus 3, then orange equipment must have been flying all over the sky. How can there be only 3 orange equipment in the entire Balian city, like what I heard before? Seeing Gu Shi's disbelieving look, Dire Weasel became a little anxious. "What I said is true. As long as the purple equipment reaches plus 3, you can really upgrade the orange equipment. You just need to put orange quality materials into it. And you also need to find a way to wash away the negative effects on the purple equipment. After that, it will be warmed up. After reaching a certain level, it will have the opportunity to upgrade to an orange outfit." After listening to the methods mentioned by the ferocious weasel, Gu Shi asked, "How many cases has this method been successful?" As soon as these words came out, the ferocious Itachi shut up. When Gushi saw it, he thought, no need to ask. There is no hope. But this is finally an idea. At least it has a direction and goal. Although it may not be so reliable. There is finally hope. Right? With the guidance of the ferocious weasel, Gushi also knew what he was going to do next. He found a blacksmith who was idle, took out the cold wind staff, and handed it to the blacksmith. My dear guest, what do you want to do? Use this staff as material to strengthen my staff. Gushi raised the magic wand in his hand again. The blacksmith took the magic wand and took a look at it. His eyes also lit up. The properties of the phantom magic wand are really good. It is among the top 3 wands he has encountered since he became a blacksmith. However, he also saw that the magic wand was obviously incomplete. If this phantom magic wand is supplemented, there is no telling what this thing will become. How do you want to integrate this? Use the magic wand to devour my cold wind wand and move all the inlays and inlays over. In addition, I have used some materials before. If I can transform the cold wind wand into its original state, I can use them to strengthen the magic wand. In addition, as you can see, my magic wand is missing a part. And this wand obviously requires special parts to be put together. I hope to adjust it. At least to temporarily install some other ones on the head and gems. The blacksmith heard it, and then looked at Gushi again. Okay. But then I'm afraid you won't be able to get your old staff back. I know. But I don't care. Okay. It's not a big deal. I can handle it. The blacksmith agreed upon hearing this. This is just a small upgrade to the phantom wand. It's actually not that difficult. Moreover, all the required materials were provided by Gushi himself. He just contributed a little effort. This is simply too simple. So the blacksmith took Gushi into his workshop. After looking at the phantom magic wand that Gushi had been holding tightly in his hand, he said, the main body of your staff is made of wood. So I won't use the power of fire to recast it. If you see the magic circle there, please put this staff in the center of the magic circle. In addition, the staff you want to merge into is placed at the node in position 3. Gushi placed the 2 staffs into the magic circle according to the positions mentioned by the blacksmith. As soon as he loosened his grip, the 2 staffs rose up automatically, rising and falling in the magic circle. Is there anything else you'd like to add? What this staff lacks at the moment is the head and the tip. If you have the materials, it would be better if you put some in it yourself. After hearing what the blacksmith said, Gushi turned over his hand, and the ice crystal he got when he defeated the evil god last time appeared in Gushi's hand. When he saw what Gushi took out, the blacksmith shook his head decisively. Now is not the time to put this in. Do you have anything else? Gushi thought for a while, and took out another piece of the evacuated mineral core. Gushi collected enough of this thing this time. So he took out a large piece of mineral vein core this time. Gushi clearly remembered that the core of this mineral vein was extracted from an abandoned gem mine. When the blacksmith saw what Gushi took out, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Okay. Put it in position 1. Now it's best to get something of the same quality, and put it in position 5. It can be metal or wood. But the quality must be comparable to what you are taking out now. Metal or wood? Gushi thought for a moment, and actually asked him to find a piece of material. This is exactly one of those purple quality materials obtained in the last world. A clock tower pointer. Originally, Gushi wanted to use this thing on the sacred object, the time pointer. I didn't expect it to be used here. Chapter 720, the upgraded magic wand. After placing the corresponding items in the designated positions, the blacksmith said to Gushi, please stand in position 2. No matter what happens later, don't move. Gushi didn't know what route the blacksmith was taking. But since the blacksmith had arranged it this way, Gushi naturally wouldn't object to anything. At this time, Gushi immediately stood at the designated position and watched the blacksmith place a crystal like a flame on the vacant number 4 position. As soon as the crystal was placed, Gushi felt that the magic array on the ground lit up due to the energy of the crystal. Starting from where Gushi was standing, the 5 positions of the magic circle all shone with light at the same time and began to move towards the phantom magic wand placed in the magic circle. Under the effect of the magic circle, Gushi only saw the magic wand flying up under the influence of magic power. At the same time, the 2 materials he put into the magic circle flew up on their own. The fastest reacting one is the pointer, which is made of pure metal. After flying up, it melted directly under the power of the flame and quickly turned into metal pieces of different sizes. Under the influence of a mysterious force, these metal blocks turned into various numbers and hands. It seemed that they were really in the style of a clock. It's just that Gushi is not sure why there are some sharp corners or traces of wings, whether it's numbers or hands. These numbers and pointers are attached from the bottom of the magic wand, like lines, appearing on the magic wand. Under such circumstances, the magic wand emits a dazzling light, and all the power inside the wand is activated. At the same time, Gushi noticed that the length of the magic wand began to increase, and its style also began to change. This situation surprised Gushi, but there was a hint of joy in his eyes. Gushi understood that the magic wand had begun to change. When Gushi was about to adjust the style of the phantom magic wand to make it more suitable for him, suddenly the core of the mineral vein shattered on the spot, and a large amount of gem powder fell from the sky, rolling towards the phantom magic wand like a tornado. At this time, the color of the magic wand began to become transparent, and the whole body looked like a slender gem. Then some green vines appeared at the head of the magic wand. Gushi couldn't help but be stunned by the changes in front of him. He wanted to see what was going on, but found that his cold wind staff had disappeared. It seems that the vines above are the expression of the cold wind staff being fused into it. During this change, Gushi felt something in his heart. He stretched his hand forward and held it empty with his right hand, but he could clearly feel something appearing in his hand. Gushi clenched his right hand firmly, and then a white light flashed before his eyes, and he was sent out of the magic circle. What he held in his hand at this time was a long magic wand about 1.9 meters long. This magic wand is obviously more complete than the previous magic wand. It is composed of 3 parts: the head, the body, and the base of the wand. The head of the stick is a nest-shaped stick holder made of green vines. This stick holder is only 1/3 the size of a normal person's hand when closed. In the recessed part, there is some clear water with a light of gemstones. But under the branches and leaves that make up the nest on the outside, there is an inconspicuous head hidden. A crescent moon made of bright copper metal was stuck in the staff holder. From a distance, it looked like the moon was passing through the treetops. Below the head of the stick is the straight stick body. Originally, the magic wand was only about 1.6 meters long, with green light flashing all over, and it looked a little crooked. At first glance, you can tell that this is a purely wooden staff. Now it was completely different. The staff in front of him no longer flashed green light, and it did not look like it was made of pure wood. Instead, it was a wooden staff with metal spiral patterns in 3 different colors: black, red, and green. Between the spiral patterns, abstract patterns similar to clocks, constellation maps, and magic books appear from time to time. These abstract patterns are the key to the body of the staff. If you don't pay attention, you won't notice anything unusual in it. But as long as one is not paying attention, one will find that these patterns are flashing in a special rhythm. Further down along the stick body is the pointed base. Such changes were influenced by Gushi's influence and the selection of the magic wand's own characteristics. Gushi's habit is to hold the staff with one hand. The length of his previous cold wind staff was just right for him. Moreover, the combat characteristics of the cold wind staff made Gushi habitually insert the staff into the ground. Compared with the cold wind staff, the phantom magic staff that had just been fused and strengthened in front of me was obviously much longer. This is clearly a long weapon that can be picked up with one hand, but it may be impossible to hold it as easily as before. For this reason, Gushi specially adjusted the bottom of the staff. At a certain time, Gushi could insert the magic staff into the ground without affecting his ability to use the staff to attack enemies. The sharp part of the bottom of the stick is metal, but the surface is the root of a vine. With this transformation, it looks like a metal root. It doesn't happen when you hold it in your hand, but as long as it is rooted on the ground, the roots will spread automatically and be firmly rooted in the ground, playing the role of a magic wand. The changes in the magic wand in front of him made Gushi quite satisfied. When holding the magic wand, Gushi could see that the properties of the magic wand had not been enhanced, and the characteristics and negative effects of the magic wand had not changed in any way. But this magic wand became obviously more comfortable in Gushi's hands. At the same time, the magic wand has opened 6 inlay positions and transferred the effects of the 2 gems that Gushi had previously inlaid. It can be said that the current magic wand has been given a makeover. Now it has really become the exclusive weapon in Gushi's hand. Instead of like before, when Gushi held it, he always felt something was wrong. With the magic wand stationed in his hand, Gushi turned around twice before speaking to the blacksmith. What a great effort. I believe you will become a master blacksmith soon. After hearing Gushi's words, the blacksmith was also quite happy. He raised his head proudly and said, No, I just have some skills, but I haven't reached the level of a master yet. That's enough. Your Excellency has surpassed the level of an ordinary blacksmith. The blacksmith burst into laughter when he heard this. At this time, Gushi also asked about the upgrade of purple equipment to orange equipment. As a blacksmith, you will naturally know more about this matter than others. What the Huang family kid said is only half right. Purple equipment can be upgraded to orange equipment through various means. But this is not the most troublesome thing. The real trouble is that the things you use to upgrade must have the potential to reach the level of orange equipment. Without that potential, no matter how much resources and time you invest, it will just be a waste.